Fishing confirm import
Should be most likely 应该就是看在那个 reference
I don't know who is this, bro. Huh? Oh, no way, bro. MPL champion look like that.
This one. I know.
Bro, holding fish who else can eat?
Yeah.
You like fishing, bro?
Oh yeah, the face, the face there already.
Oh, I think I know this one. This one
Okay, the correct answer is J.
Oh my goodness.
2-1. Correct. J is correct.
It's J? Oh my hell, man. No way. Oh my god. I'm so bad. And then at least same team.
Same.
Holding fish, bro. I know this one.
3, 2, 1.
J.
3, 2, 1. Correct, J. 3, 2, 1.
J rồi 肯定是 Singapore 人
Yeah.
Oh, Captain 还有谁
Oh, okay. I think it is.
Who is that? Oh.
We commit.
We commit.
But I don't know what's his IGM, bro.
Like this, bro.
七更 say 那种话
Okay, wait. Okay, jungler.
That time is something whose picture we just guess I think
Yes.
It doesn't look like anyone.
I don't know
It's powerful.
Huh?
对那些
You've been friends for like years already, huh?
那脸换很多
3, 2, 1. Correct. Powerful is correct.
His face look the same, bro.
Correct.
Ah.
It's powerful.
Oh.
It's powerful.
Really?
2, 1. It's powerful.
I think
Yes.
Jay is going to kill us he's gonna kill us he's very familiar he trick us
Yeah.
2, 1.
I don't know
Answer is powerful.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently right here, I'm joining this time round from Team Exco as well, Super Ryan and also Jet. So you want to do a quick introduction to the fans, Super Ryan?
Okay, so hi, my name is Ryan and I play EXP for the team and I've been playing for 4 seasons already.
Okay, Jet, come on. What about you?
My name is Jet, formerly known as Bitcoin. I've been playing, this is the 3rd season.
Yes, correct.
I played for Alchemy the past 2 seasons.
That's right. Okay, so I think we had a bit of an interesting talk during upstairs during the team room, right? So people are RSG back-to-back champions. You're back-to-back relegated and back-to-back 4 qualifiers. What do you feel about that?
Not the best title, but
I call that an achievement, bro.
no one in SG has ever done it.
It's not easy to qualify and re-qualify MPL for 3 seasons in a row. So how does it feel like coming back again?
Have another chance with a different team. Hopefully we'll do better.
Is Alchemy your first team pro play or community play?
Yes, it's the only team I've been with before this. Yeah.
So how did the conversation start for you joining Alchemy? Joining Exco this time?
Oh, I was invited by Utah. Yeah, they needed a mage. So and then I was out of Alchemy because they disbanded at that point of time. So they just tried me, and it works. Yeah.
Okay, I'm grateful for you to being able to find another team. Hopefully you don't get relegated again. If not, then we'll be a back-to-back.
Hopefully, yeah.
I forgot how many times I count back-to-back. Like, what about Ryan? Like, how's it like, right? You were from Revival for a few seasons in a row. Like, why do you leave, or what happened to Revival that you left?
Okay, so basically the 2nd season that I've played Revival, right? We didn't get like we got relegated
Okay.
Yeah, that's why then like, everybody didn't seem to want to continue. Yeah, so all of us just like left one by one. Yeah. Then after that period, actually I wasn't like I didn't want to play anymore.
Hmm.
And then I think maybe a few days before the qualifiers, that was back then the previous qualifiers.
Mhm.
Then Vanguard actually asked me if I want to play qualifiers, like just a few days before only. Then I agreed lah.
Then why do you leave Vanguard?
Again, actually, like after we finished the season, I didn't want to play anymore. And like technically I still got a few more months of school, so I wanted to complete that first. Then like because then I just left lah. Then I just don't feel like playing anymore.
But why are you here?
I don't know, Jira asked me to play.
So somehow
Yeah.
Jira can convince Utah that doesn't want to play, and you don't want to play. Jira, can you convince LFL and Sol to come back, please? Thank you. A very beneficial addition to Xcode Esports. Now, what are you doing right now in your full time, like studying, right?
Yeah, but now I'm still on holiday, but I'm starting school like next week.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what.
Where are you studying right now?
I'm starting poly next week.
Oh,
Yeah.
first year poly.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're quite young. I thought you're older. I thought you were going to start in university soon.
No, cause yeah.
You look like you're about to go to NTU or NUS. Okay, so why are you planning to study in poly?
Related to IT.
IT.
Yeah.
Then let's go back to Jed. I almost call you Bitcoin, mind you. Let's go back to Jed. You're CC, right?
Yeah, but I graduated already.
Oh, you graduated. Are you going to poly next?
I'm going to a cooking school called Shatek,
So you're
taking
gonna
up
be like
culinary. Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't know Sailor is going to cook.
You never tell me.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna be a chef as well. You're gonna cook.
Yeah,
So
hopefully, yeah.
the joke I cracked with Sailor just now is you're gonna cook the players first before you're gonna anything else. So
MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. Alrighty, now ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Week 2, Day 1, right here at Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore, where our boys duke it out in the land of Dawn for hashtag our pride, our passion. With that being said, Week 1 was an intense and grueling one. So let's take a look at the overall standings. As you see here on your respective screens, we have three teams actually, with wonderful scores such as Bleed Esports and Team Flash with perfect scores, not dropping a single game with 6 points to their name. Asterisk right now in third position, our brand new qualifying team with 5 points to their name. RSG SG with 3 points, tied neck to neck with Vanguard Esports. Evil following right behind at position number 6 with 1 point to the name, and Exco Esports and Homeboys SG definitely in need for some points as we see right now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was the overall standings for Week 1. Now, let's take a look at today's schedule. As you see here, what a wonderful lineup today for Week 2, Day 1, opening with an absolute banger. For Match 1, we see our defending champions, Team Flash, going up against RSG SG, happening very soon at 10 a.m. Now, what makes this really interesting, it is a Season 6 Grand Finals rewind that we're about to see. So this is definitely a match that you don't want to miss. Followed after with Match 2 happening at 12:30, we see Bleed Esports going up against our homegrown community heroes, Evil. Next up, for Match 3, we see our brand new qualifying team, Asterisk, going up against Vanguard Esports. And closing off the show for Match 4 is a battle of survival, as we see Homeboys SG and Exco Esports closing it off at 5:30 p.m. And boy, oh boy, for these two teams closing off the show, they are in dire need for points for today. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the first match coming up is an exciting one that you don't want to miss. And as mentioned, if you guys have missed all of the exciting action happening at Season 6 previously for MPL SG, now this is a rewind of the Grand Finals for this matchup, as we see our undefeated champions, our undefeated defending champions of Team Flash going up against a hungry RSG SG. Now, will RSG SG, disrupt that momentum that Team Flash has, or will Team Flash assert dominance right here for this opening match of Week 2, Day 1? So let's take a look at their wonderful faces presenting to you our defending champions, Team Flash. notice that we see, right at the end of the corner of the table, we see Adamir. So is Adamir going to be playing gold lane today in place of Vanix? We shall see if there's any rotation to their roles today for this matchup. Now, with that being said, let's take a look at who will go up against our defending champions, presenting to you RSG SG. So yes, our boys are currently getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, definitely this match is a very exciting one, as mentioned. It's going to be a rewind of Season 6 Grand Final, so definitely blood will be spilled in the Land of Dawn. I know you guys, as well as our casters, are super excited to cover this topic. So let's head on time over to our casters. Take it away, guys.
Hello and welcome everybody to MPL SG Season 7 Week 2 Week 2 Match 1. Yep. How are you boys feeling? Match 1, Game 1 is an incredible matchup.
I think definitely, this is definitely going to be a massive rematch between Team Flash and RSG. You gotta feel a little bit pressured by both these two teams, especially when Team Flash have to defend their title in a sense. At the same time, RSG SG is seeking to revenge, but RSG is not using most of its tools because their roster got revamped so much since the last season.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the pressure itself is not just for the teams, it's also for us. It's also for the audience. I mean, this is the first game of the day and we already have a spicy one on board. Yeah. So, you know, we are looking for a lot of action and it really is a redemption arc for RSG.
Yeah, I mean, look, the previous time these two guys faced off, you know, the casters I heard was super stressful and there was a job opening, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so and we're super excited to see what's happening. And for Team Flash, let's see who they are going to be lining up for today.
Alright, so Team Flash, we're going to be fielding Diablo, Hadess, KurTzy, JPL, and Adamir. So Adamir now in the gold lane, no Vanix today, so this is going to be something very interesting. I want to see how Adamir is going to perform. He hasn't been in the gold lane for so many seasons, and now we get a sneak peek into an opening.
Yeah, but Adamir is a very flexible player, right? He's able to fill in all the necessary roles as required to whichever team he goes.
Yeah, super exciting to see what Adamir brings to the board. But enough on Team Flash. Let's see who RSG is lining up.
Yep, for the side of RSG, you gotta feel a lot of pressure, especially highlight player is definitely Brayyy. This could potentially give him like PTSD from the Game 6 in the Grand Finals last season.
Yep, not just him, us as well. We were screaming our heads off. I mean, this has to be the most stressful game for Brayyy because there's a lot of things for him to prove, right? Number one, he understood, yes, he made a mistake. This time, this is the best game to make good of those mistakes, show that he has improved and gotten better.
Yeah, but you see, I'm not sure. I'm curious about how Brayyy is going to be performing, right? I mean, you look at his Week 1 performance. His Week 1 performance, he had one game which was pretty good. You know, he looked really good in the lane. But in the second game, day 2, he was kind of, I don't know, a bit questionable.
Okay, I think it's just about RSG having teething problems, right? Right now, don't forget, this is Brayyy and Roy. They played together back in Season 5. But apart from that, they're basically bringing all their subs into RSG SG this time around. Closer and CS has been the sub for like a good few seasons already. But right now, we just have to ask whether they're able to face up against, like Diablo basically, who was from the EXP lane last season.
Yep, so talking about Diablo, let's take a look at his stats first. He has taken so much damage and his KDA is normally around 5.43. Not really high across the team. You know, what we're going to be looking at is KurTzy today, one of the highest KDAs today. He's a really aggressive but clinical mage as well. Kill participation 75% of the time. You will see him in most of the fights.
Yeah, no, I think KurTzy is the playmaker here, right? And I'm really excited to see how he's going to be moving around the map today. But enough on Team Flash. Let's look at Team RSG and what stats they performed last week.
Yeah, for the side of RSG, I think it's all about, well, definitely Brayyy, right? But apart from that, we need to see the other teams, other players from the side of RSG stepping up. For example, Closer, for example, Derry, and even to a certain extent, CS. Roy, technically speaking, is, he's in the comfort zone. Back then, when he was playing, we kind of compared him with one of the best mid laners during that season, which is Sailor, right? He actually does have the mechanics, does play really strong. But now, if you notice how he brought up the Kadita back then, when he was like, it's already off meta. So technically speaking, you can say that GodZilla, by the way, I keep calling him Roy by accident. GodZilla is actually bringing in like the old meta into this current meta and somehow still find a lot of success.
Yeah, look, I mean, I believe Professor Churros brought up Kajita, right? The
Kadita.
That combination looks so clean, and I wonder if RSG is gonna have that as a pocket pick combination for this week.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things you can expect, right? We were talking about the meta last week, and there isn't a fixed meta now for MPL, which is really exciting. So I want to see what kind of soup they're able to cook up with on both sides, RSG as well as Flash. Granted, this is a killer match for the first game of the day.
Yeah, so it's all about making sure that they're able to just get the comfort heroes inside RSG, because you can see that RSG, they have certain comfort heroes.
Yeah, so anyways, enough from us. Let's hear what the teams have to say about their matchups for today.
I would say no, because it doesn't have the captain material. But in terms of like working well with the team, maybe yes. Davey itself is a strong roamer, but in whether he works well with the team or not is another case. Like Lozy and Lucian works well with the team, therefore they are good. But a good roamer needs to be able to work well and also be able to make the plan for the team. So if he has both, then yes.
I think definitely. As everyone knows, the scene is getting more spicy and exciting. It's not like any region or including us is like one-sided. So there's definitely a good chance that they'll be top 2, especially now that they replaced me with the GOAT Derry. Yeah, so definitely there's a good chance .
Diablo is a very stable and very like mechanically skilled player. So honestly quite nervous, because I might not know what he might do or something crazy heroes he might pick up when he's fighting us.
We are confident because before that we have been playing with Diablo and knows what's his playstyle. So, but like in scrim we don't really face enemy that has the same playstyle as him. So we are not very sure yet. I didn't really watch how KurTzy plays, but I think as a MPL first place, I think his skill should be like on the same skill level as Jay, because I think he's able to adapt well and like maybe perform better than Jay.
A lot of respect, I think, going between the both teams, but doesn't have captain material. Wow, that's a spicy first comment. Any thoughts on this, Ken?
I mean, you talk about, sorry, I'm gonna cut you here. I mean, Ken, you talk about, having a soup, right? I feel like this is like a spicy soup going on that, Team Flash is cooking.
Yeah, any soup that you put Lozy inside is going to be spicy as well. I mean, granted, yes, it's no longer going to be something that's too bland for viewers. So let's take a look at what's going to happen next. We're going to take a look at the team history here.
Oh,
Hadess.
yes!
So many portions of experience, guys.
This is probably the best graphic I've seen so far, because, truth to be told, some of our players currently in MPL Singapore, you need a longer graphic.
Yeah, super long.
Especially
like
JPL.
One, right?
Especially JPL, but you can see definitely from the side, Hadess, he's come a long way. He's played in multiple regions before. This is technically his 3rd region that he's playing. Hailing all the way from the Philippines, one of his top performance probably during MPL PH, and no, back then in MPL ID, he was actually ended up quite high in one of the international tournaments before he come over to Singapore as Team Flash jungler.
Yeah, so let's check what Hadess has to say about his opponent on the other side for Brayyy.
Yep, hit to hit, it's pretty obvious. I think the conversation that he wants to bring across is, hey, you know what? Maybe our stats differ in some portions, Kill participation, obviously, Brayyy is always part of that movement as well.
Yeah.
But if you take a look at the average objectives they've taken, it is definitely going into the side of Hadess. And we all know Thief of the Night stealing so many lords, so many turtles away. I mean, this is a hard one to decide for the viewers as well.
Definitely. Hadess is like a stealer, right? Not only just a stealer of your turtles, your objectives, right? He's also a stealer of your championship. And Brayyy was the first seed to that one.
Yeah, definitely. So let's check what the audience have to say.
Oh,
and
wow.
a
Okay,
resounding 69%.
Nice.
To Team Flash. Wow. 69 to 31%.
Nice.
That is incredible in favor to Team Flash.
Yeah, but you gotta have to admit, like, RSG SG, this is not the RSG SG like you used to know, right?
Yeah.
This is a different RSG, and it feels like they really need to work hard for, well, not only just the audience predictions, but also our predictions as well.
Yeah, for sure. And look at that. I mean, I think we all agree
I have
with
some
the audience,
opium right there. I
Yeah,
have some
you have a
opium right
2-1.
there.
You have a 2-1.
Yeah.
Okay. Which game do you think they're going to take, actually? They were to take a game.
I feel like it's probably going to be the first game. Usually RSG SG use Dairy to kind of catch Team Flash off guard. But after that, Team Flash is going to adapt quickly. But I did not take into account that Vanix is not playing this time.
So, do you want to change your prediction?
No, I'm not going to change it.
Still 2-1?
I'm going to stick to it.
Okay, looks like we are all on the boat of Team Flash for this particular segment of the season. All right, this is still the, I think, first half of the regular season. So, things are still changing. Maybe the predictions will kind of change as the days go and the weeks go as well. But for now, I think all of us, as well as majority of the audience, have put a lot of confidence into Team Flash. It is now time. The RSG admin, I know you have been looking at me for a very long time. All right, so today, if Flash wins, expect some spiciness from me as well.
I like how you're issuing a challenge right there on RSG admin on stream. Ladies and gentlemen, going into draft for game number 1.
Game number 1. So far on Team Flash's side, we see the ban for Kadita, we see the ban for X-Borg, as well as the ban for Angela. Whereas on RSG SG, we have the Loyi as well as the Fredrin. What do you guys think? Pretty standard bans, I think. So
Very
far.
good, right? So there's a lot of control coming out from Team Flash for the bans itself. They don't want to deal with the healing as well, and it's part of the competition that kind of hurts Team Flash in the early game as well. Because RSG, we all know they're a very early game-centric team. They like to go for the invades, and it's not easy to deal with a Angela at level 1.
Yeah, for sure. And the Kadita got banned as the first ban on Team Flash's side. I think that's a huge respect to GodZilla in his showcase on the Kadita so far. But first pick Harith. I think that's pretty standard. He's been 100% pick or ban rate so far in MPL SG.
Yeah, nobody has been able to find a solution to that Chrono Dash with the buff of the shield and of course with the Fission as well. It's, you know what, I just hate Harith at this point. But now, the question is, RSG, they picked up the Natan. Is Natan going to be able to survive number 1 in the laning phase and allow the team to come back into the fights on the late game as well?
But it's crazy, Natan has been picked, I think, 4 or 5 times, right? And he's got a 0% win rate. I'm wondering whether the SG teams are going to be able to pilot Natan well. It seems like once Natan gets picked, right, on the other side, everyone's going to just pick dive compositions to try to dive down the Natan. Do not let him get to late game.
Exactly, and that's what the Yuzong is for, right? So this is going to be the furious dive into the backlines. I mean, granted, if he doesn't use his Black Dragon form first. And, with the Valentina pick as well, they probably going to be looking at the Barat's Daytona's Welcome, and maybe we'll see what GodZilla has in mind for the team as well. There's a lot of counter plays coming out from the Flash lineup for the draft, where we'll take a look at what RSG has to offer in the first stage.
Yeah, look, so RSG rightfully said, do not give first blood so early on the EXP lane, right? They're really respecting what KurTzy can do on the EXP lane. So definitely smart comments coming out from Brayyy. And we see the Vexana gets picked up immediately from RSG SG side.
Yep, hope will find a way. That is the model for RSG at this point. Vexana with the Eternal Guard and the Deathly Grasp, definitely going to be one of the main control skills that's going to be used onto Team Flash. Now the question is, right now, the composition that they're trying to build for RSG is one that can protect Natan, that's one. But also having the huge burst in the early game, because they need that early game lead, right? You need to build the space for the Natan as well. Now the question is it going to be strong enough? Because all they need to buy time for on the side of Team Flash is the level 4 on Harith, right? Once he gets a Zaman Force, it is pretty much over. And itemization-wise, Harif, when he gets the kills, that snowball is going to be unstoppable. And I mean, sure, you have a Vexana with the control, but how are you going to guess which direction he's going to do his Chrono Dash into?
And we have an Alpha ban coming out from RSG's side. They are trying, I guess, to prevent as much dive as possible going into the Natan. They're really playing to protect the Natan game here, right? And I think that's a very, very smart ban. And the Kaja comes out, Kaja ban comes out from Team Flash.
Yeah.
I would actually, from Team Flash's side, you know, the Kaja is actually a really good pick here, right? Wonder why they banned it out.
Well, it's more dangerous to deal with, right? Because one of the main damage dealers is actually going to be the Harif as well, which is going to be played by Adamir. So if you actually get the Divine Judgment onto Harif, it is going to hurt their damage output quite a bit. So it's a risk I think Team Flash doesn't want to take at this point. So let's see what else they have to offer. The final closing ban for RSG. This is going to determine the rest of the draft from the teams.
Yeah, and... Alright. Hey, ban
the
Dyroff. The Dyroff.
Okay, this is very sus coming up from RSG, right? First of all, they banned out Alpha because of the true damage against Barats. That's the most important thing. Now, if a Dyroff gets banned here, RSG SG, we saw it last week where a Dyroff comes up, you expect an Esmeralda. So Team Flash right here, banning away the Kaja is basically to target against Derry. Derry plays currently Kaja quite successfully in the last week. There's also his Edith, there's also his Grok, right? And now Team Flash, because of that ban from Dyroff, Team Flash need to pick.
They might want to force him to go into the Florian as well. That was one of the heroes that, you know, they replayed last week, which without much success, right? It was hard. And there we go. Okay, even the Florian is going to be banned out. So this is all targeting onto Derry. Looking like they know that Derry might be the main core of the win condition for RSG.
So basically, Team Flash is opening up themselves. Like, it's okay if you pick a Grok. It's okay if you pick like your Edith, right? If you pick a Grok, great. I've got a Valentina. I can take your Wild Charge.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's just so many possibilities, and it's interesting to see that the Roam pool is getting pinched so hard on the side of Team Flash. I think rightfully so, right? They're paying their all due respects, I think, to Dairy and they know what potential Dairy has in game.
Yeah, okay, so they will go for the healer here, Rafaela. It's not something that I like in the hands of Dairy, right? Dairy is an aggressive roamer. The healing roamers don't really do him that much justice. Now, the big question here is, we have not seen the Hellcat being banned out, and that is one of the specialties of Hadess. And that might be something that's going to be extremely scary for a person like Natan. That burst and silence from the first jump might instantly take him out, even if you have the Rafaela.
Yeah, I mean, look... the Hellcrit here, especially the rework, he has got just so much burst potential coming out from his first skill, right? And definitely, Team Flash knows what RSG is trying to do. They're trying to play to protect the Natan game. I think it's just super obvious here. Rafaela on Dairy, it's a bit questionable. And we have a Martis and a Cho pick. So even though the dive picks have been pinched so hard, Team Flash still managed to find a way.
Well, we're in medical school, guys. We're looking for an incision coming in from Team Flash. There's a lot of points of entries.
Guys, don't forget. This is Team Flash. This is JPL Cho coming back again. This is one of its pocket picks, and now, rest assured, RSG, they're not going to be able to rest properly in their own jungle this time around.
And this is also a KurTzy Valentina. Yeah. He has had a lot of success on the Valentina in week 1. It looks like this success looking to be in good continuation as well.
Yeah, look, I think, and we have the Esmeralda pick coming out from RSG. Esmeralda can just cause so much chaos with his skill kit, and it's incredible to see her coming on the field.
Yep, she can definitely steal the shields off of Harif as well as the Yutong. That's something that they're going to be trying to make use of, and the counter ban for the Dyroff, getting rid of that burst damage. Looking like RSG has some cards in play, but is it going to be strong enough? Can they overturn what happened in Season 6?
Yeah, look, I love the draft coming out from RSG side. It's looking slightly different from what we've seen so far in week 1. And once again, we have the match, the rematch coming out from Season 6. Team Flash versus RSG. This is MPL SG Season 7, Week 2. Day 1, Match 1, RSG versus Team Flash. Let's go, boys.
Definitely, let's go. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Line of Dawn. RSG This is a draft meant to counter one person and one person only. Adamir on this Harith.
Yeah, look, Adamir and the Harith. Adamir has a lot of holes he has to kind of go
Definitely.
through, you know. He has to jump through so many holes, and he has to be careful of the entirety of the RSG lineup. Okay, so what do you think they have to do?
All right, so let me break it down to you why I said that this whole roster is meant to counter against this Harith. One, you got the Esmeralda. Two, once Adamir lands down the Zaman Forest, Derry could use the first skill to basically add on immunity to slows. Oh, sorry, that's the second skill, right? And then after that, there's also this zone denial that GodZilla can put down and AoE damage from the barrage. This whole roster that RSG has drafted for themselves is meant to counter any first picks of Harith that Team Flash is currently using.
Well, KurTzy actually gets that crab first, so he's gonna have a slight EXP advantage as well. But like you said, right, sure, everyone is targeting onto the Harith, so Adamir might not have a good time. But what about the other heroes? What about Diablo? What about KurTzy? You know, they are not people you can ignore, especially in MPL SG.
For sure, you know, I think Team Flash did the draft extremely well as well, right? There's so many different options and counters that they can pick, and it's just about how they need to navigate this first game, right? I think there is a lot that can go wrong for both teams, but a lot that can go right as well. And we see a lot of skirmishes happening in the mid lane.
Flicker's already used by KurTzy this early on. 11 seconds towards the turtle. That's a massive resource taken away by RSG.
Yep, chill out, guys. At this point, Hadess, one of the things I want to point out, he actually took the Impure Rage. So they're looking to have extended team fights, you know, really make full use of that burning damage coming out from all of the skills from, you know, Mr. Hadess.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, we can tell, I think, what the teams are trying to look for towards, and we see the first turtle being contested for on both sides. It's not going to be a clean fight, that's for sure, but we see level 4s coming out from all sides for both teams.
Oh, JPL looking for the Jit Kundo, but Sana comes in with the Eternal Guard already, but he's a little bit down low, and first blood going over to the side of RSG right now. Clean turtle taken over by RSG, a great start for RSG.
Yeah, and that is Derry working his butt off to make sure that the whole team is healed, and GodZilla getting that very nice catch on the Hadess. The moment Hadess is out, that's a hard team fight for Flash to take.
Yeah, the Eternal Guard was so clutch in that team fight, and it's already a 2-0 in favor of RSG. RSG is taking the lead in the early game. But I think all eyes are going to be on the late game, right? Whether Diablo is going to be able to catch the Natan if he gets built up. But the Vexana now is doing a lot of work as well.
Yeah, that's GodZilla's speciality, right? So at this point, this is the RSG that we all know and love. Right now, can they keep this pressure up? JPL.
Flicker, that's going to be a pickoff coming out from JPL right here. Brayyy getting called by 4 members. KurTzy unable to close the gap. Giving the kill over the side of Team Flash.
Oh, Decimation put a full use here. Adamir should be able to get out of this, no problem, even with the Eternal Guard as well. That is actually quite a few ultimates being dropped down as well. Eternal Guard, and Derry actually used the Holy Baptism as well. JPL might be looking for something more.
Yep, ooh, that's massive damage coming off of JPL with the Emblem already. But there again, how is RSG going to be able to get out of this? Because now your Brayyy is getting picked off, allowing the Hadess to come back a little bit.
KurTzy actually stole the Eternal Guard as well. This could be a huge fight. They're looking for an opening.
Yep, looking for an opening. JPL, Jit Kundo around. But nothing to be done for here with the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, look, there's no objectives right now that needs to be fought for, right? So I think if I was RSG side, I'll play a bit safe. It seems like Brayyy is going to get caught out, maybe, potentially. Nope, not. Not yet. Both teams are pretty safe, and both teams decide to go separate ways.
Yep, 15 seconds to go. GodZilla does not have the Eternal Guard. He is the only member out of the entire roster that does not have the ultimate yet. It is going to be here. So both teams fully stacked, and I think all battle spells should be up, just aside from JPL.
Yeah, and look, the Valentina's ult has just come up online as well. It seems that both teams are passing down towards the dragon.
Diablo petrified Furious dive goes into the black dragon form. Derry immediately gets elated, and now it's just Diablo creating space for JPL and Hadess to kind of step up onto it. But KurTzy has something to say about it. Ultimate landing onto Hadess, but CC immunity really does the job well for the side of Team Flash.
Full usage of the ultimates as well. Very good for Hadess. He's pretty much in the clear. At level 7, he should have a lot to offer as well, but Brayyy just hit level 8.
Yeah, I mean, look, 2 ultimates used, I think, on the side of RSG. We've got the Esmeralda's ult that's been used and the Vexana's ult. It seems like Team Flash does not want to contest any longer for this turtle. It could be a clean turtle. Yep.
Clean turtle, maybe. Brayyy holding on to the turtle aggro for L. JPL, Kundo jumping onto Derry, but he's immediately getting bested down and swallowed by Brayyy. Spent all the way back out to Hadess, but Hadess coming in, stealing the turtle away from RSG.
Flashbacks here to Season 6. Nobody stops Hadess from coming in for the steal as well. Brayyy, once again, touted as the #1 jungler, retry holder. Oh, KurTzy might fall.
KurTzy still gets away. Eternal Guard chasing over, and the members of Team Flash trying to reinforce, trying to protect something that's already gone. Hadess spinning for the win. JPL single dot trying to get on the way, but it's a failed defense coming out from Team Flash.
Okay, that was anything but a clean turtle. A Team Flash stealing the turtle is huge for them. And they've also actually evened up the kills as well. They're now 2-2 tied to RSG, and in terms of map control, it seems like both teams are pretty even. We've gone back to an even game, boys.
Yeah, so at this point, I think Adamir still has a little lead, but that lead is going to snowball very soon because CS won't be able to deal a 1v1 against Adamir probably in another 4 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, Harif with the 2-item power spike is incredibly insane. The damage is just able to churn out, right? And especially with the Zaman Force, some people are just going to be deleted immediately.
Okay, right now Team Flash is having a big problem in the mid lane, right? Now your mid lane's really wide open, your jungle is open to invades. Brayyy, once he gets a lead, he will start invading. So how is Team Flash going to plug that hole?
Well, they're going to try and use that freshly minted item, the Fed of Heaven coming in from the Harif as well. But, you know what? Maybe let's just have Hadess go in.
Hadess slowed down a little bit by GodZilla, appealing for himself and able to use the ultimate. Will be able to do so right now, but taking a lot of damage from the turret. And now he just has to spin closer, try to chase. KurTzy coming in to join the fight as well. He does have the Eternal Guard. Will be able to use it, knocking him off guard to also disengage from the fight.
Yeah, but top lane, they are putting a lot of pressure. JPL falling a little low.
Adamir taking a lot of damage right here. 4-member gang onto him. The Chrono Dash. JPL also popping Conceal, saving Adamir from imminent death.
Crazy plays. This is the JPL that we all know from seasons ago, and he still has it.
This is JPL from Season 4 and 5. He's coming back from his peak.
Low HP bars. So many low HP bars across the field. My mouth was literally open the entire time, How is Team Flash getting away with this?
Well, I mean, it all looks good for Team Flash, but let me put a silver lining for RSG as well. They have not died in any of these skirmishes. CS is still pretty much farming well.
Okay, Diablo opening up the map just a little bit. Black Dragon form looking for the squishes right here, but he's going to get terrified by GodZilla, and he delivers the kill over the side of RSG. The stun coming out from Derry at the same time. CC Humidity going over closer, creating space for the rest of the team. Zoning out the terrible duo, KurTzy and Hadess. And JBL getting caught out. The Lord is ready for gut spawn right here. The turtle forgotten, and RSG taking 2 kills.
Yep, you just can't ignore RSG. You can take a lead, it doesn't matter. We're going to take one back here. And this is the first Lord of the game as well.
Yep, KurTzy, taking away the Holy Baptism. Zaman Force already activated by Adamir, bursting down Derry. And now the Lord is already a quarter HP. Brayyy taking a lot of suffering and damage from Adamir. Picking up double kill ready. But it's going to be the Lord given away to RSG instead. No retry, no problem.
Well, it says CS is his name, but I think KS should be the new one. He actually stole that. That was the last hit of the Lord itself. So RSG, they got a little bit of a win, but they paid with their lives.
I think it's worth it though, dude. You have a free Lord. They're not behind in kills. They're actually up 800 gold. Now the gold, the margin is very, very, very small. But they have the Lord. They can push out the lanes. And with the Lord and already a slight map advantage that they currently have on RSG's side, this is a huge win.
That's true, but let's take a look at the benefits of for the side of Flash, right? So far GodZilla hasn't been able to land quite a lot of the nice Eternal Guards simply because he's going for JPL. And Cho is not someone that you want to be aiming because of the Jikundo, as well as his movements across the Shumpo as well. It's pretty hard. So GodZilla, I think he might want to try looking for a different target.
Yeah, look, I mean, I completely agree with you, but we definitely have a spicy fights, right? And this whole fights have been extremely, extremely spicy. So if you are hungry, you can just stop by and get some Chicken McCrispy spicies.
Yeah, McDeliver it is over to Zenway Studios. 3 of us, Casa, Kin, Kwa, and also me, we're kind of feeling hungry especially. But speaking of which, RSG also feeling the hunger, that hunger for revenge from Grand Finals.
Yep, and he seemed to be doing it, right? As long as Derry stays alive, it should be all good here. Hadess getting caught.
Hadess getting caught, but here comes Diablo for the flank as well. JPL will be able to stun lock Derry. Derry goes down for the count. Eternal Guard already creating so much damage. Hadess still on, going to the chase, allowing JPL and Diablo to step out just a little bit. KurTzy falling short a little bit. Two Eternal Guards fighting. I have no idea who's whose, but it's doing a lot of work against RSG. Two members already going down. Brayyy also following suit. That's a 3-man down for the side of RSG.
A 1-for-3 combo here. RSG did not like that trade at all. 8-6. It is still a goal lead coming in for RSG. But with the way the fight goes, like I said, if Derry dies, it's pretty hard for RSG to come into the fight.
Why is Team Flash struggling? There should be the main champion, the defending champion, right? Against RSG, where they had a whole roster swap.
Let me tell you why. It's simply because of Brayyy. The missile experts keeps pulling in Adamir. He gets a Daytona's welcome. That's a lack of damage coming in from the Harif.
Yeah, look, I mean, Harif is not able to move, right? This was the composition that RSG cooked, right? To kind of counter the Harif, and it seems to be working. Right, you're getting the shields removed from the Esmeralda, right? You're cornering off so much space using the Vexana's ulti, or the threat of the Vexana's ulti. Natan is able to, you know, just literally do whatever he wants to do because all the space is being created.
Yep, JPL will be able to catch Derry once again, the punching bag from the side of RSG, but is that worth it for Team Flash right now?
But this has happened twice. Derry has been caught out by the Way of the Dragon twice. In both sides.
Adamir zapping out, Zaman Force bursting out CS, lots of AoE damage, GodZilla coming down for the count, Adamir getting chased down by Closer, but unable to gap close at all, KurTzy Adamir, and also Hadess reinforced. Now the mid lane fight will be forgotten, the turret forgotten right here, they're gonna go for the Lord instead.
Yeah, Flash will not be denied here. They want more. Closer's falling a bit low as well.
Eternal Guards, Zaman Force going up again. It's a very low cooldown. Closer taking the brunt of the damage. And Brayyy unable to actually step forward. It's going to be Diablo and Hadess taking the Lord away from RSG.
Look, I mean, these fights are so close, and this is also why the Harif has 100% pick and ban rate.
Yeah.
He's able to do so much damage with that 2-item power spike.
Yep, and a synergy coming in from KurTzy, only stealing the Eternal Guard. That is a free shield and tank for you. Wow, you know, enemy just goes ham.
Yeah, I mean, the Vexana was picked after the Valentina, right? So RSG must have known that they must have been, I guess, comfortable or confident enough the Vexana pick to say, hey, look, yeah, you have a Valentina, but it's fine. We can play the Vexana, right? But it seems like this is biting them in the butt a little bit, hey?
Right now, both teams playing heavy during the bottom lane. Lord's already marching up. Diablo goes in for the engage league. Dragon form. GodZilla reveals his location, and now the members of Team Flash just homes onto him, giving him his own internal guard right back at him. And then again, the bottom lane is also being pushed in, and now RSG getting separated. But hold on a second, Brayyy swallowing up one person. Hadess will be swallowed up, and the members of Team Flash has to bugger out of here. But the Lord is still rampaging. Derry will be still chasing closer, finding Hadess right there, just giving a bit of taste of the medicine back to Team Flash. But the Lord push and also the minute push, pushing up against RSG.
I mean, that is a falling star moon to determine the comeback for RSG. You know, every single time these huge fights come in, the goal lead is always coming from the other side. Flasher maybe getting punished.
So many seesaw movements right here. Now closer, stepping forward. KurTzy getting chunked down just a little bit more. JPL unable, and now RSG against all odds takes away one turret from Team Flash.
This is such a back and forth match, but this is also the type of match I expected from these two teams. I am so excited that this is the first match of the day. Well, excited and also, like, you know, a little not disappointed, but scared to see what's to come for the rest of the day.
I need to go back and edit my power rankings.
RSG is looking so good and so different from week one. The practice and the scrims that you must have done between these 2 weeks must have been absolutely immense. Either that, or they knew that they were facing Team Flash and they were like, hey, look, we need to practice with this.
Yeah, there are certain it's like when you're better at additional mathematics as compared to general math, right? Asterisk was that general math. RSG going up against Team Flash. Team Flash is the add math. Feels like RSG is building towards countering Team Flash and JPL fighting Brayyy getting called out. That's not a very good idea from the side of RSG, but the members from the side of RSG joining the fight. Diablo splitting them up. He's taking a lot of damage. Adamir set forward, so much damage. on the Harif, finds CS, finds Brayyy, and next gonna be closer, but the Holy Baptism coming in just a little bit inching forward away. But what is Team Flash fighting for right here?
I mean, they are fighting definitely for the Lord. This is a horrible time for RSG to get caught out. It's just 10 seconds left, and there's still at least 20 seconds on the dev timers as well. RSG have picked a very wrong time to get caught out.
Yeah, look, this is gonna be a free. Look, I'm probably gonna curse it again, but it's gonna be a free Lord coming in for Team Flash.
Oh, you gotta stop talking about about taking free objectives.
Exactly. But look, the Harif is just gonna burst it down with the Xavier Force and the Chrono Dashes. It's absolutely insane. Harif is broken. Harif is 100% picked and banned for a reason, and Adamir is looking so good on it.
Well, it's a bit difficult, right? Because for CS, he is able to dish out the damage at this point. But the big thing is, who is going to allow him to bring that positioning in, right? Brayyy can't really go in because he gets chunked down immediately. Let's take a look at the items as well. The main difference here is that Necklace of Durance coming out from KurTzy with the Shadow Strike Arcane Shade combination. He gets everyone, so nobody gets the perfect heals coming out from Brayyy.
Yeah, and look, it's such a good itemization coming out from KurTzy, right? Like, the Necklace of Durance is essential. Not only that, it also stops the Esmeralda.
Yeah, that's right. And now Harif has the concentrated energy. Yes, it's been nerfed for a little bit, but the lifesteal is going to be so paramount to the way that Flash has been winning.
Something going good for the side of RSG is that the waves are not synced up, so they are able to defend, but they're going to lose most of their outer extremities.
Well, Petrify available on Diablo. This next fight is going to be a big one if Diablo gets a nice Furious dive into the Petrify as well.
Yeah, look, this next fight is going to be paramount for RSG, and they're definitely not out of the game just yet.
Brayyy getting caught out once again, and so much chunked down, and now you are losing your front line. Diablo creating space, just separating RSG, just splitting that team fight apart.
Yeah, and Closer can't do anything at this point. He's not strong enough to take on all 5 members here. There's going to be 3 turrets structural damage for the side of Flash.
Bottom lane turret already taken away by the Lord. CS managed to burst down, try to limit the damage just a little bit more. Trying to go to Rotator all the way to top side to defend. 2 turrets left for the side of RSG.
CS needs the perfect interference, but it's not going to be happening anytime soon. JPL,
but no, he's actually going to get chunked down, but at the same time, Adamir will be able to burst down the mid lane turret with the help of the Summon Force.
Yeah, look, Team Flash is so low, right? RSG is still looking like there's still a sliver of hope. The fights are close, all right? And
like the Purifies, right? They don't even have the chance to use it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just getting picked off and burnt off, right? Brayyy is actually the one that's being caught a lot in these team fights.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising, right? When you see a Diablo Petrify, you're expecting, hey, Diablo, he's going to jump into the back lines, try to get rid of all of them, which is why there are 3 Petrifies. But they don't. They use it on Brayyy instead. And, you know, your Purify is essentially wasted. Who else are going to use it for?
Yeah, exactly. I think they were so scared of Diablo's Petrify, and you know they used the Purify for that. But the thing is that with Diablo using his Petrify on Brayyy, and Brayyy is just not in an ideal position. I think he's good trying to pick off people and trying to get these picks, but he's getting picked off by instead.
I mean, JPL slipping and sliding. He is the bane of existence for GodZilla. There has not been a Deathly Grass catch yet coming out from GodZilla onto JPL at all this entire game.
Yeah, JPL is just being a little bit annoying, a little bit slimy, but in the best possible way.
Daytona's welcome now stolen by KurTzy. Maybe a different style of gameplay and positioning coming in from Flash.
Yeah, I think the steal is actually perfect, right? If you manage to get onto the Zan, it's game over. It's game over for RSG. There's a little bit of a lore dance happening right now, but Team Flash has the map.
Where's advantage. Wait, where did JPL come from? That's a kick. Buying some time. RSG SG overreacted right there.
JPL really just slipping and sliding out of the lanes. Man is being annoying.
Yep, Diablo looking for the dive here. He actually took Winter Truncheon, so I'm expecting him to do a very dangerous Furious dive into the middle of 5.
At the same time, Martis, Hadess is already chunking down, working on the Lord already. RSG just rotating S5, one massive death ball, but unable to snowball onto Team Flash. Diablo throwing the Black Dragon form to also kind of zone the members up, and now the Lord is just going to be given away by the side of Hadess. No contest coming up from RSG.
Yep, they're left with just one tower on the top lane. That's a tier 3 left before it is Mega Minions for the side of Team Flash. RSG, I'm not sure how they're supposed to come back into this. CSG has a lot of damage at this point, but nobody's able to get Flash into one straight trajectory for his interference, for his entropy to, be put at maximum output.
All right, so hear me out, right? If RSG is able to chain their ultimates, right? You have the Vixana ult, right? You have the Eternal Guard. You have Esmeralda.
Falling Star Moon.
For Star Moon, alright? So if you're able to just CC lock them, because if you notice on Team Flash's side, right, they usually group in 2 or pairs of 2 or 3, right? If you're able to catch them, maybe CS will be able to do something about that.
Eternal Guard, someone already. It's also going to be CS throwing out the ultimate, but it's going to be somebody from the side of Team Flash already swallowed up. Diablo clearing out the top side right here. It's going to be Flash clashing right underneath. They're trying to look for the end right here, but they're running out on health bars already. 2 members side of RSG already going down. The core taking a little bit of damage. Closer going down next. Anime picking up a double kill. Team Flash takes game number 1.
And this time Hadess cleans it up with the Martis, showing some shade all the way to Brayyy.
This is such a good match 1.
I see what you did there, kid. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
This is a big disrespect. I'm sorry we're cutting you, but this is
fine.
memories for us. There are reasons why Team Flash has picked up this composition. There are reasons why Hadess has the Martis in hand, even though he is technically, majority a assassin meta style jungler.
And the Frederick got banned by RSG.
Yes,
They ain't taking any chances right here, Kwa.
Yeah, no, so for an uneducated soul like me, explain what is with this Martis pick?
Okay, so okay, you know what? I apologize. We apologize to Brayyy for for the PTSD, but this is what happened in season 6, right? So Brayyy was supposed to kill off the game with the Martis as well. He made a slight mistake that costed them that particular game itself. But this time, Hadess returns the favor and shows him how it's done, right? Ooh. So he was left with a sliver of health as well. And I think this is multi-layered wins across the board for Team Flash. But once again, guys, this is just game 1. RSG has shown a brilliance. Now, the big question is, what is the MVP play? Who is the MVP of the team?
JPL.
JPL is back, guys. I'm sorry, JPL in between seasons, especially last season already, I started questioning about whether he's still in his prime. But now, he's really back into his prime. He's really coming back, especially as the JPL Cho.
Let's see whether we are correct.
Right? Are we right?
JPL. Yes, it is. Now, there's a huge reason why JPL is the MVP. Do you know how many times he has got right in front of the Daytona's Welcome to get eaten up for the team?
He only died once?
He was eaten up at least 7 or 8 times in this entire game. Not only does he not die, he gets the usage of all the skills from the side of RSG, and that allows Flash to come in, go ham, do whatever they want.
Yeah, look, and the way that he's built is so smart, right? He's just built a super magic defense build, right? And because there's just so much damage coming off the Natan as well, I think it was definitely the right build. And if you notice, his emblem choices as well, he just went heavily into movement speed. JPL was able to just move around the maps, navigate, and control the game with his roam position.
Well, let's take a look at the itemization here. I mean, right off the bat, right, the goal laners, pretty much even in terms of farm, but the big thing is Adamir had so much more space, so much more room to work with. The whole team was able to open up the map, get into perfect positions, and CS was just not having it.
You know what's the difference? Harith can move around by himself, right?
Yep.
He doesn't need to depend on a team to secure, I guess, positionings for him. But Natan, on the other hand, he's super immobile, right? So Natan had to depend on his team, and unfortunately, his team wasn't able to do anything.
Yep, and GodZilla didn't have a lot of options for attack basis items. He had to go super defensive as well. Let's take a look at the emblems. Like you mentioned, right, the movement coming in from this Harith and JPL as well. He took Blessing of the Wilderness. He actually gets the movement speed all across the map as well. And he added in with the Concussive Blast, not only damaging them as he jumped in, he also allowed the defensive measure for everyone to throw ultimates and skills onto him. So he was the sponge. He soaked everything up.
Yeah, look,
and only died once.
Yes, 019, my goodness.
It's an incredible JPL throw that we've seen, and I'm so happy to see that as well. The Concussive Blast was definitely, I think, not only for soaking up damage, but also to push the lane so that he's able to move around further, right? He's able to dictate the pace of the game, I think, coming out from Team Flash's side, and it's so smart. But do you see what majority of the teams are playing, though?
Well, I just want to highlight one more thing, which is the focusing mark from Brayyy. That would have made a big difference, but he kept getting picked off early in the fights, so there was no extra 6% for the team fights to go in favor of RSG as well.
Yo, Kin, Hua, gonna have to take a look. The damage dealt. In fact, it is RSG doing more damage. Wait, what?
Interesting.
Yeah. So which means that RSG SG does have the damage in CS, in GodZilla, and even to a certain extent Brayyy, right? But are unable to finish off the team fights, because if you notice how Team Flash always get away with a single dot all the time. They know how to balance and basically spread all the damage, right? That's what we call a... Okay, I'm not gonna say that on stream. I mean, I'm just wondering, is it, are they really balancing it properly, or is it just luck? Because I mean, literally, what, 6 out of 6 team fights? No, they come out with like a dot of HP, man. I'm gonna tell you this, in MLBB, there's no such thing as luck. It's all about skill. It's all about how you can balance out all the damage all across the board.
Yeah. So you can definitely see how this whole composition works, right? We have best wingman, 15 assists, KurTzy, so many Eternal Guardians being used by this fake Vexana going in, you know, for JPL as well. Hadess and Adamant, their job was to just go in and clean up shop, right? It was just Zaman Force with the Chrono Dash and along with the Fissure as well. Easy pickings. Hadess, all he had to do was, wait guys, let me do the final decimation. Okay, let's continue on the journey as well. So yeah, insane by Team Flash.
Yeah. And if you notice how, you know, Team Flash later on, you will be able to see the MVP highlights where you get to see how this whole game evolved all the way down. It's all about JPL. We gotta have to take a look at JPL, how he's pathing.
This whole game, you know, they made so much trouble for Brayyy. He couldn't get a lot of his skills off. The first fight was great, but once again, Brayyy keeps getting picked off. And this is done by, number one, the rotation of JPL. At the same time, secondarily, the help by KurTzy, and, you know, the snowball potential. When you have Amaris on team, there's no way they're gonna lose a game of such stature here. Enemy on the backlines as well, making sure he makes good work of what JPL's offered. JPL here gets eaten up, jumps out, doesn't even lose his life at this point, and everything has been expended.
Yeah, so you know what else actually I noticed that JPL has been doing in these fights? He's not only been very, I think, instrumental in general team fights, but he's also really good at picking out Brayyy.
Oh yes.
Early game, Brayyy was getting kicked by the way of the dragon into his own team, and I think JPL just played Cho so well. That's a masterclass in Cho.
Target prioritization, actually, if you notice, JPL always kicked 2 people. Either the Brayyy or Brayyy. Because everybody else has Purify, except for these 2.
Okay, so we speak Chinese as well, right? Another way you can pronounce Cho is to say that it's smelly, right? So like this guy is extremely smelly, but you know what? We want some nice smelling stuff. We want something nice in our tummies as well to get our day started. Flash had a great day. RSG needs a better day.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about spicy matches, right? So the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all the MPL Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. But that's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad. Go on, smash your hungers. I will
Daytona welcome the whole McDonald's if they allow me.
You're not the only one.
I will Daytona welcome all of it. McCrispy, everything, man. I grew up in McDonald's. They have been my comfort food since I was a kid. You know, when you're young, your mom brings you to the dentist, and just so happened there's another McDonald's shop right beside it. So every teeth I had plucked out when I was a kid, I get the McDonald's.
All right. Enough about your childhood dreams, enough about your childhood memories. We want to hear more from Professor Churras. On to you, my friend.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another episode of Off the Desk, where we instill to you guys some knowledge. There's another quote from Jay's right there. This is a very, very interesting game, not only because of the fact that, you know, this is a rematch of last season, Season 6 Grand Finals, but also how the Filipino meta has really seeped into Singapore, and whether or not Diablo, he came out of RSG, and RSG has a lot of big shoes to fill. And this is one of the things that I really want to talk about today. The fact that Diablo always has his target prioritization. Well, look at this clip right here. JPL wants to win this push because he knows that Brayyy is going to be walking down this path, and that is one of the main things that will be seeing later on in the team fight clashes. Take a look at where Brayyy is on the map as well. So I'm gonna let this clip play on just for a little bit. Oh, actually, there's a little bit of a issue right there. But on the bottom line though, there is a lot of issues with Closer. Whether he is able to engage in that fight, they don't have that that composition around it. They know that they want to protect CS. But the fact of the matter is, once Brayyy gets caught out, Brayyy is there to support Brayyy, and then you got that back three just protecting CS, where Closer should be one of the secondary engages throughout any of these fights. But yeah, there is a little bit of issues with the teller right here. But here's a question for the casters though. Is this the end of RSG without Diablo? Over to you, casters.
Alright, look, I don't believe it's over. That match was so damn close.
Yep.
Right? I think at any given time, RSG could have taken over the game.
Yep.
Yeah, if they just needed to just clean up house, right? There was literally, what, 3, 4, 5, 6 fights?
Unfortunately, you know what the feeling I'm getting from the side of RSG? They've been cleaning up. They have applied bleach, Clorox, everything, right? They clean it up. It's sparkling clean. You're opening your house, inviting friends in. Then you suddenly see one cockroach coming over, and that's Team Flash.
Well, they were known as the zombie team, right? Team Frankenstein. But
Yeah,
I think
back in the season.
RSG, they are pretty close. Let's be honest about it. I don't
Yeah.
think RSG lost this match in a way that they were floored. They were losing at critical moments, and that kind of led them towards the downfall of the first game. So I think we should all be prepared for RSG to come back even stronger.
The
in
resurgence.
Game 2. Yes, exactly, the resurgence for it. But it all comes down to the draft. So we had to see whether RSG can come up with a better draft, because I think they have been outdrafted in the first game. It really comes down to, at this point, can they not only get a perfect draft, but get the perfect execution as well?
I personally feel, Kin, right, as we take a look at the draft recap, right? If you see how RSG is actually RSG's draft, I think it's flipped. RSG's draft is meant to target onto Adamir, but Adamir went around uncontested. Maybe personally, they could have been tunnel vision too much onto countering this Harif. On paper, it looks good. On execution-wise, they almost get it. So I don't really think it's a draft issue. You can see halfway through the game, RSG has shown signs they hesitated once again.
So I think that's the confidence, right?
Yeah.
So I think what RSG was lacking slightly was just a confidence meter. If they just went a little bit more ham, if they just committed a little bit more to targets, right, they would have been able to close out those fights. Once again, I actually agree with what Jason said, right? I think the draft looks sound, right? I think the draft looks really, really sound in terms of countering the Harif. Right? We all can agree, okay, 100% pick ban rate. Harif is a problem, right? And I think this could be the solution, but it's an executional error.
Okay, I'm gonna
Two versus one.
I'm gonna be the
Democracy.
bigger guy here. I'm going to have maturity in this case, but
Maturity.
let me maybe just point out something.
Wow.
Right, for Closer to jump
Sorry,
into the
Daddy.
back lines of Flash, right, as well as for Brayyy to go in with the Daytona's welcome. Who is gonna protect Brayyy? Who's gonna protect CS? Who's gonna protect Mr. GodZilla? Right, there's no protection. So I don't see how that is going to work out in that particular draft, especially when you have people on the side of Team Flash that have so much die.
I like the fact that you asked the question, who's going to protect the Roman when the Roman is supposed to protect the team,
Exactly,
right?
so you get my point. You have proven my point.
Unfortunately, that's giving me like My Hero Academia kind of flashbacks.
Well, look, enough about discussion about what they're going to do in draft, boys. We've gone straight into the draft, and straight up, Team Flash has banned out that Harif that was such a problem that they utilized so well in Game 1.
Well, this time it is the second game, so let's see what they have on board. This time they're going to take away the Roger and Loyi. Loyi, of course, one of the specialties of the pincer play, right? Getting in between the teammates of the opponent team. So that's not going to be in play for the side of RSG or Team Flash. And now Team Flash, I think they've recognized that GodZilla doing a very good job on this Kadita as well. Going to take that out of the picture. And now we're going to have an honest square box fight between the goal lane. There is no Harif, no Roger.
Square box, and then immediately I thought about Eve that KurTzy brought up.
Yes.
I was playing Eve last night. Actually, quite fun.
Yeah?
It's actually quite fun.
Fair enough.
There's a bit of a rework on her just a little bit because now you don't really have that pinpoint damage already. Now it's spread across the board. Yes, in a sense, you become a CC bot once again. Yes, your Void Crystal got slowed just a little bit, but I'm feeling it because KurTzy did pull out a Yves last week.
So what you're telling me is that Yves is gonna get picked.
There is a chance. There is a chance. But at this point, you know, we are going to be looking at the third ban, which is going to be the Angela. But more importantly, wow, Diablo just told everyone to go home and have an early rest.
No, I don't think it's telling everybody. I think it's RSG. They woke up early. And Team Flash is just, Diablo is just letting on the spice. I love it when, you know, these players, whenever I interview them, right, they never throw spice. But hey, behind the keyboard, they're actually quite spicy.
I mean, look, everyone's a keyboard warrior, right? At one point in time. So on Team Flash's side, we see that the last ban for the first ban phase is the Fredrin, right? I actually think just now your question was who is going to be good in place of the Barats, and I think actually Fredrin would have been a good solution to the problem that they had just now. And once again, we see RSG actually prioritizing the Natan over everything else.
It works, right? It works. Natan works. But the thing is, you need to make sure that there is an opening and entry point, and that, you know, CS at this point is safe, which they couldn't achieve in game 1. So at this point, Flash, same thing. Right now, they're going to go into a death ball mode. They have a Varas, they have a Valentina. Right now, that's a very smart pick for them because it is a counterplay pick. Whatever you want, sure, let's just deal with the IMU as well. So let's see what we have on board. Potential ultimates to be stolen, the last Insanity, as well as the Nether Realm. So right now, it's all about creating protection for the side of CS.
And Faramis gets through. That was the other hero that I was actually thinking that would help with the RSG lineup. And Faramis is so strong with NetherRealm, right? It prevents your teammates from dying as long as they're within the zone, rather than they die with their first life and then they come back after a brief moment of, well, I guess, silence. But X-Borg is also going to be so good into this lineup. They're able to just do so much damage and be so annoying. I'm not sure whether this is going in the hands of Brayyy or closer though.
I would think that it is actually going to be the jungler for Brayyy. He likes to play very aggressively as the frontliner as well. So it's something that fits his playstyle. Right now we are going to go into the Bruno, someone we have not seen for a little while, right, in MPL SG as well. So this is something that I think very sure Adamir is very comfortable playing. Now the big thing is, how does that work out in the laning phase? Bruno actually, in my opinion, smashes Natan quite hard.
I think Team Flash is throwing a lot of shade and disrespect over the RSG. Game 1, they picked the Marcus, showing Brayyy, tutoring Brayyy right there, asking you to sit down, and now Team Flash showing off the Bruno, which is Adamir. By the way, Bruno is Vanix's signature pick. And Adamir is like, yeah, I'm Vanix. I'm cosplaying Vanix right now. I'm picking Bruno. I don't care.
Bruno has so much early game damage, right? He has got so much early game damage, and Natan is not an early game hero. Natan scales harder as long as the game goes on, right? And the thing is that Bruno, I think, is just going to be able to poke out Natan. Natan needs, or CS needs to be really, need to space extremely well and be able to, you know, to do all the last hits without taking too much damage from Bruno.
Yep, RSG's lineup just needs to buy a little bit more time because in this case, you know, a mage-styled gold laner going up against a Bruno, Wind of Nature doesn't really work on the hands of Bruno already against a Natan. So Natan definitely needs to just have a little bit more time to get the damage in against Adamir. Now, the thing is, they are taking out the healers from the side of Team Flash. They don't want to deal with the Florian. Now they're going to be banning out the Matilda coming out from the side of RSG. They're already having problems dealing with a Bruno who has a slight tackle to kind of maneuver around. Yeah, Matilda is going to be a problem if it goes into the hands on the side of Team Flash as well.
Yeah, for sure. Matilda, once again, the roam pool actually being pinched out extremely heavily on both sides. I think a good healer on either teams would be extremely detrimental to the other. So extremely smart bans, I think, coming up from both teams. Now, all eyes on the last ban from Team Flash's side. Who do you guys think is going to be a good ban coming out from Team Flash?
Yep, exactly. That's a good one. So there's a reason for that, because you don't want to allow them to kind of displace and hold on to your Bruno for as long as possible, right? That Divine Judgment is going to quite hurt the lineup of Team Flash. Not only does it hurt Adamir, it hurts KurTzy as well. If Valentina does not get off the perfect IMU, in this case, probably going to be using the NetherRealm Steel as well, right? So as long as that option is taken out, they won't be able to match up to the time that is bought by the lineup of RSG.
RSG needs to ban away the troll. Troll is something that, you know, the Faramis doesn't want to deal with. You can kick the Faramis Netherrealm away, and then after that, you know, you just deny the second life already.
But there's plenty of other options. There's the Atlas, there's a Tigro.
There's a Grok.
Exactly, so there's a lot of catch potential coming up from Team Flash. So I like the way they have drafted. They have left themselves with so many different options. And I think this is I'm not sure. I mean, yes, I'm scared of the Hadess fanning as well, but is that the prio ban here? That's the big question from the side of RSG.
And we have a Minotaur. Minotaur's gonna just have so much CC around. And you know, with
oh wow, we're putting Lozy right there. he wasn't even playing, and we're actually out back on stream. And the most important thing that we have to look at is you know, how dark this place is, especially for the side of I don't know how Minotaur is gonna be used against the Faramis circle.
Yeah, we see actually Brayyy looking extremely concerned. He's got his notebook out.
Yeah, of course.
He's the standing coach, right? He's the one trying to figure out what to pick and ban and well, maintaining the drafting phase for Team RSG side.
Yeah, you know, usually as a player, you just sit back, enjoy. A coach tell you what to pick. You don't need to think. And now Brayyy, so much pressure onto this young kid, right? He needs to redeem himself, and now he's to stand in as a coach to draft, and now is this the best in slot for the side of RSG SG?
Yeah, I think, you know, Grok, as you mentioned earlier, right? Grok is a really, really good pick, I think, in general. But in this lineup against Team Flash, it's a bit questionable. You know, we were talking about potential bans for RSG's side, and RSG's side for the last ban, and Grok is definitely going to be annoying. But Yuzong, good pick, I think.
Well, at this point, I think pretty decent from the side of RSG. There is quite a lot of health bars to melt through, so Bruno might not be able to melt them down in time. And, you know, adding on with the fact that they are going a little bit more defensive with the Minotaur pick as well, we have to see it really comes down.
Badang from the side of Diablo. Wow, we forgot about it.
I was talking about not enough damage to melt down the health bars. Here we go. We have a Badang as well, adding on to the fray of what we have with the Bruno on the side of Team Flash. So not only does they do they offer damage, Badang offers so much relocation, different angles of entry as well.
Badang's debut pick in MPL SG Season 7. I think it is incredible to see. I think he's going to go in the hands of Diablo, and
definitely
I'm excited to see what he can do with this.
Dude, back then he was told like he could only play two heroes, Kalina and Badang, and in between season he was saying, okay, you know what, I'm going to play a little bit more meta, you know. But then again, you see a Badang coming out from Team Flash in week 2.
But this is such a good pick. Badang is such a good pick into RSG's lineup. You talk about the relocation, you talk about the damage that Badang is able to deal, and in the hands of Diablo, he's definitely going to do a lot of damage.
And they are going to be a lovely death ball as well, because they have, I'm pretty sure the Minotaur is going to go for the Boots of Favor. Not only that, with the Motivational Roar, there's a lot of heals coming in from the side of Team Flash. So RSG, they need to get the perfect early game of their life here.
Yep, so without further ado, Game 2 from day 1. MPL SG Season 7. Team Flash once again against RSG SG. This is the match to watch, guys.
Yeah, I feel like Diablo is going to steal the show right here with the Badang. Especially when you go in the Netherrealm, everybody's stuck together. Hey, it's easy stonks for the side of Badang.
But we're going to see the first itemization, right? Gold lane, I think I'm really interested to see how fast Adamir can complete that Heart's Claws. That's going to be a main core item that he's going to try and acquire before he actually kind of smashes the lane. So he is on a certain timer as well, because once CS gets his farm up, it's pretty hard to go one-on-one.
Yep. Yeah. Usually you have a better gold lane matchup against a Natan. Natan was usually one try to farm up, but then, you know, you have a Bruno. It's meant to bully in lane.
Yeah, Bruno is such a lane bully, you know, as mentioned. As you can see, the positioning, right, coming out from Adamir is really, really important. He's playing super offensively. He's pushing the Tan. He's trying to get the Tan out of range in terms of just not being able to farm properly, right? And we can see that very effectively coming out from Flash.
Yep, and JPL coming in is really just to give the motivational roar, right? So not having the morale for the team is great, but the heals are even better here. So he's going to be able to match up against CS quite comfortably in the lane. Oh, top lane, we might see one dive though.
No, I think we are. Yeah, do you have something
Yep.
right?
No, there'll be going to be Diablo jumping in closer, a little bit low right here. GodZilla just putting out the damage. No kills for now, but Team Flash right here hopefully burns something. Yes, that's a Petrify burn away.
So pretty even in terms of levels. Hadess is the only 1-4 on the side of Team Flash, as well as Brayyy. So counterparts pretty even so far.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a turtle skirmish coming from both sides, both jungles, but Diablo is able to reach the turtle first, and I think RSG should have no say in this turtle.
Oh, it's gonna be Brayyy getting called out. No more Firaga armor for the side of Brayyy right here, but still does have the retribution. Is closer jumping in with the Black Dragon form. Derry, then the realm already committed by the side of KurTzy, providing the cover, but the turtle completely forgotten.
Yeah, like I said, I think RSG has no say in this fight. They should actually just back up, but we see closer.
Yeah, Diablo going in, picking up closer as the first blood. A little bit too slow for the side of GodZilla with the nether realm, and now it's going to be the turtle giving away to the side, but no! Brayyy with the spin, the lost insanity to zone, and the retribution to steal away the turtle from Team Flash, but they're going to have to pay for it, and it is going to be Team Flash that will pay the price.
You can't knock them down. RSG, really staying true to the name of Resurgence here. They make it back out. Not only do they get the kills, they get the steals as well.
Worth it! Holy cow! I was just gonna count. I was just gonna count RSG out. I was like, oh man, shaking my head, and then just a beautiful steal coming in from Brayyy.
Kwa, I would have to tell you, never celebrate early.
Yeah, I mean, look, weren't we literally talking about this, right? We were talking about how effective I think X-Borg can be as a jungler, right? You have the last insanity to zone out, I think people, to zone out the enemy team, and you have the additional burst coming out from both the last insanity and the retribution to the turtle. So, Brayyy showing us why he's one of the better junglers in MPL SG.
Yep, that's one of the benefits as well. I mean, I just want to highlight JPL actually made a huge play in the midst of that as well. He actually stopped GodZilla from getting the Nether Realm onto his EXP lane.
Gonna be JPL knocking out 4 members. Adamir outputting damage, buying some time for him to get on the way. KurTzy outputting damage from the back line, but look at where Team Flash is. They're not playing heavily down bot, they're looking up top.
Yep, actually, RSG is still holding on to the lead pretty well, and just as I say that, you can't really compliment Singaporeans here. They always falter after that compliment.
Yeah, look, it's the Asian in us, right? When you compliment, immediately we have to prove why we don't deserve that compliment. But I think getting one kill up in the top 4 in exchange for the additional pressure at the bot lane, I think that's actually a pretty smart play coming up from RSG's side. Except I think Closer just got caught out a little bit from there.
Yep, there are some merits here. Right now, it is about the control they can get. If they get that perfect Daytona's welcome, it could be disastrous for the side of RSG 2 seconds before the turtle spawns. But Diablo is pretty low as well. I don't think they can take a full fight here.
Yeah, look, but I think both teams are definitely bloodthirsty, and they're definitely going to compete and contest for this turtle. But it seems like they're just going to be dancing around the turtle a little bit amongst each other.
Yep. Slow dancing around the turtle pit right here. JPL stepping forward, knocking up Brayyy, but then again goes into the last insanity, trying to look for the burst. KurTzy popping the nether around. GodZilla doing the same. Koza looking for the back line, and it's going to be KurTzy taking down for the count at the same time. JPL, no, Badang going in, but coming in, joining the last team by the last fight, but the stun doesn't land. Koza knocking up Diablo. GodZilla outputting damage onto Diablo. Brayyy, free turtle over the side of RSG.
RSG, they come back and they ask Flash, who are you? Because RSG is here to play. This is the RSG we wanted in Game 1, and now finally they're here to show it. Brayyy just giving a masterclass on this Xbox jungle.
I mean, no, not only just Game 1, I wanted this in Week 1. Where was this RSG in Week 1? And just like that,
yeah.
JPL dies! It's a solo kill from Brayyy! Brayy's like, oh, you wanna stick around? Okay, well, look, I'm just gonna kill you.
Yep, and this 3,000 gold lead is going to be a very monstrous lead, because right now it's not just the gold, it's also the levels, which means right now CS actually has a huge advantage over this gold lane and probably the entire game as well. He will be able to get so much space to just go ham with the interference and entropy as well.
Oh, big damage, big ultimate coming in. Brayyy still does have the Firaga armor, gets away back to safely, but CS all the way down the mid lane, picks up a double kill onto JPL and KurTzy.
What happened in mid?
They woke up. They have heads. They woke up, they realized they have fists, and now it's going to be closer. Gap closing right here. Daytona's welcome, solo and spinning. Brayyy all the way back up. Diablo coming in, building a wall, but the damage doesn't land. Closer, picking up a double kill, following the CS. It's the revenge of the substitutes of RSG. And Brayyy will be kicking down closer. No, this time around, no way for them to run. Shut down, given overside of Team Flash, but it's going to be KurTzy in the big dragon form going in to follow on the pursuit. Firaga armor still have last insanity. Pop doesn't tag onto anybody. JPL looking a little bit low, gets dragged by GodZilla. Brayyy killing spree, a massive fight for Team Flash and RSG, and Team Flash taking down for the count. It's not over yet. No, KurTzy going down once again. What's going on from Team Flash? Why are they playing like this?
It's so scrappy.
Yeah, they can't help it. They can't help it. This is the strength of the RSG lineup. And now Brayyy has actually gotten the brute force breastplate. If he wasn't hurting before, he's definitely going to be giving them a lot of pain. If you take a look at the itemization, it's just 2 main core items, right? Brute force breastplate along with the War X. But there's a lot of true damage that Brayy's bringing to the fight. Not only is he survivable, he is also extremely painful. And that opens a lot of room for CS as well as closer to get the perfect jump timings.
Yeah, look, Brayyy with his last insanity is going to open up so much space, I think, as you mentioned, for CS. CS is going to... This is the problem that they needed to solve in Game 1. Game 1, CS did not have space. Game 2, now everyone's going to be scared of Brayyy. And everyone's going to be focused on Brayyy and running away from his last insanity. CS has the room and the time to maneuver around.
And if you take a look at it, RSG are always fighting, forcing fights in the jungle. This is the home ground of Mr. Diablo. He loves the jungle pits because that is going to make perfect sense for the Guardian Barrier to lock everyone in.
Yeah, can you imagine Guardian Barrier together with the
Okay,
last
Flicker
insanity?
already committed right here. GodZilla pops into the realm. Diablo going a little bit low. The last insanity pops. Doesn't tag anybody but manages zone. Everybody from Team Flash back to base.
But that's the game plan. They just want the turrets. They don't care if they don't get the kills. The kills are a perk.
Yeah, look, RSG's just trying to speedrun this game 2 down. They are at a 5.4k gold lead in 8 minutes of the game. This is an incredible gold lead from RSG. Now, the question is, how are they going to close this up? What are their win conditions right now?
Surely you wouldn't squander this, right? Okay, in terms of win con, let me explain. Brayyy needs to get a good, nice last insanity onto maximum damage. So basically tag everybody out, use your fire to basically zone JPL, just burn every single bush that you can see. But hold on, Derry's actually going a little bit big. Brayyy come in, the last insanity, trying to tag, and JPL knocks everybody sky high. GodZilla coming in at the rail, providing so much cover beside RSG to run rampage in Team Flash's jungle.
I mean, it didn't look like much, but let me tell you something that Brayyy did that made the whole difference in that fight. He actually used his fire missiles to chase Diablo away. There was no counterplay. Diablo is known for making the counterplays, but he was not available in that fight, and RSG just smashed it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much damage coming out from RSG's side, right? We saw the combination, the marriage of the Grok in combination with the X-Borg for just damage over 9,000.
And where did it happen? It happened in the jungle. That is the birthplace of where Derry wants to be, and that's exactly where they got everyone into. And, you know, that made full sense for Brayyy to use that last insanity to lock everyone in.
Yep, currently looking for the lock fight right here. Derry taking all the damage, get terrified right here. JPL goes into the ultimate, knocking everybody sky high once again. GodZilla pops in Nether Realm, but where's the damage coming from? Adamir here kicking from the back line, but the Nether Realm already running in. Diablo coming in for the flag, busting out CS and Derry, and no more damage dealing for the side. RSG already, the Lord completely forgot the KurTzy popping in Nether Realm, but everybody is stuck. Adamir getting chunked down closer, will get chunked down. Brayyy, no more Firaga armor, will get knocked down by the mortality as well, being popped. And Brayyy, maybe would have found a fighting chance, lost his sanity just to zone, just to get away. But our Lord fight still ends with nothing.
He was trying to pull him in. I don't think GodZilla wants to do this. Ghostbusters might not be able to deal enough damage to kill both of them, so they have to give this up.
Yeah, look, that was an incredibly scrappy fight, but GodZilla's not scared at all.
Oh, Derry, that's also going to be a wall charge. Adamir trying to get on the way for the last insanity pop, tagging onto Adamir instead, getting bursted down. CS picking up that kill, Netherrealm from the side of GodZilla as well. So many massive resources used just to pick up 2 members from the side of Team Flash.
Oh, that power of nature was smart from Derry, making sure that he could survive it. But Diablo, he's looking for an entry point at this point.
Diablo looking for a flank once again. Hadess getting chunked down. CS doing so much damage. He's gonna get bursted down by CS, and now it's gonna be closer. Step
They don't know he's there.
Hold on a second. Diablo coming from Brayyy, just looking to deny the retry from RSG, but at what cost? RSG, free lord for them.
Wow. This is an incredible fight from RSG, and this is showcasing, I think, the prowess of what this team can do. The Lord has been taken from RSG's side, and now they're just going to be able to push out their lanes very, very comfortably. Brayyy is looking so comfortable on this Xborg, 5-1 and 13.
Yep, this is a huge win so far for the side of RSG. Yes, they have acquired close to a 5,000 goal lead. Let's take a look at what that has translated into the game so far. A lightning truncheon and a winter truncheon as well being built up by GodZilla. He has been paramount in the team fights as well, saving his netherrealms for the perfect timing. Not only that, he does have damage because of those ghost bursters. And you know, with the bounces as well, it hurts Team Flash so much.
Can I just say that CS has a 2.4k gold lead over Adamir? This is almost an entire item ahead for the side of the gold laners, right? And I think CS is able to finally showcase why he's given priority, I think, on this Natan.
Did he have the Wind of Nature already?
Not too
No,
sure.
I
for the
didn't see
side
that
of
window.
CS. Yeah, but then again, it's all about setting up this siege right here. GodZilla just spitting out the damage. Takes a lot of damage. Hadess just kicking out, but no! Gary getting chunked down. The netherrealm a little bit too short in order to clutch, and now KurTzy pops his own right here. Fear of God's Insanity goes in, burns everybody down for the side of Team Flash. Going in, Hadess and JPL already down for the kill. KurTzy falling next. Adamir at the same time. This could potentially be the white mount that RSG is looking for as they crack open mid lane.
There is no way they're giving up. In RSG, they show, they come back, they bite harder, and this is exactly what we told you at the end of Game 1. It is 1-1 now. RSG and Flash, a rematch for the century.
This Game 1, I told you, is the game to watch today. Once again, there's so much rivalries happening between RSG and Team Flash. And I have to say, this RSG, we hinted at it in Game 1. We said RSG looked a lot better from this week in comparison to last week. But this game brings them to another level.
Yeah, but now we ask the question, why the Badang? Badang looks good here on theory, but what happened to Diablo for this particular game?
I think he wanted to be able to cut and split team fights as well, right? You wanted to catch out GodZilla, force him to use the Netherrealm early. But the thing is, I think GodZilla's positioning in this game has been absolutely spectacular. Not only that, he offered a lot of damage. I'm not sure if you're going to see it. I'm just going to say it first. My MVP of this game is GodZilla.
Yeah.
The way he used the Ghost Bursters, the timing of his Netherrealms, and his positioning throughout the maps itself has been so clinical. It allowed RSG to come back into moments where the game was essentially gone at the start. They didn't have the best early game, let's be honest.
All right, I'm gonna contest that MVP position. I think MVP deserves, so Brayyy deserves the MVP here, right? Because Brayyy was able to just deal out so much damage, right? He was able to not only deal damage, but he was also able to gank the lanes properly. He was able to kind of allow RSG to navigate the early game, right? You mentioned early game was a bit iffy, but without Brayyy, there's no game.
We'll see who's correct in a couple of seconds. Right now, it's just, right here. It is going to be GodZilla. Guys, there's a reason why we are on the desk for so many seasons. You know, we have the experience as well.
Flex. Massive flex, kid.
So right now, it is 4-1
Why are you bullying the
19.
newcomer? Why are you bullying him?
These are the realities of life.
It's only his second week.
Yeah. But that's a big win, right? With the Lethal Ignition as well, and then Inspire, the cooldowns were not only good, it is also the burst damage that GodZilla offered, which actually changed a lot of the fights. And, extended team fights, that was what RSG was looking for. And that's why this Glowing Wand build, along with whatever, Lightning Truncheon with the Truncheon made a lot of sense because the fights were long. And not only that, he also complemented the damage and the tankability that Brayyy had. So I agree with you, Brayyy did a very good job. But besides the true damage, he not only forced Diablo away, he got that 4-man last Insanity, and that was the icing on the cake because all GodZilla had to do was to finish up the job with the Ghostbusters to get the damage in.
I feel like the fight has gone way too long as compared to what Team Flash expected, right? You've got so much survivability with on the Xborg, which can continuously do damage even though it seems like you're almost being able to kill him. Why would I know this? Because I'm running out of breath.
Well, look, I fully agree with you. I think GodZilla does deserve the MVP. I'm just saying that Brayyy could be an alternative person of choice, right? But as you can see, the item builds coming out from both teams are currently on the screen. We do see the one being built by CS eventually. Smart pick, to survive the damage that Adamir can put out with the Bruna.
Yep, so like we said, right, the early game is definitely going to be in the hands of Adamir because once he gets the hard scores, it's a little bit hard for CS to fight, at least until he gets the Feather of Heaven along with the Stalin Scythe. So until that moment, it was pretty tough for RSG to really get the proper engages against Team Flash. But once they achieved that particular power spike for CS, and I mean, take a look at it. GodZilla had a great game. Brayyy had an excellent game, and KurTzy, this time KurTzy, I want to just highlight him for a bit. He made very impressive dives across the map.
Yeah.
They allowed perfect positioning for Brayyy.
Finally, he's actually focusing on the target prioritization.
Finally pulling his weight and making sure that everyone from Flash is closer.
I see what you did there.
And of course, we talk about CS having the highest gold lead because he's been CSing.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you guys there before I dig my cut off my own ears. We're gonna take a look at the emblems real quick, and we can see. Ooh, CS, emblem of choice. What do you guys think?
Weakness Finder is really good because the Bruno's damage relies on heavy hits, right? If you basically slow down his attack speed, dude, his attack speed is already slow because of his passive. So you slow down a little bit more and also allows you to continuously chase. You spread the AoE damage all across the board, you spread Weakness Finder all across the board, hey, nobody can run for you.
Yeah, but I know we see usually the talents either playing Weakness Finder or the Quantum Charge. Right?
I prefer Weakness Finder because you're basically slowing the enemy down so that you can continuously chase. Yes, there's a lot of mobility for the Silent Nathan, but you really want to ensure that this guy gets slowed down to the fullest extent and you just unleash hell onto it.
Yeah, and we can see, I think Brayyy with the Brave Smite pick on the X-Borg is pretty standard, but we also wanted to see, he definitely picked that for the planned extended team fights. And we saw in the match that it was extremely scrappy. It was team fight after team fight after team fight after team fight. And it's definitely a great pick here.
I think Team Flash, they were expecting to have a lot of huge bursts, carry on the fight as well. The Master Assassin coming out from Adamir, they expected to go in, get the burst, continue with the heals, the Inspire being taken by JPL on the Minotaur. He wanted to provide as many motivational roars to complement, his Flask of Oasis and Favor as well, but just couldn't do it because of the amount of lead that RSG garnered for themselves. So right now, 1-1, I mean, what speaks out to you here in terms of the stats?
So in terms of the stats, we see Hadess 67k damage taken. I think that's unfortunately the sandbag of the game. But we wanted to point out GodZilla's 19 total assist count. Right? He had an 85% kill participation in a game of 27 kills. That is massive. Right, but I also want to point out on the side of RSG that you can see GodZilla and Brayyy pairing up together. The kill participation is 85% and 81%. So at almost every single point in the game, GodZilla was together with Brayyy.
Yeah, GodZilla is the kind of guy that you want to bring alongside when you go to the club.
I would like to request for a new stat. How many Guardian Barriers did Diablo throw in the jungle of Team Flash? Like, the amount of Guardian Barriers he threw into the jungle of Team Flash to kind of lock them in or block them out. Really impressive. I mean, okay, yes, it's a basic skill set you need as a Grok, but yeah, I would like to request for that.
Kid, very specific. Doesn't apply to all the heroes.
Yes.
Request denied.
Yeah, no, I think definitely the Grok was a really, really good pick, and we saw a lot of the team fights happening within the jungles, right? I think RSG did a really good job of baiting or inviting Team Flash into the jungle and being like, hey, look, we're going to pick these fights which are unfavorable for you, but we know that you need to come here. We're going to check that out and the highlights which are going to be shown coming up right now.
Yeah.
Right, so this was the perfect one. This started a comeback, right? Brayyy, with the survivability, got that steal in, and from this point, they never let go. And I think one of the things you would take a look at is the fact that the NetherRealms have always been on point. GodZilla not only getting the kills, he gets the support as well. And this really made Team Flash overcommit, right? Because every single time you think that, hey, Team Flash has got the fight, and suddenly the NetherRealm comes in, there's a lot of catch coming out from RSG, and suddenly you have been put in no man's land. You're caught out with your pants down.
Yeah, look, and something else which I actually saw GodZilla doing a lot is that he uses the Shadow Stampede in conjunction together with Rock's Knockup, right? That provides so much CC, and with that space and the timing that you see in a lot of these team fights, then Brayyy runs in with the last Insanity and just bursts the entire team down.
Yep, exactly. And it's always followed up by closer at this point, right? So the moment Brayyy chases someone away, specifically Diablo, he will then go in for maybe a 4-man last insanity, and closer just needs to follow up on the back lines.
Yeah, closer definitely was able to close things off this time around, and closer did really, really good job as well.
Okay, if I have $1 for every single closer joke that we make in this particular game, I have enough to buy a McCrispy.
Oh, really? I think we'll be closer to millionaires at this point.
How about an awesome chair?
Oh yeah, even closer. so in that case, I mean, we are very curious about how this game went down. Now, 1-1, man. What is the final expectation? I think maybe for me, I'll apologize to RSG. I didn't give too much respect. I chose a 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah.
Right? But hey, it is, you know, full respect. I think it is 1-1. This is a very fair and very convincing result of what it should be, right, between the two teams.
Yeah, massive turnaround, massive changes for the side of RSG. But don't forget, this is not Team Flash Final Form. They're not putting Vanix there.
True.
But look, guys, no matter what it is, I am so glad we have a third game of the first day, you know, of the series, right? And no one could ask for a better matchup to start us off with Team Flash and RSG. These two guys have been against each other since what, the time started?
Yeah, but you know, at this point, I think as we head on into the potential last, the last game of the series, let's do a short recap of what the draft looked like. I think this is something that will give us an insight for game number 3.
If you take a look at how, you know, Team Flash designed to draft this one, I think Diablo here try to prove something that, hey, I can still play it with the pedang. On paper, it looks really nice because you still have your ultimate that could basically lock everybody down for the side of RSG because they like to clump up in the Nether Realm. But if you see how RSG is doing, GodZilla is basically just providing Nether Realm to 1 or 2 people. It's not everybody because RSG is looking to dive. Most of their roster looks to dive onto Adamir or be it KurTzy as well. If they can pick up Hadess, great. Especially once CS start picking up all the damage. Look at how CS shred through Hadess, being the tank jungler of Team Flash.
I mean, if you take a look at the bans from the side of RSG, it's pretty clear. Okay, yes, hindsight bias, but it's pretty clear what they're looking at, right? They don't want to allow the backline access. They don't want the divers coming in, specifically with the Fanny, as well as the Luoyi and the Roger. But more importantly, they don't want the heals coming in, because if the healers were apparent and available for the side of Team Flash, slightly stronger heals than the Minoan, Minotaur.
The Minotaur heal,
yeah, a Minotaur heal with the motivational roar. The fight would have been a little different, right? Nether Realm might not have saved the day for the side of RSG.
Yeah, look, you know, we talked about just now game 1, Natan not being able to be protected. Game 2, on the other hand, Natan was well protected, and we see the power of Natan.
Oh, shield.
Look, dude, if you have Grok as your bodyguard, I'm not going to approach you, man. Grok just stomps on you, right?
Yep, I mean, they were literally caught between a rock and a hard place, so...
No, what's
sorry, this is the most... guys, I'm sorry, this is the most cringiest table, desk that you've probably seen, and you'll be stuck with us the rest of the day.
Well, look, okay, I think enough about bad jokes, right? I'm happy to say that this is Natan's first win of the of MPL SG Season 7, right? We've seen, I think, Natan being picked up quite a bit, and Natan's power spike is extremely high in the late game, right? We see teams struggling to close it up, right? But I think Grok, Faramis, Xborg, and as well the Yuzong is able to create so many pockets of protection, so much zone control. And I want to see this moving forward more from teams that pick Natan. Not just RSG, but any team picking Natan, they need to play this protective front line.
Oh, I can hear it from Drew. It's already protected president comp.
Oh, it is. We're gonna ban that line. There's no protected president in Season 7 right now. Yeah, but you know what? I just want to highlight. Let's take a look at the other side, right? Team Flash, they ban out the Fredrin. I really like the answer from Brayyy, or at least from the entirety of RSG, to say, hey, let's just take the Xbox. Because they know that Fredrin's a very tanky character, right? At the same time, the more damage he soaks in, the more painful his Appraiser's Wrath will be. So I really like the fact that, you know what? Yeah, sure, it looks like the doors are closed. We don't really have much to think about or options to pick from. But I like this season specifically because there's no set meta, right? There's a lot of options that teams have been pulling out, and I like the flexibility of this season. This shows which teams can be at the top. The more flexible, more adaptable you are, speaks true to my motto, which is true champions are always adaptable.
You know what, actually? You know what this tells me, actually? I think because we saw Brayyy, right, playing Xborg last week. Oh, yeah. We saw him popping off with Xborg last week.
That's a sanity pop,
Okay. He popped up for at least one game.
Literally popped off and died.
Okay, well, he had 2 games, right? I mean, he had 2 games of Xbox, I think, last week, and Xbox did extremely, and Xbox and Brayy's hand did extremely well, right? Not banning the Xbox and opting to ban out the Fredrin instead could be a little bit of disrespect being thrown towards Brayyy.
But is that worth a ban? There's a big
Yeah,
question, right?
I've got only 5 bans. The coach is, Losey is like, I'm gonna get 5 bans. What else do you want me to take away?
And like at this point, do you consider banning out the Nathan in game 3? Right, there's a big question. Now there's a lot of things they have to consider on the side.
Now
of
you're
Flash.
gonna have to waste 1 ban slot for the Nathan because CS is too comfortable on this hero already. You have to stop his momentum.
But then what ban are you gonna give up, man?
Yeah, exactly. So the bans are a massive resource that Team Flash is probably have to crack their heads right now. Do you want to face against CS Nathan right now, or do you want to really go ahead and ban it with an Xborg? Don't forget, in game number 1, they took away GodZilla's Faramis as well. So now you got so many heroes that you really need to think about. I'm looking forward to game number 3 already.
You know what I think Team Flash needs to give up? Kadita. We saw GodZilla do very well with Kadita, right? But if you look at it from a macro perspective, right, Kadita doesn't bring too much to the table in terms of team competition. If you ban out the Kadita, if you give the Kadita, you ban out the Natan, right? Then RSG has to completely change the game plan. Because if you keep banning out the Kadita, you let the Natan go, you're gonna have a repeat of game 2 potentially.
Nah, I think you ban the Kadita because Roy is really too good on the Kadita.
No, he is good.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. He's really good, right? But is it worth banning Kadita over the Natan?
It's like it's comfort pick, bruv.
Well, it's a decision for them to decide, right?
Yeah.
So at this point, I think
Yeah.
we should control things that we can control. So I'm gonna give up control of one thing, which is I'm gonna give up control of my predictions. I actually think Game 3 is going into the hands of RSG. And I know a lot of the the Flash Singapore fans, they've been making requests that, hey, can you turn off your caster? Because I'm so sorry, it looks like it's happening again today. And I just wanna.
Can I check your phone? Did RSG SG admin texted you or something?
Did you get like a pay now
didn't.
QR
Not
code?
yet. I'm not getting flamed by the RSG admin just yet, but you can't ignore, right? RSG, they have really strong resilience, and you can see with whatever that Brayyy has gone through, he has definitely become a much stronger, not just jungler, a much stronger person in general.
I agree, because immediately after the grand finals last season, yeah, Kadita gets banned away, and then immediately Xbox, why ban 1 when you can ban 2? But after last season, after that grand finals, I was talking to Brayyy, and I was telling him, like, look, all this challenges will actually help you grow.
We have the Natan, man. We have all 3.
So reactive. I don't like it. It's so reactive.
I don't know what Lalzi is cooking, but I need a serving of that. All right, because if they're so confident, I think in their bans, they're like, okay, look, let's take away RSG's main picks. Right, let's see what you can do now.
Oh, massive.
But the Angela falls through.
Quick, some massive drafting happening right here. Both these 2 teams going back and forth. Barat's with Angela combo is absolutely disgusting, especially when Barat's is almost unkillable. And now Team Flash, they have a Roger, right? Which means that they're going for that burst marksman. They don't really have a DPS.
Yeah, but burst, is it big enough to burst the members on the side of RSG? Now they have the Love Wave, they have the Hard Guard as well. And if he overdives on this Roger, he might get caught by a puppet on stick.
Yeah, he's gonna get punished the second he dives in. I think this is such a great play coming, not play, but a great pick coming up from the side of RSG. Angela and Barat is such a deadly duo. But we see Fanny coming out on the side of Team Flash.
Oh my god, Team Flash. RSG was Spider-Sense singling last game. Bans away the Fanny Team Flash, and now Hades brings it up.
I mean, this is all coming full circle, right? Lalzi coming from the side of RSG now brings the pain back as the coach on the side of Team Flash. And let's be honest here, the lineup from Team Flash, just from this first 3 picks, very scary. They have Fanny. If they get that early game advantage, it's going to be a horrible time for the side of RSG. Not just Dairy, but CS specifically. You're going to have to go up against a Roger now.
Hide your kids, hide your wives, hide your marksmen, man. There's no marksman is going to be safe from the side of Team Flash.
Oh my god, that's immediately what I was thinking about. Team Flash revealed the Fanny to already RSG SG. It's like, okay, a Moskov then.
The timing of the Spear of Misery is going to be pretty important from this Moskov.
Not only just that, yeah, just stunning down to Fanny when she's on the wall. It's free stun.
it's such a good counter pick, I think, coming out from RSG. Moskov is doing so much. He's able to burst down, well, the assassins that want to burst him down as well, right? Moskov is also able to reposition as well, if you noticed, right? Previously, he was, CS was playing a very highly immobile character in Natan, but I was very excited to see what he can do with the Moskov, where he's able to just blink all over the place.
Yep, exactly. I mean, the repositioning is going to be really important, but I'm still concerned in terms of like the burst damage they can offer, right? Sure, Moskov can burst people down, but is it fast enough to deal with a Yuzong who's going to be pretty tanky and to deal with the iframes coming out from the Lycan Pounce from Roger?
That is true, but I think the the Moskov is definitely direct counter to the Fanny, right? The Fanny, the moment he comes close, is going to be speared to the wall, and he's going to be poked full of holes. But we do see the bans coming out from RSG. Cho respect ban definitely towards the side of JPL. They do not want to have a repeat of game 1. And from the side of Team Flash, we also see the ban of Ling.
Yeah,
Backline SS.
Why is RSG SG is without a coach able to draw something big brain like this? Felt like they prepared for it. It felt like, they got some back-end information. I have no idea. This is crazy coming out from RSG. I wasn't expecting all of this kind of draft against Team Flash in this game.
Brayy's eyes have been awakened. Brayyy is awakened.
It feels like RSG SG, that silhouette right there, there's a shadow coach right behind them.
Yeah, but RSG's draft right now is really, really smart. The bans as well, because if you take away the Cho, you take away the Grok. First and foremost, one of the Cho's specialities is to be able to maneuver in and out of certain tight spaces as well, which will allow him to catch out members like Brayyy, catch out members like CS, right? And the fact that Cho doesn't have that anymore, not existent in this game, there's a little bit of security for the mid, the roam, and the gold laner for the side of RSG. Now, banning out the Grok also allows them to stay safe within their own jungle, because if you get caught out, right now, they are really squishy on the side of RSG. Sure, they have the Angela, but if you get locked down by the members of Yuzong, Petrify, Furious Dive, Black Dragon Form, there's so many forms of control coming out from Team Flash.
Whenever I see a draft like this in my ranked games, immediately I'll chat, right? Are you trying so hard? Look, there's a Faramis and an Angela.
Wow. Okay, look, Faramis is a great pick. We saw GodZilla do so well in it previous game. He was MVP, right? And we see the Edith as the last pick from the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, that's your DPS. That's your DPS that you require against RSG. Team Flash right here, there's a lot of burst damage on Fanny and also the Roger. You need somebody that could constantly output that DPS, and that's hidden in the form of Edith. Team Flash need to overload RSG with a ton of damage in order to burst through the amount of sustain that RSG SG is packing this time.
I mean, RSG is looking almost unkillable at this point, right? They've got the Faramis, NetherRealm, they've got Angela's heals, they've got the thickness of the Barats.
Yeah, but it's a one-time combo, right?
Yeah.
So it's a one-time combo every, what, with the least amount of cooldowns, maybe 50, 60 seconds. Team Flash will be able to outburst RSG's life bars pretty quickly, and that's the reason why they picked the Paquito as well. They need huge bursts. Granted, yes, they have a very mobile team. They have a team that can offer a lot of damage, but they're pretty squishy as well. With the exception of the Edith and Yuzong, this Paquito could cause a lot of problems. And I am having a lot of huge expectations for KurTzy, looking at how he has played in Game 1. Now, Game 1 too. But now the big question is, does RSG get that good early game? They have an Angela, they have a Faramis, they have good early game, pressure going in for the invade, which is the typical RSG style. So Flash, if they can survive that initial aggression and maybe, get a few kills off of either the Angela being played by Brayyy or maybe a small miss overstep by GodZilla, that could really change the game into Team Flash's favor. It really is the early game. Whoever gets the first blood will have a massive advantage.
Yeah, you really have to grow Hadess as quickly as possible. Jump in, jump out, pick people off. Because right now, you don't fight against RSG. You don't fight against this sustained comp with so much sustain and so much tankability to basically fight front to back. You really have to really pick RSG apart, one person at a time.
Yeah, well, we're going to go straight into Game 3 of Day 1 of MPL SG Season 7 Week 2. Oh, I kind of messed that up. The conversation.
I can never count as well.
You know what?
Oh, massive damage already. On to Adamir.
Good start. The disrespect. Adamir thought he could walk straight into CS's face, but CS had a different mindset on that.
Yeah, that might cost him a little bit dearly. Early game. like I said, this first lead that they need to acquire for themselves is going to be very important. That sets the stage for the game. And oh, look at the damage.
That's the damage already. Hadess jumping in. JBL flickers forward a little bit. GodZilla looking a bit low. Hadess spinning for the win. Closer, picking up first blood. Brayyy a little bit low, but no. 3 men down by Team Flash. What a blunder.
This is the RSG that we know. Look at the sustain that they have on the side of Brayyy. He got all 3 kills. No, 1 kill for Brayyy, 2 for Closer. This EXP lane is pretty much gone for the side of Diablo.
Diablo is going to have such a hard time coming back from this close. Paquito already is toxic in the early game. You put 2 kills on the Paquito, he's going to reach 4 super quickly, and that's going to be punished.
Yep, JPL getting caught.
Oh, look, caught a little bit, but JPL just shrugs it off. He's like, look, I know you don't have anyone to support you. It's fine. I'm just going to go back and chill.
Yeah, man, enemy is not having a good time as well. There are no big heals coming out just yet.
Yeah, and this is not a very good sign for Team Flash. Team Flash looking to win the early game fights. They lost it, and now RSG has a tremendous lead. You're denying Adamir from any form of kills. They can't really do anything against CS, and that's a massive problem over the side of Adamir already. Looking at the line compounds, look at the damage coming onto CS, but Adamir getting disengaged by 1 skill.
Interesting. They didn't go for the pincer there. Brayyy actually preferred to go for the purple buff instead.
Yep, good. Oh, it's going to be someone from Team Flash already swallowed up. Hadess goes into the retribution, already burned away, securing himself with a purple buff. That's a lot bit more important than JPL getting bitten down by Derry slowly but surely. But no, JPL limps away.
But he uses the retribution, so this should be an easy one. And another kill going on to the side of RSG. RSG probably going to get the neutral objective at this point. 2.5 minutes, but Brayyy looking like orange buff is more important.
Yeah, look, Brayyy is just going to take the orange buff, and I think he's got enough time to rotate to the turtle. And even if they do go down to take the turtle after the orange buff, they've got so much lead. It's a 2k gold lead at it's almost 3 minutes in the game, right? I think RSG is more than willing to take the fight. If RSG goes down and takes the turtle right now and challenges what Flash can do.
Oh, close to get petrified. Finally, 1 kill given over side of Team Flash already. No more EXP laners, which means there's a massive push setting up for the turtle fight next.
Yeah, but still, you know, I think RSG, you can see this definitely going towards the turtle. They are more than comfortable with the lead that they have right now in their pockets. And it's, as we said, you know, the right call to take the turtle now, as Team Flash can't even contest.
Team Flash is looking for something else elsewhere, right, Kin? It feels like they're not focusing on these turtle objectives right now. They're looking to escalate their side lanes, escalate Adamir as quickly as possible.
Yeah, because you already lost the investment, right? That early game, first level 1 jump where they attempted to catch out Brayyy, that failed horribly. And you know, right off the bat, like you said, they were at a point where RSG was getting 1,000 gold per minute lead. And at that, I think it was, what, 2 minutes, they were up 2k?
Yep.
So it's something that Team Flash cannot afford to give any more, right? If they take a bad fight now, it's going to cost them probably the entire game. Adamir is already suffering. He's died once against CS. CS has not died. He is probably doing pretty well. Corrosion Scythe already built up on CS.
Yep, CS stepping forward, JPL flickers as well. That's going to be the Earth Shatter knocking CS sky high. Nobody from the side of Flash will be able to touch onto CS. Angela goes in the hard guard. The net around to disengage. Team Flash is struggling.
Yo, but I mean, RSG, I felt they could push that fight a little bit more, right? The health bar was super low on the side of Team Flash, and I felt they were just playing it a bit safe.
They have to. This is the decider. This is a third game. Diablo, look at the damage he's eating, my goodness.
Yeah, Closer right here has so much burst, Kwa.
And like just like that, the first tower on the side of Team Flash goes down. We see a successful push coming up from RSG's side, whereas the EXP laners are just kind of facing it off each other. But as we mentioned before, Closer has a significant advantage, which has diminished slightly thanks to the gank from Hadess earlier. But now we just see both teams playing it a little bit safe. They don't want to risk it all in Game 3. Of the match of the match of today.
At this point, right, with the next neutral objective coming up, it's not gonna be an easy fight for the side of Flash because JPL doesn't have his flicker, so he's not gonna have the perfect onward and Earth Shatter combination that will benefit Team Flash in the team fights.
Oh, Hadess can one-shot Closer right here, can only just push him away. JP and Diablo KurTzy already on the spot right here, but Hadess needs to pick up the purple buff that's more important as compared to the turtle. That's why our Team Flash is not handshaking these turtle fights.
Yep, so many options for them. They can just clear on mid, pressure the mid turret as well. There is Haga available by Brayyy, so we will be waiting for that coming out from the room.
Yeah, look, right now we just see the standard turtle dance. I think both sides don't really want to fully commit yet as we see Hadess trying to poke off and deal significant damage, I think, to the side of RSG. But for now, I think the sustain from Angela, they're fine. RSG is more than happy to take this drawn-out fight that's happening, or not happening right now.
They have a lead, right? And they know that Hadess is always ready for the jump. So, and plus it's a Fanny. So at this point, it really is making sure the conditions are right.
This Mexican stand-up will be unlocked right now. It's going to be Brayyy securing the turtle as well. NetherRealm already committed. The ultimate from Moskov goes wide, but it still gets the job done. RSG picks up the second turtle, pushing Hadess out of his own comfort zone right here, and is forced and goes in for the assassination. Diablo petrified, trying to slow it down. Black Dragon already committed. Closer, punching Hadess down to the ground.
Yeah, what can you do when RSG are a death ball right now, close to a 4,000 goal lead, 6-2? I mean, Jace, I'm already preparing in the comment section of my own social medias that the RSG admin is gonna come and troll me.
I mean, look, RSG has a 4.4k goal lead, 6 minutes of the game.
Okay.
They managed to pick up CS.
Okay, this is big for the side of Adamir. You know, you get one kill. Roger performs like a Marcus, right? You give him one lead, maybe he'll snowball. I'm probably coping right now.
That sounds like a lot of copium coming from the side. GodZilla looks like he's about to burst his bound, but saves his own life with the NetherRealm.
Brayyy coming in as well. KurTzy pops his own NetherRealm, but will not be able to save JPL. Closer already punching up, and also not only just that, JPL gets gobbled up. Closer picking up KurTzy.
I mean, the synergy so far between the members of RSG, this is unprecedented from, I mean, it's just last week, but yeah, so RSG, this is a very different team, and now we can see, hey, sure, it's a new lineup, but communication, the synergy, still there.
You know, with Brayyy, you know, I think being the only, you know, repeating member, I think, from last year, it shows Brayyy is able to bring the team together. This, as I mentioned before, is such a different looking lineup in comparison to week 1, right? Week 1, they looked as if they weren't really communicating with each other. It looks a bit disjointed. But in week 2, game 2, they came together. It shows that they put in the work. And even in game 1, when they did lose, it wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad loss. Well, right now, you see the teams both kind of standing off, having the Mexican standoff at the Lord right now.
I'm sorry, Carl. We're just a little bit speechless right now. Me and Kin and I were probably thinking together, like, what is RSG? What is Team Flash? How are they going to recover from this?
Well, they can't really take bad fights at this point. So right now, Moskov, oh my god, the goal laner, CS, can he do it against Hadess?
No.
Not going to, but he chunks him down extremely fast. That's how far ahead CS is, even with one death.
Oh man, if your Fanny cannot assassinate the goal laner, you're basically just useless, right? And now JPL, it's going to be a knockup as well. Closer coming in, it's Diablo popping on Black Dragon form as well, pushing the members from the RSG away. Lord already half HP all the way down, and now it's going to be Diablo putting out the damage against Closer. But take a look, Moskov all the way down bottom lane, he can always TP all the way back, and now it's going to be RSG pulling the trigger, and who shall take the Lord? Brayyy secures it for himself.
It's not over
It's not, the fight's not over. It's incredible. Okay,
It's
no,
over.
the fight is now over. The fight is now over. Lord taking out amongst all that chaos. Bray's retributions this series has been impeccable. Right, he's been taking the turtles, he's securing the turtles and the lords for his own team. And this, once again, is why Brayyy is considered one of the better junglers.
6,000 goal lead at the 9.5 minute mark. This is a so-called a masterclass from RSG. I think they are doing so much across the map. The Moskov, Mr. CS, has been taking turrets for free across the map. Holy Trinity already completed, going for more, probably going for the Wind of Nature next up. And we haven't seen a full-on engage by the Moskov yet. Yes, look at that!
Oh no, Hadess! Not like this! When you're needed, you're not there! You're not Avatar! And JPL also following suit. Diablo pops the Black Dragon form just to run away! And Closer! Usher in the Lord! Down bottom, 3 members of the side, Team Flash already down. It's just them defending against the unstoppable RSG.
I mean, RSG have essentially opened up the entire map. They're ripping Team Flash apart. There's nothing much they can do here.
Yep, Diablo going down with the count as well. Closer just spamming, he knows. Beating down his former mentor must feel very good.
Team Flash is falling apart. Bottom inhibitor turret has been taken out already, and this is only 10 minutes into the game, guys. You know, we've seen both lords being secured on the side of RSG as well, and they're now up almost 8k gold lead in 10 minutes 10.5 minutes, guys. It's incredible.
And this is the strength of a good early game, right? So for RSG, the moment you have a strong early game, it forces Team Flash to have to group up to try and get kills. And while that is happening, that's essentially free reign on the map for the side of RSG, which they have taken perfectly across the map. Moskov free farming the entire game. I mean, this is the best and easiest game of CS's life. If Hadess can't even kill you, right? Even with the cutthroat, all they had to do was to use the hard guard onto CS, and they got so many kills out of that.
The burst that CS is doing right now, we talked about it, right? We hinted at it. Moskov was such a good pick into the Fanny. The Fanny tries to kill him, CS is gonna just unload everything onto the Fanny, and the Fanny is just gonna either run away or die. Alright, CS is looking incredibly strong on this Moskov, and shows that he's not just a Natan one-trick anymore.
Oh, honestly, this is going to be a long game because Flash knows the win conditions for the draft as well as how this game is going to go. They're going to drag this game as long as they possibly can, which also means the first Enhanced Lord is going to be a very critical moment for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, but Ken, what do you want to drag? Team Flash doesn't really have anybody can scale all the way to the late game. This is basically a mid and early game power spike. They lost the prior already. How are they going to go into the late game?
Welcome to the replay of Season 6. All hopes onto Adamir playing with the Lycan bounce on that iframes. I mean, that is the only situation that I can see at this point for Team Flash. They are gonna have to drag this game out extremely long. They need at least, I don't know, 40,000, 50,000 in the bank before they can even attempt this.
Again, against a late game Moskov?
Oh,
okay.
Jerry has been taken down finally by Hadess. Very good pickoff in lieu of this Lord fight, but once again...
Okay, it feels like there's going to be a shortcut. GodZilla hiding in the bush right here. Then around already committed. CS stepping forward just a little bit. Hadess looking for a pickup right here, but no! It's going to be CS just stunning everybody from the side of Team Flash! CS stepping forward! He has no care! He is now putting the damage against Team Flash!
Like I said, Adamir, that's the whole point. So many catches for the team. It allows Adamir to go free hitting, and you can't ignore Mr. Lycan Pounce here.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think Adamir is definitely the only win con that we can see on the desk for Team Flash right now. But on the other hand, I want to throw it over. I want to throw it back to you, Kid. Right? What do you think RSG needs to do to close this game faster? Because we know what the plan is for Team Flash. Drag it out as long as possible. But what do we want to see from the side of RSG?
They just did it. Take the Lord.
Yeah.
That literally is the win condition for them now. They just need a lot of pressure across the map. They have so much strength in a split fight. RSG can fight as 2 or 3 in different lanes. Flash cannot. Flash has to commit.
Yep. If you notice how RSG is so confident right here, this is a different breed of RSG that I'm looking at right now. While Brayyy is focusing on the purple, the rest of the team focus on the Lord. So it is a double whammy against Team Flash already.
Yeah, look, Team Flash has to deal with so many battles and so many different fronts. It feels like all hope is almost lost. We see both towers, the mid and the top, being pushed in right now.
There's going to be a spin. Diablo just spinning for the win. Adamir pick up closer as well. GodZilla already cracked open a turret, but the Lord's already down in the bottom. KurTzy goes in the nether realm, trying to save everybody, but the Lord's already marching in. He's already doing a lot of damage against KurTzy, and also the base, and RSG pick up a 2-1 against the champion of Season 6.
Vengeance complete for the side of RSG. They fielded an entirely new lineup. I mean, okay, guys, I'm ready to be flamed. Or RSG admin, I'm ready for you. But yeah, this was such a big performance. And RSG, they really show why they were the team of resurgence. Nobody could handle CS. And Brayyy, you know, I'll be honest, every single time he has held on to a defensive roamer, right? Someone who heals, someone who shields. It hasn't been the best performance by Brayyy, but Brayyy, my god, today, he's gonna be my MVP. No, it is CS. CS changed the whole game. He got perfect farm, and this was RSG's day. What a day, what a way to start the day.
I am actually speechless. That was a masterclass of a game that felt almost like a finals, eh?
Well, it was a rematch, so...
Yeah, it is a rematch, so I mean... I feel like I need to throw away my stats. I'm gonna close this.
Yeah, look, that game was incredible showcase, I think, from both RSG as well as Team Flash. So congratulations to RSG SG for taking the first game of the day and the revenge match.
All right, I mean, we'll take a look at the highlights as well as the itemization. There are a lot of things to take a look at for this game. For the RSG fans, I'm very sure they're going to be cheering. So let's take a look at RSG first. Who is your MVP?
I feel like, you know, right now we'll just take a look at the MVP, but I'm just gonna step in here.
Yes.
Yeah, apart from that, I feel like we're gonna get contented once again.
It's fine. Make a meme out of me. I don't care. We are here to talk about the game. So let's take a look at what the MVP, who the MVP is going to be. And it is Closer. Okay,
finally.
So big wins for Closer. It feels like he has been leveling up day by day, every single season, every single week. So far, I mean, yes, 2 weeks, 2 weeks of improvement, but goodness, has he improved quite a lot, right? The huge burst. Getting on to the catches of Game 1 for the side of Brayyy, he now brings it even closer to the grand finals.
$1.
Because of the burst potential of this Paquito. We were talking about it, right? The team helped him achieve that growth. Yuzong against Paquito. You get the lifesteal from the passive of Yuzong. But what do you do when Closer is one level ahead of you?
Not only that, what are you gonna do when when every single one of his punches is dealing half your HP, man?
Exactly.
Bam, bam, and then heal what? 10% of your percent.
That essentially cancels Diablo away from fights, right? Team Flash could not take another fight, and for the life of them, RSG were just banking on fighting the entire game from that point on. The moment Closer got the lead, he really got a grasp of it, opened up the whole map, and allowed CS to free farm. I mean, that was just disgusting.
Yeah, that's for sure. And as we go into the itemization, boys, does anything stand out? We know that Moskov had the Holy Trinity super early in the game, but from what I can see, everything looks pretty stock standard.
Or maybe the lack thereof, right? Hadess just has it, having the basic boots. He really had to work on the damage output, which is one of the reasons why he couldn't kill CS at that point. CS, like we taken a look earlier in the game, it was like, I think 8 minutes or 9 minutes, he already had the Holy Trinity.
Yeah.
And Wind of Nature was already halfway done.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for Hadess to come back into this game. Like we mentioned when we were talking about it in the drafting phase, early game wins this entire series, right? For this game.
Yep. Well, enough about items. We're moving over to the emblems. Emblems-wise, you know, once again, we had the Little Ignition coming out from GodZilla, you know, allowing him that additional burst when it comes to the team fights. We see the Brave Smite from JPL. I think he was definitely trying to sustain himself in long, drawn-out fights. But other than that, anything else stand more to you? Maybe Jace?
No, I think it's just the overall execution for the side of Team Flash. Like, RSG, this is a very good draft. Like I said, it feels like somebody's behind them. That silhouette, no coach. I feel like somebody's behind that. I can't put a finger. I don't know. It's something about peace, all right? And someone that makes peace, right? But apart from that, Team Flash, they weren't able to take their win condition in the early game, right? They're supposed to pop off. They're supposed to fight. But Closer, that's why he's the MVP. Smashed them down from the win con.
Yeah, and one of the things that I want to highlight for this as we head on to the final stat page here, Brayyy has leveled up his retry game here.
Yes.
Game 1, Game 2, he lost a couple of steals all the way to Hadess, and this was a game where even if he was behind Hadess, he had the opportunity as a Fanny to come in and get the steals as well. So Brayyy did an excellent job. Granted, yes, he had the retry level advantage, right? But at the same time, there were other things that were at play, and this came down to CS being the richest guy in town and the amount of damage that he dealt. Look at that.
In game number 2 and game number 3, if you noticed how Team Flash wasn't targeting onto CS at all. That's why he was able to get free farm, right? Game 2, Hadess was helping Diablo getting Badang to scale up to standard, but at the same time, here, in game 3, a Fanny shouldn't try to gang Moscow because you're going to get stun locked, right?
Exactly, and one of the main players of this roster here doing a good job for himself, Mr. Daewee. Over 100,000 worth of heals for the team. I mean, you can't even kill the guy, and now you have so many heals.
Yeah, look, I think Daewee definitely. It feels like the whole of RSG has leveled up. No, we mentioned Daewee, we mentioned RSG, we mentioned Closer as well. They've been leveling up, well, every single game. Well, we're gonna hear directly from these players that have been leveling up. So super excited to see what they have to say.
Can go? Brayyy can go?
Yeah.
Slowly, guys. Beam. Hey, come on.
Go. Nice. Nice, guys. Got a lot,
Hey, got a lot. Borrow some me.
Sorry. Hey, got it. Nice. Ada.
Bruno on me.
Makan.
Bar slow.
Guys.
Can continue. Bar slow.
I'm post. No parry.
Nice.
No parry.
Parry. Slow ya. Just back.
I think can fight. I think can fight.
I pin.
Yeah, I think can fight. Targeting. Belon no double dash. No parry. Nice.
Bottom.
I think behind. Behind.
What are you doing, bro?
Nice.
Hey, can. Someone take.
Bottom.
He can back.
Yeah, get.
Diam.
Double. Nice.
For dragon, slowly.
Hey, they bossing lot. Bossing lot, ah.
I got it.
Nice. Slowly.
Ready, nothing.
Hey, Isong no patchy.
Hey, one down.
I need to back.
My goodness, I just have two things to say. Number one, I think the communication is really clean. We can hear exactly how each player is communicating to each team member. But more importantly, I just want to highlight about Brayyy. Like this is really serious for me, right? I think the fact that Brayyy, his mental strength is one thing. The way that he still has confidence in his voice when he's talking about the team fights and the decisions to make, that's really huge for me. I think he could be the key to RSG's season.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. Thanks so much for the insights, but we want to hear more insights from Professor Churros. So on to you, my friend. Take it away.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another episode of Off the Desk with Prof Churros. I gotta say though, I had a question for the casters. Is Diablo leaving RSG, is it too big of shoes to fill for RSG? But on the bottom line is, Diablo leaving RSG, does he need Brayyy? So this is a very, very interesting matchup. I'm very excited to see 3 games of the entirety of this series. And in the last game though, Hadess, Brayyy being both an assassin player. You know that in the draft, we'll talk about the draft first. Brayyy being an assassin, they picked up the Angela first, and then it was sort of like a response from Team Flash to sort of ban out all of the Angela combo kind of heroes. So Ling was taken out of the way and all that, but it was all a debate because they wanted to go for the Barats up against an assassin. And I think this was a very, very smart move. No coach for that matter. Taking a look at this gameplay over here, this was the first turtle. Notice the timing being 2 minutes, turtle just spawned up, but take a look at where Brayyy is going. They know that they don't want to fight the turtle because of the fact that you don't want to deal with Diablo straight from that get-go. You have an early game power spike from Diablo, so Brayyy makes a U-turn going for that purple buff, knowing that it's just 7 seconds until the purple buff spawns up. So this is the main target for the rest of RSG. You'll notice that also Diablo, GodZilla going in for that backup. We'll let this play on just a little bit more to see how this rolls out, but we know the fact that, okay, maybe Hadess could get that purple buff in, but take a look at how they ditched that turtle, knowing that Closer has already that vision onto JPL, and if you try to pull JPL away from a lot of these team fights, then you don't have that setup capability that Flash so desperately needs. Again, just to echo the casters during the game, it's an all-in kind of synergy, all-in kind of composition. If you don't go in for team fights, Flash's synergy won't ever work out. So you want to be able to split everyone up as much as you can. So in this sense though, you have a lot of people just going in to that purple buff, trying to deny it from Hadess as much as possible during the entirety of that game. You see in their post-game statistics as well, a lot of the purple buff went into the hands of Brayyy. And for this matter though, you also have Closer clearing up that lanes, forcing that U-turn, forcing that recall over from Diablo back home, and then he's back there right for that backup as well. We'll let this play on just a little bit more. We know how this plays out. Hadess got that steal. Brayyy goes back, but you have JPL coming in for that backup just a little bit too late. You know that Adamir is wide open, so GodZilla sees that opportunity, claims Roger up top as well. So a lot of just dissecting, dominating in the jungle is RSG's gameplay. We have that the second Lord of that match here as well. You see the fact that actually almost all of the members of RSG is capable of split pushing. Yes, including the Angela. So you always need to just send one member up to any lanes, try to push that. And in this case, it's the adjacent lane from that first Lord. You see how Closer was able to just push down that top side, and then this forces the trio on that mid side just to push them away from that mid side. So you have this this mid trio trying to push everyone away. So I gotta scrub this in just a little bit more. You have that kill onto Derry, but you already forced Adamir, the Edith, the Valentina towards the offside. So there's an open opportunity for RSG to re-engage. And here comes the resurgence, because we see now CS is pretty much free. Diablo went in from that mid side, not knowing that CS is actually hiding inside that brush. And you see also Brayyy and CS just moving towards the engage point, and that is really what you want to do if you are RSG, trying to take fights, trying to wait for open opportunities before going in. But yeah, the rest is history. You leave CS wide open and just going straight in. There is a lot of questions though at the end of that match, whether or not Brayyy needs Diablo or Diablo needs Brayyy. A lot of questions here, but questions will be answered through the interview with Cheryl. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Professor Charles. Now, I do have some questions for you. In your very first analyst segment, you mentioned with the departure of Diablo, does this mark the end of RSG SG? There you ask. What do you think?
No.
Expand your thoughts.
I don't think it's the end of RSG lah. Like after this match, I think it's all pretty even, I think.
And you never asked Professor Charles to eat your words, never? Like more, come more.
All the casters go and rethink your predictions. I think all wrong.
And that's really, really wonderful. So yes, guys, this is RSG, the RSG that we've been yearning to see. So what major changes were there, like given week one? I know things were a little bit rough. Was it, tough coming in with new players in this RSG roster? What changes were made that brought you to this triumphant win today?
I think previously, before that, we didn't really train a lot together as 5. So like we just like motivate each other to play more. Like we train more together. Cause previously we never really play a lot together. Then like the more we play, the more chemistry we build. Then it leads to results.
Right, and those are relatively big shoes to fill, especially in RSG SG. You see like Lucian QT making very significant plays previously. So how do you think like you have grown progressively as, you being in the Pro League over so many seasons? Your jersey changed so many times already. How do you think you progress as a player to who you are today?
I think individually, if you ownself personally like can see improvement in yourself, right? Like let's say previously, if you never win a specific team, and then now you win a specific team, I think it's like a big improvement. Like for my own self as for like my own POV, yeah.
Right, and for today, there was a very interesting last-minute change. Now, as you guys know, Vanix was the original main roster's gold laner for Team Flash. But today, we see Adamir. Now, he's not just any random sub because he used to play gold lane right here at MPL. So was this change something that you expected?
I think it's okay lah. I think both Vanix and Adam both also very strong in the gold lane. Cause I think Adam has a lot of experience last time as a gold laner. So like after first game, you can see like his gold lane still got very high impact and like very annoying to fight lah. And very strong.
Right. So those are the words that we have right here from Brayyy, and we are very so proud of you right here, and of course the team of RSG SG by extension, because you guys showed true mental fortitude, resilience, and of course by name RSG, resurgence from you guys. So thank you so much and congratulations on this triumphant win.
Thank you.
Guys, that was Brayyy that we have here at RSG SG, who has taken the very first match right here from week 2, day 1, despite all of the odds. Now, RSG's admin has more information to put on their social media, because always everybody has, you know, their predictions stacked against RSG SG, but today they proved everyone wrong. So with that being said, the next match that's gonna come up is a match that you don't want to miss either. Now, this is a match between Bleed Esports and your community heroes, Evil. Now, for context, Bleed is undefeated as we speak without dropping a single game with a perfect score record, whereas Evil is hungry for points if they want to see the lights of playoffs. So stick around and join us right here for match 2 happening at 12:30 p.m.
OSIM.
Fishing confirm import
Should be most likely 应该就是看在那个
I don't know who is this, bro. Huh? Oh, no way, bro. MPL champion so like that.
This one.
I know.
Bro, holding fish well KTV.
Yeah.
You like fishing, bro?
J.
Oh yeah, the face on the face there already.
Oh, I think I know this one.
Okay, the correct answer is J.
Oh my goodness.
2-1. Correct. J is correct.
It's J? Oh my hell, man. No way. Oh my god. I'm so bad. And then at least same team.
Same.
Holding fish, bro. I know this one.
3, 2, 1.
J.
3, 2, 1. Correct, J. 3, 2, 1.
G rồi. 肯定是 Singaporean.
Yeah.
Oh, Captain. I will say.
Oh, okay. I think it is.
Who is that? Oh.
We commit.
We commit.
But I don't know what's this IGM, bro.
Like this, bro.
Chicken. Say no, Jungla.
Okay, wait. Okay, jungler.
That time is something whose picture? We just guess. I think.
Yes.
That doesn't look like anyone.
I don't.
It's powerful.
Huh? You've been friends for like years already, huh?
那脸换很多。
3, 2, 1. Correct. Powerful is correct.
His face look the same, bro.
Correct.
Ah.
It's powerful.
Oh.
It's powerful.
Really?
2, 1. It's powerful.
I think.
Yes.
Jay is gonna kill us. He's gonna kill us. He played familiar, he tricked us.
Yeah.
2, 1.
I don't know.
Answer is powerful.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently right here, I'm joining this time round from Team Exco as well, Super Ryan and also Jet. So you want to do a quick introduction to the fans, Super Ryan?
Okay, so hi, my name is Ryan and I play EXP for the team and I've been playing for 4 seasons already.
Okay, Jet, come on. What about you?
My name is Jet, formerly known as Bitcoin. I've been playing, this is the 3rd season.
Yes, correct.
I played for Alchemy the past 2 seasons.
That's right. Okay, so I think we had a bit of an interesting talk during upstairs during the team room, right? So people are RSG back-to-back champions. You're back-to-back relegated and back-to-back 4 qualifiers. What do you feel about that?
Not the best title, but
I call that an achievement, bro.
no one in SG has ever done it.
It's not easy to qualify and re-qualify MPL for 3 seasons in a row. So how does it feel like coming back again?
Have another chance with a different team. Hopefully, we'll do better.
Is Alchemy your first team pro play or community play?
Yes, it's the only team I've been with before this. Yeah.
So how did the conversation start for you joining Alchemy? Joining Exco this time?
Oh, I was invited by Utah. Yeah, they needed a mage. So and then I was out of Alchemy because they disbanded at that point of time. So they just tried me, and it works. Yeah.
Okay, I'm grateful for you to being able to find another team. Hopefully you don't get relegated again. If not, that would be a back-to-back.
Hopefully, yeah.
I forgot how many times I count back-to-back. What about Ryan? Like, how's it like, right? You were from Revival for a few seasons in a row. Like, why do you leave, or what happened to Revival that you left?
Okay, so basically the 2nd season that I've played Revival, right? We didn't get like we got relegated.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why then everybody didn't seem to want to continue. Yeah, so all of us just like left one by one. Yeah. Then after that period, actually I wasn't I didn't want to play anymore. And then I think maybe a few days before the qualifiers, that was back then the previous qualifiers. Then Vanguard actually asked me if I want to play qualifiers, like just a few days before only. Then I agreed.
Then why do you leave Vanguard?
Again, actually, like after we finished the season, I didn't want to play anymore. And like technically I still got a few more months of school, so I wanted to complete that first. Then like because then I just left lah. Then I just don't feel like playing anymore.
But why are you here?
I don't know, Jira asked me to play.
So somehow
Yeah.
Gira can convince Utah that doesn't want to play, and you don't want to play. Gira, can you convince LFL and Sol to come back, please? Thank you. A very beneficial addition to Xcode Esports. Now, what are you doing right now in your full time, like studying, right?
Yeah, but now I'm still on holiday, but I'm starting school like next week.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about
Are
it.
you where are you studying right now?
I'm starting poly next week.
Oh,
Yeah.
first year poly.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're quite young. I thought you're older. I thought you were going to start in university soon.
No, cause yeah.
You look like you're about to go to NTU or NUS. Okay, so why are you planning to study in poly?
Related to IT. Yeah.
Then let's go back to Jet. I almost call you Bitcoin, mind you. Let's go back to Jet. You're CC, right?
Yeah, but I graduated already.
Oh, you graduated. Are you going to poly next?
I'm going to a cooking school called Shatek.
So you're
taking
gonna
up
be like
culinary. Oh really?
Yeah, Sela. You don't know Sela is
He never tell me.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna be a chef as well. You're gonna cook.
Yeah.
So
Hopefully, yeah.
the joke I cracked with Sailor just now is you're gonna cook the players first before you're gonna cook anything else. So what makes you you mentioned that you joined because I think Gira asked you as well?
Utah.
Utah asked.
Recommended me, yeah.
So you got someone who is reluctant to join to ask you and you join.
Yeah.
So how
More or
is
less.
it like okay, how is the team dynamics right now in Xcode Esports? I know you guys just formed very shortly, your MPLQ. How's the dynamics like? We'll start with Jet first.
How's the dynamic like?
Like, what's the team feeling? Like, are you guys a serious team? You guys a trolling team? You guys really want to win? Or you guys really want to get out again?
Very goofy team. We joke around a lot, but we also play seriously when we have to. We don't take it too serious.
Okay. Right?
I feel like maybe on a more serious note, we never really like try and plan things out. Like, for example, we don't have a coach, and you know it's difficult to like start also because we are new to each other, and it's like we never played before, so we need to start fresh, unlike other teams. So maybe it'll be a bit slower for us. That's what I feel.
Okay, then let me ask you a very serious question. All right. Among all of you guys, who is the most serious person in the team?
I don't know. Everybody is just like having fun, and I don't know. But it's also a good thing because like can get along easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Do you see yourself, Ryan, as more like the mentor of this team? Because you've been through more MPLs than the rest of them.
Maybe yeah, because like I've been through multiple seasons, and there are things that like we should really prepare before regular season. Yeah.
So what do you think is the first thing that you want to prepare for upcoming regular season?
I feel like we need proper coach, but if we can't seem to get one, then like we need to do like the drafts and gameplay and the reviews by ourselves, which we might not like have the views of another person. So I think it might be a bit difficult. But because when I was in Vanguard, we actually didn't have a coach also, but we still managed to pull through, and like we just discussed like the type of game plans that before we go in, and like how we're gonna approach the game and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you seem the more experienced one. Would you, during the transfer window that, I don't know, maybe between week 2 or something, would you decide to stop being a sub and be coach for Xscope? That appeared in one of your plans?
Probably not. I don't think I'm fit to be a coach. I just feel like I don't know. I can't see myself like doing all the drafts and plan everything out. I think it's like too much for me. But I can give like maybe just some small experiences that I've faced.
In MPL Singapore this season, who is your hardest matchup? Jen, your hardest matchup.
Hardest, I'll probably say Team Flash.
Okay.
But I think the one that we need to win the most will be what's the team called? Asterisk.
Yes,
Yeah, I feel like that's the most we need to prove ourselves.
Yeah, correct. You never met them in the qualifiers at all.
We did.
Oh wait, in the group stage.
Yes, but we lost. We need to prove ourselves.
And Ryan, what about you?
I think
The hardest matchup.
hardest, probably Flash, because I feel like their roster is just many very experienced players, and I think like they can definitely get it like far lah. I feel, yeah.
Next, I would like to ask Jet, top 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Can no order or must
No
have an
order.
order?
Top 3, no order.
Sayla,
Wow. Okay.
LY4, and maybe FMM.
Sayla and FMM belongs to one of the new generations of MPL Singapore players. LY4 is one of the old gen.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan.
So personally, I feel JPL is one of them.
Mm.
Diablo, because he's a very good EXP laner, and I would say FMM also. Yeah.
Wow, both of you agree on FMM. Then that's interesting. So, do you think JPL in Team Flash still has what it takes to be his? We all know him as JPL. Do you think he is still as strong as before?
Yeah, personally, I think he's still very good. I mean, he probably has the most experience throughout all the seasons, more than like most of us.
Yeah,
and I feel like I think he should be able to fit well with the team lah. That's what I feel. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, I like both of you point out about FMM, but I'm gonna ask that question to Jen. Why do you put FMM on that top 3 team? Top 3 players.
I feel like in every role that he goes to, he performs very well. And especially his goal lane. I've seen his goal lane before. It's not very fun to fight against. It's very strong.
Okay, that's cool. Okay. Now, the other side. Worst 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Okay, I need time to think.
Jira and Yuta on the other side, like, it's not me. Go.
But I can't say it's my friends. I can't say it.
I'm gonna force you to say it. Okay. I mean, you guys can be enemies on the battlefield, but friends afterwards. It's okay.
Okay.
But it's bridges. I love it. Come, yeah. Top
I
3
need
points.
I need time to think.
Top 3 worst player in MPL Singapore. Go.
Okay, I got 2.
Okay. Okay, 2 is fine. Let's go. 2. Helps you.
Number 1 is me.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to say it. I cannot.
Say it. Oh my god.
I'm friends with him. I can't. QI. Okay.
Huh?
QI.
KY.
QI.
Q.
Stella. Is it Yoon?
Yoonski?
Yeah.
Oh, Yoonski.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you go by Yoon.
Yoon this season. And he's in Homeboys.
Yes.
And that's why you say Homeboys.
No.
I got it, guys. I got it.
Oh.
Okay, Ryan, let's go. If you can.
He's a
Earlier on, right here at MPL SG Season 7, Week 2, Day 1 for Match 1. Just in case you guys have missed it, we have seen a surprise defeat right here from our defending champions now, which has got everybody flabbergasted, audiences, casters alike. Definitely, that is something that you did not expect. Now, as you guys know, this is MPL SG. Anything can happen. So as we speak, this next matchup is going to be one that you want to look out for. Now, we see Bleed, also similar to our defending champions, has a perfect score record. Whereas on the other hand, we have our community heroes, Evil, which are hungry for points. Now remember, Evil is not to be discounted because they are always the dark horse right here at MPL SG Season 7. As we have mentioned, you know, anything can happen right here in the league itself. So stick around and join us for this next matchup. Will Bleed actually continue their amazing win streak, or will Evil find their footing? Let's find out and meet the amazing faces of these players. First up, presenting to you, Bleed Esports. Now the boys are getting ready to head on over to the battle stations, and they have been winning 2-0 clean sweeps for the past 2 days last week. Will they keep this up without dropping a single game? Let's find out, because going up against Bleed Esports is none other than your community heroes, Evil. So yes, the boys are looking super stoked to head on over to the land of Dawn. Now this matchup is a very interesting one because Evil has found themselves in a very vulnerable situation because they don't want to see themselves, especially such as early on in this stage right here in just day 3, to find themselves in the lower bracket. Now this is incredibly important because the last 2 teams will not be making it to the playoffs. So it is incredibly important for Evil to secure as many points as they can. So this is a matchup that you don't want to miss. Will Evil be taking this game from Bleed? Let's hear it from our casters. Take it away.
You, Cheryl, and we're back, guys. We're back. Bleed versus Evil. Right, I have my own bias as to which team I want to see win.
It's okay.
But
we saw the Caster Curse just now.
We did see the Caster Curse just now. We had an amazing game 1 by RSG versus Team Flash. But enough about them. Let's go into Bleed and the Evil, guys. What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to win?
Bleed.
Wow, okay. I'm just gonna say, right, lunch is served, and we have Evil and Bleed on the menu today. And based on what's happening in game 1, right, it looks like I'm the king of curses at this point.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm just going to
I'm looking at you, bro.
channel my own king of curses here with the Sukuna. So I'm the real life Sukuna here. Let's see if my predictions are going to be correct today, or will another team get cursed.
Wait, so who do you think is gonna win?
I'm not gonna say.
Preventing the curse from happening is definitely very smart, but we're gonna see who Bleed is gonna be representing. So, Kin, take it away.
Bleed, they are gonna be fielding Sagitno, Yon, Jay, Gear, and Seiji. Now, this is the makings of a new all-star team. We've seen how Seiji has been off the hook in week 1, and you know, the performances by Jay, the rotations, the roam by Gear, and of course, EXP by Sagitno, and last but not least, the godly jungle, Mr. Yon.
Yeah, look, I'm extremely excited to see what Bleed can bring to the table today. Gear was a resounding, strong roamer, but on to Evil. Jay?
I like the fact that you passed me you passed me Team Evil so that I can basically say something about them. Okay, this is a team once again without a coach, community heroes, no coach, no problem. They've been staying in this MPL Singapore for like since season 3. We're now in season 7, by the way. Now with the addition with Sayla, I question in the past few games whether the chemistry, whether Jace's is ready on the gold lane. The good part about Jace's is that, yep, gold lane feels like the second mid lane right now because for some interesting reason, we like to put a lot of mages into the gold lane this time around.
Yep, that's for sure. So I think it's all to Evil, all eyes on Evil and all eyes on Jason specifically to see whether he's going to be able to stand up amongst the rest of his teammates, whether he's going to be standing shoulder to shoulder with the rest of his teammates.
Yep, he has a lot of things to prove this week, and especially today against a strong team like Bleed. But of course, we have to take a look at the statistics to kind of work out what's going on with Bleed first.
Yeah, that's for sure. So on to Bleed, right? So we got Seiji, who had a resounding performance with the Harif. I think it was probably the first Harif to go through picks and bans, if memory serves right. And we saw gold per minute 857 with a 7 KDA. But not to mention, if we're talking about KDA, we have to look over in the mid lane at Jay with his extreme rotations. He has a 23.5 KDA with a 73% kill participation. And of course, not to mention Gear, I think one of the key members of Bleed, right? Being able to roam around and control the map accordingly.
Yeah, exactly like you said, right? You know, Jace, we were talking about him being the child prodigy for a couple of seasons
wow,
already.
That was season 2.
He came to me today and he said, you know what, yeah, I'm still a rookie. And I said, bro, it's over. You're no longer a rookie. You are a full-fledged professional now. There's no more excuses, and I don't think he needs any. So going into this game 1 of our second game of the day, I think we can be prepared for much more explosive plays by Gear himself.
Yeah, definitely look at him, right? Don't forget, he's been playing with JPL for a long time. Definitely, you can sense a bit of JPL in him in the last game.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? And I think Sagitnu has taken a lot. He's also playing a very integral role, I think, in Bleed's lineup, being able to soak up all that damage with interesting heroes like CC. Right, CC, I think we see a lot of CC being played on ranked games, but we don't see it too much on the professional stage. CC was used very well by Sagitnu with a 14.67 KDA from last week's matchups.
Yep, that's an amazing KDA, right, to hold, especially as an EXP laner, which means he's also getting the kills and not dying too much. I mean, that's the basis of how you calculate a KDA in the first place, right? So with that being said, I think very confidently we can say that Bleed is fielding a monstrous team today. The question is this monster strong enough to conquer Evil itself?
Okay, you want to talk about Evil, right? Here I go. So, Evil, since Season 3, has been known to take down Titans, right? One of the first few targets or victims in Season 3 was when they took down EVOS Singapore during the regular season, right? And don't forget, this time around, here are the stats that you're looking at. I think the most important thing that we have to highlight is, I always say, Sayla, because he's technically like the newcomer to Team Evil, right? Yes, you've seen him in RSG, that he gelled really well with the rest of the RSG gang, but what about Team Evil? And apart from that is Jace's, I also set it up, right? Like how Jace's, whether he's comfortable in this gold lane role, that serves a question, because this is a team that's all about chemistry. I want to clash together as 5, but in week 1, you get to see them. I feel like they're not in sync yet. They need more time, but will we give them time in the regular season, especially when Volume 2 teams will get eliminated? This is not a place where you want to train. This is a place that there are stakes right here.
Exactly, and you know, the team being so-called the team fight team, they have not been allowed to do that so far in the first week.
Yeah, well, enough from us. It's on to the head-to-heads. We'll see what the teams have to say about each other.
After playing for Sayla for so long, I think Sayla is like a very unique player. Then his playstyle is quite special. He can really carry the game if you give him the right setting and stuff. So he's definitely a huge asset. And I'm looking forward to go against him.
Yeah, number one, that's the thing though. Like, even though that they call Kingslayer, like I said, it's hard to go with you playing while you're trying to strategize and drop thing.
you know, it's kind of hard. You think those kind of things, you know. That's why a lot of teams right now or top teams has those coaches, even the international teams.
I have never seen Gear being a leader. From my experience playing against Gear when he's on EXP, I think he's quite a good player. So when he transferred to Rome, I'm pretty sure he should be able to adapt. I think I'll be better Romer than him because he doesn't really play Rome, and then Rome is like a much different role compared to like EXP and Go, because it's like EXP and Go is like more on laning all these. But then Rome is, you need to like really put your shoes into like your teammates feeling. You must understand what they want. So it's just not like about yourself. Like maybe Go laner, you just like play for yourself because you know that you are the carry and you cannot die. But then Roamer, you must know that you need to protect who cannot die. And then you need to know when to turn all this. You need to understand what your teammates want. So in my opinion, I believe that with the experience, I should be able to be better than him. Yeah.
Shade being thrown from the side of Team Evil's carrot, man. I mean, look, this is not the first. He's not the first person, right, to doubt Gear's prowess in the roam. Right, many people have given Gear a lot of shade, thrown a lot of shade towards Gear, but I think Gear has probably shut them up
Are you
from
one
last
of
week's
them?
performance. No, I love Gear's performance
Okay,
on
good.
roam, right, and this is why I voted for Bleed to win.
Yep, but OE of Little Faith, trust. I believe in Gear. Seeing his growth since Season 2, he can roster swap in the middle of a MPL during Season 3. Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, let's see whether the audience agrees with us, and they do indeed agree with us at a 73% votes in favor of Bleed in comparison to Team Evil. But this is last time around, they voted 69% for Team Flash to win, and look what happened. So anything can still happen.
The 69 curse, I guess.
I don't know, but you know, later on we'll go into our own predictions. So maybe let's take a look at what we have in mind first.
So there we have it. Oh, wow.
Yeah. There you have it.
Kin, explain yourself.
Explain myself. Okay, so yes, I recognize that I have had a little few curses in Season 6, and it looks like it's being brought over to Season 7. But evil being evil, right? They should be able to conquer curses and break the trend, right? At the same time, not to say that Bleed is not a strong team, but evil are Kingslayers, right?
Yeah.
And at this point, I think Bleed has positioned themselves in the league so far as a potential king.
Yep.
So, I think they will play right into the strengths of evil, where they can slay some titans and slay some kings.
Well, looking at Sagitno right now, Sagitno has come from a long line. Jace, you seem like you have something to say, my friend.
Okay, so basically he's been staying in MPLPH for a long time. If you notice, hailing all the way from Execration, Geek Fam, to a certain extent next play EVOS, and then only last season, it's his first time stepping onto the shores of MPL Singapore. This is not like Hades, right? When it's both to Indonesia, Philippines, and now finally playing in Singapore. But Sagitno, right here, being one of the Filipino imports that stayed. Unfortunately, KLBJ left to join another Chinese team, and ooh, you can see a lot of drafts right there. Yum yum.
Yeah, so you know, as Jace has mentioned, right, Sagitno has transferred over. This was from originally MPLPH. Look at the player head to head right now. Sagitno has #1 in KDA rankings for the EXP lane, 14.67 as mentioned before, and he's also joining. Actually, look at his stats, man. 1, 2, and 3 in terms of lineups for kill participation as well.
Yep, so I mean, this is pretty clear. He is a very aggressive and bloodthirsty player. But not only that, besides being bloodthirsty, you must be able to pull it off. So he is a very clinical player. Now, this will be one of the few times that we see them go up against each other, and they will definitely affect the pacing as well as the result of the final game.
Yeah, well, enough about talking about, what they
theories,
may do,
yeah.
the theory about it. We're going straight into the drafting phase. Once again, Bleed versus Evil. Picks and bans have started for Bleed side. We've got the ban of Minotaur and the Barats, and on the side of Evil, we've got the bans of Angela and Roger.
Yep, I think it's pretty clear on Evil's side they need to deal with two players, and those two players are the Roam and the Gold Laner. So Seiji and Gear not gonna have a good time. Roger and Angela already being taken out. That's a very furious and expensive to deal with combination, because with the heals, with the iframes coming out from the Roger like and Pounce as well, it's something that I think Evil will not be able to deal with. Yes, they are the team fight team, but how do you fight against a team that has so many strong fronts in the combination of a Roger and Angela? So you know what? Let's just get that out of the way.
Yeah, that's for sure. And then we see the last ban coming up from Bleed, being the Arlott. Arlott has been pretty, I think, significant on the side of Carrot.
Yeah, it's all about the roams, right? And of course, the deal with Powerful on the Barats as well. It's something that I think they recognize. Carrot, one of the main factors on how they win those team fights. Like he explained in the head-to-head, it is really just, do you know what your teammates want? Can we turn the fight?
Yeah, and speaking about knowing what the teammates want, Bleed has picked Loi E for Jay. Jay has looked really, really good, I think, using this Loi E, and Loi E is able to shift the fights where Bleed wants them. Team fights, sure, we'll take them. We'll take them from two angles. And from the side of Evil, they first picked the Fredrin and the Matilda. This is such a deadly combination. Being able to using the Matilda to pull and shift around your teammates as and where you want, and the Fredrin just soaking up the damage, being able to dish out loads of damage with his Appraisal's Wrath as well.
Yep, the Guiding Wind probably will save them from a lot of sticky situations that you know, displaced by the side of Loi with the Dispersion, with the Duality procs as well. So this is a good start to the draft from both sides, and looks like Bleed will go for the carry. So we're looking at a tank shredder, a lot of true damage being melted out. So in an honest 1-to-1 fight, if both of them have Wind of Natures, carry most of the time will be able to top it out.
And we see the Akai coming out from Bleed. This guy is mostly going to be in the hands of Yawn. And Akai, what do you think, Ken?
It could go into the hands of Gear as well. Akai Roam is one of the things that could displace the side of Evil. Yes, granted, they could have the Guiding Wind to save the teammates, but I think Jace wants to add on more to this.
Not only just that, Yawn also played Akai jungle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I think Bleed is really keeping their options open. And not only just that, you know, Evil right here going for the Nathan, so we gotta have to go. Oh, where's the spice when I was interviewing with you guys?
There is spice. Why would you tell a team that likes a team fight, let's have some team fights? They're ready. Ooh. They're ready to, you know, go head to head with them.
I'm just so angry. Whenever I talk to them, they're so, oh, you know what? Everybody is good. Everybody is strong. No, just tell me your worst 3 players in MPL Singapore. They're like buying 5 minutes worth of time. There's no spice, and now we give them the opportunity to add some comment by the side. Yes, I'm mouthing. Sorry, Kwa.
Look, Gear is a nice guy, man. He just wants to have some good, clean games, and it shows in his personality, right? He is this nice roamer. He's going around to support his teammates, but also put the final nail in the coffin of the enemy team. Well, enough about general conversations here. We're going back to the bans. We see the Valentina being banned out by the Bleed, and the Chip being blended out by Evil.
Very smart here. So Valentina, of course, will be able to kind of steal the Akai ultimate as well, or even Loi's ultimate. And that could be a very big problem, because rotations aren't exactly going to be very easy for Bleed. It's a one-time commitment. Yes, it's a pretty low cooldown, right? Every 30 seconds. But if they are caught out by a surprise in Evil, that could change the game, because carry will be easily caught by Natana as well as Fredrin. As for the Chip, very simple. They don't want to have them use the Let's Walk to access Nathan from the backlines.
Yeah, look, I think that they don't want to see what Estrella has managed to get at the end of day 1, right? They don't want to see the Chip and Deloy being able to roam around the map like crazy. But we do see Carrot showing some shit. You talked about Spice. That's just Spice, my friend.
Yeah, I like the fact how Carrot's like, confirmed 2-0, but which side?
That's right.
So guys, please be specific with your comments.
Well, regardless, now there's one thing we need to take a look at, and that is going to be the ban onto the Phoveus. Very smart ban here because of the Akai, because of the carry, because of the Loi as well. There is so many different procs for the Demonic Eye, Demonic Force, and that is a problem they don't want to deal with. Now on the flip side, there's going to be a Terizla ban coming in from Team Evil. Control is the name of the game for Bleed, and they don't want to allow that extra control coming out from a Terizla. And so Bleed will opt for movement along with burst in the form of Cho and Paquito as well.
Cho being used by Gear was so good last week, right? We saw Gear utilizing the Cho to perfection, right? He was able to move around, disrupt, and just cause so much chaos in the enemy side of the jungle. And Paquito as well, we saw a successful use of Paquito with Closer. And fun fact, both Paquito and Cho have 100% win rates so far in MPL SG Season
Because
7.
of low sample size.
But still 100% win rate. And Cho and Paquito are both really, really, really good heroes, right? So it's now about execution. And on the other side, we see Evil rounding up the lineup with Yuzong as well as Faramis. Sailor's Faramis, we saw him utilizing that in week 1 as well with a lot of success. This is a really solid draft.
Yes, it is. And you can see the win conditions coming in from Bleed, right? So Gear is the only one that will be able to kind of kick out a singular member from the side of Evil, which in this case, prior onto the Faramis, right? If you can get rid of that Nether Realm early, it's going to be disastrous for the side of Evil. At the same time, when you have someone that's being taken away by the way of the dragon, what's the usual response? You want to support your teammates. All of them will get up. And welcome to Duality Procs from Loyi. So it's quite a painful combination coming out from Bleed. But of course, there are merits to the side of Team Evo as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. But enough from us. We're going straight into Game 1 of Match 2, Week 2, Day 1 of MPL Singapore, MPL SG Season 7, Bleed versus Evil.
Okay, another thing that we kind of forgot to highlight in between the game, before the games, is that Gear and Sayla used to be buddies since Season 2. They debuted together, they've been to M3 together, and now the opposite side of the aisle.
So do you reckon one of two things is going to happen, right? Either Gear is going to dash in and aim Sayla, or he's just going to avoid mid lane altogether. What do you guys think?
Well, I think everything is going to be onto Twist, right? They want to make sure that Sagitno gets a healthy lead. Carrot!
Oh, massive damage already. That's the power of the Loyi duality coming out from Jay. But Carrot's still okay. It's a Mathilda. We'll be able to get on away safely.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends, right? Which lane do they want to have an advantage over? Whatever lane they have an advantage will make a huge difference in the mid game as well. Yon just needs to not die. That's the whole onus for his gameplay right now.
Yep, and don't forget to support MPL SG Season 7. Don't forget to follow the social media for everything MPL SG. That's a free code there. Get yourself some emblems, get yourself some fragments as well. Do remember to scan the QR code. The code is there. Snatch it up quick before it expires.
Right off the bat, one of the things I think we should take a look at is the mid lane matchup. It's not looking good for Sayla at all, simply because of the range for the duality procs on the side of Loyi. So, you know, Jay is doing a very good job of controlling this mid lane, and you can see the rotations made by Gear have been super effective. They source information, they also have the potential to get 3 kills.
Yeah, I was going to mention, if you actually saw from the early game fights, right, Gear is actually in the enemy jungle. He is always there. I don't even think he has his own team's, his side anymore, you know, it's probably half blacked out. And we see the first turtle spawning in. We see 3 members of Bleed pushing in the top, hopefully maybe getting a map advantage and to do the turtle safely. But we don't see... Oh, and we do actually see a response from Evil's side. Trying to steal the orange buff away from Bleed.
Well, at this point, like I said, right, it's all about making sure the EXP lane has an advantage. What happens when you have a Paquito that is overpowered? No one will be able to survive that burst. So they are willing to trade out the turtle for a little bit of jungle EXP advantage as well.
It's actually not just the turtle. If you actually look, they've exchanged jungle sides, right? We see Akai in the enemy jungle just taking the bleed, taking out more resources from that side.
Sayla burn the Purifying right there. I feel like Bleed's playing a macro game, Kin.
Well, that has been the formula for winning against Evo.
Yeah, they're not handshaking though, this team fight, but here he comes. Yon getting picked up right here, and here comes a heavy spin. Yeah, Yu Jump goes in, and Jay, you're gonna have to TP away to safety! They're not handshaking any fights at all from the side of Evo.
What a nice diversion.
I think that was a really, really good use of his
Overboard the Loyi trade. 2-2, we're getting out of here!
They're just like, nope, we're not taking this fight, we're disadvantaged, and we know it, right? So I think that's really, really good for Bleed to identify their weaknesses right now and choose to back away from team fights. I think often teams just take the fights when they come, and we do see them getting punished for that. But in this case, Bleed is fine.
And you know what's scary about that is that they're on equal footing at this point. So what happens when Bleed gets an advantage? Evo will suffer, because then it becomes a defensive changes from a defensive measure to one that has a full offensive. Look at that! Like, look at that!
Oh, that's so much damage. That was so much damage from the duality procs. Loi Ish being shown why she's one of the premier picks, I think, from MPL SG so far. In terms of player gold,
man,
I think it's pretty even. It's right down the board. It's pretty much a straight line. We do see a slight advantage going towards Carrot's side, but that is in the hands of a Roman.
Man, this is just basically bleed. Oh, my macro versus micro. Where is Loi going? Turns out it's going all the way down to the bottom lane. JC's actually getting a lot of damage. Getting ganged upon. Gear flickers forward, kicks. Carrot all the way. Sailor touches him in the net around, but already gets deactivated at the same time. Fredrin holding on to the Archive. All the way, Heavy Spin already committed. Pinning Powerful down to the wall. Finally, 1 kill. First blood at a 4-minute mark.
What happens when you are put into the blender? This blender comes in the form of bleed, and I don't think Evo has enough resources to turn the fight. Very good plays from both the roams as well as the mids from both teams, but they just edge it out on the side for bleed.
I love how bleed is doing this, right? Like how, with the help of Seiji,
One more,
with the help
one
of
more.
Seiji, okay, hold it. It's okay. Jesus is safe for now, but back to my point. With KurTzy as the coach, Sagitnu and also Seiji, I love how the Singaporeans is blending into the PH playstyle into MPL Singapore. And hey, Seiji, in the mid lane already. Taking out both farms and Gear kicking Twist over there. Powerful. Man, Team Evo is not ready for this sudden switch on playstyle.
Yeah, look, Team Bleed is really moving around the map. As we predicted, Deloy is completely engaging and enabling Team Bleed to do what they want to do. Right now, there's a turtle dance happening, but while the turtle dance is happening, the carry, Seiji, is just pushing down turrets.
Yeah. Macro Jackson. Here we go.
Macro Jackson. Well done. So Gitnu gonna be using the portal offered by Diversion to jump in to defend the bot lane. At the same time, you know, Evo, they're in this standstill against Bleed, and it really is who's gonna pull the trigger first.
Man, it's like Evo want to fight. I'm this raging boy with a hormones. I want to fight, right? But Bleed is not handshaking, and it's a smart move. Look at Seiji already pushing down top already, and now they have total turtle control by not handshaking in the team fight. This is crazy coming out from Bleed.
Yeah, because early game, it isn't as effective for the Natan to really just push turrets yet.
Yeah, we see Gear trying to get a little sneaky way of the dragon in, but is unable to do so, so he just backs off.
Okay. Oh. Heavy Spin committed, tried to zone away, but that's one massive ultimate already converted. Yon taking the Retri, taking the turtle, and look at them bucking out over there. Gear just providing the hold on second. It's going to be Carrot jumping into the back line, trying to find some pick over here. Sailor pops in the middle of the round. Seiji free hitting from the back line. Powerful getting a lot of damage. Twist jumping on. Black Dragon Farm knocks Jay all the way out sky high. Flicker already burned. The Shah residue picking up, and Jason's trying to fight from the sides. And it is going to be 1 kill, 1 death from the side of Bleed, but they take away the turtle.
Yeah, man, Evo, that's why they call the team fight team here. Sure, they concur, let's fight.
Yeah, look, I mean, definitely, Evo's looking for these fights, but Bleed is doing such a good job of disengaging, and they came out with the turtle, right? So they are currently at about a 1k gold lead, but the gold lead is diminishing as time is going by. Evo's doing really well, keeping themselves in the game by taking fights that they know that they're gonna win.
Yeah, but you know, this is a standard and staple Evo playstyle, right? Right now, it really is about, can they control the map? Their macro game has always been weaker than the other teams.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we can see that the damage dealt is, you know, Sagitnu is on the Paquito is doing so much damage.
19k.
19k damage. That's more than any of the gold laners as well.
I feel like this is a very low kill score kind of game. We need to really talk about map control and also the rotations, right? Bleed's doing a wonderful job right here. Evo, this is the crux of their basically their biggest problem in their roster, right? They don't really have the amount of macro. That's why they lost top lane. Yes, albeit the silence on the Bleed is taking a lot of beating, but speaking of which, beating, Jace's getting caught out, but he's gonna get pounced upon instead by Sagitnu taking the fall right there.
4 members of Evo just being able to pin down Sagitnu. Sagitnu thought that he had caught out Jace's, but in fact it was the other way around.
Okay, let's put it into perspective, right? The Romans here, Carrot and Gear, who's doing a better job?
Carrot or Gear? I feel like, I personally feel Gear is doing a slightly better job, right? He's still being that thorn in the side of what he's kind of known to do. Right, he's going inside, he's invading the enemy jungle, he's trying to get these picks. Unfortunately, though, he hasn't found the right pick just yet.
I personally feel it's not fair to compare both these two Romas right here. They're playing very different style. Gear's playing disengage. Carrot's looking to engage with the circling eagle. But
you see, the thing is that I think Gears, yes, I agree with you. Gear is trying to get that disengaged when it happens, right? But Gears is constantly, you see, trying to find KurTzy, constantly trying to find someone from the opponent team to pick off and engage in some of these free kills.
And also cut off the escape path of the Guiding Wind, right? That's the main thing here. And it looks like they're going to reset the Lord. This is a very important juncture, like you mentioned, Jace. Right now, both teams, this is a very low kill score game. So any tip in terms of EXP or gold is going to make a huge difference in team fights later on.
Yeah, that's for sure. We see both teams doing the Lord dance, you know, they are threatening the potential for taking the Lord, but they don't actually want it, right? They're trying to bait the enemy team into them. And this is extremely smart. We do, however, see KurTzy being pushed from the side of Bleed.
Yeah, but look, if you take how Evil just tunnel vision onto, okay, it seems like Bleed want to go for the Lord, but no, all of a sudden you see Paquito shoving top, Akai going bot. This is just basically them, Team Evil is just now scratching their heads, not too sure what to do, but Team Side this time round, powerful, getting jump upon this time round, Appraiser's Wrath already committed, Sailor goes in with a nether realm, Yon sneaks away the Lord at the same time, Twist jumping in with Black Dragon form, looking for some pick up right here, but he's gonna get jump upon, instead the damage from Jay, finding him, and now it's gonna be Mathilda jumping in, knocking up 2-3 members, Flicker already committed, and now Bleed has to disengage, they got what they needed, yes, they sacrificed Yon for that, but he's done his job.
Yeah, it seems like Evil is trying to push the advantage a little bit, but it's completely stopped by Loi's ultimate. Just TPing back to base. You don't need to back if you can just TP there, right?
Yep, but for once, I think Evo have made a good macro play. They're going to get some trades in terms of the orange buff. Right now, all they need to do is to make sure that this Mr. Jason survives. Gears making the chase.
Where's the kick? But no, the Purify coming up. Jason's coming in cut just a little bit. Sagino flickers forward, trying to catch him, but he's so slippery with the hell Mathilda. And now Jason step forward. Seiji comes on the flank. The Hurricane from the side. And now Carrot will be trying to tag on to Seiji. But thank God for the duality, trying to protect him just a little bit longer. But Twist still catches onto him. Yon comes for the spin. Jay with the damage. And the Sailor to disengage. Bleed taking a little bit of losses right now.
I mean, but it's fine, right? Because this is what Evo wants. This is what Evo has planned. You can make a mistake. Carrot, what a godlike play there to jump in with the Flicker and the Guiding Wind to pull Twist so they could finish the kill off onto Mr. Gear there, or Jay.
And with that, the teams have evened out in gold. Right now, there's a slight advantage going on to Evil's side. But wow, we do see so much gold in the Natan. The Natan has already finished his Holy Crystal. He's at 9.3k gold in comparison to Carry's 7.7k. Carry also has finished the Holy Trinity though. So right now, I don't know if Natan's finished his 4th item.
Big question here is whether Gear can survive the magic damage. He does not have the full-on defensive item, either in the form of Athena's shield or the Radiant armor as well. And that's costing them the team fight so far, because even though Gear can get the catch, he doesn't survive that aftermath of it.
Yeah, he's just getting shredded down. Man needs to have a bit more magic defense. I want to see the Gear that I saw from last week. We do see him trying to make the same plays, but they're at a completely different game and a completely different gold advantage as well.
Well, Malefic Roar built onto Sagitnu. That might change a couple of the team fights as well. Gear in the middle of 4, but hey, that's a choke, right?
That is the way that Gear plays as well, right? Gear likes to be in the enemy's face. He's like, look, I'm either going to kick you with Way of the Dragon back to my team, or you can't catch me. So he is doing extremely well in Gear, showcasing why he is also one of the better roams. But how do you guys think he's facing up against in terms of the head-to-head with Carrot?
I think he's doing a good job, right? He's also supported by the team on the side of Bleed, because Bleed is able to scout out fights even before it happens, with Jay, you know, trying to proc the dualities as well. So right before the fight starts against Evo, Bleed normally has a health advantage already.
Yeah, we see Jason just swapping around with his ultimate just to use a better, to get into a better position, whilst I think doing a slight push in the middle lane. Gear once again being that annoying Cho that he is. Powerful may get caught out there.
Oh, Retri already taken by Yon already. Sagitnu stepping forward, punching down Powerful just a little bit. Twist coming in for the flank. Appraiser's Wrath already committed by Gear. Gear absorbing so much of the pressure and the damage. Flicker also. And now Bleed just tried to go into reinforce Gear, giving over the side of Team Evil.
That's why they used the retreat, because they wanted them to force the fight. They wanted to commit on the Lord. Oh, here we go, Sailor.
Retreat 10 seconds. JC's already stepped forward. Jay taking a lot of damage. Yon and Seiji Saginu heading at the Y bush right here. Sailor coming in with the Nether Realm, stepping forward, allowing to give them the confidence that Team Evil needs. Powerful. The taunt going in. Jay getting zoned out. The Praiser's Wrath catches Yon, and Jay needs to bugger out of there without Timid, but no. One more spoke. He's down.
Yep, and that is the Evo we're looking for. That is the Evo I'm looking for, and it looks like no one is going to be able to stop the curse today.
Turns out Micro Jackson's better than Macro Jackson this time around.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look, I mean, that was really interesting, right? So the thing is that here, it feels like they were... well, here's a quick replay of the fight just now. We see that Evo is just happy with this team fight. He's just taking over an Appraisal's Wrath, doing so much damage onto 3. Jay actually just getting tagged by the edge of Appraisal's Wrath. Powerful showcasing why he is a very powerful veteran.
Notice that Mr. Jaces did not take too much damage throughout the entire fight. The shield that Evo has put up for him in the form of Sailor as well as Twist and Carrot, that's a combination that is hard to match at this point of the game.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I have to say that Lord is shoving down the top, and it's just getting applied from 2 lanes, pressure from 2 lanes, right? Yep. Lord is pushing top, Team Evil is pushing mid. So right now they've got the first inhibitor tower down.
Not only just that, Seiji busting down the Lord for now. The biggest problem is Sagitnu. Yes, that's a backdoor being dealt by Bleed, but hold on a second, Bleed, that's a TP that I see, but I can't see, but where did it go? Gear getting sent all the way back, but hold on a second, what's Sagitnu doing? All the way in the enemy base, Yon getting busted down, Jabe outputting the duality at the same time. There's so many things that I think our observer cannot keep up as well.
Yeah, but Bleed doing a very good job at the trade. Sagitnu, good presence of mind to break down the tier 3s, threaten that crystal so that Evil will take a step back.
Now, the biggest problem that I feel like Bleed is unable to solve is the mid lane. Team Evil still has that mid lane. All of a sudden, when you're relying on so much of that macro power, Macro Jackson like I was talking about, right? The mid lane's not crack open. Team Evil still has a lot more map presence in the first maybe 40 minutes until Sagitnu push down bot.
And if you take a look at the draft by Evo, it forces you to go for the Radiant Armor. It forces you to go for the Athena Shield. That's 2 defensive items, lowering your attacks.
Yeah, so it's all down to seeing whether Bleed is able to do something here with the Loya ultimate in the bush. Unpowerful? Maybe?
He's so powerful, they don't...
Okay,
yeah, Powerful doesn't notice it!
Okay, there's going to be a Retching going out as well. Don't forget, Powerful does have another immortality. The rest of Team Evo is already coming in.
Holy!
And they're gone!
What a play! That was gone like Bleed! What presence of mind! I mean,
I was thinking about the clash, but all of a sudden they're gone.
They quickly noticed that they couldn't take down Powerful fast enough, right? So what they did was that they all poured it out. They were like, look, we're going to try to hit and run. If we can't hit, we'll just run.
Bro, I just got stopped. I was getting hype up and all of a sudden, hey, what? I'm getting pulled out from the Matrix already.
But I would say it's a failed play
It's a good
because what they wanted to achieve was actually to, number 1, either get a kill, or number 2, waste the ultimates on the side of Evil, both of which were not done. So
yeah,
that was a great aesthetical play, but the result of it isn't that good.
No, I agree for sure, right? I mean, they were trying to get a kill up there in order for them to secure the Lord for themselves. But it seems like by failing that play, Evil is just going to take the Lord.
Yep, Team Evo right here, gearing up on the Lord right there.
Oh no,
It's going to be Gear knocking up Jace's for now, but at the same time, Gear, Immortality already popped. Seiji Focus trying to bust down the Lord. For now, it's going to be Yon securing the Lord for himself, and now they have to bugger out. But don't forget, there's another big lizard chasing down the members of Bleed. Seiji busts a flicker already, and now Gear just jumping in. Receive a bit of Furious Die. Jace dives onto Jay instead, and Gignu buying some time for the retreat. Bleed got what they wanted. They got the Lord.
The great escape here by the side of Team Bleed. Not only did they not lose any members, I mean, that was a godlike play by Jay as well, using the duality procs to stop Powerful from using the Brave Assault. He couldn't even enter the Lord's Speed to attempt the steal there.
Yeah, Run Baby Run is definitely the theme of Bleed this game.
As that song is in my head now. Thank you.
Yeah, no, but I mean, look, even with the Lord play going on to Bleed's side of the things, Evil is still up 3.3k. right? There's still a sizable gold lead on the side of Evil, and we've also mentioned the macro advantages that Bleed already has. The Lord is running it down on the bot lane, so Bleed is on the advantage for this push.
Yep, but they need it to be extremely effective. I don't think the one at the tier top is going to work out for them. Very quick clear. Yawn, what's he doing?
Oh, so much damage coming up from Jason's already. So from there, heavy spin already committed, trying to push them away. Nobody from the side of Bleed already right here. And don't forget, Sailor already proc the Nether Realm. Jay going up next, and Praise's Wrath picks him up. 2 members from the side of Bleed wrong. That's a mistake that Bleed cannot afford to make.
We accept your invitation. Evo just wants to fight all the way now. They're just left with 3 members, Gear, Sagitno, and Seiji. What can the 3 of them do?
This whole game, it feels like Bleed, the members of Team Bleed, are kind of on different levels. The comms aren't what they used to be last weekend. Last weekend. It feels like Gion was trying to make a Lord play, but the rest of the team was like, no. We need to keep playing keep away.
That Powerful stepping forward, already providing a lot of play, but let's go. Yeah, kicking Powerful all the way back. Mathilda dragging him back right now. Seiji desperately trying to defend the turn, but no, he's got petrified. Team Evo taking Bleed, game 1.
And this is a game where Evo triumphs, and what a game by the entirety of all 5 members. This was not a solo effort. There was no one player with he did one godlike play. All 5 members pulled their weight, and I just have to commend. I think I'm going to be extremely lost on who the MVP is because all of them did so well in their roles.
Powerful. That's my call.
I personally feel it's just... I'm confused right now because
exactly.
Like, to be honest, that game was really going well for Bleed in the early game in terms of the macro play, but they simply cannot bring down the mid lane turret, and that costed Bleed a lot.
I mean, it's a tough one to call, right? Because at the same time, number 1, you have Sailor, the Nether Realms were on point, you have Carrot, the Guiding Winds were on point as well, and then who's the one that you suggested? Powerful? Okay, Powerful, he was the sponge, he soaked so much damage up, and I mean, the Appraiser's Wrath. If that was not anger, then I don't know what that is.
His timings of the Appraiser's Wrath is why I feel that he should be MVP, right? He literally soaked up all the damage, and he was like, yeah, hit me, I'm in front of you, I'm taunting you, and then bam, Appraiser's Wrath, everyone dies.
Yep, I'm just super happy because Evo seems to be breaking my caster curse at this point. But the bigger question is, who is the actual MVP? So let's take a look at who the MVP is. Show him on screen. Yes, it's Carrot! It is all about the Guiding Winds, guys.
Yes. I feel like it's just the Guiding Wind. It just cancels whatever Gear wants to do, right? Your choke, we want to isolate somebody off, but then, yeah, you get kicked, but you tap one button, you nullify everything that Gear worked hard for.
Exactly.
That's for sure, right? And, it seems like Carrot wasn't talking out of his mouth, wasn't talking out of his ass, right? He's got a 0-0-13 KDA, 100% kill participation. Man was moving around the map. He was following, almost following Gear, shadowing Gear, and he's like, if you want to take any of my members, well, I'm going to say no. Just say no.
Yeah, I think at this point the question is, Gear, do you know what your teammates want? Because Carrot knows what his teammate wants at this point.
Ooh, that is some shade coming out from Kin. But he's not wrong, right? I think Carrot has showcased why he's happy to talk about that. But we are going to take a look at what item builds both teams are currently built.
I mean, the gold wasn't that big of a difference. Even till the late game itself, I think most of the players were really quite evenly matched. Maybe slight advantages more towards Gear than Carrot at the start of the game. But look at the number of objectives they've taken. Bleed, like you said, macro game all the way. They got so many turrets, they got so many turtles, so many lords, but they just couldn't convert because Evo was forcing them to keep on fighting. They took that invitation.
You see, that's the problem. That's the power of Team Evo. Not only just that, they have this magic team fight magic, right? You want to play macro? Sure. Evo is like, I'll let you play macro because eventually you have to team fight me.
Right, and one of the things I think I have to point this at you, credit to you picking Powerful as the MVP, but take a look at the itemization. Twilight Armor, he really went in the mindset that he wanted to soak everything.
Yeah, look, and Powerful did such a good job of soaking everything, right? I mean, he was in quite a few of the team fights, 217 KDA. He was a playmaker, right? I feel for Evo. He was the reason why they were able to initiate all those fights, and he itemized accordingly. Twilight Armor was such a good play. And look, concussive.
Yeah, concussive blast, extra HP. just for the fun of it. And at the same time, he enabled the entire team because you take a look at KurTzy as well as Jaces. They both took Quantum Charge, which means their basic attacks also allow them to heal a certain percentage of their health. So they increase their survivability, not by
It's
a
a laning
lot,
phase.
but something considerable to change the fights in between as well.
Yeah, and I personally feel, I don't feel in this particular game the emblems nor the items really tell the true story. If you really want to understand this game number one, you really have to take a look all the way back during the games and also perhaps the stats right there.
170,000! Oh my god.
170,000 damage on Jaces on the Natan. You mentioned that we needed to see Jaces step up.
Yeah,
and
there we
step
go.
up
Thank you.
He did. Alright, Jaces and Natan shows that Natan was, well, pretty darn good in the game. The 0% win rate coming to week 2 was just a stat, as Natan is definitely still a threat on the board.
Yep, I'm just going to leave stream for a while. I'm going to be building my pedestal and putting Evo on top here. I mean, look at KurTzy as well. 13 assists across the board. He made it so that Evo could never fail.
Yeah, and look, the sandbag, usually we see the opposing team being the sandbag, right, or taking that spot. But in this case, powerful, taking the sandbag position, 95k damage taken in a 19-minute game. That is a solid number, my friend.
I mean, he had Oracle, he had Garden Helm, he had Twilight Armor, he had Immortality. If that was not a sponge, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, that's for sure. So I think, so now the question is, what does Bleed need to do to change their results?
I feel personally, I really like how they're playing the macro.
Yes, it
it's
is.
really a refreshing moment to see a macro play being brought into MPL Singapore. But this is Evo that we're talking about. This is kind of player that really, this is kind of team that really drags you down to the mud. You think you're human, but he'll bring you down to this ape mode and battle it out, duel together. It doesn't matter if you're a chess player. It doesn't matter because eventually you still need to team fight them.
Yep, I mean, this game, like we mentioned, KurTzy just doing all the work. So, all of the saving grace here, complemented by the NetherRealm, he brought his teammates in. Look at that, on the backlines, jumping on the Sugino, getting the stun with his Circling Eagle onto Yon. That allowed Powerful to get in position for the Appraiser as well. And this last portion, I mean, Powerful, he cleaned up good for the team as well.
Yeah, that's for sure. Once again, this replay of Yon just being where he should not be. Actually, speaking of what Bleeds needs to do, Bleeds needs to stop doing things like this, right? They were literally, like I mentioned earlier in game, it felt like they were disjointed. It felt like part of Bleed wanted to take the team fights hit-to-hit. They wanted to smash, they wanted to meet hit-to-hit on that, but the rest of Bleed knew what the game plan was and was playing towards their win condition.
Well, but KurTzy changed it because he said,
Yeah.
okay, you want to run away? No, you wanted to fight. Let me give it to you. And right now, of course, we want to take a look at the analysis of what went down. So, Professor Churros, please do us a favor and talk about what you think was great.
Guys, Prof Churros here yet again, off the desk, yet another episode. And of course, I will want to talk about what happened. Bleed, and in particular Jay, I'm going to dub him as Zhuge. He's more of a strategist, and he's really a macro god. The fact that he used diversion to be able to seek out any loose members, he effectively turns his entire team into assassins, whether or not you actually play an assassin. I've got two clips over here. The first is the second or third Lord of the game, can't really remember, and then the base defense from Evil. So both of these very interesting topics to really break down and analyze for you. In this case, I'm gonna just let it play down right here. Bleed has a strategy putting Sagitnu on the offside, but you have Jay and Seiji always together like two peas in a pod. They want to find an opening, and that is where you have Yon trying to open up that map, trying to give a little more vision, because what they want to do is take down Jaces. Jaces is one of the main targets for Evil. If Jaces goes down, they have no main damage dealers, and Bleed has a wide window of opportunity just to overcome that team fight. But you'll be able to see how Evil operates around this. Yes, they are facing up against a split push. Yes, typically nowadays in the meta, you have that back line, you have the nice flank, but we see KurTzy as well as Twist not going straight for that back lines. they're always coming back to reinforce that 5-man front-to-back team fight. It's always coming together, it's always fighting front-to-back, and that is where, you know, Evo is able to unleash their magic of team fight. So we'll be able to play this out. We see how Seiji and Jay coming in here. Sayla, powerful. You're always on that front foot trying to protect Jace's. Jace's does a very nice sidestep over here. If he hadn't, this is pretty much over for Evo, and it was Bleed's game. So very, very good sidestep. He read that like an open book. You have that tri-bush over there, and the rest of the team members from the side of Evo coming down, but they don't rush straight to that flank. They will try to recuperate and fight as 5 men. You have to be sure that KurTzy will be able to chase up against any of these loose enemies. Every single time they recuperate as 5, you have Bleed coming in one by one, sort of like queuing up for a really nice chicken rice at a store, but then it's to their downfall. So we'll just let this play out. And yeah, the rest is history. You got fighting as 5 men. You always have that chase coming from KurTzy. Once that guiding wind's ready, you have Twist able to go straight deep into it. Very, very meticulous, very disciplined in the fact that once you have a loose member, Evo will be able to capitalize on that factor. And this is where, you know, as Evo, you need to be able to know what is the win condition, where do you fight? When you're facing up against Bleed, a split push composition where Sagitnu is always on the offside, you send Twist just to, you know, just to annoy him. Be it that nuisance, don't let him come any closer. But the rest of the team is always protecting Jace's. You need to be able to protect your win condition, let Yon enter, and let Yon regret his decisions because the rest of the members are just gonna be coming down and fighting as 5. So this is where the heavy spin was locked up, but KurTzy just makes sure that he won't be able to escape on this fight. Take a look at where Gear is. In my opinion though, Gear would have been able to just back up as the secondary defender. But in this case though, knowing that you aren't able to get that pick off, it's a little bit difficult for Bleed to come back from this one. So yeah, the rest is history. Notice where Twist moves as well. He recuperates and joins in the team fight before coming in to the rest of the team. So yeah, whether or not Bleed will be able to come back from this one, really yet to be seen. Evo really played their hearts out on this one, and I can't wait for game number 2. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you, Professor Churros. Really appreciate that detailed analysis in the previous game. But okay, boys, so before we head into game 2, my question for y'all is, what does Bleed need to change in order to get back a win and bring it to a 1-1? And what does Evo need to keep doing to maintain the lead?
They need to make sure that they have a much more rounded catch. So Gear, yes, he has a lot of catch potential on the Cho, but it's one singular member. I would prefer if he actually goes for the Tigro instead. It makes a lot more sense, and the synergy with the lower E makes a ton more damage worth, right? So you have the attack wave after the implosion, you gotta push them together as well. So it makes much more sense, but of course, with that being said, mobility for a Tigro isn't as valid compared to one that you have offered as Cho.
That's a really, really good point, but you know, I do want to see what the Paquito can do as well. And speaking of Paquito, right, here comes a new challenger. The highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB, the King of Fighters 97 collaboration, are now unveiled. And the collab skins has arrived on the 24th of April. Popular characters Valir, Kyo Kusanagi, Masha Mai Shiranui, and Paquito Terry Bogard, Paquito, will bring their unique fighting techniques to the Land of Dawn for an ultimate showdown.
Dude, the pronunciation of the names are so clean.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love KOF, man. I love fighting games, sorry. So I love my Street Fighters.
Okay, there's a challenge for Churros. Later on during analysis off the desk, I want you to pronounce these names.
Yeah, I want you to pronounce the Terry... no, Terry Bogard is too easy. The Valir one.
He's off the camera like, no,
Kyo Kusanagi. We should have a Valir in the second game today.
Dude, I would love to
Jay
see
put
Valir,
it
right?
before. Jay put it out before.
All right, so looking at the pick and ban recap for match 2, game 1, Seiji picking the carry. Actually, that was one of the questions I had for you guys.
Okay.
Right? How effective was this carry?
The carries here is mainly to do, first of all, fight powerful, right? That's the main goal. Apart from that, I think it's just, that's it. But another biggest problem is that I really feel the interaction between the Matilda and also Cho kind of just does whatever Bleed wants to do is just thrown into the wind, right? And apart from that, there's so many disengaging mechanics that Carrot was able to drag Powerful out of very precarious situation. Don't forget, after the Nathan used the ultimate, there's no way for him to escape. Matilda comes in to probably come in and save him.
Yep, exactly. And I like the bans itself, but let's see what kind of bans they're gonna have in game 2, because based on what's happening in game 1, it really was, hey, let's block off access into our backlines. But then suddenly Carrot came out with the Matilda and it's like, who cares about your backlines? Let's just kill you from the front.
Yeah, but right away, Bleed first bans Loi, a character which they put such, I think, priority on.
Because it's Sailor. It is his speciality hero. We don't want to see a Sailor. I mean, I want to, but Bleed doesn't want to have it happen.
If you
and Jace's, I mean, the first ban is going to be on the Roger. So this is something that I think right away they don't want to deal with the burst damage. And they don't want the confusion coming in from the Lycan Pounce on across the entirety of Team Evo. So this could be a slightly different kind of gold laner that we see from Evo this time.
Yeah, and moving Carol on, we've also see the bans coming out on both Angela and Harif. These two heroes have been instrumental in games that they were allowed to sneak by and sneak past the banning phase, right? So they are 100% pick and ban rates for a reason, but it's really interesting to see how Evo's going to round up the first phase of the drafting.
Yeah, I mean, there are quite a few gold laners to consider. We do have the Melissa, we do have the Pupo and Koopa, someone we have not seen in a very long time. You know, but at this point, it's looking... Yeah, look. But anyway, so the same bands coming out from Evo, right? They had this exact same band, the Angela and the Roger as well, and this time they will ban out the Matilda. We've already seen the strength of easy entry and disengage, so there's not a lot of options left for the side of Bleed if they want to play in this particular style. They can still go for the Cho, but Cho alone doesn't do much.
Yeah, and the next ban that we see coming out from the side of Bleed is in the time, targeting down Jace's pick that he did so well on previously.
Yep, the Sponge. Your favorite.
My
Mr.
favorite.
And not only just your favorite, it's also Powerful's favorite, right?
It's true.
His shoulders is as wide as a Fredrin. That's why he always plays him. But not apart from that, right? Fredrin, this is one of Evo's comfort pick, right? And now Bleed sees the Fredrin. Would they go back into the carry pickup? And now only just that, Gear goes back for the R-Lot.
This is something that I like to see from the side of Bleed as well. Sure, there's no Matilda, but now you have an Arlet, and it's probably an Arlet roam into the hands of Gear. Now, we've already seen, you know, the likes of the roster from our entire league. Mr. Dear FMM, a quick shout out for him. His Arlet was pretty sick as a roam as well. And Gear, having been teammates with FMM as well, can take a page out of his book. So, easy backline access with the Vengeance as well. So this could be something that will kind of change the way that Evo will draft. And adding on to that, they have a crystal ball in the form of Valentina with the IMU.
And I feel like with this sudden change up, it feels like Bleed may not go for pure macro play. They're going to handshake against Evo with all these team fights. Because don't forget, during the head-to-head, KurTzy was also scratching his head. It's like, how do you fight against a team like Evo? But there you go, Phobias. What?
Well,
Why?
Isn't it a duh?
How?
It's an Arlet. So Vengeance always procs Demonic Force. Valentina with the Shadow Strike, Arcane Shade combination also procs the Phobia's Demonic Force. And while they're busy running away from, you know, the SRS Eye and whatever skills that Sailor has to offer as well, Carry can have the time of his life, Mr. Jace is throwing out some light wheels as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, Phobias was picked previously by Sailor as well, right? And we didn't see much success from the execution of Phobias.
Because he couldn't tank. And where do we have a tank? We have the Fredrin as a sponge.
That is true. We do see Carrot being the nice guy. Suddenly he's like, okay, we talked shit game 1, but let's try our best for game 2, lads.
It feels like passive aggressiveness.
I love how this is basically, you know, the in-game chat.
Yep.
And the admin's like, hey, can you say something? And then Carrot's like,
yeah, let's try our best for game 2, boys. Yeah, let's go.
Suddenly everyone's holding hands saying Kumbaya, but enough on Kumbaya. We see Barats being picked for the side of Team Bleed as the last pick for the first part of the drafting phase. We do see bans of X-Board coming out from Team Evo and Yuzong for the side of Bleed.
Good ban there. X-Ball able to dish out the true damage with the War X as well. He will be able to chunk down the front lines on the side of Evo, so that's something that they don't want to deal with. You need that frontline shield for your carry and your Phobias to be able to pull off whatever stunts they want to try. Now on the other side, the Yuzong being banned out, same concept. They want to keep their backlines safe. Now with the Ala jumping in as a roam with the Vengeance, with the Final Slash as well, it pretty much leaves your backline open. So they don't want to allow that easy backline access as well.
Yeah, we see the last ban of the Edith coming out. You know, I think Bleed is really worried about the DPS that they'll be able to dish out with the Fredrin and the Phobias, absorbing some damage. They don't want to let the Edith go in the hands of KurTzy.
Yep, they don't exactly have a huge amount of big burst, which means they get to prop out the passive shield on the side of Edith. So when she gets a Primal Wrath, that's a huge amount of damage, and that's a potential turnaround for the fight against Bleed. So right now we're left with the last ban for the side of Team Evo. At this point, what is the thing that they're looking at, right? They have already taken out the healings, they have taken out the repositionings, and they have taken out the tank shredders, or the shield shredders. So right now it's all about the control. No more Terizla, and no more full-up damage in the early game.
Bleed needs to take the Akai right now. Unfortunately, you have Evo. This is when you see a Phobias, rest assured you need someone to continuously to displace people, right? Currently, Team Evo doesn't really have anything else to displace except for Sailor himself. So Bleed, if they don't take an Akai here, you're going to give the Akai over to the side of Team Evo, and, you know, he's going to have procs for days. Bleed goes for the Florin instead.
I love the Florin pick. You know, with the Soul as well, it allows so much healing for the side of Bleed. And bear in mind, Arlet as well with the Vengeance, if he takes up the Brave Smite or the Festival of Blood, that's going to be a lot of heals. He's going to be able to sustain the fight long enough for them to, you know, use the Barats, Missile Experts, maybe get a Daytona's Welcome perfectly. And the more time you buy for Valentina, her combination of the Arcane Shade, Shadow Strike is going to be extremely potent. Granted also, I mean, Jay will be able to steal quite a few ultimates as well. Right here, I don't see very big ultimates to steal. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I know. The Valentina first pick could steal the Khalid.
Yep. Raging Sandstorm,
yeah.
And the Wild Charge as well. Those are pretty big ultimates to steal. Question is, can Jay survive the initial initiation, right?
Yeah, so I think it's all eyes on Gear and Florin, right? And Florin's going to be able to sustain them long enough for them to reach that stage. Speaking of which, Gear needs to be in a really good position, right? I think it's super important for the Florin to be on the back lines and position himself in a way that he does not or cannot be picked off. We do see the line up round off with Moskov. Seiji playing Moskov, guys. I am very excited to see this.
Oh, for sure. You know, I think the shield that they're offering and the heals offered by the side of Bleed should be enough for Seiji to really go crazy. But at this point, it's also a huge risk for the side of Gear taking out Florin. Florin works best when she's close to the team. So she's putting herself at risk as well. Sure, she has Bloom, which is a global heal. But her first skill, which is going to be the Soul, is going to be very important. It only procs when you hit an enemy unit or heal.
Yeah.
So she needs to be in the fights.
Yeah.
I feel like the gold lane lineup was gutted, right? Like, so many bans going to the Harif and the Roger. And now this carry is left unproliferated. And I feel like if Bleed doesn't solve this carry problem, especially when they have a Barats, the Barat's going to get shredded.
Yeah, for sure. Well, going into the second game, potentially the last game for Bleed. This is game 2.
Well, if you believe KurTzy, that is.
Sorry?
If you believe KurTzy, then this is the last game.
Yeah, that's true. 2-0 as predicted by KurTzy. We'll see if this is going to happen.
Well, it is, right? It's a potential last game. No, it's not a potential last game. It is the last game here.
Speaking a lot of confidence from King, from the side of King, but I think Bleed is gonna have to prove us, being Jays and I, correct and prove you wrong.
Well, mid lane is gonna maybe try and make a point here. Jay, look at the damage.
Yep, that's a Valentina in the early game, right? Sayla, especially in the Phobias, you really need to grind quickly all the way to level 4. That's where your power spike. If not, currently in the early game, it's Jay's game.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, with the range and the constant poke and spells that Jay can throw out, it seems like they're gonna try to constantly dish out damage. But KurTzy's just gonna be chilling.
It's not gonna be an easy game in the mid lane for the side of Evo, right? Because not only do they have wave clear on the side of Bleed, they also have heals or force the flicker there. And that's gonna be an important marker because that's gonna be a flickerless twist for the next, what, 110 seconds? And
For the next turtle fight,
Yep,
immediately.
turtle fight in less than 25, 26 seconds.
Yeah, but hey, look, I mean, I don't think it's too big of a down for Twist because Twist can just use the Raging Sandstorm to initiate the fight, and on top of that, just tank by staying in the middle and just healing up, right? So I think losing the Flicker on Twist isn't too bad. He can't reposition, he can't get out after using Raging Sandstorm, but it's not too big of a loss.
Well, I'm starting to see a couple of problems for the side of Evil's draft here, right? So who do they actually initiate with the exception of Twist? If Twist is stopped, I don't think they have an easy entry into the backlines of Bleed.
Maybe with the carrot, right? With your wild charge, skip everybody, knock everybody up, then all of a sudden you have access to the backline. But hold on a second, Turtle is already being contested by the two junglers, whereas the EXP laners were duking it out. Sailor coming in does have level 4. Jay also have the wild charge as well. Will be going in. Yon picks up the Turtle instead. Sailor jumps onto the mid forest. Yon getting shot down. First blood given over the side of Evil already, and Jay will finish the job. The spear coming in. Seiji joins in the fight. That's how the Moskov coming in, but will not be able to finish how powerful. And Sailor will be next on the chopping block. Doesn't really have enough mana. Will give his life over to Sagitnu.
Wow, the team fight is extremely scrappy. They've got the Turtle going over to Bleed, and I think Bleed did overall come out ahead in this team fight, right? The issue is that I'm not sure what Evil was doing there. Yes, they was contesting for that. They had the wave push and they had slight advantage, but Evil should have just disengaged.
I think they overestimated the ability that they could threaten the side of Bleed. And Bleed, you know, they said, no, we can still fight, so they actually took it.
Sagitnu joining the fight right here. Demonic Force already committed. Sailor jumps into the air, trying to restrict the amount of dashes that Jay could do. Nice damage in the mid lane, but not lethal enough.
The emblems were showing just now. 3 concussive blasts on the side of Evil. They want to team fight, but as mentioned before, they only have the Raging Sandstorm to engage. They have a lot of re-engage or engage if the enemy team engages, but they can't choose when to initiate the fights without Twist around.
Yep, and if they don't catch gear, it's probably going to be a bad fight as well, because without Soul and Bloom, you know, with the usage of Soul and Bloom, that's a lot of health that they have to burn through.
Yeah, that's for sure, and we do see 4 members of Bleed gathering up just to give the push in on the side for Seiji, as they do want to move around the map a little bit more, perhaps try to prevent Evil from fighting.
Yon taking a lot of unnecessary damage right here. Sailor jumps forward as well, tags onto Jay, but Yon is no condition to basically go for the turtle fight, especially right now when within 10 seconds Powerful zones out Yon. Yon needs to refresh.
That was a really, really well fight from the side of Evil, trying to push away Bleed from taking the turtle, and this is exactly what they did. However, that being said, Bleed is still up slightly in terms of gold. There's a minuscule amount, but in terms of the macro-wise, it's pretty even with a slight advantage to Evil being able to secure the turtle.
Nice stun coming there. Jay jumps in as well. It's going to be Jace's walking the wrong way. Carrot right here getting chunked down by Sagitnu. But with the help of the, nice wall charge, point blank, forcing Sagitnu right underneath the turret, gets away, but will walk into Sailor instead. The Flicker's already committed, Twist finds on top of Jay, Flicker already committed, Twist! Nice! Raging Sandstorm finds on top of gear, and now it's going to be Bleed on the back foot as well. Demonic Force already committed, jumping onto Yon, jumping onto Jay, spreading all the damage, and Powerful has a clear line, carpeted for the turtle take.
Yep. Still gold advantage going to the side of Bleed, right? But it's pretty difficult to see how Bleed is supposed to fight into this. Every single option they can explore is an option to proc Sailor when he has Demonic Force.
Yeah, that's for sure. We see Evil just doing a little line around the turtle, right? Trying to prevent Bleed from coming in.
Oh, Jay! Missing the wall charge. Yon still secure the turtle for now. Powerful gets solo all the way up. It's going to be Sailor down low. Giving Sagitnu the mega kill as well. And final slash committed will not be able to catch on to Powerful as well. Moskov using the ultimate to join the fight, providing Team Evil, providing Bleed with more damage.
I mean, we were asking in week 1, right? Before the start of Bleed's game, who was Seiji? And now in week 1, Seiji made his name known. This time it's looking like it's going to continue as well. Seiji 101. His spears of destruction have been on point.
Yeah, that's for sure. And you know, there's the power of the Moskov as well, right? Moskov is able to push out the lane, match whatever the opponent, where the opponent gold laner is at. And then after that, you're still joining the team fight as well as leaving the opposing gold laner behind. We already see an advantage on the Moskov, 4.1k gold with 2 of the
no
holy
boots.
Trinity built. No boots. Who needs boots when you're just gonna kill everyone, right?
Yep, and it's pretty hard for them to fight now, right? On the side of Evo. Because Flask of Oasis already completed onto Gear. So his Soul and Bloom gonna have a very huge impact in the team fights as well. And if you can take a look at it, Evo hasn't been performing too well in a honest 5-on-5 fight the moment Seiji joins.
Yeah, I mean, look, the lead that Sagitno has is 4-0-2. On Arlok, 4-0-2, Arlok can easily burst down and also absorb damage on the side of Lead.
I mean, that's the reason why it's a double-digit KDA, right? Sagitno, not only is he very aggressive, he's very clinical as well. And see Halberd onto Sagitno.
Yeah, see Halberd, I think, is an excellent choice here, right? Just having all the recovery and having all the shields on the side of the Evil with just one final sweep, right?
Yep, so he actually will be able to melt down Sailor's shields as well. He will be able to chunk down the amount of health that Powerful gets to deal with when he takes in damage.
Not only that, it prevents Khalid from healing up. It removes one of the damage soakers, right? The Khalid is meant to be a sponge, meant to go in with the Raging Sandstorm, because if he goes in with the Raging Sandstorm, there's no effective way for him to disengage.
It's a very greedy build coming off Sagitno, going for the Sea Hell, but usually you expect a Dom Eyes. Instead, Sagitno is going off for blood.
Yeah, and I think it's really well played, right? Because with one final sweep, you're able to remove the recovery and the shields from the entire side of your hitting 5. It is, in my opinion, the right way when you're playing with the advantage on the side of Bleed. We see Bleed right now, this is such a good state. They're 3.8k gold ahead. They are starting to turtle, and Evo, they want to fight, but they can't fight because they're just too far behind.
Yep, they can't, because at this point, you expect Twist to be able to push Seiji back, right? But Seiji is at level 10, equal levels along with Twist, and he has definitely much more gold than what Twist has been able to accumulate so far, which means he can't burst him down. And with that, that's free reign for Seiji to go crazy, to take turrets, to take creeps, and more importantly, pull members of Evo away so they can't perform that full 5-man team fight.
And look at where Seiji is on the map, right? He's letting
Look at that!
Yeah, exactly.
Lots of damage. Seiji getting ganked on top. 1v2, no problem, Seiji. No, 1v2. Fight me, Seiji. Seiji says, fight me, literally, fight me, because there's a Lord push down bot. And now you send 2 members all the way out top. Jay goes in for the assassination for the cleanup instead.
That's insane. It was a 1v2. And they still even lost that fight, or lost that skirmish, right?
Okay, right now the most important thing is the Lord right here. Powerful already stepping forward. Unfortunately, Sagitno will go down for the count. And now it's all about the Ratchet douche run. And it's gonna be Yarn picking up the Lord instead.
Yeah, macro plays all over the place for Bleed, and this is what they wanted to achieve in Game 1, and it looks like this time it's a much better execution. Bleed leading by 4,500 gold at the 90-minute mark, and it looks like Bleed looking to close the doors on Game 2.
This is the Bleed that I wanted to see in Game 1. This is why I was confident in saying 2-1 for Bleed.
I feel like Bleed in Game 1, they're still exploring. They don't know Evil. KurTzy doesn't know Evil. And now they finally figured out, hey, you know what? I have the mechanics. I can team fight. And they decided to get scrappy with Team Evil.
Yeah, no, that's true. But they don't not only get scrappy with Team Evil, they also are incorporating the macro plays, right?
Yeah.
So as we saw the Lord being taken, Seiji had free reign to push top, right? Which is where we see the Lord is pushing in right now. We do see the lane, the minion waves pushing in mid as well as top. But I don't think they can get the inhibitor turret. There we go.
I mean, this is really stressful for the side of Evil, because every time Sagitno is in the front, you can expect that he's looking for that final slash, right? And right now, we're 40 seconds away from his flicker, and that could be the marker for a big play from the side of Bleed.
Hey, important power spike. We do see that Jesus has not finished his Holy Trinity, but Seiji has. He's not only finished his Holy Trinity, he's got 2 parts for his next 2 components for his next item as well.
Yep, the Rose Gold Meteor definitely going to make a big difference in the team fights, primarily because he's able to deal with Sailor. And, you know, when you can ignore the Phobius, hey, everything is game. Let me take a look at the menu. Which player do I want?
It's like a buffet for Seiji at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah, and he also has it inspired, so he's definitely going to be shredding through whoever he wants to. Even Grok is going to look a bit less hard. He's not going to be a rock. He's going to be like a pebble.
Yeah,
Pebble is actually quite hard.
That's true.
Don't forget, Goliath was slain by a pebble.
That is very true. But we'll see whether Evil is going to be Goliath or is going to be the pebble this time around. Eh?
Shout out to Pebble right there. But don't forget, right now it's just in a very weird position that Bleed is in. Bleed is a lot of dives, right? But Evo, on the other hand, they can accept die because they got so much CCs in their kit that can taunt you right underneath, they can wall charge you right into a turret, right underneath a turret. So that's why Bleed is playing a little bit safe, and Sailor building a clock. They're looking to actually last all the way to the late game.
Yeah, look, I think one thing what Bleed is doing is that they're playing the waiting game, right? They're playing for 30 seconds in the waiting game to find the next Lord, because that's what they need to enable the push. But at the same time, we do see all three lanes pushing in favor of Bleed as well. So they're not just sitting by ideally and not doing anything. They are playing their favorite macro game, right? They are pushing the lanes accordingly and making sure that there's pressure being dealt on Evil, towards Evil, and that Evil can't just chill.
Yep, I really like this standoff there. Both of the junglers, of course, not going to commit Retribution at this point because the Lord is going to be spawning. This is an important Lord take. Now, look at the positioning of Jay and Saginu, right? They're waiting for the engage.
Ooh, purple steal by Jay.
Yep, he also has the wild charge, just for good measure.
The wild charge is definitely going to be incredible in the next team fight as well. Who needs extra walls when everyone's going to be fighting in the jungle, right? You mentioned Grok being extremely effective by placing his wall and then wild charging, but if you're fighting in the jungle, you have plenty of walls to work with.
I mean, I really like Gear's positioning. Oh, hang on.
Oh, massive damage coming out. It's like, you know, final slash! Connecting on 2, 3. Twins going out for the count as well. Right now, it's going to be the Lord. Completely forgotten. Powerful. Not the Praises Wrath. Yawn lands the Retribution right on the dot and takes away the Lord right away from Evo. And Seiji is leading a push down bot. How do you counter this?
I don't know, but Bleed, when they want it, they want it. You will not be able to stop them. Can he actually get it? No, he will not.
Seiji being really sneaky here, doing so much damage to Current!
Oh my goodness!
How do you deal with a Moskov who is 202, basically full item build, right? And look at that, he's just eliminating minion waves with the blink of an eye.
Yep, the crits coming out from the Hearth Claws, and now he has a Malefic Roar as well. There's a lot of damage coming out from the Seiji itself. So it's looking like a tough defense for the side of Evil.
Yeah, that's for sure. Tough defense for sure. We see minion waves pushing from the top and the bottom, and they're empowering minions as well because the Lord is alive. Holy cow, I have no idea how Team Evil is playing tower defense but with no towers.
Yeah, right now it's going to be the Lord already core, already battered, a little bit weak right here, and it's all about Bleed looking for an entry point. Twist trying to turn the tide with a Raging Sandstorm, but the members of Bleed will push all the damage into the core, and they take game number 2.
Now this is the Bleed we were waiting for. They tied things up 1-1 here, and this was the macro game that Bleed needed in game 1. But hey, no worries. They can do it in game 2 as well.
That is for sure. Bleed is looking so good. And you know, all eyes are really on Seiji.
All about Seiji.
We're going to game number 3 for the second series already.
Let's go!
Yeah. So much MLBB today.
Yes, it is.
And I'm not complaining. This is what
we're
here for, right? This is what we are here for. And I'm here to see more of Seiji. Seiji looked so good in week 1, but he looks even better in week 2.
Well, we have to take a look at what contributed to the success. I'm just going to call it out first. My MVP is going to be Saginu. His final slashes were on point.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, final slashes were hitting not 1, not 2, but 3 people. Most of the time you see that thing come out, you're hitting so many people, right? And that's why he built the Sea Halberd as well. Sea Halberd, he knew he was getting the confidence in hitting multiple of the enemy team, and that's why he built the Sea Halberd.
Yep, let's take a look at the MVP, ladies and gents. I think there's 2 main characters right here. Both of you all, okay, I'm gonna be the lecturer right here. I'm gonna tell both you, Seiji, and also Saginu, you guys are correct. Because I feel in the early game, Saginu was the one that's stealing all the spotlight, right? Like, look at the items. It's a very greedy Arlot build and does a lot of damage. I try to shut down and perhaps find the assassination onto the squishies, right? Now, and heck, in fact, he's going to go ahead and build a BOD. But in the later parts of the game, Seiji was split pushing like a mad lad, and not only just that, when you need him, he's always there with teamfight because he could just join you in a flick of a button.
I mean, with the addition of the tenacity as well, he really just made the game his own, right? With the Brave Smite, tenacity, Inspire as well, he had so much sustain, he had so much defense, he had so much pierce as well. And adding on to that, I really like the fact that you highlighted not just 1, the Sea Hell, but number 2, the Blade of Heptases as well, and the Malefic Roar. So he also had pierce, he got rid of a lot of the shields, and more importantly, the heals. Twist was redundant in the fights.
Yeah, Twist definitely couldn't soak up the sponge that he needed to be. Right? He was able to engage in team fights, as we mentioned earlier, but he wasn't able to soak up the damage. He didn't have the regeneration because, once again, the Sea Helmet, Sea Helmet was such a smart call.
Yeah.
But moving on, we're looking at the stats of the game. There are, Bleed was ahead by almost, 11k gold.
Yep.
13 minutes game, 14 minutes game, 11k gold lead. Advantages all the way from Bleed.
Yep. I feel like it's not, apart from the roster, apart from the item builds, also a mentality shift. Bleed has shown that hey, if you want to play macro, I can get macro of you. If I want to really fight you in team fights, hey, turns out I could just do a bit of a switch here, and I can suddenly join you in these team fights.
Yep, I feel like we're messengers for the side of Team Bleed and Evo as well. So this time, game 1, Evo was asking, especially from Carrot, like, hey Gear, do you know what your team needs? Do you know what your team wants? And Gear said, yes, I do. I have the heals. I have the Flask of Oasis.
I will be the supporter. I will be the healer for everybody instead.
Exactly. I give you life, you take them from the enemy.
That is really, really a good point, right? I think, actually, in my opinion, I think Gear, this is the first time I've seen Gear play healer, right? He's usually playing an engager, he's usually the playmaker for the team. So it was good to see him in a different role. And moving on to the emblems, we do see the focusing mark coming up from Gear, even though he is playing the Florin. The 6% damage, I think, was super useful, especially closing up the kills using Sagino as well as Saging.
And not only just that, right? When you stun using the Florin, that's an AoE stun, right? If you notice how Team Evo was pathing in terms of all of that, it's always, we pour everybody into this one little zone. It gives Gear so much room for him to work, especially with focusing mark and the stun. And apart from that, another thing that I feel like is a missed opportunity is that Archive, right? Like Team Evo, if you want to draw for Phobias, I'm expecting more displacements. Yes, technically speaking, the Grok can displace, that's a knockup, but it doesn't proc like what Youngin likes to do.
Yeah, one more thing I want to add to that, throw a wrench in the plans, is the fact that, with Jay itself, when he uses the Shadow Strike transition and the move in and out, right, he actually put Sailor away when he was using the Demonic Force from the team fight, so he couldn't make the base damage happen across the entirety of Team Bleed. And I thought that was a really smart move. Like, these are things that Jay does that, normally goes unnoticed, but my goodness, for the first time I had eyes on Jay for the entire game. I was looking at what he was doing and trying to understand, right? How do you, as a mid laner, number one, win the lane? Number two, how do you get Sailor out of his comfort zone, right? How do you make him less effective?
And this is the pick that I was questioning, right? We do know that Sailor plays pretty darn good Phobias, but the thing is that he's been ineffective for 2 games right now with Phobias. So the question that I have is, are we going to see another Phobias when the time comes up?
I feel like Team Evo is really forcing that Phobias pick a little bit too much, in my opinion. Maybe you swap it off to another kind of mid laner. I think we would have done with 2-0, like what Carrot predicted.
Yeah,
well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So, I think enough for game 2. It'll be interesting to see with the recap.
Yep.
MVP recap. So, we do see the start. We're extremely scrappy. I think Evo was definitely doing pretty well.
That.
But the turn was so good, and that just set the tone of the game for the whole of game 2.
I don't think everybody is expecting a damage Arlot, right? Like, you expected, like, yeah, you see an Arlot, you're gonna go for tank. But no, Sagino showed that he has the flexibility to become like more like the damage dealer, as the pseudo secondary damage dealer, because Yon is already soaking so much damage, and with Gear helping to heal up that barracks, it just provides so much tankability. You don't need that. You just need more damage.
Exactly, and the final slashes he has throughout the game has been pretty spectacular. Not only with it does he buy time, he also deals a lot of damage, like you said, right? Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of things that we have looked at throughout the match, but I don't think we're going to be the best or the experts to kind of, break this information down. So we're going to have to throw it over to our Professor Churros. Get ready, because we're going to hear some words from you.
What's going on, guys? Can I say, what a game. First game, Evo threw out their magic of team fights, but Bleed, it was like, yeah, everyone has a pattern, and I figured you out. So they're playing their typical split push strategy that, Team Bleed has always done But this time around, they played it to the T. They're always finding ways to get that sneaky backdoor push, and they did it in this one play. So take a look at where Seiji is right now. This is the Lord Dance on the 12-minute mark. It's very interesting because this is the Filipino Lord Dance that we're so used to. It's a push and pull. It's not really a Lord Dance that, like, yeah, I really want to get this Lord and I really want to get it fast. What we do in typical ranked games. It's a push and pull. Let's see how everything plays out. Notice how Seiji just waits and see whether all 5 members go out to that Lord, because this is a pattern that has been occurring for Team Evo for the past couple of games. And what they want to do is try to get Team Evo to fight within this zone. The biggest reason for this is the fact that you have the Spear of Destruction from Moskov, so you can continue to get that split push up. You create this zone in a bigger surface area to volume ratio for that nice little Spear of Destruction. So you just throw in this specific area, whatever it hits, you just come through. They tried to do this once, and unfortunately, you know, even though Seiji didn't hit his Spear of Destruction, they still got that Lord and still won that team fight. So let's continue to roll this clip because I thought it was so foundational, was so basic, but it turned out so well. So the push and pull, Yawn is just getting that Lord in, trying to get Team Evil out, and once they notice Powerful is in position, Seiji comes out of hiding and starts to get that split push. Notice also how Sayla was like, yeah, I'm going back and forth, because should I go back and defend? Should I be worried about that Moskov? But he decides to go straight in to that fight again. You notice how Carrot makes a wrong move over here. He went the long way around instead of taking a fight where everyone is one unit. So there will be 2 fights later on. We'll let this roll and let this play out, because I thought that this was so, I don't know, it was so basic, but it was also so genius from Bleed. So Moskov just continuing to split push, trying to get that lane down. As a consolation prize, as at least if Powerful gets that Lord, they're always looking for Trace. Spirit of Destruction comes in because the zone was right here. Even though he didn't hit it, he continued moving in. Notice that Evil wanted to take 1 team fight. But in this case, it was split up to 2. You got 1 team fight over here, you got 1 team fight over here. And this is where all hell broke loose for the side of Evil. I thought this was so interesting because I don't know what Carrot was doing on that backside, trying to maybe disrupt Yawn from getting that turtle, but you know, the deadness welcome, immune CC. Yeah, you gotta take note of that. So we'll just let this play out until the end because yeah, the rest is history. The rest is just Evil trying to get that Lord. Even though they lost, they kept pushing in. Jace's noticed that Moskov was pushing in through that base. So he gets that reset, but didn't heal up fully. He was a little bit held aback, and the rest of the team, they try to go back into that base, try to get that second layer of defense on, but it was to no avail. Seiji just rampage through that base. You got 1 minion, no problem. I got an escape mechanism. It's trying to hit you as much as possible. The damage was just insane. And yeah, the rest is history. Whether or not Evo is able to come back from this one and get their first win of the game is yet to be seen. I'm so excited for it. Match 3, boys, back to you.
You, Professor, we learned a lot, you know, about the foundationals, right, of team fights as well, for doing the little Lord dance as well.
Okay, I'm a very bad student. I don't listen to class. I always press my phone when during lectures. But I feel like the main takeaway is the question that Team Evil always have to ask: should I stay or should I go?
Yeah, that's a very important question. You know, I think going into round 3, Evil needs to look at getting what team fights, the team fights that are advantages for themselves, and Bleed needs to just keep doing what they do, right? They need to play the macro game. They really know that they can team fight, right? It's about picking and banning the right heroes for game 3.
I think they need a key, right? At this point, it looks like Bleed actually has a key in the form of Sagito. He's able to open doors, go access into the backlines, and if things go awry, right, you have gear to come in with the heals as well. But for Evo itself, I think they have a very good team fight composition where if it goes haywire, hey, 5-on-5, let's go kill them. but they don't have an initiation tool, and that only came in the form of Twist. And the moment Twist was made redundant, you could see there was no form of initiation, right? They couldn't get any fight started.
If you want to go for a Khalid, your main goal is to really to dive that back line and then after that try to assassinate, right? Try to spin for the win. But the problem is because Twist is actually too busy dealing with Jay or Gear, Sagitnu is already in the back line, right? Trying to find Sayla or to a certain extent Jace's as well. So yeah, it's just when you see those two EXP lanes just dove for each other and then after that you kind of sacrifice yourself a little bit, that can get a little bit wonky. But I really feel like Phobius is a little bit forced.
You know who I would have really liked to see in the side of Evil on Twist's hands? KurTzy. Instead of banning him out, if he picks KurTzy fulfills all the conditions you need. You have an engager, right? You have someone who's able to soak up the damage. You can dish out damage as well. But not to mention, if I'm not wrong, I think the penalty
drag
zone, activates Phobius as well, right? So you have everything in one hero that you've banned out. I know they probably wanted to prevent Bleed from picking up KurTzy, but it would have done so much more for them instead of the Khalid.
Well, I mean, this is all hindsight bias for us. You know,
That's true.
It's really difficult to put ourselves into the shoes of professionals as well. You know, it's hard when you're on stage. And bear in mind, Evil doesn't have a coach.
Yeah,
once again,
that's why I've been telling them since Season 3, please get a coach. They've got so much potential. This stack is good. The team fights are chef's kiss, right? But without a coach, without a third-person perspective, like so much hindsight bias that we're sharing right now, they don't get to hear it because they have no time to go back and watch the VOD and perhaps draft better in game number 3. They need to go all out right now and they have no time to fix.
So I guess then the question is, right, who wants to coach the Evil?
I'm sure there are many candidates, right? But at this point, right, I think we can start to talk about the pick and bans. Now, I don't think there's going to be any changes in terms of what Evo is going to be banning out. I don't think there was a super huge issue of what they picked. It's more of like, let's change it up for a little bit. Maybe we give Carrot someone who has better initiation. Example, I don't know, Ruby would have worked great as well. That could help change the game. But of course, these are hindsight bias. These are things that we've seen after the players have performed their performance. Now, in terms of Bleed, what do you think is going to change? I'm pretty sure they're going to change their
I feel like the bans, exactly what they did in game number 2, was kind of correct. They're looking to ban away and try to limit Jace's right now. If you notice the Harif and also to a certain extent the Nathan, right? Make sure that Jace's is not comfortable. Don't forget he wasn't a gold laner first, he was a mid laner first before he joined Team Evil. Then when he joined Team Evil, he became an EXP laner, got so strong of a mechanic, but now he's forced into a gold laner. Now with the gold laner mentality, you can see Jace's is not comfortable at all.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, we'll be seeing what Jace's may be picking for himself or what his team is going to let him play as we go straight into the 3rd game of the pick and bans. Right away, we see Team Bleed eliminating Jace's Natan that he did so well in. And as a response, Evo was banned out. Evo banned out Harith, being that, constantly good gold laner that is, well, been applicable to most teams. The next ban that we see from Bleed is the Loi, once again removing the possibility for Sayla to pick up that Loi, as we've seen your Loi doing really well when she's able to be played.
Yep, a very recognizable pattern, right, of play coming out from Evo. So far, we know about the specialities from each of these players, and Bleed definitely have identified them. So at this point, they have let the Roger through. Is that an option that Bleed will want to focus on for Seiji? I mean, I think if I remember correctly, he did play a pretty mean Roger in week 1.
Yeah.
Arlot ban. Yeah, I think the Arlot ban is definitely smart, right? It's just so worth it. Because Arlot can be flexed. I feel Gear can pick it up, Sagitno can pick it up, and you don't know which build he's going to be playing as well, whether it's going to be a tanky build. And, we saw from the last game, he was such a playmaker. Sagitno played the Arlot so darn well. And we see response ban with the Matilda. They do not want to deal with Carrot's Matilda, and I think this is a worth it ban as well.
Yep, I mean, the amount of relocation that they offer just from these 3 bans, you have the entropy for the gold laner, you have the diversion for the Loi, and of course you have the guiding wind and circling eagle coming out from the Matilda, all of which enable the team to go in for even more team fights. So if you take a look at what Evo is banning, it's also enablers, so you don't want to deal with the final slash going into vengeance, you don't want to deal with the hard guard as well as the love waves and potential catch coming out from the puppet on the stick. I mean, it's a little bit dumb to say it, but I mean, if you get caught by a puppet on a stick, either you have made a very bad positioning choice or, you know, maybe you're lagging or something. But in this case, the Haref, one of the things that they definitely don't want to deal with.
No, Moskov. Wow, they're prioritizing the Moskov over the Roger. Usually you see other regions, they started picking Roger first, but no, Bleed is going to stick to Moskov.
I like the Moskov.
Okay.
All right, I personally like the Moskov. Moskov, you know, I've been playing a little bit of gold laners, right? And I'm always like, okay, look, I like to push out my lane. I like to get the split push done, but I need someone who can get to team fights. This is such a good pick for Seiji and Bleed. We saw it so well. We saw it done literally a masterclass of Moskov in game 2, right? Where Bleed was picking fights, meeting Evil head on. Moskov was able to push out and then join the fight later on.
Okay. Yeah, but now he's going up against a Roger.
Yeah, so right now it's kind of interesting, but you can technically say that Moskov counters Roger just a little bit. You like and pounce, you could just use your second skill to kind of disengage and then dash away, right? And if Roger can't kill you in the early game, the Roger cannot scale. But Moskov scales to the late game.
Moskov scales so hard to the late game. Once he builds his Holy Trinity, he is unstoppable. And we see more damage coming out from the side to Bleed. We see the X-Borg and we see the Faramis. These two are such good picks for team fighting as well as split pushing.
Yep, a spike shield in the form of an X-Borg. Not only can he soak up damage, he can deal damage, true damage as well coming in. And the Faramis coming in from Jay. We've already seen how Jay's rotations have worked and they have been proven to be extremely effective. Not only will he have a lot of damage in the form of Ghostbusters, the save coming in from NetherRealm will be really important for Moskov and X-Borg. X-Borg essentially will now have like, what, 3 lives? Faraga armor, the death, death passive, and now they have the NetherRealm as well. So that's 3 lives for the price of 1 ultimate.
And not only just that, right now if Team Evil, they don't pick a Valentina right here to counteract against the Faramis, there you go, you just have to take it. If not, it's going to get banned out.
Yeah, look, I think it was a smart pick, or rather, it was the logical pick, the elementary pick coming out from Team Evil. Valentina has 2 good ultimates to steal already, and potentially a 3rd one, right? So if Valentina wants to match up with the Moskov and then join the main team fight with the Sphere of Destruction later on, she can also have that possibility to do that.
Yeah, at this point, I think the bans are going to be for the catchers itself, because there is still no proper initiation from both teams, unless, Bleed are willing to kind of commit a flicker onto this Faramis #1 and commit the flicker Shadow Stampede to get a catch. At the same time, yes, you can depend on the Spear of Destruction coming in from Moskov, but that puts him at a risk to be caught out by the Daytona's Welcome. So similar problems for the side of Evil. Of course, like I said, this draft is not complete yet, but they need someone to be able to set the stage, because you will not see the Faramis and the Moskov head on in the fights. X-Borg will be in the front, and the usage of the Daytona's Welcome, you are looking for the backline. So someone needs to set the stage for them.
Tigro would be really, really, really good on either sides, really. Chip being a priority ban as well. Chip, I think, is also a really good engager. He can just rush in, smack, and stun everyone, right? So Chip being a ban, I think, was a logical pick. Fredrin as well banned out. I think Fredrin was a good pick, but... sorry, good ban. But it's interesting that Evil's on the one banning him out.
Yeah, because they already got the Barats, right? So which means that it's to home in saying, hey, my Barat's going to go into jungle. Yes, you do see some weird cases where he goes to the EXP, but he's better in the jungle. Right now, I think Team Evil is looking to limit down on the jungle pool and hopefully, make Yon's life difficult.
Yeah, we'll see what the final ban is coming in from Team Evil. It is going to be Baxia. I think you could share a little bit more about why Baxia is such a good ban.
I saw you whipping out your phone. You're like, what about this one?
Okay, so I was like, Baxia would be really, really good into the lineup of Bleed, right? He can just rush in, soak up so much damage, have all the healing and the shields coming out from Evil's side, and he's just overall a tanky boy.
Yep, and adding on, the Boxer Mark does reduce healing as well, so that's a kind of like a free dominance ice, right? Now, they are going to finalize their ban in the form of Yu Zhong coming in from Bleed. So, same thing, they're trying to cancel as many options for initiation and backline access.
But the Terizla is left open. I mentioned just now Terizla would be really good into either lineup. We see the Rafaela being picked on Evil's side for a little bit more sustain. I think they are looking at teamfight compositions for both Evil and Bleed. Rafaela is just going to give that a little bit more sustain on the side of Evil. Probably would have preferred a Florin, instead of the Rafaela, but we'll see what Jason says.
This is a lawnmower.
Yeah, interesting, right? Like, we haven't seen Rafaela in other metas, and all of a sudden, hey, she starts appearing. Why is that? Is it because they're anticipating on the export going for Ice Cream 1 to slow? That's why you want to have an anti-slow, and also, apart from that, you also provide the healing to allow Barats to have more survivability.
I mean, so far, isn't this just the epitome of what Evil is like? They just want to mow you down. They want to go for the team fights.
So much true damage from the side of Bleed.
Oh, wow. That is so much true damage. You have the true damage coming from Alpha. You have the true damage coming from Xborg. They're just going to melt Evil down. Yeah. And Evil does not have thick health bars.
The brain of Guy here, the coach, making the difference here so far. The heals from Florin, the save from the Faramis, the true damage coming out from Xborg and Alpha. And in the meantime, I don't think there's anyone on the side of Evil that can actually dive onto Moskov without having the risk of their life taken away.
Not only that, they can't lock Moskov down. Right, you have the Deterrence welcome, but you're gonna risk so much by going for that.
You need something like a Lapu or something like a Terizla, like what you mentioned.
Terizla is not going to be picked. Instead, we have the Paquito.
They don't have. Oh my god.
They don't have lockdowns. But okay, Paquito is not a bad pick either.
No, it's not.
Right, I think Paquito here makes sense. They decided to forgo locking down any kind of CC or any kind of locking down mechanism. Instead, they choose for the alternative. You can't kill us if we kill you first.
Yeah. Right off the bat, I'm just gonna say this MVP game, if Bleed wins, is gonna be Gear or Jay. They are gonna save the game so hard because all they need to do is to survive the initial burst that are coming out from Team Evil, and they essentially would have the team fight.
Actually, I want to contest you on that. I'm going to say Guy is probably the MVP here.
Okay, sure, but he's not playing.
No, I would say, I will always say whenever you're fighting Evil, coach diff.
That is true. That is very
What an excuse.
But anyways, we are heading into match 2, game 3 of MPL SG Season 7. Bleed versus Evil. Let's go. Team fight versus macro split pushing.
Okay, I'm touching my magic ball right here, right? I can't predict. Both sides, they do know what they want to do, but I'm favoring over Bleed's roster a little bit more, but I can see how Team Evil will start playing Tom and Jerry, and they are the Jerry this time.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Bleed has Evil knows what Bleed's game plan is, all right? And now after they've seen it in action for the second game, I wonder how they are going to counteract this.
Bottom lane, that's a lot of damage outputting by the side of Jaces already, and that's the power of the Roger, right? Level 1 fights, especially when Seiji is only at level 1, doesn't really have the second skill yet. Seiji needs some babysitting.
And babysitting he shall have. Gear comes in. And to just heal Seiji up. Seiji is still pretty healthy. It seems like everything should be fine for the side of Bleed. Evil is putting a lot of pressure, but Yon is at the sidelines waiting to see if anything is going to happen.
Well, I'm just looking for Gear's Sprout here. That's going to be an important stun that's going to help a lot on the gold lane, especially if it's going to be a 2-on-2 at the bottom. But as it stands now, Evil just doing a little bit slightly better. Right, in terms of goal, not going to be the world's difference so far. I think everything will come down to this first total of the game.
Yeah, the first total is going to definitely be an explosive fight. We do see the levels going up on both sides. Powerful and Yon at level 4 right now. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. We do see a good spear from Seiji to get the stun off Jaces. And the good last hit.
Yeah, but right now, gold lane is a neutral lane, right? It's going to be stagnant all throughout, and you can start to see both sides. Their healers is already pathing all the way to the turtle, who will have the level 4 priority.
Alright, so this is key, right? If Seiji is somehow able to hit level 4 first, he's going to be able to join the team fight. We do see a skirmish happening at the bot lane, though. Oh, wow. We see Jaces running away. This is early game Moskov, guys.
Not only just that, now the turtle is already busted down already. For the HP, and Kara steps forward, Yon secures it with a retreat. And not only just that, it's going to be Xbox bursting with the last insanity. It's also the Valentina going in with the same as well. And now Twist getting so much damage, receiving too much! Kara picking up first blood onto Yon. Jay will trade for powerful, both junglers already down, but they've already done their job. Jay looking to pull Sayla as well, and Sagino just outputting damage from afar. Karen also, the AA, so much damage flickers forward by Sayla as well. Karen! You're supposed to be a healer!
But he's 2-0. That fight was very scrappy. Bleed did manage to secure the turret with a really, really good rescue from Leon, but the gold advantage has gone back to Evil, even though it's like 200. It's still fine, the gold advantage is to Evil.
Yeah, gonna be a slight EXP advantage actually going into the side of Bleed because they secured that first turtle of the game, right? But they need to make bigger plays and better plays because it's pretty much neck and neck at this point.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit more clean in terms of the team fight. We did see them not being able to engage fully, thus KurTzy just cleaning up 2-0s. But, you know, the silver lining is Rafaela, the kills is on Rafaela, right? It's not on any of the carries.
Yep, and interestingly, I think this might not be a decider, but it's interesting to note that Carrot actually took Bray's Smite. He didn't take the focusing mark. So Gear actually took focusing mark. So there will be a differential in terms of damage output.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Carrot opting for Brave Smite is not something that you normally see on a Rafaela.
Actually, you do, in order to being able to sustain in trades. So back then, like 2 seasons ago when Rafaela meta is here, yeah, you see Brave Smites on Rafaela.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, moving on. We just see extended trades for both teams right now. Both teams playing a little bit safe, powerful, trying to gank Seiji, but was unable to do so.
But right now, your gold lane is a neutral lane, but hold on a second. Seems like both Lead is trying to poke, but Evo is the one getting out poked.
I mean, Jace is actually, he took quite a few shots onto Yawn. It hurt quite a bit.
It hurt.
I got like, what, 20% of his HP or just one skill 1? That's insane. We do see the second turtle spawning in, and we do see the turtle dance happening. Both teams gather up. The gold laners, once again, I want to highlight, right? Moskov is going to be able to join this fight very, very quickly. Roger, on the other hand, is going to be stuck down there. But we do see some Geet news. Puraga armor popped already, and both teams have decided to opt out.
No, that's a very bad place.
Yeah, if you take a look at what they're doing, it really is like a lawnmower, right? They're just rushing them down from the front. Jace is here, has to make his way back to get some healing at least, or maybe try and clear the lane because Sage is just having the time of his life.
Wait, right now, if you notice, Bleed wanted to take the turtle, but then after that, they forfeit all of that because, you know, Sagitnu is already low, and they're trying to do a gang set. Sayla, so much damage onto Gear, but here comes a Bloom at the same time. Jay pops into the nether realm. Sayla will follow in the same. Lots of damage coming up from the side. Evil, but not enough to finish off the job.
Those team fights are just coming out from nowhere. I thought, you know, they're going to fight Turtle, but they ended up just fighting in a random spot trying to catch out Gear. But Gear, with enough healing, was able to sustain himself without dying. Thus, the Netherrealm being able to pop and save him as well.
Yep. Master Assassin, actually, you know, being equipped by the Roger. Jace is, unfortunately, he's not being put in situations where he can abuse that particular emblem itself, right? And at the same time, tenacity on this Moskov. So Seiji going for a little bit more defensive measure, hopefully allowing him to last longer in teamfights and get more DPS.
Dude, this is telling me that Seiji just wants to split push, man. He's playing like a very, very selfish gold laner, and I'm all here for it, man.
But right now, if you notice, there's still a clear line drawn on the sand. Evo and Bleed are refusing to budge. Now your gold lane, like I said, is kind of equal in a sense. It's a neutral gold lane. Who is going to scale faster into the later game? And then who's going to be better in the late game? In my opinion, I think it's Bleed definitely still have a chance. Because right now, the Roger has been denied from any form of kills.
That's right. But in terms of gold, they are leading by about 1,000. Endless battle now in the hands of Jace. Maybe this power spike will change the team fight for the side of the turtle.
Okay, beyond that's going to be a Spear Alpha coming in. Twist right underneath. And also Sagitnu bows over the last Insanity Gear coming in for the heal. That's great. That's a good gang from Bleed.
Yep, but they get the T1 at the bot.
It's a trade.
I mean, look, this Evil's no slouch as well. You know, they know how macro plays work, and they're trying to do their best in terms of doing what they can do. We do see a mid turret being pushed down from the side of Evil, as well as the tier 1 turret for the bot lane as well. So Evil making plays.
Evil making plays. Gear taking all damage at the same time. The stun coming out. Jace is actually with the endless battles out trying to output a lot more damage. Evil is trying to look for an entry point. Powerful does have the ultimate, but the turtle's already getting bursted out like a bounce. Jumping in, Evil, no! Yon still secures the turtle instead. Here comes Jay with the Fermis Nether Realm at the same time. Twitch trying to output the damage, unable to deal with Sailor, and also Gear, the healing coming true. But like a bounce, found Yon right there, and Evil takes one down with the trade of the turtle.
Yep, the control from Sailor was impeccable.
Oh my
god!
Trying to finish the job once again. Jason, he's starting to snowball.
I mean, you were looking for a tipping point. Evil gave you one right there.
Finally. This game is so close. Evil is in the advantage with 2.5k gold right now. And dude, you know, the fight just now, Bleed didn't have enough damage.
Yep, and the gold swing, actually, an additional 1,000 gold in their pockets. And not only that, Jason now has 2 kills to his name, which means his farm is going to be amplified at the same time. And for the first time, Evil looking like they're playing the macro game a little bit better.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I'm actually surprised at how little damage is coming out from Bleed right now. We're hitting the mid game. And, you know, that was a pretty good team fight, at least on paper, looking for the side of Bleed. But they just were not able to get the kills. And Jason was able to come in and clean up.
Yeah, what was surprising was the fact that Yon's Spell of Alpha didn't do that much damage. He was supposed to be able to kill off Powerful and Twist with that combination, but the save coming in from Sailor as well as the control coming in really made the difference.
Yeah, you know, like I said, it's just, I don't know what's happening. A 3.4k elite Couture Evil right now.
Yep. I personally feel it's the item difference right there. Jason's already secured an Endless Battle.
true.
That's a massive power spike. That's why Team Evil definitely has more damage. By the way, Twist on the number, the Magino is very nothing. Flicker already burned now. They're looking for Seiji. Seiji dashes away just a little bit, but he gets baptized. But only baptism. And Jay, NetherRealm, saving Seiji from imminent death.
Oh, his Abyss Walker was just in time to save his life there.
Oh my god. Walking a tightrope right there, Seiji.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so right now Lord has spawned. Evil has started it. Jason is just soloing the Lord because he can with 2 items. But Bleed, I don't really want to take this fight, right? It's Bleed. Bleed, I just want to push them out, push them away, and just back off. Because if Bleed takes this fight, they're gonna get into a situation that they can't come back from.
Okay, Sagitnu used the last Insanity to reset the Lord, but the Lord is already getting chunked down by Team Evil right here. Where's Yon trying to look for an engage trade point, but will be found by Karen. The Holy Baptism slows him down. Powerful takes the Lord instead, but it's going to be traded by Seiji once again up top.
Combination, Sailor and Carrot, what a beautiful one. Sailor making sure he has the Terrify on point. At the same time, you can see a slight discrepancy of why Rafaela works a little bit better, right? The Florian has to have a target for the Bloom and the Soul to be activated. But for Carrot, he can just constantly use the heals.
Yep, that is very, very true. Ceiling wide, Rafaela is better in certain situations, and Florian better in others.
Yeah.
All right. Right now, Evil is up 4.6k gold with the Lord in your pockets. So Bleed needs to turtle up a bit. I mean, in the literal sense, they need to turtle up. They need to slow down the game, be able to push Evil away from objective. Sagitnu being caught out.
Okay, Firaga armor coming in clutch right there, saving Sagitnu from imminent death. Nice Bloom and Stun tried to hold down just a little bit. Sage, Yon and also Jay and Sagitnu help. They will be able to take down the bottom push coming out from Evil, denying it from further damage, but mid lane already cracked open. And once again, if you take a look, Evil, the bastion in the mid lane is still standing.
Jason has already hit almost full damage here, so this Lycan man is going to be the bane of their existence so far. Bleed, I think they're holding on pretty well, but it's just a matter of time. If they lose the next Lord, Evil will potentially win this game.
Potentially even the next fight, hey. I mean, I think the next fight is literally going to be game decisive. Game deciding.
Shout out to Mark, Scram God right there from Jay. Nice shout out, by the way. Right now, it's Evil encroaching the space of Bleed. Everybody from Lead so stacked up. Sagitnu, getting caught out just a little bit. The slows coming in a little bit annoying from the side of Carrot.
Yeah, but this death ball it's a tough one for the side of Bleed to crack, right? And like I said, at the start of draft, this is the lawnmower tactic, right? We just go straight at you and mow you over.
Yeah, we see the Radiance armor being built up from Powerful. He's going to be that much more difficult to kill. I would actually like Seiji to be pushing out lanes, to be honest. That's why he picked the most Moscow. That's why he was given priority. We do see the items coming up on screen right now. Anything interesting, Ken?
I like the fact that, you know, Jason just ignores the Wind of Nature. He's going for the BOD. He is going with the Wind Talker. Let's just burst them down, get the damage in, right? I don't even care about your defensive measures.
But this is dangerous, right? On the side of Bleed, they have so many catch mechanisms.
Okay, Jay getting solo right here, getting bursted down. Unfortunately, that's a massive pickup coming up from Evil, but with the passive, Jay comes back for the fight. Jason will be joining soon as well. Last Insanity used as an escape mechanism. That's not how Sagino wants to play. Flicker already committed. Jay coming in just nice to push Evil away, but massive resources burned by both sides.
Yeah, perfect timing actually for the side of Evo. They're now primed to have the Lord for their taking because Jason is going to be clearing up the bot lane, which means wave management and wave priority will be in the advantage of Evo.
Yeah, we see actually Seiji stopped his recall. This is so sneaky and ninja-like for him, right? He watched as both Carrot and Jason walked away from his lane, and he was like, you know what, I can get one more wave. But would it be one more wave too late? Oh, Spear of Destruction. He's getting caught. 1 versus 2.
And not only just that, while Jason still is CG down bot, Powerful is going to get traded. The true damage coming in clutch. Finally, Bleed takes down the jungler from Evil. Now Twist setting up on the flank. Sayla and also Jason already will be joining to the fight very soon. Like a Power's already coming in. Look at the burst damage coming out with Jason. Oh, Yon trying to stop them right at the tracks. Twist right here trying to join the fight as well. Unfortunately, Yon on the chopping block. Jay following suit. Gear the healing. Unable to find the heals. 3 member down.
What a play by Evo. They committed, they sacrificed Powerful to allow the side of Jason to come in and just kill off so many members on the side of Bleed as well. Right now is a timing issue for the side of Bleed. Yeah. How can they contest this?
It is literally impossible when you have a big Lycan man.
Oh, maybe there's Seiji! The ultimate allows him to join the fight, but the Lord's still taken by Evil.
That was a powerful Spear of Destruction. He just eliminates Carrot like this. They need to keep doing things like... Seiji needs to keep making plays like this, right?
I mean...
That's the only way back.
Yep, exactly.
So right now, Team Evil is at a 7.3k gold lead on Team Bleed, with the Lord pushing, the Enhanced Lord pushing down the lanes as well.
Okay.
Bleed, what do they need to do?
I'm really confused by this game, by this series in fact. Both sides, I feel like I know what they wanted to do, but then after that they throw everything out of the window and then just go in freestyle, unga booga. But now Evo has the lead, and Bleed is still trying to find any form of conversion.
Yep, so Seiji just got his Wind of Nature. This could change the fight, but if he gets caught out by Sailor, it will change the entire game.
So many catches that both sides need to do. The Lord will charge, and Powerful will charge at the same time. Faraga lost Insanity used by Sailor as well, but the Lord will be able to chunk down the bot lane. Faraga, armor already gone by the side of Sagitnu as well. Yon using the ultimate just to get on the way. So many ultimates used defensively by Bleed.
Such discipline from the side of Evo. You know, they got what they needed and they backed off. Now they reset. We might be looking at the final fight.
Oh. Big damage by Twist onto Sagitnu. Last Insanity once again try to buy space, try to create space, try to push Evil away from taking down the mid lane turret.
Last Insanity being used to clear minion waves. I mean, yes, the cooldown is...
someone got solo. Jay gets deleted by Twist, and now it's... And that's a very long death time, and no more net around for the side of Bleed already. Evil will put a spearhead down mid.
Spearhead, it is the Spear of Alpha. Also not being able to use... Everyone's getting bursted down.
Yeah, they're looking to end right here, but there's no minions coming up for the side of Evil. Seiji will be stepping forward just a little bit, trying to spread out the damage, trying to pierce everybody down, but Team Evil decides to retreat.
Everyone is so low. Literally getting blown. Like, if Yon or Seiji was to blow them out, they would just die.
Yep, but you know, at this point, Bleed, they hang on, but they really are just hanging on. Evo, they almost made the mistake of overstepping. Nobody died so far, and I think Evo, they are just one more push away. They have taken the mid lane and the bot lane T3s.
Yeah, the mid lane from the side of Evo is still standing strong. Look, it's unbeaten. That's the biggest problem for 3 games in a row. Bleed always lose the mid lane turret quickly.
Can you ever imagine talking about macro game being Evo's strength? This is something that I did not expect out of Evo for this game for sure.
I'm clueless. Like, that's why I was very confused. You know, Bleed is supposed to have a better macro. Macro should triumph against micro, but Evil always finds a way. It's annoying.
Yep, and now you can definitely see the difference in terms of a hero usage. Sagitnu maybe getting caught out again.
Nah. You should get called out right here. 3 seconds left to the Lord. Both sides decides to pull back just a little bit more. Take a look at damage, man.
The damage done by Sailor, 73k damage is insane. He's doing more damage than even Jace's. And there's absolutely no damage coming up from Seiji. He's literally half of what Sailor's doing right now.
Okay, what's the play right here? What's Bleed supposed to do? Right now, Powerful is stepping onto the Lord already. What are they gonna do?
But the flank has to happen here. Spear of Misery, that's going to be the start.
Okay, Sage is gonna bite it. Sailor getting bursted down. The last Insanity by Sagitnu will also pop, and all of a sudden they will be able to buy a lot of space for the Sound of the Lord. But Beyond decides to retreat because the base is getting battered down by Team Evil's minions instead. And Powerful, free Lord over to them.
The minions are doing the work. The Winions!
Oh my god!
It's so low! If they didn't back, the game would have been lost.
Almost all of the ultimates are up as well. Carrot doesn't need the Holy Baptism at this point. It really is a lawnmower. Can they mow them down?
Man, they have to fight right in front of the base right now. They step forward, but so much damage by Sailor right here. Alpha will be going in with the ultimate last Insanity. Pop by the side of Sagitnu, but Powerful will be able to pick up gear. Powerful goes into Immortality. Sagitnu going down next. Team Twist will be trying to find it, but he'll be able to flicker backwards. Seiji just out for the area, smash defense behind the wall, but the Lord will be clashing, and Team Evil takes down Bleed 2-1.
They break the curse and the fans are loving it. I love me, the Evo fanboys. I mean, this was a spectacle, guys.
Wow, this game. 1-2. It looks like your prediction was right. Your Kazi curse is now broken.
Thank you so much.
Alright, so Evil.
I think I'm the one with the curse. Whatever I bolted, it just goes the other way.
Well,
we start from T-Flash.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what went down, right? So they actually had the better macro game in this particular match itself. I think that this was a huge improvement for Team Evo. In week 1, right, we were talking about how they got crushed by a couple of the teams they were playing against due to the fact that they had a lousier macro game. This week, they've learned their lesson. They came back a little bit stronger. And I like the way that they have drafted, right? We talk about them having a coach. And yes, we have been asking for seasons. Hey guys, get a coach, get a coach. And week in, week out, season in, season out, Powerful tells us, guys, we don't need a coach. We are the coach. The team doesn't need another mind.
But Team Evil always pulls off these miracles, and it's just grinds my gears in my head.
MVP, I'm just gonna say it's gonna be Sailor. Sailor did so much damage with his combination Shadow Strike, Arcane Shade. He stole last Insanity consistently for the last few fights, and that saved the game for them.
Definitely, I fully agree with you. Sailor should be the MVP, but we'll see if we are correct. There we go, Sailor. 117 KDA, 563 gold per minute, 66 kill participation. A man was dishing out the most damage throughout the entire game.
You know what's so smart about his steal on the last Insanity was the fact that he also had a lot of life to soak up damage. At the same time, he's able to deal damage with the Shadow Strike Arcane Shade combination. He bought so much time for the Roger. Jace's just went crazy because of Sailor.
Yeah, it's just Sailor, you know, like what you mentioned, so much damage right there. But I also want to bring in another point, right? From the side of Team Evil, this is a very different breed. Don't forget, this is supposed to be points from Bleed. And Kingslayers, literally slaying down one of the top 2 from the side of in MPL Singapore already.
Yeah, man, this day is going completely awry for my plans.
Yeah.
I was having a conversation with a friend. I was like, confirm 8-0 today, right? My predictions, for sure. And I'm already down 0-2.
Oh, you all it's you all along.
I'm already down 0-2. This is absolutely insane. But let's take a look. Let's take a closer look at the game in game, right? For the item builds right now.
Like I said, it's Jace's. I like the greed from this. The fact that he didn't go for the Wind of Nature. He put so much faith in their teammate. Number 1, the heals coming out from Carrot. Number 2, the tank ability coming out from Sailor, Powerful, and the damage addition from Twist. They form up a perfect synergy here to be able to take on the win against Bleed. One more thing you need to take note of is that the Necklace of Durance activated slightly differently for the side of Gear against Carrot, right? For Gear, he didn't have as many chances to get the Necklace of Durance effect onto the members on the side of Evo because Bloom activates in a circle. But for Light of Retribution, it hits everyone in sight. Whoever's in range will get it. So Necklace of Durance was hitting most of the members on the side of Bleed. But Bleed couldn't have that same effect on the members of Evo.
And look, KurTzy even built a brute force. KurTzy built a brute force. That's how much of an early game lead. That's his third item, right?
Yeah.
Second full item. And that's insane. But moving on to the emblems, we talked a little bit about them in game. Brave Smite from KurTzy. Explain why would that work, Jace?
So basically, you really want to poke, and then after that, gain back the HP so that you don't really have to reset. And now, because not only just, we talk about resets, right? The HP reset. Talk about the common emblem. He doesn't really need books at all. He has unlimited mana, as compared to Gear when he needs to constantly back off, you know, pay attention to his HP bars, put himself at risk in order to heal himself and his teammate. It makes it easier for KurTzy to execute the Rafaela.
You know, at the start of the game, I was questioning, hey, do they actually have a lot of control coming out from KurTzy? But I realized, hey, the team actually has so much control. Sailor with the combination, KurTzy with the Holy Baptism, and of course, Powerful with the Missile Experts as well. And while that is happening, because of the fact that Twist is able to do so much damage, it kind of shakes up the entirety of Bleed, because now they have to be really considerate about, hey, should I still stay here? Or do I come in and engage? Because there's a chance that Twist might jump in to kill me again.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot that there was a Paquito in the game. No shade for being thrown to Twist, but I think everyone, all focus, all eyes were on Sailor, right? 150k damage dealt in 18 minutes and 42 seconds. Just from one person, man. And not only that, he's not only dealing the most damage, he has the most number of assists as well.
Yeah, the arcane shift, like what you mentioned, and also the spit coming out from Valentina. It's an AoE damage, so which means that his positioning has been really great, and of course, you know, the last Insanity steals makes the team fight very confusing, especially for Bleed. And now because Bleed is not playing, now Team Evo is not playing conventional, Bleed ultimately suffers.
Exactly. So of course, you know, it's very curious because I want to see what Evo is like when they're doing games like this.
Yeah.
It's a nail biter. It's pretty tight. So I think the audience is pretty curious as well. So let's take a look at what the mics were sounding like for the side of Team Evo.
Let's go. Nice. Let's go, let's go. Nice. Hey, Loi, here, go. Okay.
Hey, go low.
Hey, go. Let's go.
You know, please.
Nice. I got you. Let's go. Dragon here. Go. I take it down. Nice. I feel bad. Must go. Healing. Oh, you're young first. Young first. Nice. Hey, you're quite low, sir. Please go, Papa. Okay, heal back. Yon. Nice!
We poke them. Don't get poked.
Okay, you. Nice. Yeah, I stand bull. Hey, go matao.
Yon.
You kill Yon. Hey, go tao. Nice. Hey, go matao. Tao. Coming. Nice!
You know, for so many seasons I watch Powerful, you only see his hair. Because of how the camera works, because he's literally playing with all his fingers on the table. And if you notice how the tables are also taking damage, because he always slams on it. And it allows, and this kind of playstyle allows him easy access to the table, so quite smart.
I would like to ask later for Professor Churros how he thinks about the communication skills, because like I think we were doing it wrong. I'm always quite calm in communication. I think we should do the let's go. Yeah. So you know, Professor Churros, break the game down for us and let us know what's going good.
Someone put a mute on Churros, unfortunately.
We want to buy him a little bit more time because like he needs to think about how
You also need to think about the way how we can communicate for the talent versus production.
Yeah, how do you translate da 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 into okay, this is why you know they moved in this direction, and this is why the composition of the draft is like that, right? So I want to see.
What's going on, guys? To your question, Kin, yeah, that is the screaming meta, and I love the fact that Evil has read Bleed like an open book, and I say this again and again, no coach, no problem. There is so many things that we can talk about, but first, let's talk about the draft. You have Bleed, their win condition is bringing their composition into that late game where Moskov can scale. If you take a look at all of their heroes, it's very, very late game. Florin late game, Exborg late game, Moskov late game. You have a lot of split push capabilities, split push potential. But for Bleed, for Evil though, their win condition, early game. And the fact of the matter is, Paquito being that last pick was a response to how Moskov plays around that map, and they want to shut Seiji down. So take a look at this second Lord fight. It was the 12-minute mark, second Lord fight. They know that Seiji is going to be in this area. Whether or not he recalls is not the issue for Evil. Let's see how this plays out. Instead of going straight for Seiji, they back off and try to cut that wave. In that case, if Seiji doesn't have any minions, he can't do a split push. So, you know, that is where Evil comes into play. They make a really nice proxy down on that bottom long wave, and then they know that their next target is Moskov. They see them on the map, they know that the turret knows where Moskov is, so we'll have that play out as well. We have 4 members of Evil trying to rotate towards that Moskov area. You have Sayla getting that recall because you don't have that mana. You have Jay and Gear, Yon, and Sagitnu already opened up on that Lord fight. But you see Gear and Jay on that back foot. You have Sagitnu and Yon taking control of the front lines, leaving only Powerful alone. We see how Twist is able to rotate around that map. So this was a very, very smart move by Twist, knowing that you have already 2 members, possibly 3, where Sayla is able to come down from that top side to protect the bottom side wave against this one Seiji. So, you know, 3v1, Seiji kind of will go down over here. Now, since the Spear of Destruction missed, they go out with the fight, Powerful goes down, you have a lot of space and opportunity to get onto that back flank. But notice, once Powerful goes down, Twist holds back. That is the discipline that I like about Team Evil and how they play around a lot of the conditions that are set forth by Bleed. Sayla coming in, opening up that map for that Lord fight. You have that triangle already built up. So the death zone is where Evil is able to take down anyone who comes close towards that mid front. And then the rest is pretty much history. They got control of the map. Twist able to look for that backside and then going down to this wave. Again, moving their members towards that backside, taking control of Seiji. They know how they're gonna play. And this was where the minions became that winion. So it's really interesting how to see like Evil adapt to the playstyles. And this is their first win of the regular season. So really excited to hear from the players themselves. Yeah, it's all about that. We have the player interview right now. Cheryl, take it away.
Thanks, Professor Churros. Now, chop, 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 chop. Okay, Powerful, repeat.
Chop, 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 chop.
Different, eh? Different from mic check just now. What happened? Just look at him. You know, usually he's just such a beast right there in the Land of Dawn, and then come here interview. Yeah, so cute, right? So congratulations on your win. Now, this is very much anticipated, especially from all of the Evil supporters right here today. Can we hear you? Yeah, even without the mic, you probably can hear them live on broadcast as well, because that is the passion, you know, that their support system has. Quick question, and I'm just going to be very no filter, brutally honest. What happened, Retrograde?
I see lah. I just got retrograde bro.
Oh, or is it already? Fingers not moving as well.
Maybe.
Maybe you're younger, right?
Never
Almost
mind.
every contested turtle, right? Gone.
Let's see for the next few games.
Let's see for the next few games. We really hope so. You have been stealing turtles, quite often throughout your career, and then right now it's being stolen from you. So, what wake-up call is it for you?
Again, sorry. What do you say?
Like, usually it's you steal people one, then now people steal yours. So, what kind of message, does it remind yourself?
I need to wake up lor. Then the next few games, I'll definitely steal back lah.
Right. It was a really rough journey for you guys, especially with all the defeats in week 1. Coming into the game with the esports, which is not just any team, they look like a really decked out roster this time round, not dropping any single game, like 2-0 clean sweeps. What did you guys do to prepare coming into this game to make sure that you get this victory?
What I did was prepare a better draft for us this time round, and yeah, as you can see, the game 1 they can't really handle what I draft in the game 1 lah. So I think my draft worked out against Bleed, and for this week, I think my players are more awake lah. For last week, I think they were still like a bit nervous for my side lane lah. Yeah.
Right. So next question would be something that even the casters have asked themselves. Viewers also ask, how come play so long no coach? So is it, as evil, is it just stubbornness at this point to not have a coach? Or do you have, a larger plan at large for not having a coach?
It's not about stubborn lah. It's more of I'm willing to learn from other coaches, because behind the scenes I have been asking other country coaches for advice, and I try to take in and slowly learn from it lor. And because our team, we try not to get imports, and I think Singapore coaches are quite there's not a lot of good coaches in Singapore lah, other than Yang Yin lah. I think Yang Yin is the only coach that is like scary in Singapore lah. And this season he don't really want to coach.
Oh, yeah. Got people pointing at themselves, asking to be coached already to prove their worth to powerful. Now, the thing is, harping on the topic of having no coach, you, or rather the team, have learned the hard way, especially for back-to-back matches in the playoff season, where you guys don't have the time to really review games before going into the next one. How are you going to combat that if you guys get to the playoffs?
Five of us will try to be together and tell what we are missing, and the playoff will definitely come out a very scary evil lah.
Very scary evil. Now, another one, and he's present right here with us. I understand that Coconut is family. He's your cousin. So is it difficult to part ways with Coconut and move JS into the gold lane?
Of course, no bad blood or anything. We just need to talk it out, and if he understands, he understands. And I believe Coconut definitely will understand the situation lah. Yeah.
I think I'm asking the obvious, but for viewers who can't see, Coconut is physically right here, present with us, cheering them on, and that's the power of family. So thank you so much, Powerful.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you. So yes, that was their first win right here in week 2, day 1, a triumphant one, proving right here today is just a day of upsets. We see 2 titans right here at MPL SG with clean sweeps, such as our defending champions of Team Flash as well as Bleed Esports, dropping matches against their opponents. So what can happen from today? Really, it's anyone's guess at this point. So next up is a match that you don't want to miss. We'll be seeing the likes of Asterisk. Now, a very noteworthy brand new qualifier team that has been making waves, going up against Vanguard Esports. Now, this match will be happening at 3:30 p.m. and we can't wait to see you then.
Jay is gonna kill us. He's gonna kill us.
He played familiar, he tricked us.
Yeah.
Who won?
I don't know.
Answer is powerful.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently right here, I'm joining this time round from Team Exco as well, Super Ryan and also Jet. So you want to do a quick introduction to the fans, Super Ryan?
Okay, so hi, my name is Ryan and I play EXP for the team and I've been playing for 4 seasons already.
Okay, Jet, come on. What about you?
My name is Jet, formerly known as Bitcoin. I've been playing, this is the 3rd season.
Yes, correct.
I played for Alchemy the past 2 seasons.
That's right. Okay, so I think we had a bit of an interesting talk during upstairs during the team room, right? So people are RSG back-to-back-to-back champions. You're back-to-back-to-back relegated and back-to-back-to-back 4 qualifiers. What do you feel about that?
Not the best title, but
I call that an achievement, bro.
no one in SG has ever done it.
It's not easy to qualify and re-qualify MPL for 3 seasons in a row. So how does it feel like coming back again?
Have another chance with a different team. Hopefully, we'll do better.
Is Alchemy your first team pro play or community play?
Yes, it's the only team I've been with before this. Yeah.
So how did the conversation start for you joining Alchemy? Joining Exco this time?
Oh, I was invited by Utah. Yeah, they needed a mage. So and then I was out of Alchemy because they disbanded at that point of time. So they just tried me, and it works. Yeah.
Okay, I'm grateful for you to being able to find another team. Hopefully you don't get relegated again. If not, that would be a back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Hopefully, yeah.
I forgot how many times I count back-to-back. What about Ryan? Like, how's it like, right? You were from Revival for a few seasons in a row. Like, why do you leave, or what happened to Revival that you left?
Okay, so basically the 2nd season that I've played Revival, right? We didn't get like we got relegated lah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why then like, everybody didn't seem to want to continue. Yeah, so all of us just like left one by one. Yeah. Then after that period, actually I wasn't like, I didn't want to play anymore. And then I think maybe a few days before the qualifiers, that was back then lah, the previous qualifiers. Then Vanguard actually asked me if I want to play qualifiers, like just a few days before me. Then I agreed lah.
Then why do you leave Vanguard?
Again, actually, like after we finished the season, I didn't want to play anymore. And like, technically, I still got a few more months of school, so I wanted to complete that first. Then like, because, then I just left lah. Then, I just don't feel like playing anymore.
But why are you here?
I don't know, Jira asked me to play.
So somehow Jira can convince Utah that doesn't want to play, and you don't want to play. Jira, can you convince LFL and Sol to come back, please? Thank you. A very beneficial addition to Exco Esports. Now, what are you doing right now in your full time, like studying, right?
Yeah, but now I'm still on holiday, but I'm starting school like next week. Yeah.
Okay.
That's about it.
Where are you studying right now?
I'm starting poly next week.
Oh,
Yeah.
first year poly.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're quite young. I thought you were older. I thought you were going to start in university soon.
No, cause
You look like you're about to go to NTU or NUS. Okay, so why are you planning to study in poly?
related to IT. Yeah.
Then let's go back to Jet. I almost call you Bitcoin, mind you. Let's go back to Jet. You're ITCC, right?
Yeah, but I graduated already.
Oh, you graduated. Are you going to poly next?
I'm going to a cooking school called Shatek.
So you're
taking
gonna
up
be like
culinary. Oh really?
Yeah, you don't know Sailor is
He never tell me.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna be a chef as well. You're gonna cook.
Yeah.
So
hopefully, yeah.
The joke I cracked with Sailor just now is you're gonna cook the players first before you're gonna. So, what makes you? Yeah, you mentioned that you joined because I think Gira asked you as well.
Utah.
Utah asked.
Recommended me. Yeah.
So you got someone who's reluctant to join to ask you, and you joined.
Yeah.
So how
more or
is it
less.
like okay, how is the team dynamics right now in Exco Esports? I know you guys just formed very shortly during MPLQ. How's the dynamics like? We'll start with Jet first.
How's the dynamic like?
Like, what's the team feeling? Like, are you guys a serious team? You guys a trolling team? You guys really want to win? Or you guys really want to get out again?
Very goofy team. We joke around a lot, but we also play seriously when we have to. We don't take it too serious.
Okay. Right?
I feel like maybe on a more serious note, we never really like try and plan things out. Like, for example, we don't have a coach, and you know it's difficult to like start also because we are new to each other, and it's like we never played before, so we need to start fresh, unlike other teams. So maybe it'll be a bit slower for us. That's what I feel.
Okay, then let me ask you a very serious question. All right. Among all of you guys, who is the most serious person in the team?
I don't know. Everybody is just like having fun, and I don't know. But it's also a good thing because like can get along easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Do you see yourself, Ryan, as more like the mentor of this team? Because you've been through more MPLs than the rest of them.
Maybe yeah, because like I've been through multiple seasons, and there are things that like we should really prepare before regular season.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So what do you think is the first thing that you want to prepare for upcoming regular season?
I feel like we need proper coach, but if we can't seem to get one, then like we need to do like the drafts and gameplay and the reviews by ourselves, which we might not like have the views of another person. So I think it might be a bit difficult. But because when I was in Vanguard, we actually didn't have a coach also, but we still managed to pull through, and like we just discussed like the type of game plans that before we go in, and like how we're gonna approach the game and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you seem the more experienced one. Would you, during the transfer window that, I don't know, maybe between week 2 or something, would you decide to stop being a sub and be coach for Exco? That appeared in one of your plans?
Probably not. I don't think I'm fit to be a coach. I just feel like I don't know. I can't see myself like doing all the drafts and plan everything out. I think it's like too much for me. But I can give like maybe just some small experiences that I've faced out.
In MPL Singapore this season, who is your hardest matchup, Jen? Your hardest matchup?
Hardest, I'll probably say Team Flash. Okay. But I think the one that we need to win the most will be what's the thing called? Asteris.
Yes, Asteris.
Yeah. I feel like that's the most we need to prove ourselves.
Yeah, correct. You never met them in the qualifiers at all.
We did.
Oh wait, in the group stage.
Yes, but we lost. We need to prove ourselves.
And Ryan, what about you?
I think
The hardest matchup.
Hardest, probably Flash, because I feel like their roster is just many very experienced players, and I think like they can definitely get it like far lah, I feel. Yeah.
Next, I would like to ask Jet, top 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Can no order or must
No
have
order.
an order?
Top 3, no order.
Sayla.
Wow. Okay.
LY4. And maybe FMM.
Sayla and FMM belongs to one of the new generations of MPL Singapore players. LY4 is one of the old gen.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan.
So personally, I feel JPL is one of them. Diablo, because he's a very good EXP laner, and I would say FMM also. Yeah.
Wow, both of you agree on FMM. Then that's interesting. So, do you think JPL in Team Flash still has what it takes to be his? We all know him as JPL. Do you think he is still as strong as before?
Yeah, personally, I think he's still very good. I mean, he probably has the most experience throughout all the seasons, more than like most of us.
Yeah,
and I feel like I think he should be able to fit well with the team lah. That's what I feel. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, I like both of you point out about FMM, but I'm gonna ask that question to Jen. Why do you put FMM on that top 3 team? Top 3 players.
I feel like in every role that he goes to, he performs very well. And especially his goal lane. I've seen his goal lane before. It's not very fun to fight against. It's very strong.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, now the other side. Worst 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Okay, I need time to think.
Jira and Yuta on the other side, like it's not me. Go.
But I can't say it's my friends. I can't say it.
I'm gonna force you to say it. Okay. I mean, you guys can be enemies on the battlefield, but hands off afterwards. It's okay. I'm good at bridges. I love it. Come, yeah, top 3.
I need time to think.
Top 3. Worst player on MPL Singapore. Go.
Okay, I got 2.
Okay. Okay, 2 is fine. Let's go. 2. Helps you.
Number 1 is me.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to say it. I cannot.
Say it. Oh my god.
I'm friends with him. I can't. QI. Okay.
Huh?
QI.
KY.
QI.
Q.
Stella. Is it Yoon?
Yoonski?
Yeah.
Oh, Yoonski.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you go by Yoon.
Yoon this season. And he's in Homeboys.
Yes.
And that's why you say Homeboys.
No.
I got it, guys. I got it.
Oh.
Okay, Ryan, let's go. If you can.
This is a very difficult question.
Excluding yourself, please.
This is a very difficult question.
Yes.
But I don't really know how to answer this.
You don't PC it. You don't.
I cannot
you
think
don't
of.
Correct. Come on.
I cannot think of one player that's like very, very bad that leaves an impression.
I mean, it's comparison, right? It's a comparison. They're definitely better. All of them are good players, but definitely not all are the best. Got the bottom tier teams, right? Top 3. Bottom 3.
Okay, can I just name one? One.
Fine, one without.
No offense or like hard feelings, but I'm not sure if he's still playing the game anymore. But it's the XP from Team SMG. I think he was called Ram. Yeah. Personally, I don't feel like he's like
fit for that role for
very.
SMG.
Yeah.
What about your parents? Like, are they supportive of what you're doing right now, Ryan?
They are quite okay with it. They're not against it, and they
They're
also
compatible.
watch my games. Yeah,
also watch your games.
sometimes.
That's cool. How about you, Jeff?
Very supportive also. They will watch it and then they will sometimes ask like, do you win, or like what's the result?
Shout!
Yeah.
No.
No. Relegated again.
Are they still supportive even after you've been relegated? so
Yeah.
many times?
They still tell me to like keep trying
Wow.
because they know it's my dream.
Really, so. Okay. Like, right now, I'm gonna ask you something like, who is the Joker among your team right now? Jen.
Who's the Joker?
If you tell me Ryan, I don't believe you.
It's
It's definitely not me.
maybe Bear. Yeah.
Thank you, Bear.
That guy's a joke.
Why? Why do you think he's a joke?
The stuff he says is like very goofy.
Name me one of the things that he says that is camera friendly.
Yeah, but like not really like a friendly cast. It's not really raging.
Okay, so right now, you guys are definitely targeted all the way at the bottom because like, you have like, you probably sort of admitted that you guys are not really prepared in a sense for MPL, or basically there's a lot of things to improve on, right? What would you say to your doubters right now? Start from Brian.
We are definitely gonna try our best and see what we can like show people that we actually can put up the fight to all the other teams as well. Yeah.
Jen?
You're right to doubt us. No, we'll try our best. We'll try our best. I think we can pull off something.
All right, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for thank you very much. Shout out to Gira, and Yuta, Ryan, and also Jet. Thank you very much for your time. For
Thank
this
you.
interview.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
OSIM.
And welcome back right here to week 2, day 1, a day of surprising upsets right here at MPL SG Season 7. After all, over in the land of Dawn, everyone wants to be the champion, but the question is, who wants it more? Now we're going to see a matchup of a very interesting duo. Now first up, we see Asterisk. On one side, a wonderful qualifying team that has definitely taken the MPL SG scene by storm, riding their week 1 high with a wonderful wins. Will they prove that they are here to stay? Because they are facing off a resurgent Vanguard, here to prove that their win against Homeboys SG wasn't a fluke. Now, will Asterisk right here continue to snowball on that victory that they have so far in week 1, to assert their dominance, or will Vanguard Esports prove to these young bloods that they are here to stay? With that being said, let's take a look at their wonderful faces. First up, the young bloods, Asterisk. Now, these young bloods have proven that they are not to be trifled with, of course, as we see Bear making MVP of the week for week 1. And right now, he has doubled down Bear plus another smaller Bear, so double buff right there. So very interesting, and going up against Asterisk, presenting to you Vanguard Esports. Now right here on my side, we have Vanguard Esports getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now with their stellar performance taking down Homeboys SG just last week, who is a crowd favorite, they're here to prove that win is not a fluke. Now, have you guys ever heard the casters sing? I guess I'll hand my time over to the casters and you can take a listen to that.
And sing we shall. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for that. On the desk with me, we have Churros and Jays, boys, and of course myself, Kwasong. And we are here to cast you Game 3, Vanguard versus Asterisk. What are your thoughts, Churros?
Man, I like the fact that Asterisk did very well in the first week, but still, it was still the first week. So this will be a very, very good win for them. Just to recap, Dark Horses, we dubbed them the Dark Horses. They've won against RSG as well as Exco. So one of the top dogs is, of course, one of the teams that are in the lower brackets as well. Full community team, even until the management as well. So I want to see them perform this time around. They really need that boost.
Yes, I'm really excited to see what Asterisk has to show us this week, as well as they've gotten off to a very, very strong start. Looking at to be one of the potential leaders, actually, of this race. But on the other side, Jace, what do you think about Vanguard?
I think Vanguard right here, you start to see them actually performing decent, especially against Bleed Esports to a certain extent, but Homeboys, right? That 2-0 was super clean against Homeboys, but now this time around, it's starting to get a little bit harder for them because they start to meet Asterisk or meet like RSG that apparently rose up today.
Yeah.
And in fact, they're fighting them tomorrow.
Perfect. Really exciting to see. Churros, bring us through Asterisk's lineup.
Well, of course, we have Bear, JH, Kiwi, FMM, Chu. We talked a lot about Bear having the his lucky charm.
No,
the
it's the emotional support Bear.
The emotional support
okay, to
Bear.
be honest, after the first 2 games today, I kind of need it. Where can I get one?
Dude, I need that buff. Whatever Bear buff he has, that Bear is going to be sold, willing to sell Bear?
Well, I mean, that being said, though, he is still a threat. He had been a big threat, not to discount FMM as well as Chu playing very, very well. Kiwi is sort of like, to me, he's sort of like a Jay, but like he just got started in the MPL scene as well. All of these players, we've seen their successes last week. I'm really excited to see how they play out this week.
For sure, for sure. I'm excited as well, but enough about Asterisk. Let's move on to Vanguard Esports. Bring us through, Jays.
Okay, Vanguard Esports relies on this one player, Nick Stain. He needs to deliver everything on a silver platter so that, you know, not only just looking Stain, right? Super MJ and also even Salem to basically kind of gobble everything up, right? So not only just that, Ken used to be the sub from Team Flash as well, and now he's finally making decent plays as well, but we do still spot, you know, a little bit of mistakes here and there, but it's something that I feel like in this early on, this is the time, unfortunately, you can make a bit of mistakes, but don't forget, towards the later parts of the week, you gotta have to buckle up because bottom two will get eliminated during before going to the playoffs.
For sure. So I think one thing that we want to mention as well is like Nick Stain as well. I think has friends of same team as FMM, right?
Yeah, they used to be from the same team, in fact. So right now, you can technically say it's also the battle on Romans as well. Nick Stain and also FMM used to be from Bleed back then.
Yes.
And apart from that, yes, albeit different roles, but it seems like, you know, the Bleed legacy, JPL's legacy being brought in to these two players.
Yeah, for sure. And then speaking of FMM, let's take a look at some of the statistics from Asterisk's side for week 1. We have an amazing performance, I think, from Chu, right? 791 gold per minute on the Harif.
On an overall, though, we have to understand that the fact that Asterisk likes to play a lot of these macro games, they also like to draft a team fight kind of synergy with Bear as sort of like that backline assassin sort of player. So I like the fact that they have their own. They've already it was already week 1. It's week 2, and they have already their like key composition, key synergies with the Chip and the Loi. So is bound to be looking into that to band that out.
For sure, for sure. Moving on to Vanguard Esports side of things, we have the Stain brothers, Super MJ Salem, as well as Ken or can he not? I think that's the biggest question you gotta ask. But if you notice, there are similar heroes being selected, right? Slam going on the Barats as well. JH also likes his Barats, but JH also better known in the Frederick in the community scene. Ken as well, to a certain extent, his R-Lot, even though he's behind, he used it to great success. But R-Lot is something that FMM likes to play in the roamer role as well. Yeah, for sure. And I just want to bring your attention as well to Super MJ. 90.7 kill participation. This man is moving around the map. He's involving himself. He's dictating the pace of the game. And I'm really excited to see whether he can pull this off this week as well.
Well, I mean, the numbers and statistics are still based off week 1. So still their execution for week 2, small sample size, as Shay said. I do like the fact that, like, you know, the roamers have different play styles for FMM. He's more towards the support roam that we've seen in week 1. Whether or not he will change that up, he has shown he has a very, very big hero pool. Plays a Li Ming Valentino last season. So this time around, having that flexibility and that freedom, and see what he brings to the table.
For sure. And now let's move on to the head-to-head and let's see what the teams have to say about each other.
I think Chu will fare quite well against Lakshan because we have been playing a lot together and we have improved drastically a lot with each other since the last season. But Lakshan also have been improving a lot, so it'll be quite a fair matchup, I would say, against those two. Honestly speaking, I don't think their current core will perform as well as Slowly, because Slowly was indeed the carry for our Vanguard last season with his Assassin's hero.
I think last season they definitely were the dark horse of MPL SG. Like, no one expected them to perform very well. So this season they are coming in with more experience. I am not familiar with their new players, but I believe that the other players coming in with new experience should be able to bring in more power this time.
I feel that if FML want to match up to me in the room, he need to play longer lah. A few months like that not enough lah. I'm more experienced and getting trained by my amazing mentor JPL. So like I truly believe FML cannot beat me lah.
I don't think the new players would be that fragile. I think they are very strong, like in terms of their mindset. they don't tilt easily, all this. Yeah. They have very strong mindset. But I think their skills, not all, but some of the players, their skills have to improve. If not, I don't think they would stay long this season.
They won't stay long this season. The final words resounding really strong, hey, but it seems like this going into this week's matchup, Asterisk has the upper hand.
Yeah, definitely, but it's also because of the strength of schedule, right? They're early week 1, they're facing off against X-Co Esports. They're facing off RSG SG, who's have a lot of trouble to kind of find their footing. But week 2, we start to see a little bit of improvement, but that match is already over.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to the very on-brand Vanguard where they like to belittle the teams that they're facing. And for Nick though, they already said they had the same mentor with JPL within both sides. So very, very interesting, very amazing matchup.
Yeah, so let's see whether the audience thinks that is gonna win. And we have a 62% for Asterisk, 38% for Vanguard. What do you guys think about this?
I feel like the bar in black, they are right, because unfortunately, the pattern of this particular day has always been 2-1, but it's always not the fan favorites that win.
Yeah, I do like the fact that like you have a lot of community support for Asterisk, all the small little games that come together, you build up that fan base, and their performance in week 1, not to discount the fact that they have so much potential coming into the game. And so I'm going to be saying 2-0 for Asterisk.
Speaking of potential, I may be potentially wrong yet again.
Oh man,
okay.
I've been hitting 100% incorrect rate for today, man. Come on, Asterisk, you can do it.
Dude, you know all my battle coins are gone? All the betting coins, in game, it's just completely gone. I was like, 100% Team Flash is gonna win. Bet 1,000. Gone. Come on, please, at least let me recoup some of that cash back,
Yeah, I mean, I have had like almost 100% prediction rates in my games. So I've been collecting a lot of coins. I put like 1,000 coins into this game. So I really want Asterisk to win. I mean, mechanics, like predictions aside, mechanically, I think that they do have it. Bear's got that lucky charm. He just needs to be confident. A lot of the players within Asterisk play it like, David and Goliath.
That's why I don't call it a lucky charm. It's a emotional support teddy bear, and I need it. You definitely need it, because like today has been so weird for me. I don't know. I don't want to live here anymore.
All right. Enough
Wake
about
me
Bear.
up from my dream.
Enough about Bear. Let's talk about the roamers, the head-to-head FMM and Nick's game. We touched a little bit upon this just now, right? But what do you think? What do you think is gonna happen in this matchup?
I think right now it's just thinking about how FMM. He has a lot of game sense knowledge, and he's been also spreading that all across the board with his other teammates, right? So. And Nick saying, however, yes, he had a lot of tutelage. He was mentored by the legendary JPL himself, and he finally took a step out and managed to beat his mentor last season. And yeah, I think he knows he's in the spotlight already. And then, but now the most important thing is, will they be able to create an impact for his team?
I think it's so interesting to see how FMM is like on the top of the charts for a lot of things.
Magic is my life. Your team is banning.
All right, so going straight into the drafting phase, we have from Asterisk's side a ban of Minotaur as well as Yu Zong. For Vanguard's side, they've immediately banned out the Harith and the Matilda. And we see the final ban for the first part of the drafting phase coming out with an ex-Borg from Asterisk's side.
From the hit-to-hit video, I think for Asterisk, they want to pay attention a little bit more towards Luxenstein. Very, very politically correct. May the best hero pool win. So I think it's sort of like an ode or homage to like, oh, Asterisk can play any hero you throw onto them, and Vanguard only has like this very predictable small hero pool.
I love that little shade being thrown, even though it seems particularly nice. He's, saying, hey, who has a bigger hero pool? Hey. We do see the chip being banned out from the side of Vanguard, and I think this ban was to prevent any kind of situation happening from last week where they saw the Loi as well as the chip come out.
So, first pick, Arlott. Asterisk, I think FMM wants to play that Arlott out, plays a very, very lean min Arlott. In Kin's voice, I can hear him already say like, oh man, it's over, it's over. But for Vanguard though, we can't discount the fact that they're gearing up towards a team fight clash heavy front to back composition. If Nick Stain is able to pick up a team fight heavy hero like a Kufra, this might counteract the Arlott pick.
And once again, the Loi and the Fredrin get slipped through. The Asterisk is getting everything they want, but let's not discount the fact that Vexana and Barats are two of the most picked heroes in MLBB right now, right? And I think Vexana is definitely going to be able to offset any kind of hard engage that the Arlott and the Fredrin is coming with. The Arlott and the Fredrin coming into them, Vexana can easily stop the engage from coming back.
Yeah, for Asterisk though, it's macro. The fact that Kiwi is going to be piloting the Loi says to me a lot like, hey, I want to be sustaining the split pushes, I want to be maintaining my wave priority, and then go for the macro plays. For Vanguard though, it's more about let's fight as 5, make sure that we always win every single team fight, gearing up with that carry for the last pick of the first phase. This is basically an answer towards that Fredrin.
Yeah, the carry is increasing in popularity and priority. We do actually see that the Roger is still available, but they opted to pick for the carry instead. Carry has been picked 0 times, I think, last week. But this weekend, she's being picked 3 times already out of the 7 games that we see. We do see Grok being banned out from Asterisk's
There's an answer
side.
towards Nick Stain.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. It's Nick Stain's hero. So if it's either the Grok and the Kufra, take it out, and then Nick Stain doesn't have any sort of like these hard engage tanks that he can play. You want to be able to put him to a sustain, like sort of like a healer.
Oi! Nick Stain! Speaking of Nick Stain, man says the casting predictions don't equal the facts. Well, look. Look. That is a very fair statement.
Yeah, casters would never. It's not always right.
I mean, look, I've been wrong twice already today. I don't mind being proven wrong as long as you give me good games to watch. Right? We see the gold laners pool getting pinched a little bit. We see the Natan getting banned out. We see the Claude getting banned out as well. But once again, Roger slips through.
I'm not sure if Chu wants to go for this Roger. So it's sort of like a bait. They want to get that Roger in, then they all in on this Roger because of the Eternal Guard as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Roger is a pretty decent pick into it, but Roger is just generally a strong pick, right? I think Roger can easily burst down the carry, can easily burst down the Vexana as long as they get through.
Yeah, for the carry though, it's very, very close range. Second in terms of the range distance, the first being the shortest range, Moskov. So that being on the table, maybe Asterisk could pick up the Moskov now. We've seen quite a big trend towards the entirety of today. The Terizla gets picked up by Vanguard. Right now, Asterisk, they need to find an answer towards the team fight composition. Bear could very well go in for his Benedetta yet again, and then split push, find that right angle, find that flank, take out carry, take out Vexana.
I love the Benedetta. The Benny is at Roger.
Yeah, Roger's picked up. Okay.
Roger's picked up, but I love the Benny pick. If Bear does go for the Benny pick, right, it makes perfect sense. They're able to move around and split the map up because of the Benny as well as the Loi. Not to mention that Roger as well is going to help with that split push, and he has the movement speed and the mobility to go and join teamfights as and when they're being initiated.
You're playing like Asterisk is riding a motorcycle. Vanguard is playing a car. You hit hard, but you gotta hit together. In this case, Asterisk picks up the Khalid. You have a lot of movement speed with your passive as well as team fight engage. So he has a lot of choices. You can go for that backline engage, can find a nice flank, or you can sort of be a answer to a lot of these team fights that come out once Vexana throws the Eternal Guard or Terizla pushes in his penalty zone.
I love drafts coming up from Asterisk, right? You've got the Khalid to initiate, you get the Frederick to continue with the engage, but then you have the Lawyer to reposition. That being said, I think Vanguard has identified that, right? And they picked the Florin as the last pick. They realized that, hey, look, this is going to be a very scrappy team fight composition that we're facing. We need some sustain. On the other side of things, Asterisk does not have any sustain. They don't have any heal.
You know, for Florin's due, I've seen how Gear utilized it to its full capacity. The fact that you don't have to recall to be able to like just transfer that lantern around, you can just be on that map, be on the battlefield, and just give the lantern to whoever's going to be initiating the team fight first is going to be very, very crucial.
Yeah, with that said, draft is ended. By the way, happy birthday to Riston, the coach for the side of Vanguard.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
RL19 and Riston has been like, you saw before we cut into the scene, RL19 is just grueling. There's so many things that Asterisk need to look out for, especially going in with this draft. I feel like Vanguard is baiting them into picking La Roger, and they know they're walking into a trap.
But we'll see whether or not Chu can pull it off this time as we go into round 3 of day 1 for MPL SG Season 7, Vanguard versus Asterisk.
Coming into the game, looking at the win conditions for both sides. For the side of Asterisk, though, it's who can get their ultimate first. Once you hit level 4, that's their power spike. You'll be able to set up. You'll be able to rotate around. You'll be able to get that diversion play. For Vanguard, though, they have to be able to block their backlines from any rough engages coming in from flanks. Don't fight in the jungle. Always fight within a lot of the neutral objectives within your lanes.
So, what is Vanguard's win condition here, lads? We know what Asterisk's win condition. I think we've actually talked about it a little bit too much. But for Vanguard, right, what can they do to win? James?
Ken needs to find the backline, especially to try to limit Chu and prevent Asterisk from getting their win condition. That's why they drafted Terizla, they drafted a Florin, right, and massive AoE stunts. They need to protect Liechtenstein and Super MJ, especially from the threat of Bear.
Yeah, that's definitely very true. Bear, I think, all eyes is going to be on Chu to see whether he's able to clean up on aisle 11 or whether Bear...
Massive taunt coming out. Bear looking a little bit low right here. Goes in for the re-engage. JH slams the barrage down all the way down to the ground. Ken getting taunted, denying the kill over to the side of Bear as well. Ken forced to use the flicker. That's a massive utility already gone.
Massive is an understatement. First hurdle up in 20 seconds. Does look like Asterisk needs to get that recall, heal up their health, and then go towards that turtle. But they have the upper hand. 200 goal lead, not significant, but they have control of that map. And that's a small barrage that you're dealing with.
Not only that, but you're also dealing with the cooldown from the flicker of the Terizla. Even if the Terizla is able to hit 4 before the team fight, he's not going to be able to use his penalty zone, then flicker out or flicker into penalty zone. That's a huge loss on the side of Vanguard.
There was a dual bot lane. Now you have that Florin going up towards that turtle fight. Asterisk going to be starting things off.
Yeah, so Asterisk in complete control of the turtle zone. Should be able to take a clean turtle and does it immediately, and we just see both teams disengaging.
Now after this turtle fight, this is the power spike we're talking about from Asterisk. So I'm going to be looking out for a lot of diversion plays, especially down on that gold lane. We see how Asterisk was focusing their fire on top of the EXP side, now towards the jungle. They don't want Salem to get that farm. FMM is eaten up.
Salem spitting FMM all the way back up. Eternal Guard chain CC. FMM still gets all the way back to safety. AJH coming in. It praises Wrath. Doesn't connect onto the damage, but steals away the purple buff away from Salem.
And he managed to get away scot-free. You know what's the theme of today's matches? Being able to escape with a sliver of your health and being able to take all the objectives you want. Whichever team does that, right, obviously they're going to be able to build a very, very big advantage. Right now, Asterisk with an advantage of 700 gold.
It doesn't look like Vanguard is too phased by this, because the win condition is basically, let's get out Liechtenstein all farmed up. Take a look at the itemizations. You have to focusing more on Florin, so you do want to fight that 5-man team fights, but that's not going to be happening so much in the early game as is for Asterisk. Asterisk needs to find those early game pickoffs. You have quite a bit of snowball potential heavy heroes like the Roger, like the like the Khalid. So Vanguard just needs to bite their time, wait till that mid-game, late-game power spike. Once they come up online, find a nice penalty zone, and then fight us 5, get that Eternal Guard down, keep hitting those knockups.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think what else I did notice is that the R-Lot, the FMM is building Brave Smite on the R-Lot. This, I mean, signifies that he's probably going to be playing a slightly more tanky build as he wants to sustain himself in these long, potentially long drawn-out team fights, right? We see FMM pathing down to the bot side. So it really depends on whether Luxenstein is going to be able to spot that and play safely. Seems like he's able to do so. So nothing goes on. Both teams playing relatively safely.
You know, it's just seeking a little bit more information. Where is Florin? Because like Kin said in the previous game, you play Florin, you need to be able to play within a lot of these team fights so that your heal becomes a little bit useful. But a Turtle coming down low.
Okay, Slalom looking for the ultimate right here. The Turtle unfortunately gets resets by JH. Right now, it's going to be FMM trying to find a cell, find a slash, will be able to find Extain, flicker all the way back to safety. Instead, it's going to be Slam jobbing up the wrong target. JH secures the turtle for themselves. Ken right now in a lot of trouble, lots of damage, and he's in no man's zone. He's trying to pick up JH, but will not be able to do it. Kiwi busts him down.
Ken getting eliminated there is huge. I mean, he's used his flicker, used his penalty zone, wasn't able to get anything, and died for it. Right now, Asterisk is up 1.6k gold. The lead is expanding.
Oh, hold on. Diversion play on that bush.
Diversion play right there. Luxenstein get busted down. 2 will be following up like a pounce. Nice stun coming out of Nixstein to try to delay just a little bit more. But the main thing is 2 will be able to take down the turret down bot.
The sustain is huge.
Kiwi. Oh, the Terror 5 from Super MJ, allowing Sam to pick up the kill as well.
Very good concept for Asterisk. How unfortunately though, FMM missed the final slash. He would have had that flicker opportunity to push him out of the turret and into harm's way, but Vanguard played that very beautifully though, sitting underneath that turret, just slowly biding their time. Going back to that turtle fight though, very well placed Eternal Guard onto that penalty zone. Unfortunately though, Asterisk doing a very good job splitting apart Vanguard, and that is what precisely you want to do. If Super MJ or Luxenstein, whenever they come into that fight, they get isolated, that's where Asterisk has that window of opportunity to just fight back to front.
Yeah, I mean, can we also take a minute to appreciate the sustain coming up from the Florin? I mean, look, Luxenstein would have definitely died if it wasn't for his brother, right? Like, honestly speaking, he got bursted down like stupidly fast.
Just a disclaimer, they're not actually brothers. It's just
but they can be.
They
You see Nixstein, you see Luxenstein somewhere, hiding in a corner or something. Or the other way, vice versa.
Now it's just a macro game. 6 minutes into the game, you got that third turtle spawning up. I don't think Asterisk wants to speed up this turtle. They want to draw Vanguard out so that this Khalid has a better opportunity to get to that back line, especially on that top side where that turtle kind of likes that top and nearer to the EXP lane. Final slash, oh?
Final slash will be able to lock down Salem Mines. Coming, nice Serenity Zone coming off from Ken. Try to zone everybody away. JH may find himself in spot of trouble. Here comes Bear with a Raging Sandstorm at the same time. Salem this time takes the turtle away from JH, and now he's zooming low. Salem will be able to do it before that Brazier Wheels come down. Luxenstein also slays FMM right down the spot. The speedy light wheels coming in.
Salem taking the turtle this time, not letting not letting JH have his way. The game is still advantage to Asterisk, just a 500 gold lead this time. The game is slowly getting closer and closer.
But just like that though, that is 1,500 gold over the hands of Vanguard. They have the upper hand at this point. Take a look at atomizations. It does look like FMM building up that Dom Ice first, just as a response to Nixstein's Florin. But you see, Chu already has like that Endless Battle. That's a huge power spike, especially with that Lycan Pounds coming in. He's also at the top of the charts for a lot of these golds earned, so he will be able to find a lot of these fights, especially with that diversion play. So how that played out was a very methodical, very disciplined. Wait until let's have Ken engage, let's have Super MJ throw down the Eternal Guard, and then we have some sort of like additional front line, but hold on, FMM.
FMM getting solo out once again. It's going to be Salam will be doing that. Nice penalty zone coming up from Ken. Luxenstein grinding uncontested. Praises Ram will be able to connect, but not enough damage for the side of Asterisk to deal with it. And now it's going to be Pandemonium. Chu needs to run. Tail tucked between his feet, and Kiwi landing down the peel. And now it's going to be a big problem for Asterisk.
Everything is falling apart for Asterisk right now. That Luxenstein has so much damage. 2-0-2, virtually untouched. Barry needs to find an opportunity, a window to get through to that back line, but there's not enough tank, there's not enough thickness.
Look, I think right now what Asterisk needs to do, right? Barry needs to engage. Barry needs to be in the right spot and engage at the right time. They have the team composition for this, but they're just not being able to shake off the damage dealt, dished out by Luxenstein. Right? Luxenstein's carry is able to shed through the entire front lines, and unfortunately, I don't think they were actually focusing Luxenstein too much in the early game.
As much as Kiwi's damage is one of the top of the tables, though, Salem is actually the second most damage dealt towards the enemy heroes. Asterisk, haven't seen them use the diversion play just yet. Lord, half health.
Yeah, look, I think Salam is doing a great job, right, with the cards that he's been dealt. Right, he had a little bit of a shaky start. He wasn't able to secure the turtles for his team, but he managed to secure the last one, and he's showcasing why he's, you know, in contention, why he's a Vanguard player. Right, right now, Lord Dance is happening. Lord is less than half HP. Both teams not willing to showcase and step forward to secure the Lord as of now. They are doing the Mexican standoff.
The longer this takes, though, Asterisk has the upper hand, but a concealed play comes in. FMM.
Concealed play, try to lock down Salam, but Salam still lands a red tree finger onto the Lord. And now Bear, he's getting chunked down by the help of Luxenstein at the same time, and he's actually picking up a killing spree. Man, Vanguard definitely turned on Luxenstein.
Oh, that's gotta hurt though. FMM missing final slash after final slash in crucial team fights. Vanguard up 2k gold. The only silver lining that Asterisk has is a lot of that lane priority down on the bottom side, but you do have that Lord to deal with on that top.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these final flashes aren't super final for the side of Vanguard. I just wish FMM was hitting them. If he does hit them, the team fight would change completely. But Vanguard's looking so good.
Let me tell you something. You can play another lot, you can miss all your final slash. You just need that one, and I'm just waiting for it to happen.
Well, look, not discounting what Vanguard's doing. Right? Vanguard's playing this game out super well. They are at a 2.7k gold, 3k gold league, and we see them rushing out and take harass, signifying they are identifying that True is probably going to be their win condition on the other side. Ooh. Thus, the focus to reduce the physical attack.
Mid lane already broken down. You have that Lord taken out as well. Vanguard 3k gold ahead, and they're extending their lead, just taking everything that Asterisk has. How Asterisk should play this is try to fight within that jungle, try to use that diversion play, go to that backline and take out Luxenstein. We talked a little bit about Luxenstein versus Chu, and Chu is a very all-in kind of marksman with that Roger. One like and pounce and you're in the fray.
Yeah, that's for sure. I really want...
Nice pickup right here. Here comes a Raging Sandstorm as well. Bear, but look at the sustain. Coming off on the side of Vanguard, even though Nick Stain is not around the fight to try to peel the fight a little bit longer. And now both teams trade EXP laners. What?
Ken was so tanky in the Terizla. He did not die. Yes, he got caught out of position, but he was able to just tank, and that's Terizla's passive, right? The less HP you have, the more tanky you become. That is one fat boy.
In this stage of the game, though, Asterisk hunkering down is something that you don't necessarily want to do. Try to find those easy pickoffs. The fact that Vanguard, I said this before, they're driving a car, and you want to be able to hit with that car. But Asterisk, though, they are sort of like this pickoff composition. You want to be able to use your mobility, go around that map, find easy pickoffs. And Vanguard not going to be stretching themselves too thin. Sure, I lose a lane, but I get that team fight. I am able to cycle you through and get those main core objectives. Lord spawning up 20 seconds. Does look like Vanguard wants to psych themselves up for that.
What I actually want to see Asterisk doing, right? Yes, they should send a few members to kind of showcase that they're trying to take the Lord. They're trying to do contest for these objectives. But what I want to see them to do is exchange objectives, right? If, for example, Vanguard takes the Lord right now, right? I want to see Asterisk pushing top. I want to see Asterisk pushing mid. Because right now, Vanguard's just taking free Lord.
Diversion coming out. FMM will be reviewed. Slam right here, man. The discipline on this guy is just making sure they don't really commit fully onto this Lord right now. They're just leaving the choices open because they got so much map control.
Very smart move by Asterisk. They know that they don't know where Luxenstein is, and that is the main target. That's the main priority. I don't care about Eternal Guard. I don't care about Penalty Zone. I just need someone to get to that bag. You have another diversion coming in from Kiwi, looking for an angle, looking for the right bush to try to pounce onto Vanguard. They found one.
Okay, they found one. Whether they're going to pull the trigger, that's going to be the question. FMM sent all the way to the back line. JH building up a little bit of great help, but Vanguard, man, they're just rotating around. They're super disciplined. Just waiting for Asterisk to make a one false move, and no, they're gonna jump into a Super MJ instead. But it's going to be JH getting gobbled out by the Barrage Salem as well. FMM flickers forward a little bit, but unfortunately won't be able to find anything for now. Kiwi spreading the damage all across the board, and Luxenstein just throwing the light wheels onto FMM. He's down low.
Oh man, you paid for the whole seed. We only get the edge. When will Asterisk go in? Finding the right target. JH though.
JH looking a little bit low as well, but he does have a lot of great energy, but no Appraiser's Rat. Bear just standing around in the bush. They're looking for a moment to enter, and Selim looking a little bit low. Oh! Bear going in, Raging Sandstorm. He dies, he slides, and the members of Vanguard fall one by one, but they're also going to be falling as well because Luxenstein firefight with Ken peeling. It's just FMM, just the only person left from the side of Asterisk.
That fight was going back and forth, and in the end, they weren't able to kill Luxenstein!
Oh man, you cannot find an angle to reach this guy. He's always in the brush. He's not pulling the trigger as and when. He's just waiting for Vanguard to soak up all that damage. It's okay if Salem dies. It's okay if Nickstein dies. As long as I'm alive, I will take one for the team and wipe everyone out. All you need to do is get Luxenstein alive. But what a Raging Sandstorm by Bear, though. Hitting 5 members, but there was just no follow-up, especially from Kiwi.
Not enough damage. Unable to find Luxenstein. Luxenstein's still going around final fight. Ha, no pun intended. He's still alive.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. If Asterisk is unable to solve Luxenstein, they don't have enough damage to basically pull through.
Luxenstein is playing this so well, right? You notice that he's dodging around the team fight. He's never in the team fight, but he's always at the edges being able to dish out enough damage. If you see the Lord pushing down.
Eternal Guard already committed by the side of Vanguard. The Lord pushing down Retri already committed by JH just to make sure the Lord goes down. Vanguard has already done the damage up top. That's permanent base damage.
Yeah, the first inhibitor tower is down, and now they're pushing down middle lane. If they're able to break this, well, Asterisk is going to be here for a long game.
No trigger pull just yet. And hit a conceal play. He was trying to find the right kind of splash, but he won't initiate if Luxenstein isn't there. Now, I think that is very smart and very disciplined of Asterisk. You don't want to take all these fights that you know that you can't win. And for Vanguard, though, I just want to say the Soul Deal on Luxenstein, it scales with Spellband. But
hold on! That's a final slash that's looking by Penalty Zone right here to guard. And he's also going to be Eternal Guard. By the side, Super MJ to try to peel. Luxenstein slains too!
The Bloom just healed everyone back to full health. A very, very nice setup from Bear. A very nice setup from JH, but not enough damage. Sure, maybe the damage was there, but it's sustained!
Oh man, true. Going down for the count as well. It's just Kiwi left, trying to peel against Salem, trying to drag the members of the side of Vanguard over to the other side so that the mid lane will then get cracked open. But the sacrifice is all in vain. And FMM, he's throwing his line. The final slash sweeps, but what do you do from that one? Vanguard will be able to stomp. Kiwi, only one left. Nice flicker dodge, but it's over for the side of Asterisk. Vanguard takes game 1.
What a game!
Vanguard taking game 1. You know, once again, Caster Curse activated. Seems like... Oh, no, wait. I'm 2-1. Hey. Jace, your Caster prediction is gone. Out the window.
No, man, I'm gone. I'm gone.
Oh, you're gone. He's gone. He's 2-0.
I'm predictions off.
The most silent guy is wrong.
Look at how happy they are.
Definitely.
They want to prove everyone wrong. Everyone who doubted them, sure, they had a rough start in week 1, but it was week 1, and they're here to remind us that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm repeating myself for the past few games, but this Vanguard looks like a different Vanguard, right? Vanguard looks like they're here to play, they're here to stay, they're here to win games. You know, they're not going to be pushed over, and we saw Nick Stain tease a little bit. They're like, you know, custom predictions may not be right the whole time, right?
He might have something going on there, but hey, it's just a prediction. It's
Exactly.
just a theory.
But
game theory.
But man, why are we pulling a Matt Pat right here? But let's take a look at the MVP, ladies and gents.
I'm gonna say Luxian though.
The positioning for the side of Luxian is there, but the Super MJ, the Eternal Guard, has been helping the whole team heal, even though, you know, Bear was able to find the backline, right? If you're getting engaged upon, what you do, you just drop a Eternal Guard right at your feet, and all of a sudden you equalize everything, right? That's a massive knockup that you're looking for.
Not only that, but it also sets up for really nice penalty zone, which we did see this game. We saw really nice layering of CCs, right? We saw the Eternal Guard land, and we see the KurTzy can come through with the penalty zone. And thus, there's the 3-1-11 KDA on Super MJ with the 87% kill participation. Props to Super MJ.
Actually, it's the whole Vanguard team that's just layering up on top of each other. They're low. Here comes Nick Stain with a nice bloom. Everyone comes up alive. We have a second lease of life. It's sort of like a discount Faramis without that nether realm.
Discount Faramis.
Faramis from Wish.com. But apart from that, right, I think it's just also Luxian Stain wasn't being touched at all, right? Bear could, even though Bear was able to find the backline, but unfortunately Super MJ with one Eternal Guard, one knockup, and then all of a sudden Bear get terrified. The wombo combo coming on Bear is obsolete.
All right, let's take a moment to look at the item builds, right? 53k gold, that's a 9k gold difference.
Well, at the end of the game,
Vanguard
once they
and
take down the throne.
Of course, but I mean, like, they were ahead of the game once they held onto the lead of the game the moment they had it, right? You look at Luxian Stain. He had his Holy Trinity built up as like ASAP. 8, 0, and 6 for the Luxian Stain is absolutely insane.
You know, it's interesting because usually for a carry, you want to keep yourselves alive and put the Winter Truncheon because you want to get, not Winter, Wind of Nature, because you are a very close range marksman. But because of Nick Stain's Florin, and you have the same brother combo right there, I'm always backing you up. Hey man, Luxian, just go in. I got your back. And that is what they did beautifully for Vanguard.
I like the fact that he's like, I got your back, but Luxian Stain can be fighting. Nick Stain can get all the way at the base. He just presses one button and boom, he's healed. Ready for a fight. With the help of the photo as well. It's just crazy.
I gotta say, the focusing mark too, I mean, now that we're on the emblems, the focusing mark enhances the damage that Luxian Stain deals, and not to mention the soul deal. I was talking about this in game. It scales up with Spell Vamp, and that is pretty much basically what that carry needs. You have the Spell Vamp emblem, you have the Spell Vamp boost from the soul deal. You're basically not gonna die. That's why I'm just gonna go full on damage. I don't need the Thunder Belt. I don't need the Endless Battle. I don't need to build any one of those tech nonsense. I'm just gonna go pure damage.
Yeah, pure damage he did, right? I'm actually really curious to see how much damage Luxian Stain ends up doing when we go back to the stats. Speaking of which, we do see Luxian Stain doing... Actually, he did not do the most damage.
No, it was Kiwi.
Kiwi
was always
Kiwi
standing at that back
doing
foot. Actually, you played a phenomenal game. It was just they couldn't tank enough damage because of the second lease of life from the Florin. So now we know why a support roamer is definitely going to be banned out.
Hey, I've actually noticed, right? There's been a shift in terms of the roam meta. And when you look at it from last week to this week.
Yeah,
last week,
tank last week?
Everyone was playing tank engaging.
Tell me about it.
Roams.
Tell me about it.
But this week we see a priority. In a lot of the enchanters. Is
you got the Angelas, right? you got the Florin,
soft
supports. You got the Rafaela.
To the point that Rafaela even popped up today, right? And you saw it being used with great success. And now we also have to talk about how Vanguard was really drafting this, which means that they're really baited the Roger pick coming out from True. And Luxian Stain on this carry was able to just scale all the way to late game if Roger falls off quite hard in the late game, right? Especially when you don't get a snowball. And that's basically what happens if you want to sum this up in this one sentence thing from this game.
Yeah, definitely. Well, enough from us. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that happened from the game earlier today.
Let's take a look at Super MJ just doing his work. This was actually a really nice hardcore battle by Asterisk, and they won pretty much a lot of the early game Lord fights. But at the mid game power spike though was Nick Stain gets his favor, that is where all hell broke loose for Asterisk. Look at how they're fighting, just constantly front to back, Liechtenstein waiting for that right time. Nobody's going for him. Spots him out, but he can't go straight in because it's always like an all-in. The damage he brings to the table, the setups, the layering. Vanguard just played this game perfect, and I want to stand up, but I know I can't because I know Kwa is wearing his underpants on stream. I don't want to
Wait, what? We're supposed to talk about the game?
No, we're just be comfortable in this game.
I feel like if you notice from past all these MVP highlights, the reason why Bear wasn't able to touch Liechtenstein at all is like every time when either one, be it FMM or be it Bear, it's always a Terrify, or if it's Eternal Guard on, it's a knockup. So it's really just how Super MJ is saving all these spells in order to protect himself, not only just himself, but also Liechtenstein along the way.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it might be due to the fact he has 2 bears right now. So 2 positives make a negatives, maybe.
Press X to doubt, but moving on, you know, Super MJ was really, I think, pivotal for the Vanguard side of things. But I want to hear more from Teacher Kin on what he has to say and how he breaks down the game.
Alright guys, welcome back to my segment. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kin's Dofu. So this is one of the biggest fights we've seen in the entire game, and I really need to commend Vanguard because what a fight, right? So let's get things started right away. Take a look at the positioning for this fight itself. Very good diversion from the lower E to get themselves into this bush at this segment right here, right? That would have been the perfect catch for the entire team. But I need you to take a look at the position of Vanguard. This is how clean they are. They understand, hey, there are many bushes that the opponents can choose. So Asterisk picked the one nearest to the purple buff. But look at where the rest of the members were coming from. They were looking at all 3 different bushes as well as the mid lane bush. Where else could they be? They only had to be in one location, which was over here. So you see them find their way around the map, right? And more importantly, later, they actually made one major mistake on the side of Asterisk, okay? And I'm gonna show you where that is gonna come from, right? That is the trio of members over here. You're gonna witness Super MJ walk back to the mid lane tower, and one of the things you are hoping to see from Asterisk is an instant kill, right, from the side of Asterisk. That would have killed off the entire fight, right? So take a look at what happens. Okay, Super MJ, he's gonna move in all the way to the end. Oh, hang on, this is a different... Okay, hang on, I need to change a couple of things. Alright, sorry. Alright, so here we go. They're gonna TP up into the bush itself, and then after that, Super MJ is gonna walk back into the turret. Okay, so I'm just gonna speed it up for a little bit. You're gonna notice the rotations coming in from Vanguard, right? And right off the bat, right, the moment Super MJ goes into the mid lane tower, this is where the information comes. They miss every single skill. They missed. And with the inability to kill Super MJ, number one, they wasted all of their resources at one point. Secondly, if you take a look at who is actually in the actual fights, it's going to be the tanks of the team. Right? So at this point, Ken is tanking up so much damage, he gets them into one particular segment. Everyone who is dealing damage is so safe, right? Nick Stain, Liechtenstein, they can deal. The Stain brothers can deal with FMM, no problem at all. He's a tank shredder. This is what the carry is supposed to do. And where is MJ? He's super safe underneath his turret as well. And because of this positioning, you will see the amount of damage they are able to deal against the whole team of Asterisk. Right, so gonna go in, they're gonna box them in, ultimate by Super MJ, no one gets to stop him, and this is where Liechtenstein is happy as hell. He's gonna keep jumping in, rushing and pushing into your face as well. So they managed to reset, right, on the side of Asterisk. The fight is not over yet, but the first part of it, all about Vanguard, right? Liechtenstein is able to put a lot of pressure onto Asterisk. Right now, this is an attempt, right? Let's get into the Lord Pit. But who do they have to deal against? They have to deal against Super MJ, who has the Deathly Grasp as well. And that is going to be a huge killer for them. Right, so they're going to try and cycle around, and what's going to happen is you're going to see a very beautiful ultimate coming in from that Loy as well as the Khalid, right? 5 men, if I'm not 5 men Raging Sandstorm. Right, but that's all the time I have. I'm gonna pass it back to the casters.
Thank you for the detailed breakdown and the analysis of the team fight. And you know, actually, I learned something new about splitting the team fight into 3 separate locations, right? And I think having KurTzy really with the penalty zone, keeping the fight there on one side, and then on the other side, having your Luxion stay, having your AD, your carry deal with the opposing roamer.
Yeah, I like that he chose that sequence to analyze, because I was praying like diversion, and they finally got a diversion play. We were waiting. I was on the edge of my seat. I paid for the whole seat. By the way, OC Mew thrown 5, keeping me comfortable throughout the entirety of 3-game series, the entirety of today. But yeah, it was just, man, I think the concept was right. It was just the execution.
Yeah, look, I want to see more of Asterisk's plays from last week, right? They've used the Loy super effectively. This game, however, it looked like a slightly off game for them. So I want to see Kiwi use the Loy a bit more effectively, and I believe in them as well. On the side of Vanguard, though, Jace, what did you like about the previous game, and what do you want to see them do for the next game?
I feel like the positioning of Liechtenstein has been always impeccable. Somehow, somewhere, the enemy could just never find him, right? And because of that, Liechtenstein was able to just output so much damage, and with the help of Nickstein as well, and also Super MJ. By the way, Super MJ is also putting himself in the face of danger for so many times. Asterisk tried to catch him, but he's almost nigh uncatchable.
Yeah, man is playing smooth criminal in his background right now as he slips away, I think, from many of those points where it seemed as if Asterisk had the upper hand by catching out Super MJ, but Super MJ was like, smell you later, noobs.
You know what Vanguard reminds me of? Vanguard reminds me of Team Evil. They play exactly the same way. It's all about the magic of team fights. They're waiting until the end, and then they come in with that fight. So very, very comfortable in a very comfortable position for Vanguard, but Asterisk, I think they need to be able to stay confident within their abilities, because they can't win this just that last pick.
Yeah, speaking about last picks, speaking about what they're comfortable with, we are extremely comfortable because we know that sometimes the gaming can get intense, right? But with the Osin, however, Osin has got your back.
Yeah.
Right? The U-Throne
literally carrying my back.
Gaming massage chair is built to energize and reinvigorate your mind and body. So level up your performance with its patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed for players' comfort and mind.
You know, I wish that the massage feature was on. So that when we cast, it's like I can just sit
you see my cheeks shaking.
Dude, we may actually fall asleep, you know, because, you know, gaming and comfort and style with the U-Throne V Transformers Edition designs, not these, but the bright red and yellow ones. And yeah, so just remember that your Olsen is here to provide support for your well-being, even though no one supports you and your character in game.
Yeah, you can never trust pups to support you in game. But anyways, awesome, got your back. Ladies and gents, going to go into draft this time around.
Going into the draft, we see that Vanguard immediately bans out the Matilda as well as the Harif. No surprise there, no surprise bans. But on the other hand, we see Asterisk ban out Vexana immediately.
Yeah, it's just something they don't want to do. It's not a very big threat, but for Asterisk though, it's a hero that could deter them in the early game. When you have a lot of these team fights that you're winning, and suddenly the Eternal Guard comes down, and keep having that layering team fights. Look at just how Asterisk is able to just navigate their way throughout this ban. It's all about, let's take out the crowd controls that will deter us from our gameplay, our team fights. Let's win this 2-0, says Nickstein. I like the
confidence.
I would say cockiness, but like you do have to be a little bit more egoistic when you come in.
Isn't this the same comment that Carrot did last game?
I mean, copy and paste. If it works, right? Going on, Asterisk is going to reveal to us very shortly who their last ban is, and we do see a Barats being picked off. They did not like how Salam was able to deal with the utilize the Barats with such effectiveness, so they decided to remove it off the table.
Good. For Vanguard though, similar bans all across the board. No Matilda, no Harith, no Chip. This means that Roger's wide open. Vanguard might not want to go for this one. They might go with the Fredrin. It's a little bit more easier to execute in a sense, but for Asterisk though, I think it's the team fights that they're worried about. But knowing how they operate, knowing how they play around, they like to play the macro game, they like to play high mobility heroes. They should just stick to their guts.
I wonder if actually Vanguard's maybe picking up Loi here, right? Because Loi is available, and removing that from Kiwi. Kiwi has played a lot of Loi, but they decide not to go for the Loi. They decide to go for the R-Lot, instead removing it from FMM.
It's setups for Vanguard though. It's like they're gearing up for a very big team fight. But I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't like the way R19 is going up against this approach. It's sort of like a reactive from game one. When they play this hero, it didn't work well in our team fights, I want to take it out.
But you know, we go back to the hero pools, right?
Yeah.
Asterisk knows that Vanguard's hero pools may be a little bit limited sometimes. So I wonder if this is RL19's strategy by limiting the hero pools even more. Get them to play something that they're not comfortable with, and then from there take the advantage, right? We do see the Fredrin getting picked up from Asterisk, and we also see the carry in return getting picked up by Chu.
A pick, counter pick. You have Fredrin being one of the JH's signature heroes.
Yep.
All over his community days, he's been picking that up, making it a name for himself. If he could Photoshop his face into Fredrin's profile, like display picture, he would, I think.
I felt like we've done this before.
I did it on you, James. I did it on you. To give you that dream that you really want
But
to.
hold on, Vanguard pulling that card back. And now that's a Loi. Now we're going back into both these two teams literally just handshake and said, you know what? I don't like the new meta. I'm going back to the old meta.
I called the Loi. The Loi is really, really good pick. And I'm excited to see what Super MJ can do with this Loi. He was so pivotal in the previous match, being able to use the Vexana with low mobility, by the way. He was able to have a little crowd control, but with the Loi, I wonder if he's going to be able to move around the map effectively.
No, it's sort of like this McDonald's meal. You have the Claude and the Loi. Have you seen the Claude Loi combo?
No, I haven't.
Basically, you diversion the Claude away to the long lane,
clear
that lane, and BMI back, so that you're always in the team fights. And this was I think in Philippines, in one of their metas, and they're bringing it over. So Vanguard having that Philippine influence, one of the best regions in the world in this season.
We do see the Navaria being picked up by Kiwi, potentially FMM actually.
No, I'm so excited for this because like Astra's gearing up for this late game. Like I'm gonna be staying within the turtle fights. I'm gonna be staying within all these fights. I'm gonna be playing that late game composition, and I'm not gonna be worried about my split push capabilities. But there's something that, like, you know, the tables have turned. Astra's now going and gearing up for a very long-winded kind of team fight clash, front to back composition. Vanguard, on the other hand, very split pushy. It looks as if.
But you see, the thing is that with Vanguard, even if they do get to the late game, Claude late game is a monster.
That is
right? Claude is a monster late game.
He is unabridged, unhinged.
Correct. So the thing is that even if Asterisk wants to bring this to the long haul, the long game, Claude is there as a checkmate, basically, right? And you have Loi. You mentioned how versatile you can be with the Loi-Claude combination. Add R-Lot to the mix, that is absolutely disgusting. I like the bans coming out from Asterisk, right? They're banning out the Grok, they're banning out the Akai, people that are able to gather the enemy team into one location, which then Claude just goes yum yum and matum, right?
Yeah, you know, I think that for Asterisk, though, in the first game, the problem wasn't an engaged tank. It was the Florin. And I think that Asterisk might be able to pick that up because they're piloting the Navaria. So within all these Lord fights, you want to be able to dish a lot of damage while healing everything back up. Especially when now with the nerfs, Fredrin's going to be taking a lot more damage from that Lord. You want to be staying in that Lord fight for a lot longer and having that push and pull before going for the team fights, before going for the clashes. But if they don't pick up that Florin, Vanguard will snap pick that up. I think it's going to be very interesting because R-Lot is a flexible hero.
Actually, I was thinking about something like this, right? As all Claudes are afraid of are people who could just bounce back damage. Valeric's one of them because I play a lot of Claude during his meta, and now Bear's gonna be bringing back the Thomas. I was thinking either you go for Lapu Lapu because of your Bravest Warrior, you can basically ignore whatever the Loi is throwing at you. But hey, I mean, Thamus works.
You know, Thamus is a better choice with a Vengeance as well as the Cauterin Inferno. You got a Tigreal coming in from Nick Stain for Nick Stain. And last week he played a lean mean Tigreal. Is bringing that into this matchup. So very, very tanky front lines. You got a sneaky Claude at the backside, paired up with the Loyi. Very macro heavy, very good in team fights, and very good with the setups. Layering things into Final Slash into Implosion. That's gonna hurt for Asterisk though.
I really like this draw coming off from Vanguard, right? So it seems like Arlot could have gone either way, either to Nick Stain or Ken, but it seems like it's going to be played in Ken's hands right now. You know, I think the teamfight composition from Vanguard, not only the teamfight actually, the picking composition that Vanguard has is extremely, extremely deadly. Now the question is whether Vanguard can execute what they're doing, but Diggy!
Come on, you guys
picked up.
did smell that a mile away. It's
Nah,
obvious. They haven't got a roamer already. Diggy is the natural counter to whatever Vanguard wants to do, right? From the Final Slash all the way down to Loi's ultimate, Loi's passive, and also the Tigreal's ultimate. That's something that Diggy could just time travel out of it.
Yeah, look, Asterisk's lineup is all super nice, right? I mean, you've got your standard front to back lineup, as Churros has mentioned earlier. And once again, I think both teams look extremely sound. The question is, who is going to be executing this better?
Man, I think that Asterisk is sort of like countering a lot of the heroes that Vanguard has picked up, but they don't have an initiation factor. And they really thrive in the early game and the late game, if they ever get to that late game.
Yeah, because Asterisk doesn't I feel personally, you don't really need an initiation factor. You just need to poke. You've got Novaria.
Yeah, Novaria poke.
Yeah. This is basically a poke comp going up against a clash comp with a bit of safety net on that Diggy.
Well, speaking of which, we are going to game 2 of day 2, match 3 of MPL SG Season 7. We're going to see Vanguard versus Asterisk. I'm very excited to see how these two teams play it out.
I feel like it's still very risky though for the Clash Comp because JH will be the first one in, and if there is a objective on the line and JH goes down, that's it for Asterisk. Even though you have a lot of long range poke, it's down to timing, down to the shot calling. You see how FMM's rotating around the map as of now, just noting where Nick Stain is at all times is just placing that bombs. And usually how you play the Diggy is that you babysit your marksman into the mid game and then the late game until they get their power spikes in.
Yeah, I really like what Team Asterisk is doing, right? I mean, we see Diggy trying to find the Tigreal. We see the Novaria actually just now trying to find out where the Martis is, where Salem is. And we see a small skirmish happening in the bot lane.
Yep. Seems like it's gonna be Bear getting jump on once again, but no! You can't vengeance out of that true damage and execute from Salem.
Salem doing so much damage on the Martis. Level 4 super quick as well. And if Kiwi's not careful...
Oh man, Kiwi just got out of that rough spot.
Just with his...
yeah.
Just with a dot of his HP.
But no flicker for the turtle. It's coming up in 20 seconds right now.
Vanguard's looking super confident going into game 2. Rightfully so. And in the South, they won game 1.
Well, it's easier to execute for Vanguard though, but Bear forced to pop out of the way. Doesn't have his vengeance for the turtle fight coming up in 2 seconds. But it's very difficult for Asterisk to execute their composition because of the fact that you need to throw one member into the fray. But hold on a second.
GH getting a lot of damage right here. Cannon now with the help of Salem. That's a jungler from the side. Asterisk already down.
It feels like Asterisk is very out of their element. They're usually always fielding heroes that have high mobility, high moving, fast flexibility. You have the turtle easily taken out by Salem. You got a diversion play from MJ. Not going to be committing to that one though.
Turtle has been taken from the side of Vanguard, giving a really good lead, I think, for not only the XP, but for gold as well. So they're up almost 1,000 gold lead 2 minutes into the game.
In this stage, I think for Asterisk is more of like, let's just farm. We don't want to take any fights. We'll play towards that late game. And then when the Lord comes up, that is where the power of Kiwi will come into play. That's where the Diggy will come into play as well. But you got to take... I mean, Jay said it best. It's a clash comp versus a sort of like a split push kind of composition. In the early game, though, you don't want to give too much kills onto Salem. He's going to be riding on that. He's going to be snowballing his way through. Diversion play down to that bottom side. Bear?
But Bear looking at it, Bear, I think, kind of smelled that coming from miles away. He just backed off and didn't want to take the fight. Very good call from Bear.
For an EXP lane matchup though, you don't want to be pushed underneath the turrets. You're not getting the EXP, you're not getting that dominance in your lane to be able to rotate around. But as I said, like in this early stage of that game, Asterisk cannot afford to go into any of these team fights.
Yeah, taking a look at the emblems here real quick. We see the trigger of the concussive blast. Anything else stand out to you?
A lot of common basic emblems, fielded by the carry, Claude, as well as the Arlot.
It's very normal, right? Like, Claude and also Carrier are very mana hungry, and you really want to sustain the lane as much as possible. But now it's like, there's not a lot of clashes from both of these two sides. Asterisk is playing it safe right now.
Yeah, Asterisk should definitely play it safe. You know, they already know from the early exchange that they are not at an advantage. And with this kind of team composition, you want to bring it in. Well, they want to bring it in a bit longer. They want to go for the long game here, right? So not picking fights, doing their own business, I think is definitely the right call. As we just see Salem here just going down for the orange buff right before the turtle fight.
Right now, this time around, there's a slight difference already. Asterisk already has a few ultimates, but Novara will be able to find Astro Echo. We'll be able to see everybody for now, but now is how Asterisk step into the fight. Slash onto Bear as well. Now he pops the ultimate at the same time. Jade make a call, but Salam still be able to secure the turtle for himself. Now Ken also takes down Bear right in the turtle pit. That's a massive mistake coming out from Asterisk.
It's a composition for Vanguard that's so easy to execute. Final slash into implosion. We said this again and again. It's easy to read, but it's so easy to execute for Vanguard. For Asterisk though, you're always playing on that backside. Even when you have the implosion in, who goes first, who initiates first? It's Asterisk just counter-reacting, and they did this from the draft. They're doing this in game as well, reacting to whatever the Vanguard throws at them.
Look, Asterisk, I think that was a misplay on their part. It looked like there was a lot of miscommunication. Bear went in with only one supporting member of his team, right? Kiwi was there to support him with the Astro Echo, but no one else was there. It was a 4v2. What were they doing inside? And they didn't even take... The jungler wasn't even there.
Yeah, it's just two tanky frontliners trying to soak up as much damage as they can. And at this stage, they can't. So Lem will be able to CC immune his way out of that ambush.
Second skill.
Backside!
Just a little bit, but hold on a second. Backside. All of a sudden, Luxus Stain coming in and blazing duet. Kiwi letting down the damage from afar, but unfortunately, it's going to be JH. Praises Wrath, but the members of Vanguard is actually fighting underneath the turret instead. The damage from the turret finishes off Nick Stain. 3 men for the side of Vanguard down for 2.
Oh, what an engage. Ken down low. Kiwi might not be able to snipe this. You want to just clear up that waves, keep that top turret alive, but what a diversion play. I talked a lot about this in the previous game. Asterisk should have had a lot of diversion plays like this, but Vanguard, though, executing it to the T. 20 seconds until the turtle spawns up, 1,200 gold lead ahead, and Vanguard, they're taking full control of this game.
Taking full control of the game. It is. They are up 1.5k gold with the turtle spawning up in 8 seconds. If everything goes as planned, this turtle should go towards Vanguard's side. There is absolutely no reason why Asterisk should be contesting this. They need to hold. They need to hold off, right? They need to play it out a bit slower. They need to buy time right now. If they take this turtle and contest and the fight goes wrong, they're gonna literally just kill themselves. They're literally gonna put the nail in the coffin for themselves.
Yeah, man, Vanguard has been so strong right here. This is actually the second turtle, but now it's for MJ going with diversion. Immediately gets tagged by Kiwi though, but it's still the rotation value coming off of Vanguard. Just making sure Asterisk has no way to play the game.
That's a good call from Asterisk though. Just giving up that turtle and then just focusing on like, let's protect Chu, let's bring him up to speed. He's already got 2 out of the 3 Holy Trinities. But for Claude though, they're actually mirroring each other. He went for the Demon Servers, but hold on.
Blazing duet, FMM, Chu gets tagged by a lot of damage. Not enough to kill them though, but still okay. But hold on a second, that's another diversion. Who brings in the good squad from inside the Vanguard? FMM falls, 4-man gang all the way up top.
Does someone just remove that bush already every single time? The Albert Bush gets the game plan again, and Vanguard is just playing this draft to the T. They're bringing the entire Goon Squad on one single kill. It was also worth it, opening up that map, opening up that top side, and the fights, the layerings are all coming through. 3K goal lead. This is the biggest out of the 2 games we've seen so far.
Loy brings all the boys to the yard.
Ah.
Man. I mean, look at that. But just speaking of which, right? This is how Loy should have been played.
Yeah.
You know, Kiwi knows how to play Loy. We've seen it last week, but I didn't see any diversions coming out in the first game. This all feels kind of scripted, hey.
Yeah, it's really massive coming off from Vanguard this time around. Super MJ giving us a masterclass on this. Now it's just about Vanguard trying to close it all the way up. They've got so much map control, but there's so these bombs, right? It's just making it very hard for Nick Stain to basically jump over to Asterisk. But it's like, it's just Asterisk playing pure reactive, and this is a very different Asterisk that we don't usually see.
Yeah, they're always setting the pace. They're always writing the script on how it's going to be. But this game in week 2, the first game up against Vanguard, they're not themselves. They're not comfortable. They're not confident.
They're showing signs of weakness, right?
Yeah.
It's really interesting. But I mean, we have to keep in mind, right? Asterisk is one of the teams that came in through qualifiers.
JH.
Lord being started up right now.
Yep, nice snipe coming out from Kiwi. We'll be able to tag onto Luxian Stain. The Lord gets reset by Salem as well. JH stepping forward earlier just now wasn't very comfortable for me.
That is fair. But we see, I wonder if Loy is going to be using a diversion play here, right? I mean, there is potential.
You got a lot of bombs, though. Like,
That's
if
true.
you go into the bush, Asterisk knows where you are, but it's... FMM, I gotta say, he is very, very patient with how he uses the time journey. He doesn't want to just burst it as and when. Oh, you ask and you shall receive. The diversion play goes in.
Diversion goes all the way to the back line. Sneak Stain over there. Members of Asterisk, they're hyper aware right now, and this uncomfortable Mexican standoff that Salem loves to play. Eventually, JH spots out Nick Stain, so that kind of it removes that already.
But we do see Luxian Stain moving around the map. He's trying to clear off the waves, trying to push on and deal additional pressure for the side of Vanguard. And I think Asterisk is going to feel a little bit of the pressure. They're trying to ball up right now.
It's going to be a very big fight.
We do actually see the Holy Trinity be complete for True. I'm pretty sure Luxian Stain as well has his Holy Trinity items. Both AD carries are fully online. It'll be really interesting to see how these two teams execute their team fights.
Okay, information already revealed by Kiwi. They know exactly where most of the members are. Kiwi just landing down the snipes from afar, but Vanguard this time around, I love how Salem is doing this. So patient.
Yeah, man, they are absolutely patient. They're taking the time, they're biding the time, doing the Lord Dance the way it should be done. Both teams are still around. Kiwi is back, and if Vanguard realizes this, they may actually start to engage, right? This will be a 4v5.
Yeah, Asterisk as a clash composition, you have to go back, you have to recall, deal with the long lane away from that Lord, and they're sending Kiwi away. It's going to be a very, very tough fight for Asterisk. This is going to be a very, very crucial Lord for Vanguard.
Crucial Lord indeed, but I think...
How many times have we resetted this, guys?
This is probably number 4. We should have a counter here, guys. 4, but I think JH, both teams are playing super comfortably. They don't want to take risks, and that's fair, right? I think that's super fair for Asterisk. But Vanguard should just be going in. They have the advantage. And honestly speaking, you mentioned this so many times, it's so much easier.
Oh, the Lord. Get reset again.
Execute.
Guys, just kill the Lord.
No, that's what happens when you, like, in MPL PH, they will just pull the Lord in because they're waiting for someone to make a move, unless you have Vanguard, who's always pushing on the side lane. So this is a very interesting analysis coming in from Vanguard. The Lord is just there as a bait. You have the diversion play, bringing Claude onto that long lane, and even though it's 1/4 of health, Salem needs to be able to reset this one.
Big Stain! Goes in! Catching! Time journey activated. Salem still secures the Lord for himself. Now Salem will be able to jump onto Barrett at the same time. He's no longer long for the world, but he's trying to sustain! FMM managed to take down Salem. 3 members on the side of Vanguard go down, but Asterisk lost the Lord.
I blinked, guys. I blinked and I missed the fight.
Oh, man. This was so good. It was so good for the side of Asterisk, and they're coming back online, but they have to deal with the lane priority coming in from Vanguard down to the bottom side, as well as the enhanced Lord. So it was a full 3 minutes at that Lord pit, just pushing and pulling. But that's how you play the Novaria. You just want to just keep on sniping, force a retreat for Vanguard, try to open up a lot of more information. But Asterisk played that team fight to the T.
Was it only 3 minutes? It felt like 20 minutes, man.
I feel like I spent the whole game
I felt
there.
the whole game was at the...
No, Observer is like, okay, I'm gonna just AFK right there because no, everything's happening right there.
But I can't wait for the next Lord though. It's gonna be longer. Trust me. Trust me.
6 minutes. Oh no!
Every Lord fight that's like ×2. But it's taking a little itemizations. You have Carry and the Claw building up exactly the same items, going for that Malefic Roar at the end. But both teams, they don't want to just pull the trigger. This is very, very crucial for both teams. Even though Vanguard has hit 1,800 gold, any wrong move, Asterisk will be able to come back. They are a Clash comp after all.
Actually, we do see, Vanguard having a 1.5k gold lead, but all that gold is on the Claw. It's at the right person. Luxury Stain was such a pivotal member of the team in the previous game, and once again, it's all eyes on Luxury Stain, right? And well, I guess Nick Stain takes a little bit of the credit because the engage is going to come out from him.
Whenever I see a team with a Loi and then all of a sudden everybody stacks together like that, I feel sus.
Sus indeed, but it seems like it's just sending the Cloud up to clear the lanes and moving it forward. So, yeah, I think both teams are gearing up. They're just buying the time, right? They know the Lord is super, super, super important, and the Lord is going to be spawning in 1 minute.
Yeah, right now I feel like Vanguard's using True like a siege unit, right? Basically an overpriced siege minion. Down the bottom lane, at least there's a massive wave being pushed up against Vanguard. So that's okay. There's a lot of standing goal for the side of Asterisk that Vanguard could potentially take from Vanguard, but Vanguard definitely still have a lot more map control.
Map control indeed, and we already see this side of Vanguard kind of just, we see Super MJ, right? Kind of just hovering around the Lord. He's just trying to make sure that he's establishing vision on the map so that Asterisk cannot establish it and have a stronghold before. Okay, Vanguard.
The next Lord spawning up in 20 seconds, but the fact of the matter is, if we're able to see in the lens of either teams, none of them are showing themselves on the map at all. Vanguard just waiting in the brush, just waiting for the wave to slowly build up before that last push. They're starting up that Lord, and Asterisk knows this now.
Yeah, Vanguard is definitely letting a lot of fear in Asterisk's mind right here. The only thing that's keeping them off is basically FMM Bomb, right? Take a look, it's just all across the map. You're not sure where Super MJ may pop up. He's basically playing whack-a-mole against Asterisk. They are the most.
That is very, very, very true, but I think the carry should be able to shred the Lord down a lot faster than the Stain. I mean, just because of the passive, right? You're able to light wheels and trigger the passive every 4 hits, I believe. So, Lord, but I think we're going to go back to the Lord dance. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a 6-minute Lord. Wake me up when they start fighting.
When September ends?
No, but hey, this is really, really tense for both sides because if Vanguard makes a wrong move, the Immortality already bought out by Nick Stain. He knows that he's psyching himself up for an easy death. He wants to just go in, set up an implosion, and get the rest of the team in, setting up for Luxury Stain. So the Stain brothers are the key players in this fight.
Yeah, for sure. But we also see Kiwi doing a great job, right? Kiwi is using his meteors to hit and spot out the members of Vanguard, knowing exactly where they are. Vision control is the name of the game for both teams here. As we see the Lord being taken down to less than half HP, this is going to be the 2nd reset or 3rd reset right now.
Oh, eyes on Nick Stain as well. A flicker implosion is what needs to be done for the side of Vanguard, but the Lord's getting a little bit too low right now. Asterisk with Salem and also JH, they may seek to just blow onto the Lord right now. Not too sure, a little bit low now. It reveals everybody's back, comes in, but JH secures the Lord for Asterisk instead. And Vanguard right now will pounce, but the members of Vanguard just taking too much damage, unfortunately. Asterisk, they made it work.
The duality pull all of them back. I thought it would be it for Hadess, but they went
out. Luxury Stain, that's also going to be the time journey to try to heal all the way up. Luxury Stain still will be able to take down FMM, but that's just a nice sacrifice. Can Kiwi manage to find the snipe onto him?
So many things are going on right now. It was a clean run away from Asterisk, but Vanguard decides to pull the chase, and they were able to take down FMM.
Asterisk got that Lord and not waiting another 6 minutes for that Lord dance, though. Luxury Stain down low, he needs to run away. But that's what happens when Kiwi's on the Novaria. Keep shooting those Astral Echoes, keep reducing their health, chipping it away, and force Vanguard to retreat. At the very least, though, they have what they bargained for. They have at least that one, that tier 3 turret.
Oh,
the tower is so close to going down!
Yeah, Salem coming in with a retribution, just coming in clutch. Asterisk, Dose Poke coming on Kiwi is lethal.
Lethal, lethal indeed. I mean, wow, Asterisk has brought this game back. They're up 2.2k gold. This is the first time that's gone back in Asterisk's favor this game. Are we going to another 2-1, boys?
Oh, I feel like Asterisk may not be out of the blue just yet. Don't forget, Vanguard has very massive ultimate that could potentially change the tide. Not just one, but two. Nick staying with the Implosion, Ken with the Final Slash, both can be game-ending ultimates.
Definitely.
No, here I was gonna break down. Like for Vanguard though, they have to be able to find pickoffs now instead of those team fights because you have the Diggy on Asterisk. If you aren't able to force that time journey out, you'll never be able to find a nice kill. And Bear is just soaking so much damage. Paired with the Vengeance, paired with the Cauldron Inferno, he's going to be standing there for a very, very long time. And Asterisk, if you ask for a late game, they're going to give you 160 seconds, a minute till the third Lord spawns up. It's 20 minutes into this game.
20 minutes did not feel like... Okay, wow, that's a bit contradictory, but 20 minutes did not feel like 20 minutes. This game is going on. It's such a good game to be watching. I am so glad to be casting this game.
No, man, if you like chess, this is how it is. I mean, this is how it is.
If you like Magic Chess, you will like this game.
But the synergy from Asterisk, though, they're playing it perfectly. They know their win conditions. They know who to keep alive. They know who to send for that split push. They know who to maintain lane priority. But for Vanguard, though, they need to stop taking these team fights head on. They need to be able to find diversion plays. Now that Asterisk has the upper hand, even though you're up ahead, you're opening that backside, that map that is a window of opportunity for them to get that diversion play.
All right, so we have 10 seconds before the Lord spawns. Give me a one sentence as to what Vanguard needs to do to win.
Man, try to go for a diversion play. I think they need to do that.
Jace, what does Asterisk need to do to win?
Let Vanguard come.
Let Vanguard come.
The only way to Asterisk, this whole roster is basically abusing the mistakes of Vanguard, right? Hoping Vanguard make a misplay with a misdiversion or miss implosion and then punishing them. If not, Asterisk will keep poking with Kiwi over and over again. Make sure it lands up to Liechtenstein or Super MJ.
All right, that's a really good summary, boys. We do see the Lord. We do see the Lord being started up and being the Lord dance being started up again. That's the first reset. I'm gonna start doing mental counter, guys. We have the first reset. We're gonna start seeing the second one come along.
It's 20 minutes right now, guys. 20 minutes, 35 seconds. All right, we shall see how long this Lord dance will be. Wake me up when September ends.
But I know how this is gonna play out. Kiwi gonna go back, try to maintain that lane priority. You will have Liechtenstein using that diversion, getting onto that long lane. But Bear taking a lot of damage though.
Liechtenstein also doing the same.
Oh man, this fight is nail biting. I am at the edge of my seat right now. We see JH still trying to poke the Lord out, trying to drag and pull the Lord a little bit to their side, but the Lord resets, so that is reset number 2.
This is not looking good for Asterisk as of now. Both of their two of their tanks are at half health. Lord is chipping them down. Like, you know, it's there's no tomorrow, and they're trying to pull this in. Oh, nice to see you.
Fickle final chance right here. JH will be able to get caught. Bear right now stepping into the forward, does have the vengeance, and now the members off. The Asterisk steps forward. Vanguard looking for the Lord, but no! JH, the final appraisal's wrap, will be able to take number 2, picks up a kill expert as well. Salem goes down.
No Salem, no Bear. Bear did such a good job, soaking up so much damage.
And Liechtenstein, dude, can we acknowledge Kiwi? Kiwi poked Liechtenstein down to less than half HP.
Beautiful.
Right?
Beautiful.
So Liechtenstein could not go in. The moment he goes in, he's going to get deleted off the map. Both teams are playing super, super well. Asterisk is currently at a 4.7k gold lead, and it's absolutely insane. This game, they're going 22 minutes.
Now the turn has tables for Vanguard to win. They need Asterisk to come. They need Asterisk to make a wrong move, try to go in for a final slash. You got FMM just keeping on to that time journey in case of any final slash. Just as I speak, you have the towers down on that tier 3 mid lane. You're holding it in, the discipline from Asterisk coming to show.
2 massive waves stacked up against Vanguard right here. They finally deal with the Lord in the middle. But there's also super minions coming in. Nick Stain uses that dash to push the minions all the way in. So that's okay. But he gets busted down, and that's very bad for the side of Vanguard. They need a marksman to stay alive, but no, he managed to get away with a single pixel. But then again, it's still kind of safe. It's kind of scary how much damage Asterisk can do.
Oh, the blaze pop, Ken's immortality.
All the immortalities are going down for the side of Vanguard. This is what Asterisk Asterisk wants.
Yeah, I don't know how to cast this one. It's just so critical at this moment. Vanguard looking for a nice setup, but there's always that Diggy issue.
Asterisk is playing this so well.
Oh, the damage from Kiwi too!
All of a sudden, Asterisk is playing dodgeball against Vanguard, right? Vanguard was playing whack-a-mole. Now this time around, Asterisk is playing dodgeball.
I know what it is. They want to wait for the next Lord.
No, I know what this is.
6-minute Lord now.
Guys, it's sports day and there's two teams, Vanguard and Asterisk.
They're picking their own sport to play.
Exactly, picking their own sport to play. They're like, you know what, guys, MLBB is too
too stressful.
It's too standard. We're gonna
I think they really want to go for a boxing match. Take a look at items. Everyone's almost at full build. Even the roamers on both sides. You have full tank items onto Ken, onto Nick Stain as well. Even have the Dreadnought armor just to prevent a lot of high damage Twilight armor.
Where are you? Why are you all the way there?
Oh, I didn't I
wait.
missed that.
No more damage dealer from the side of Vanguard. And now Kiwi is just zoning them out. Maybe Vanguard will use this. Asterisk will use this opportunity. And look at that. Liechtenstein's in no man's land. He's going to turn this around. Bear will be able to fight Liechtenstein. Nick Stain needs to buy some time, preventing Asterisk from going a nice final slash. Ken, stop it. Oh my god, no. The 60 seconds kill count. Kill time on Liechtenstein.
This is a massive Liechtenstein going down here. It's gonna be such a hole. It's a hole that Asterisk has been looking for. It's the opportunity for them to take.
And the Lord is up.
The Asterisk
might even marching in.
Asterisk might even dish that Lord, go for the end. They already don't have any inhibitor turrets. Asterisk up ahead in terms of that goal. They want to go for that Lord. They want to secure a nice little clash onto that base, but it's still anyone's game. Remember, in Season 6 or Season 5, I can't remember, Vanguard were just staying underneath their turrets, staying in their base for like 30 minutes on end, and they find a nice little crowd control push for a nice team fight, and it overturned Bleed, and this might be what they're doing for Asterisk.
Yeah, and don't forget, like I said, Vanguard has two game-changing ultimates. Yes, Asterisk can take the win right now, but maybe they're playing right into Vanguard's plan.
Yeah, playing into the plan may be right. The crystal's completely open. There's no towers inside. The base is looking naked as ever right now. With the minion waves pushing in and the Lord gonna be spawning for the side of Asterisk very, very soon. It seems like Vanguard is playing down a timer. They have the final countdown being played for them right now. Lord spawns, mid lane is pushing.
Vanguard doesn't want to get out of their base. They know that they have a better shot, they have a better chance at success if they take Asterisk within their house. But chunking everything down, Liechtenstein taking so much damage from Kiwi already. He's 2-0-8. This man, he wants to win. He wants to bring it to a game 3.
GH in the middle of the attention. The Lord also helping him just a little bit more, but unfortunately Salem will not be able to reset that. And also, the members of Vanguard are down low. The score, the base. Asterisk takes game number 2.
What a game!
Oh,
that was insane!
What a game!
Oh my god, 1-1!
1-1, you guys are still in the running. I'm out, but I'm hoping that my prediction still stays true though. Asterisk played a heck of a game. It's sort of like they knew that this was their end, and they're playing as if they are in it to win it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is very different for Asterisk from what we know, right? We know them to be the macro players, right? We know them to be actually very similar styles to Bleed, right? Where they control the map and then they win, they secure the win conditions from there. This is very different from what we know Asterisk to play. It seems like they're still developing. It seems like they're still growing, and I'm very, very excited to see how this final match is going to be played.
Man, the whole game, I was just holding my breath, right? There's so many times that Vanguard could have done it. There's so many times Asterisk could have done it. And you don't know what's gonna happen next. I forgot how to breathe.
Okay. Whilst you forget how to breathe, or try to remember how to breathe.
Okay, how do you breathe?
Okay. MVP. Who is it?
Kiwi. 100%, without a doubt.
I agree.
Without a doubt.
100% Kiwi, right?
Man, he played a heck of a game. 2-0-8, no deaths at all. Remember in the first, they got him in the first half though.
Not much death in game number 1 as well.
No.
His positioning was good.
I'm dubbing him the Baby J. He plays exactly like Jay, waiting for the right spot. He's always looking for a nice macro play, taking a look at his equipment as well. He's got the dire hit because both teams are ramping up towards a very, very late game composition.
You know what? Baby J is a bad name. Why don't I give you a better one?
Jay-Z?
Reaper.
Reaper?
Death Sphere him, he doesn't die.
You're not wrong, but man also has 100% kill participation rate.
Oh yeah, I missed that. I can't believe I missed that.
100% kill participation
If it's only
rate.
like the entirety of this like almost
Yep.
30-minute game, you have like only 10 kills on both teams.
Yeah, I like how this whole game evolved, right? Initially it was whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Right? And then
That's
after
right.
that it became dodgeball. Now Lucius Lane and Super MJ has to play dodge from the damage from Kiwi.
But win conditions very clear, and we addressed that right from the get-go, right from the draft.
Mm-hmm.
All the Asterisk needs to do to win is play towards that super late game where Novaria does heck of a lot of damage and Vanguard can't deal with anything. They don't have any sustain, no heals. But let's take a look at our itemizations to see how both teams fare. Man, both teams did a heck of a game. If there was like ever two winners,
This
is like a prequel towards what's going to be happening in the playoffs.
Look, I expected this to be a really one-sided match, but I'm so glad it's not. And look at it, 26-minute game, 9 kills on one side, 10 kills on the other. This is such a deathless game, right? All right, so looking at items, I think generally it seems all pretty sound, right? I think there's no. Oh wait, hold on, I realized Chu sold his boots for ages.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you need to do as a marksman. You don't need that mobility. All you need to do is just be in position, stay at the back, don't try to get hit, don't die.
I mean, what I meant is that we went that late into the game.
Yeah, we went into that late into the game where your marksman decides to, boots are overrated.
Boots are overrated,
Who
yeah.
needs movement speed?
But speaking of boots though, you have like three roaming boots on the side of Vanguard.
4.
3 roaming
4.
boots. There's that, no, that's the jungle. That's for
right,
Salem.
3
He
roaming
still
boots,
needs that
correct,
retribution
correct.
in that late game because you
That's
have
right.
like a super long Lord fight. But at the end of the day though, for Asterisk, they don't really have a lot of concealed play. They don't really have a lot of these engaging kind of team fights. FMM building on the encourage, so you build onto additional fights.
Yeah, right now if you notice how True went for Master Assassin, this is basically kind of like a new meta in the old meta body, right? Master Assassin, you really want to win in the early game, that's why you go for that. Even Carry can do it. And right now, if you notice, most Rogers also picks up the Master Assassin, heck, sometimes even Harif as well, in order to get that additional damage in the early game, right? To basically win you the lane.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? I think other than that, all the emblems pretty much the same stock standard that all the other heroes will be playing. But now let's take a look at what the post-game stats are looking like.
Yeah, I just want to see how much damage Kiwi has done.
166k.
166k over the entirety of a 26-minute game. It's
That
like
is
6-6. It's all 6s all over. It's, I don't know. It's Novaria.
I told you, it's the Reaper.
Okay.
It's the Reaper.
Can we take a look at the damage taken? Look at the sandbag, right? JH playing his signature Frederick.
Actually, I would have thought like it'd be more. Because considering he has been taking so much damage from the Lord, especially from Salem, who's always like pincering him down with that first skill.
That's true, but I mean, I just want to acknowledge the fact that JH is on his bedroom. He played the game so well. If I was ever a second MVP or MVP number 2, it would definitely go to JH, right? He was able to engage the fights or rather peel off for his carries. So let's take a look actually at how the MVP plays in the MVP highlights.
Okay, apart from the MVP, personally, sorry to butt in right here, this is a game of vision. Asterisk has superior vision with the help of elimination. You can kind of deduce where Super MJ will be landing down the diversion. If you notice, these bombs have been very crucial. Not only just the bomb by FMM, also Kiwi with the Astro Echo and also the Astro Shots.
Yeah, I like the fact that Kiwi is just using these extra shots just to give vision to the team, knowing where Loyi is at all times, knowing where Super MJ is at all times is very crucial for their success. And take a look at how they're fighting. The magical team fight's happening again. They're fighting as 5. Always, there's no one going into that backside, especially not Bear. They learned their mistake. They don't want to split up any of these team fights. They just won that one.
Yeah, and look at this team fight. That team fight was the one that dictated the pace of the game in favor of Asterisk. And the team fights, you guys keep mentioning team fights, and both teams are playing it really well. But I think the advantage was towards Asterisk because of the vision control from Novaria, right? Novaria actually was such a smart pick against the Loyi, right? Because you're able to see, use the Astro Echoes to find where the Loyi is or where the Loyi could potentially be, and check using the meteors as well.
Yeah, and apart from that, it's also the Diggy, yes, I know the Diggy is kind of there to counteract against that Tigreal, but you can see the adaptation coming up from FMM, using the bombs as something like a scouting tool.
Like a deterrent.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely true. But let's see what Teacher Kin has to say. Over to you, my man.
All right, guess we're back for now. Churros, it's your curse right there.
It is my curse. It is my curse.
You muted Kin once
Final
again.
words though. Final words though. I think this game 2 was 3 different games in one. We're watching MLBB, we're watching chess, and we're watching boxing.
No, whack-a-mole!
Whack-a-mole!
And dodgeball, 5 games at
Brother,
once.
what are you, 5?
I don't mind. More the better.
Well, more from Kin the analyst. Take it away.
Yes, so it's back. All right, so what's going to happen now is I've chosen a very short clip, but this clip is what's going to change the game for the entire scene. So, you know, Churros was asking earlier, what is the win condition? How are they playing this out for the side of Asterisk? And the answer is they are practicing martial arts, and that's going to be in the form of Aikido. Use your opponent's force against themselves, right? So right here, this is the pivotal fight at the start of the game itself. One of the things you're going to notice is that Nick is going to use the conceal to jump in. He catches the back line as well as FMM, right? But here's what happened, right? Barry's still on the front lines. He actually cuts off the rest of the team away from number 1, Kiwi, and number 2, Chu. So your damage dealers are still open and ready for the fight itself. So if you take a look at what's happening, they're going to turn this whole fight around. Kiwi, as usual, together with the Star Shatter, puts down his ultimate, and they have full vision of the entirety on the side of Vanguard. And look at where the rest of Vanguard are at. Lakshan, Super MJ, as well as Salem, they're all stuck behind, still caught by Bear. And this is exactly the art of Aikido. Use your opponent's strength against themselves. And you're going to see them finish up this fight super cleanly. Chu free hitting all the way. There was no one else to catch him. And as Super MJ, when you are Aloy going up against a carry, what do? You have to run. And with that asterisk, this was the entire formula they practiced the entire match, right? We don't start the fights, we end it. And that's gonna be game 1-1 in the second game of the series. I'm looking for more. This time we're gonna find out who is the true winner. Which brain is bigger, RL19, or is it gonna be birthday boy Ariston on the block?
Birthday boy Risden definitely potentially gonna go for 2-1. Definitely going for a 2-1. I'm excited to see which team is gonna take this, right? Definitely before today's series, I was like 100% Asterisk is gonna go take the series 2-0.
Okay. I really need an emotional support Bear. I really need another break because like Bear Trap has come again.
Bear Trap is coming
Literally
again.
every
Indeed.
like what Kin said, right? Bear has trapped everybody with him, allowing a lot of free reign for the rest of his team to basically do whatever they need to do. And that's very crazy. As we take a look at the draft recap right here, it's a Clash Comm versus a Poke Comm. And apart from that, the Clash Comm, that secret sauce identity was revolving around Nick Sane and his Tigreal. But it got denied by FMM.
By FMM indeed. Like, I want to echo what Kin said during his analysis just now. For Asterisk though, they don't need to start the fight. They need to end it, and they're looking to end it in game 3. And I think that R19 has this ability to think through, like, hey, they are a very aggressive team, or Vanguard is a very aggressive team, and all we need to do is just stay put. Let them bring the fight towards us.
Yeah, that's definitely true, right? And I think it goes down, all goes into the draft. I'm actually not sure if I would categorize this as poke composition, because I mean, the only one person that's doing the poke is the Novaria.
Actually,
right?
Diggy as well.
Good enough.
The Diggy as well.
Good enough. The Diggy, yeah, minimal damage, yeah, but I mean, definitely the Novaria is chunking them out.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of the times we forget that Diggy has sort of like this scaling passives. Every time you hit your first bomb,
60
you have like
stacks.
60 stacks now?
Yeah.
Oh, it has always been 66.
Max cap 60 stacks.
Man,
Don't
you have
worry.
60 stacks.
If I get denied by my goal lane, Diggy is the one I go for, and I start going hoot, shoot, and go and start and also, you know, I don't know why. Whenever I play the Diggy become me.
Actually, you kind of look like a Diggy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that,
you
right?
Look like a Diggy.
Wait, you're talking about the
now
glasses,
that you say
aren't
it.
you?
Now that you say it, because it's not just your round.
Okay.
But like,
all right, enough, boys. I want to ask, right? Loi has been picked twice, right?
Yeah.
First by Asterisk, second
0%.
by Vanguard.
0% win rate.
Exactly. Okay, but the thing is, we saw the keys to success for Loi, right? We know that at least early game for round 2, for match 2, right?
Yep.
We saw the diversion plays coming through. We saw key executions being done by Vanguard, right? But the question I have for both of you, right, is if Loi gets picked the 3rd game, if she does, what do we want to see from Super MJ or Kiwi?
I think it's just diversion is such a very hard ultimate to use. I feel like sometimes what I want to see from Loi, maybe just don't overthink it, right?
Yeah.
Just do your job, just chunking out the damage from afar, and then just making sure everybody stick together. In fact, for the side of Loi in MPL Singapore, it's a 92 pick ban rate. If it's 65% ban rate, it's pretty high, but the pick rate is actually very low. It's only 26% because a lot of people identified the craziness that the Loi can bring onto the table. It can catch you off guard, but Asterisk just showed us how you can counter that Loi with diversion using a lot of vision.
I mean, they created the strategy themselves. The Loi chip strategy, they should know how to counter this Loi. And this is what they've shown in game number 2. I think this was one of those games that, like, it could have gone in anyone's favor.
It could.
But for the execution-wise, I think Astra has just played it to the T. It's all down to a lot of these players.
All right, so Loi, pick or ban? What do you say?
I think leave it open.
I think ban. I just don't want to deal with it.
Or do you just leave it open? I mean, leaving it
You
open
only
is
have
actually what I
5
thought.
bans.
Okay,
To echo you
no,
only
the
have 5
reason
bans.
I'm more of the kind of guy that if I don't know how to deal with it, if it's giving you so much RNG, it can be either very good or very bad. If you have a case of either very good, you just take it away.
So
I'm a safe guy. I'm a safe drafter.
So
right?
who do you expect Loi to ban? Like, who do we expect to ban Loi?
Like in place of Loi.
In place of Loi,
Yeah.
I personally feel like there's a lot more. Like maybe the Valentina to a certain extent, because Valentina has been coming back and showing a bit of meta into this meta. And apart from that, right, if you're going for a Fire Mist already, the Valentina is a really good ban, by the way. Just reminding you guys.
It's a flashback to like season 4 when Valentina just came up, and then everyone was just like, yeah, we just banned that because the ability for Valentina to just take any ultimate to change the tide of the game.
Yeah. And now, and more like you want to reserve that massive ultimate that could potentially change the game to yourself, because it's super hard to fight around a nether realm when you yourself has a nether realm.
That's true.
You're basically just throwing everything into the wind and hope something sticks, right? So eliminate that. When you pop the nether realm, you know you're gonna win.
Yeah,
there's no Valentina to basically mirror you.
All
Well,
right.
I think for Asterisk though, like, just final words before the draft starts. You should just stick to your guns. Play something that you're comfortable with, and they are known for that like high mobility, high octane kind of rotations. Just go ahead, play it out, because I want to see how Vanguard is able to react to their very on-brand kind of vibe. You get what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. No, and that was going to be my question, right? I was going to say win conditions for both teams. You've rightfully stated what Asterisk's win condition is. But for Jay, so my question is, what can Vanguard do? What do we want to see Vanguard do to secure their final win?
Okay, so Vanguard has always thrived on, like what I said, playing around Nixtain. In game number 2, if you notice why they kind of flopped just a little bit, because FMM was there to cancel off Nixtain using the Diggy. Nixtain wasn't given the opportunity to basically do whatever he wants. So play around Nixtain, make sure that he gets the catches that you need. Pull off his Super MJ, Liechtenstein stays away from the fight. Hey, all's good.
So what I'm hearing is that it's a drafting error.
I don't think it's a
coming
drafting
up from Vanguard.
I don't think it's a drafting error. I think it's just maybe, yeah, the Tigger was a little bit too early, but unfortunately their first pick, right? So the second pick gets to react, and Diggy was still there, really wide open for the side of Asterisk pick. Yes, in the early game they're unable to get anything because they don't dictate the team fights where they wanted to team fight, but Asterisk pulled it off in my opinion. But Vanguard, trust Nick, sometimes he can make miracles work.
You know, I kind of see the evolution of Nixtain. I want to talk about this for just a little bit. In past seasons, he's always been known as a very, very aggressive roamer. And this time around, he's actually played a lot better on those roaming supports. So, do you think we'll be able to see roaming support in game number 3? You think it is a very, very viable option for both sides?
I think it's obvious, right? Because right now the tank jungle meta is back, and now your EXP laner is very flexible. You can go for something with a lot of damage on the Khalid, can also play with Xbox around as well. Yes, a lot more damage, but the healing, the sustainability from these EX really is strong. So maybe you can definitely play with a soft support. Technically, Astra is one with a soft support as well.
That is true.
Oh, with the dig, yeah. Actually, he has that shield, so when he grants his time journey, the rest of his team members have the photo. It's just a very interesting kind of perspective because
I feel like it feels like a philosophical talk right here on the desk right now. Do you prefer the soft support or do you prefer the hard support?
But some people like you can agree it's an evolution of Nick Stain.
Correct.
It's an evolution of Nick Stain.
Well, I think even aside from Nick Stain, right? I think everyone's slowly starting to adapt. Right? We've seen. I think this week 2 feels very different from the week 1 that we saw. The games at least we saw from week 1. We noticed that the shift, the priority picks from Roger has dropped significantly. In fact, I think we've only seen Roger being picked once or twice in the games we've seen today.
In the Flash game, I think.
Yeah, and then we've only seen, I think, the hard engaged supports also being dropped off, opting for more of the soft, the healing supports, the Florence,
the Rafaela, for some weird reason. Angela.
Yeah, exactly. So these healing enchanter type supports, I think, are being prioritized by these teams. I wonder if it's actually scrims that they've had over the past week that have kind of changed the mentality, where they're like, hey, look, we can shift the engage a bit more toward the EXP laners, lean a bit on the junglers as well to secure the engagers. But enough about philosophical talks from us. We've gone straight into the drafting phase for Game 3.
Speaking of enchanter supports, the Matilda is off the tables, as well as the Vexana and the Barat for Asterisk. So Asterisk going back to their guts, banning out the same hero pools that they did in game number 2. For Vanguard, though, they know for a fact that FMM's Matilda is going to be a very, very dangerous hero. So we're talking about this Loi quite a bit during the intermission, and I think that, hey, let's just ban out that Loi. Let's try to open Chip. Maybe we'll see what happens.
I actually really like FMM's Chip. I think if Chip manages to go by the first phase of the drafting phase, that Asterisk is definitely going to snatch that up, right? We see Harif being banned. I think that's pretty normal as well.
If we go back to like the previous games, the Harif being banned out, the Natan going to be banned out as well. They might be looking at a Fredrin ban. It might be possible as well, and forcing both teams to be able to play fighter jungles as well.
But you see, right? I think the Fredrin ban will have to come up from Vanguard. So it's either going to be Fredrin, or the Lori ban, or the Chip ban. So Astra is actually able to get one of the 3 champions I think that we just mentioned about.
Yeah, I think that we might be able to watch a Valentina Faramis game. So Asterisk maybe ban out the Loi, maybe don't want to touch that Loi within a lot of these team fights. You got 10 seconds, so there's quite a bit of time for them to think about this.
And the final ban is the Faramis.
No more Faramis Valentina game.
No more Faramis Valentina game. Loi is available as well. It'll be interesting to see who has the priority or who prioritizes Loi's ultimate more than the other team. We do have one more ban coming up from Vanguard side, but I do not expect to see the Loi here.
Well, I mean, Asterisk is first pick, so they might be able to snap that up unless they really want the Fredrin, because it had a lot of success in game number 2. So Chip is going to be banned out right here. Asterisk might be able to snap up either the Fredrin or even the Loi.
Carry.
There will be a carry.
Did a carry.
Will Pryo carry? First time I'm seeing this.
Look, I mean, I saw just now, we saw when the camera was focused on FMM, we saw him smiling. It seems like Asterisk is cooking up something. You know, RL19 was tapping at FMM on the shoulder being like, hey, we got this.
Hey, don't know, more like, hey, don't show everybody the drops.
I mean,
that paper.
Look, regardless, we see smiles on the side of Team Asterisk, and we see the stressed face, I think, coming out from Team Vanguard side. We see Nick, Stain, and Risten, you know, communicating and thinking about what. Very deep discussions about who they should be prioritizing in terms of the picks. I truly wonder if Loi is ever going to pick this game. No Loi.
No, that's the Natan and the Fredrin. So yeah, it was the Natan that was always banned out by Asterisk. So now leaving that open, Vanguard is going to be snap picking that up. If Vanguard goes for a Enchanted type support, Natan is going to be very, very dangerous in that late game, especially since Asterisk, you need to be able to draft around and pick something that goes towards flanking that Natan.
Flanking the Natan is definitely right, which is actually brings up the question of why they banned out the Faramis, right? I mean, Faramis ban is the first that we've seen from this series. right? Not the whole of MPL SG season 7, but Ferrum is being banned out as a priority from Astro's side. I wonder if they suspect Vanguard picking or drafting up something, cooking up something in the kitchen during the long intermission just now.
Yeah, they could very well go for the X-Borg is pretty much open. So the Boxer and the Valentina, yeah, they're psyching themselves up for an Enchanta support for Vanguard. Maybe even a Florin might come up as well. Angela, oh,
Angela's
free!
Angela's free!
Both sides can go for the Angela, and that's really scary for the side of both teams.
So that's why the Valentina, because if Vanguard ever picks that Angela in that spot right there, you got the IMU able to pick up that hard guard, so you have an additional kind of a play style over there.
I wonder why why they just didn't pick up the Angela. The Angela Boxia combination is absolutely disgusting, right? Because you just heal non-stop, and Boxia prevents, or rather halves the healing on the side for the opposing team.
It's all about rotations, right?
Correct.
We're talking about rotations. Boxia roams quite fast.
Very
Valentina
fast.
has like double dashes as well. So starting off with that early game, Astros they realize that they don't really need to pick the Angela, but they might be looking to ban that out as well as the Florin, because
Asterisk needs to ban Angela right now if they don't go for it, because Vanguard may snap pick it away. They've got decent frontliners in the Frederick, technically speaking the Yuzong.
Boxer to counter the Angela, so they want
less of a priority.
Vanguard
that's true.
Pick up the Angela so that they waste one slot.
But it could also be. Have you actually seen a Fredrin on Angela and a Fredrin?
It's crazy.
It basically sticks on you.
It's toxic.
Right? Yes, I know the
Fredula.
heal. Yeah, the Fredula.
The Fredula.
The Fredula. We're creating Frankensteins right here. Fredrin can just stick onto your target and you gain bonus movement speed. It makes it so much easier for
That's
you to
all
land the
you
taunt.
need for a Fredrin.
Correct.
That's all you need for a Fredrin.
You also heal.
Yeah, so the Florin will be banned out because,
Expected.
for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But Vanguard, though, you have a mage wide open. It could be the Lilia as well, since you're going to be facing up like these team fights. You want to create a lot of space for Natan.
Yeah, Natan is definitely the win condition here. But the Valentina is able to sneak at the backlines and the carry as well. If you notice at the side of Astros, right, they have a lot of movement skills and they have a lot of movement mobility around the map, right? But they also have mobility to access the back lines, right? Natan has a mark on his head. Fredrin can peel for him, but we also need to see what else Vanguard has. I mean, Yuzong also has the knock-up. So there are plenty of skills on the side of Vanguard to peel for the Natan. And we do see the Angela ban. Indeed, Angela would have been so good for the side of Asterisk, and Vanguard takes that away.
We've been teasing it, and I think Vanguard, they were looking to ban out backline heroes because that is a huge threat for Natan. And Asterisk, though, they have quite a bit up their sleeves. They could very well go for the Benedetta. We've seen that in Bear. I don't know why I keep saying Benedetta or Baradetta.
Baradetta.
No, I'm just moving around. But yeah, you see how Asterisk likes to play around this like high octane rotations, and I like the fact that Asterisk does this.
Yeah, I do too. Speaking of which,
Actually, Loi's still open.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Loi is still open.
There we go.
There we go.
Away.
And there's the ban. Loi would have been absolutely disgusting, I think, on the side of Vanguard, right? You're able to just diversion the Fredrin onto the enemy lines and flank from there. And the Yuzong is just going to be able to create just so much space, as well as disrupt the front lines using his Black Dragon Fork.
Now Valentina becomes a problem because there's not a lot of reliable ultimates that you can use.
Black Dragon Form?
Black Dragon
You
Fork.
do a Black Dragon Form, but like for Valentina's defenses, base defense, it's not enough to be able to engage into that backline. Nathan's going to be able to shred that Valentina down.
They need to find a way to basically push Asterisk away because Baksa can dive onto Nathan. They already resolved that problem by getting Ken to be on the Yuzong. Wait. Gord! For Vanguard. Okay, let's go.
I like that
Let's
quite
go.
a bit. You have that range. You have range, you have slow. Everything that Fredrin needs to succeed. Everything that Salem needs to succeed. And for Asterisk, though, Carry has a very short range. So he's always going to be up in Gord's face. If Gord lands a stun, that's it. Carry's down.
Yeah,
that's
but
what they
Baksa
wanna do.
can deny the Gord's ultimate, right? So now...
No, it's not. No, when you stun Gord...
When you bump into him,
No, it doesn't
cancels
stop.
the laser? No?
It doesn't stop.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it keeps going. Sort of like Odette. You need to be able to knock him up or suppress him.
That Gord pick is super toxic for that. And we see on the side of Asterisk, the Rafael and the X-Borg.
Yeah, I've been teasing the X-Borg.
X-Borg is such a good pick here. I am so happy to see my boy there.
And you guys are fangirling about the X-Borg. I'm fangirling about Rafaela because what Gord does once he picks up the ice cream one, it slows everybody. It slows everybody down. Rafaela is the natural counter to everything that you want to do if you're all you want to do is try to slow everybody.
But look, X-Borg on the other side, Gord is stationary.
Yeah,
Gord cannot move. Natan has such low mobility. X-Borg is gonna go in, disrupt the whole team with his ultimate. It's a good pick into this team composition.
Yeah, soft support's coming out from the side of Asterisk right here. What about Vanguard? What's their soft support? It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be a hard support. That's what I'm telling you. I'm saying like Vanguard. They're a team that is more comfortable with being aggressive. It's a little bit ironic because they kind of thrive within these like base defenses, kind of skirmish, but they want to find these early game pickoffs, give Natan that time and space to be able to fight for as long as possible.
Yeah, that's really true. You know, I really like the team composition. I know I keep saying this, but I really do like the team compositions, I think, for both sides. Gord being the pocket pick for Super MJ. All eyes, I think, on him to see whether he's going to be able to pull that off for the side of Vanguard. Super exciting matches. This is match 3, game 3 of day 1 of week 2.
You lost count.
I'm losing count this time around. But MPL SG Season 7, match 3, Vanguard versus Asterisk. Let's see what the boys have for us today.
You know, looking first, it's the win condition and the phasal timings with which both teams are able to succeed. For Asterisk, they want to be able to succeed in the early game. This gives Bear time to snowball. This gives Chu space to snowball to get that Holy Trinity and then face Vanguard off. For Vanguard, though, it's more of let's play this in that late game because with Gord, you really want him to be able to get his damage items, get his slow items, and then just really go ham in that late game clashes.
Yeah, go ham in the late game clashes indeed. But speaking of which, I'm actually really interested to see Bear. I mean, look at his rune choice. Right, look at his
Impure Rage.
emblem choice.
Yeah,
Impure Rage.
yeah.
It is not the Brave Spike. He is not going for the long sustained spike. He is going in to kill.
You have a lot of flexibility and versatility. It could be the Brave Sight, could be the Lethal Ignition if you want to go pure damage X-Board. That's all in. You want to just last insanity all the way through. But we are having a pause. So let's talk about this for just a little bit. The win conditions for both
Lethal
sides.
Ignition on X-Borg, huh?
Did you never see that before?
I've never seen it before.
Actually, I've
I've
seen
seen
the
that before.
killing spree on X-Board before in one of my random pub games.
Okay, look,
Where are you getting these pups from?
exactly.
I don't know.
Where are these
I don't
pups
know.
being
You
imported
tell
from,
me.
man? I've only known one emblem to be used on the X-Borg, and that's the Brave Smite.
Brave
right?
Smite
The
or
Smite-
Impure Rage because you
Yep.
want to do more damage. Especially
Shield
when you're
everything
going
back
up
up.
against a Yuzhong. Yeah, it makes sense because you really want to win that Yuzhong. Try to put in some damage into him because if not, he'll just heal away from the shard residue.
Yeah, but I also like the Brave Smite, right? Because, I mean, Yuzhong trades efficiently, right? Yuzhong goes in, hits you 3 times, runs back out, right? But the thing is that with the Brave Smite, it allows you to stay in lane longer. And in the EXP lane, that's all you need. That is the most important thing. For you to stay in lane and just heal and be able to soak up the XP, hit level 4 before your opponent can, and then be ready for the turtle fight.
Wait, hold on, guys. Is this the first tech pause for MPL Singapore?
This is the first tech pause for Season 7.
Okay, I want to see the hand stick.
You just want a pretty woman on stage.
No.
and just
I want to see how
going in
League
with
Ops.
the
I want to
game
see how
start.
League Ops doing the thing. That'll be funny.
Yeah, you can go down and try to do
Okay,
that.
be
Or
right
get
back.
Cheryl come back and try to get that game start. That'll be nice. That'll be nice. That'll draw
be cute.
viewers.
That'll
Yeah.
be cute, right? Like, because you start to see a lot of other regions doing it already.
Yeah.
And the MPMY just popping off using that one is actually kind of hilarious. But yeah, I digress a little bit. Now we talk about WinCon, right? Churros, what do you think is a WinCon for the side of Vanguard?
For Vanguard, though, they were very good in layering a lot of these team fights from Game 1, Game 2. Game 2, unfortunately, it was the Diggy that was there. But in this case, since you have that Edith, it's very early game centric for the early game skirmishes. But
We
are
don't get the
back.
hand thing.
We didn't get the hand thing. Maybe maybe next time. Maybe next time. We'll tell production. We'll tell production to get that sorted out.
Well, let's get sorted out. I'm glad to see that the troubleshooting error is gone. We see a little bit of a skirmish coming in from the side of the scavenger crabs for the gold lane. If not, we see a little bit of a gathering coming down on the bot side of the EXP lane. But it seems like there is going to be something going on. I'm not sure if Asterisk sees Vanguard there. Salem is hiding in the bush. But we do see 3-4 members actually hovering around the EXP lane, with Gord rushing down to join in the team fight, potentially.
For this case, it's just a rush to level 4. JH rolling in.
JH rolling in the deep right here, looking at Salem. Salem gathering a lot of grey hair. HP! That's how Praises Rap. We'll be able to find JH.
Shot residue!
No shot residue. He walks out with 1 dot.
Oh, that was so close. That's a pixel now.
That's a pixel of HP left. JH being able to run away with a sliver of his HP. Boxia, thankfully, with the additional tankiness with his ultimate. However, Turtle does go to the side of Salem.
Very smart move by Vanguard, reading where JH is, going on to, like, U-turning in underneath that turret and just trying to face up against them. Because Salem, all he needs to do, continue to build that farm, continue to build that early lead that you have. So Vanguard, very, very minuscule, but you just want to see it in.
No, FMM will be able to use that to scout everybody out, and that's the power of Rafaela, right? To basically use your first skill as a scouting tool.
Yeah, really, really good. Being able to hit and get vision from bushes as well. We see both teams just laning, rather. They're not looking for too many fights, and I think from Asterisk's point of view, they really shouldn't be looking for fights right now, right? I mean, yes, they lost the lead a little bit, but there's a huge EXP downplay, I think, from their side, thanks to the turtle for Vanguard's.
This kind of playstyle really reminds me of MPL PH. It was just basically Vanguard's imports are coming in from there. They're using that MPL PH kind of style, playing that slow game. You don't want to take any fights that you know you can't win. Play towards that late game. Go fight onto the neutral objectives and the objectives and hold on.
Oh, that's a flicker onslaught. That doesn't work, but don't worry. Super MJ is here, spreading the damage, but no. Kiwi picks up first, but onto next day. Salem stepping forward. Bear flickers away, but Kiwi's all the way to the backside. Showing us who's boss, showing who's the bad a bit later. FMM will get a lot of trouble. Holy Baptism trying to slow down time. Kiwi right here just waiting for the cooldowns just to be able to dash away. But then you saw Baxia coming up from a nice taunt for the side Salem to put Kiwi down.
It's a 2 for 2, and they're fought just in that mid side. You have 15 seconds till the turtle spawns up. JH, 2 assists as of now. No deaths just yet. That was a very, very close encounter in the mid side, but this turtle will be a huge fight coming up.
It felt a bit like Vanguard was a bit greedy for the kills, right? I mean, Vanguard, there was no reason for a fight that early on. Turtle, yes, just spawned in, but right now the cooldown timers on the death timers are super low right now, right? So there wasn't really need to fight for that, and it seems that Asterisk came slightly advantaged out of that fight.
Right, Holy Baptism, finding Ken. Ken looking down, Chung Lo. Bear will be using the last insanity. Super MJ spreading out the damage, but it's going to be Salem picking up a turtle.
Oh, Kiwi!
Pulling on kickstay once again. Kiwi turns into his Hadess as well and try to slow Bimbas down, but it's still Asterisk losing out the turtle, but they pick up kills.
Kiwi's playing out of his mind. I'm not surprised if like he actually builds that Feather of Heaven in his builds, because he's going to be taking Nick Stain's ultimates quite a bit. So when he takes the Edith ultimate, you could build for pure damage, pure attack speed to psych yourself up for that human form. I've seen this happen before. I think it was Blacklist International who did the Wise. Wise did it on one of his streams. He was building the full damage items for the hero that he knows that he's going to be taking.
All right, can we take a look at the equipments once again? From the side Kiwi, I'm not too sure where they picked up the Better Heavens. No, it's actually the Illusion Stain picking it up, and so the book is very important for Kiwi because he needs to keep the cooldowns low.
Yeah, but I'm definitely not surprised if he builds towards that. The Feather of Heaven will be impactful on the side of Kiwi. But Kiwi, 3-1-1. He's so darn impactful in the game so far.
It might be a far-fetched thought, but it's just an idea. It could happen, but it probably won't, because you're throwing a lot of eggs into one basket. Like, you really want to take Nick Stain's ultimate, but you see that damage coming up from Kiwi right from that get-go. He's playing out of his mind in game number 3. 3-1-1, and this man is not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, but or you could also take Laser Beam, right? But hold on a second. That's a lot of Laser Beam, lots of damage coming out from the side. We'll be able to pour into FMM, and now it's going to be JH getting caught. The Turtle Perverse already going in, and FMM taken down low, but the in for? He's really
JH!
JH! FMM, the heal coming in clutch for JH once again.
No one died?
No one died.
There's so much damage on JH,
The
and
turret
he's
died.
still alive.
The turret died.
Yeah, okay, fine. No one died.
We have to talk about this. This is Jay's all over again. JH standing in the midst, but no one has enough damage. Just 4 members up against 3.
Now the heal coming up from FMM is just really coming in clutch, and that's the value of the soft healers right now.
Your favor definitely is up. Next thing with a pull.
Okay, Big Dragon coming in, looking for the pick up right here from the side of Ken. But the laser will not be able to tag on anybody. Remember, so Astrid is going around. Sailor pick up the turtle instead. And now it's also going to be Luxionstein joining in the fight. But Nick Stain losing his life by Bear as well. And Kiwi still a little bit alive. Princess Rav will be able to not do enough damage to finish off the fight. Kiwi still somehow is alive. And once again, how are they still alive?
Luxionstein escaping with a dot of his HP. JH dying right at the tail end of that fight. The fights are so close. GodZilla just picked up from Chu. Chu is going to be doing a heck of a lot of damage after this, but the fight is not over yet.
Yep, of course, and not only just that, now Bear will get tagged upon, McCann will get punished. Chu is right there. After taking down the turret, turns his crosshair onto the Big Dragon.
Asterisks are in their element. JH soaking up so much damage. Kiwi taking turns with Bear, heading towards that back line, taking down Super Energy, and then Luxionstein. But then Luxionstein, out of all of that, he's still alive. Oh,
the
onward.
coming in, no way.
Oh,
okay,
man.
you'll find that you should technically die, but Nick Stain had to basically burn a conceal just for him.
But I mean, worth it at this point,
Worth
right?
it.
Right now, right now, Vanguard needs to do whatever they can do to stay back, to get themselves back in the game. And if you look at the gold lead, it's only 300. It's not a lot of gold. It's not really. I wouldn't even call it a gold lead at this point, right?
Nope.
The game is super close. Even though it looks like it's 7 kills to Asterisk, the game is super close thanks to the turtles that Salem was able to secure. Well, both turtles I think went over to the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, but if you lose 2 members just for 1 turtle, I think that's a little bit of a trade, right? That doesn't give you an edge.
Yeah, for sure. But what does give you an edge is a 1K gold lead, slightly more than 1K gold lead that Natan currently has. And if this trajectory keeps going, it'll be very scary. But
Massive laser. I told you so much. There's a lot of ways that FMM could help to reposition, to heal them back up, to basically ignore the slow coming out from the laser.
Actually, they're in full health already.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh man, so he just burned up on laser. No laser for at least 30 to 40 seconds. You're starting up with the first Lord Dance of the match.
Lord Dance, no, it seems like Vanguard's trying to burst it down. Asterisk does not see this coming. It's going to be a free Lord.
Yep, hold on a second. Nick Stain coming in, trying to go in an onslaught. Kiwi does have the the ultimate from the side of Edith. Ken taking a lot of damage as well. Ken going into the human form. Kiwi going in for the same. Bear tries to burn it down, but the Lord has been taken away by Vanguard.
Well played by Vanguard. Vanguard saw the window of opportunity to take the Lord, and they took it by the teeth, right? They took it by the hands, and they were like, Lord is mine. But we see a slight fight maybe breaking out in the bot lane.
Oh, Luxionstein is coming up online. He does have 2 core items. Asterisk needs to back off because he deals way too much damage now. There's 1,500 gold lead for Vanguard, and they're looking to open up that map. They have that Lord marching down on that top side.
Yep. JH getting taunted right here. The rest of the members coming up from Vanguard, unable to catch onto JH though. He's so slippery. But don't forget, Asterisk does have a Lord they have to face all the way up top. Vanguard could engage any moment.
Yeah, but Vanguard's played this very well. They know that they have time from the Lord push at the top. They've also managed to get the mid lane turret down as well. Lord is pushing in the second turret right now, and there's definitely going to be a fight breaking out here, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon until, Ken uses the ultimate. Bear will get taunted up right here. Ken also stepping forward. The flamethrowers coming out from Bear will be able to push Vanguard away, but there's another wave marching down all the way up top. They're going to forfeit it because mid lane is also getting pressured.
Well, Bear has that immortality, so he's always putting himself in that front line. For Vanguard, though, playing a very good game, playing everything 5v5. There's no semblance of split pushing at all from either side. No one to be the loose man, no one to handle the long lane. It's all just a 5v5 clash, and it's a huge nukem.
All right, Churros, what does Asterisk have to do to get back to gold lead? Right now, the gold lead is at 3.4k, right? Vanguard, well, coming to 4k now. Vanguard has pretty much got all the towers gone, except for the inhibitor turrets. What does Asterisk need to do?
Well, to echo Kin, what he said in the analysis, it's like, let Vanguard come, play, end the fight. let them start that fight, but end the fight. All they need to do is go towards that back line, take out Luxenstein. But it's a little bit hard, but you know where and when Super MJ is coming in. I say this because it's easy to read how Vanguard is able to layer out this fight. You have the onwards into a Earth Shatter, you have the Black Dragon form. For Asterisk though, you need to have someone, a loose man, to go towards that back line for a flank, and usually that's in the form of Bear, but in this stage of the game, he's tanking all the frontline damage.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Bear is not by tanking all the damage, right? He's not actually able to lose his last insanity.
That's right.
Super well, right? And we haven't seen that big damage coming out from Bear just yet, but he is 2-1-4. Both teams, I think, are cognizant of what they have to do, and we see Asterisk playing it very, very safe. Not going past the middle line of the map, right? And I think this is what Asterisk needs to do. They need to recoup some of their losses, but we do see the gold lead widening actually just as the Enhanced Lord spawns in.
Just as I say, no split push. Do you have a split push down that bottom side? Asterisk needs to send someone down to retaliate and to defend against that base. You have a very, very rushy Lord Dance coming up from Salem. He's starting everything up. 4,300 gold lead. That's an item and a half coming from Vanguard. No one wants to pull the trigger just as of yet.
Yo, the man pressure coming up from Vanguard is allowing them to basically secure this low on their own. Not only just Asterisk is a lot busy handling mid, they also had to handle bot as well. And now JH will bite the trap at the same time. Super MJ goes in with the laser. Nixtain goes into human form. Nobody for the side of Asterisk gone down yet. But Vanguard has not only just taken the Lord from Asterisk, but also dealt quite significant amount of damage around their turrets.
I think that might have been a misplay by JH. He rolled himself towards the opposite direction from where the Lord was when I think he wanted to roll in. But that being said, though, Nixtain did a very good job in blocking his approach towards that Lord, securing them the second Lord of the game, marching down that bottom side.
Yeah, definitely. I think Nixtain played it very, very well. He's there as a wall, he's there as a tanker, he's there as a disruptor, as a protector for Luxenstein, and he's doing just that. We see the Lord being pushed, or we're seeing the Lord push in from the bottom side. Was a big stack of minions are actually coming in from the top. Pressure is being built up on the side of Asterisk. Lord charges in on the turret.
Two-prong attack happening for the side of Vanguard. Lord will be able to clash onto the bottom lane, taking it down with them. Now it's going to be Vanguard shifting their attention up top. The wave management coming off from Vanguard is making Asterisk making mistakes.
Yeah, for sure, making mistakes for sure. But we do see the Black Dragon form being used by Ken right now to kind of just push them away from the turret, and it's super effective as the second inhibitor turret goes down. Asterisk only has one inhibitor turret left.
It's the shifting win conditions for Vanguard. They are down in terms of kills, but they're so far ahead. This is the biggest lead they had in the 3 games that they've played together. 6,400 gold lead just from one Lord and taking down the 2 tier 3 inhibitor turrets.
Oh, it's very hard for Asterisk to basically pick Vanguard off, especially when they're just reinforcing each other.
Look at the equipment and then the ton. The ton is basically full build with the Wind of Nature as well. This carry is not going to be able to kill the burst in the ton down.
I'm shocked by his gold. It's 11,000 gold at the 14th minute of the game. That's basically full build if you're in a ton right now.
Almost full build, because don't forget Holy Crystal has increased in price as well.
Just slightly.
Yeah, just slightly, but you can feel it, right? Like right now, Luxenstein is just one item away from full build. Should be going to the Divine Glaive. If not, if you want to play a little bit more safer, maybe go for the Blood Wings instead.
Divine Glaive, I think, is the way that they're going to be going. Vanguard, Team Vanguard is playing extremely aggressive right now, and they should, be playing super aggressive. They have a lead. They need to capitalize on it. They do not want to drag this game long, because the longer they drag the game, the more opportunities Asterisk has to come back.
In overall, though, Asterisk are still winning these team fights, which is unheard of because Vanguard is so far ahead in terms of the goal lead that they should be able to win a lot of these team fights. They should be able to have that aggression down, but Asterisk are playing it very, very well. They know who to go for whenever there is a fight. This is the 3rd Lord of the game, and Vanguard are starting things up.
But you know why they're able to sustain the fights and win the team fights? It's because
Rafaela.
It's the sustain, exactly. It's the sustain coming off the Rafaela.
No more conceal for Nick Stain.
Earth Shatter already used as well by Nick Stain for now, but Ken goes in Black Dragon form, try to zone out JH. GH is just inkling slower, but don't forget, Bear just trying to buy time in the backline. Super MJ goes into the laser, and Kiwi coming in for the side at the same time. It's a split fight, but they were going to converge onto Super MJ. JH takes the Lord away from Vanguard.
Oh, what a play, but Asterisk has to go back and defend her base. The minions are crashing in.
But it's worth it.
What a play
It's
by
worth it.
Asterisk, though.
Asterisk fought the fight at Lord, and I was going to say that they had no business fighting that, but it turns out they did. They got the Lord.
Let's break it down, though. Bear was in the midst of battle. You have Ken trying to zone JH out. He's in the rolling
Bear
sword
trap.
form. That's a bear trap right
Once
there.
again.
And Bear is zoning out 5 members at a time.
He should
just
be-
leaving that Lord wide open.
This is not the first time he's been zoning out 4 or 5 members on his own, man.
Bear is so important in the Asterisk lineup right now. You know, we're talking about how he's not being able to use Lost Insanity to its full extent, but who needs to use it where you can just zone people off of your flame missiles?
Right now,
marching in.
ultimate from Nathan already used. JH looking for a pickup right here. Super MJ goes into the laser. Bear pops the Friaga armor. No, sorry, still has it on for now, but Vanguard, you know, this is the 3rd Lord of the game, but luckily for Vanguard, they do have the damage to bust it down.
I was gonna say the Lord just disappeared.
That's the Natan talking. The damage just able
Gord.
to melt that. It's not even chip damage. It's basically melt damage. Oh, from the Gordon and Natan
The
as well.
Gord's laser was just destroying Lord.
But to be fair though, both of them magic damage. But hold on, JH will get that U-turn targeting that tier 2 down that bottom side.
Yep.
But to finish my sentence though, they are all pure magic damage. So the longer this game goes, as long as they have that Radiant armor, Athena shield, Asterisk will be able to stay within the team fights a little bit longer.
Chu decided to build a Malefic Roar. Asterisk know that there's a ship of win condition right now.
Yep.
Right now, it's all about Bear zoning, JH zoning, and use Chu as a siege minion to basically siege down one turret at a time.
One turret or one member of the team at a time. The Malefic Roar is definitely something I was going to point out as well. We see this coming out from carries as probably one of the last few items to increase the armor penetration from, well, carry. Carry's just going to melt people down right now. Endgame carry is super scary.
Right now, it's just Asterisk needs to fight outside the base. That's how they are able to survive. Or use JH to try to pick up Lucian Stain, and now the Stain Brother in the middle spot of trouble. Now Lucian Stain used the ultimate try to get on back. Bear already all the way tagging on the back line. Faraga armor and Lost Insanity used. Lucian Stain has to lip away. Bear easily traded. Look at how much space the Asterisk bought for themselves.
Wow, what a protect com that Vanguard has picked from themselves. Lucian Stain was in trouble, used the entropy out. Super MJ used the laser to push away every single person from Asterisk away. But at the end of the day, Bear still has his immortality.
Can I just say as well, look, the HP bars on the side of Asterisk is all full. Only Bear had to recall.
The power of the Rafaela.
Power of the Rafaela once again.
Sorry, it's back now. It's back now.
Lord, again, Bear, Lord Dance.
So there's a wise man that once told me, right? If you can't bring the mountain to Muhammad, bring Muhammad to the mountain. Wait, it's the other way around. But you get the point, right? If you can't bring the base, you can't go back to base, you bring the base to you. FMM is the base.
FMM is the base indeed. I mean, you're just taking the healing fountain with you, right? We do see the Lord Dance get initiated on the side of Asterisk's corner, but Salem, well, no, actually both teams are kind of just doing the Mexican standoff. We do see the Bloodwings being built from the Natan instead of the armor penetration.
More survivability, that's what Lucian Stain needs. He's constantly getting picked off, right? And now, members of Bear just zoning in out. Salem wouldn't be able to step over, but now it's going to be time for Asterisk to strike!
Kiwi
Bear
on the
goes all
backside.
the way in. Kiwi will be able to find on the flank. Lucian Stain a little bit down low. JH still maintaining around the Lord Pit right here. Salem forcing to stand. Super MJ goes into the laser form. JH, it's all about the retribution battle!
Oh!
Salem denies the Lord from Asterisk!
The retribution battle indeed! The Lord has gone to the way of Vanguard yet again. Asterisk is so close, but this shows Asterisk is still in the game. They're able to take the fights.
Oh man, the execution from Asterisk was on point. Vanguard was so well crafted in their layering of those team fights. Lucian Stain was in trouble, they backed off. Salem, fast fingers, hit that retribution to secure that Lord. And now Asterisk again playing on that back foot. At the end of the day though, we've seen around 12 minutes or so without any deaths whatsoever from either side. Bear still has his immortality.
Yeah, look, I think
beginning of the end.
Yeah, it's the Lord
That's
pushing
it.
it on a no turret, on a turretless base on the side of Asterisk.
Asterisk right here, nice knock-up coming on Nick Stain as well, but Nick Stain is actually getting chunk down. Lucian Stain doing a lot of damage from the backline. FMN Destiny trying to heal up. The Lord stepping forward, gets to get chunk down very quickly by the side of Asterisk, and Asterisk managed to defend for now, but were they able to defend for the secondary engagement coming off of Vanguard? Bear stepping forward just a little bit more. No more last sanity for the Earth Shadow. Lands onto FMM. FMM Destiny trying to heal, trying to make sure that Vanguard doesn't step forward, but don't forget, right now, Vanguard needs to forward the damage, and they will get game number 3.
What a game! What a series! Constant back and forth, constant whack-a-moles, constant boxing match. And we've seen very, very long, drawn-out games, but nothing like this one. Very methodical approach, disciplined games, and to be honest though, it was anyone's game up to that last point.
Everything is wrong.
Yeah, no one's correct. No
All
one's
my
correct
predictions
in that
are wrong.
prediction.
Vanguard defying all odds, right, man? Asterisk went on a good fight as well, but don't count Vanguard esports just yet. If you let Liechtenstein be safe, if you get Super MJ, the comfort heroes that he likes to play, you know that they can actually push in really well like that one.
Yeah, the Stain brothers played it perfectly
Yeah.
at that last point, at that last push in that Lord. Nick Stain with a 4-man knockup finally take down JH. Liechtenstein virtually untouched. You have that secondary bodyguard, which is basically the gourd with that laser, so everyone just splits up. You create that nice little path for Liechtenstein to just deal that double damage all the way through. So, man, Vanguard, Nick was right. Nick was right. Caster predictions are nothing. We're all wrong.
We can be wrong. We're all wrong today.
Yeah, casting predictions are definitely wrong, and you know, screw the 100% win predictions because I mean I'm now.
I just want to stay alive for all the enemies I made today.
Man, you be careful when you go down.
Yeah,
Nick
I
Stain
will.
is going to hunt you down.
It's got a coup from me right there.
Well, enough from us. Salem being the MVP of the match. I mean, look, his retributions were on point. He was able to create pockets of space, I think, as well for the side of Vanguard. 0, 1, and 5. Who needs kills to be the MVP?
No, it's all about taking
The
down the
retreat,
objectives.
the last retreat was
It's-
what won Salem that game.
Actually, all the retries throughout the entirety of the series, Salem has been out retrying in a lack of a better term against JH. Every
right.
single time there's a Lord fight, JH was so open. Salem prances right in, waltz right in, pops that one button, and then again Vanguard on the winning end.
Yeah, he pops one button, everybody gives him a standing ovation. Good job, you've done your job.
Yeah.
Now you can die, but it's okay. As long as you secure the objective, which was true, right? Without that last Lord, I don't think Vanguard will be able to end the game right there and then. And if you give that Lord over to Asterisk, Asterisk is gonna snowball, out snowball, no matter even the late game, Nathan. Right?
Actually, I beg to differ. We talked about Walking Fountain. FMM was one of them.
Yeah.
But the second, I wouldn't say Walking Fountain, but like the Walking Turret in that gourd, the damage that he brings melts down that the Enhanced Lord just like that with a snap. So like, even with the Lord coming in, you have so much other team fight potentials. But let's take a look at the post-game statistics and the itemizations coming in.
Yeah, so right off the bat, I think the item build seemed pretty standard. I mean, the side of Asterisk built a lot more magic defense, right? Because on the side of Vanguard, you've got Natan, you've got Gord literally pelting magic damage onto you. So I think this was definitely the right call from the side of Asterisk, but unfortunately, too little magic defense too late.
I personally feel I like how Super MJ is building this, right? Replacing the Ice Cream Wand with an NOD. Especially when you're dealing with bears that could basically potentially heal up from the Ice Cream Wand. And you know that there's a Rafaela on the other side, so why waste that one item slot for an Ice Cream Wand?
Oh, very smart smart build from Super MJ. I would have thought like maybe instead of the feather, go for the Ice Cream Wand instead. So you still have some sort of semblance of a slow, but then FMM just takes it away. There's no slow whatsoever. And that's why there wasn't a lot of fights. The kills are equal, 7-7. At the end of the day, though, it is all down to that last retribution. And I gotta give props to Salem.
Yeah. Salem has just won them that game with just one button, and it's a very critical one, right? Like, especially it's a late game Lord, and also how he's been always on the ball. If you take a look, it's 3 turtles given over the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, can we have a little bit of can we have a little nod, right? I think the direction that kills do not make games, right?
No.
This if today has just been a masterclass in terms of macro plays, right?
The objectives that Vanguard takes up just trumps Asterisk. They're taking everything, purple buffs, orange buffs, the Lord, the turtles. They got 3 turtles, for that matter.
Which is why they're called objectives, right? So
Yeah.
I think if anyone's taking anything away from the games that we see today, it kills. Yes, they're fun. They're great to have. They gives you that adrenaline rush. But at the end of the day, yeah, but for the end of the day, right? Objectives are the most important thing, and objectives will win you the game. Right, we look at the stats. We look at the games right now. Anything stand out to you, boys?
71% for every single member of Vanguard.
Wow.
Everyone's in every single team fight, and that's what
Yeah.
we talked about as well.
Yeah.
Entirely a clash comp. There's no one person that split pushes per se in any of these team fights.
Yeah, I'm looking at 192k damage dealt by Super MJ, right? Like, even though it's a low kill count, yes, there's a lot of heals coming up from FMM, both sides feels like they cannot touch each other. It's all about zoning. Using your ultimates to zone and just make space for yourself to secure objectives.
Yeah, look, well, I completely agree with you, but I'm curious to see what the players have to say. We're going into the mic check one to hear what Vanguard has to say in their comms.
Reset, guys. Reset.
Nice!
Nice fight.
Hey, go! Go, guys, front.
FMM, nice. Hey, me. Don't chase.
I hold him.
Wait, my ulti.
Wait, reset, guys. Salam. The flicker. You can fight, guys.
Wait, my ulti not ready.
You can fight. Nice. Fight. You just go.
Loy, Kero, Loy.
Got it.
Clear.
Tower.
Nice one, guys. Dragon area.
Oh, where are we? I thank you for you.
Wait first, guys, Brandon.
Hello.
Hey, I bet you below. Wait. The law. Nice.
Okay, Watch. Expert.
Slow.
The flicker.
Nice one.
No back siya.
We can go.
Okay. I'll show my
No dash balin.
Let me go this, no flicker.
Just front.
You want it, Brandon?
Let's go.
Let me tower, guys.
Yeah, tower. I bet you carry.
Nice!
Great communications, a lot of nice shoutings. I think I need to.
Sorry, did I hear you right? Great communication equals to nice?
Yeah, I mean,
Screaming
nice.
That's all I heard. Nice, and
Nice?
immediately.
I mean,
Nice!
they have imports. Nice.
But actually, this is nice. But this is very nice to see from the side of Vanguard, because in between seasons, they let go slowly and should in the favor of Filipino imports. And you can greatly see the improvement in the sense with the side of Vanguard, right? They started to communicate even better. There's a lot of productive communication among all of them.
Yeah, well, great. I want to hear how Teacher Kim breaks this down for us. On to you, my friend.
All right, Vanguard definitely is teaching us life lessons here, right? How do you deal with things? You want to make sure that you start with the foundations first, and that's exactly what Vanguard did. They crumbled the foundations of Asterisk. Firstly, starting off with JH, one of the main people that was tanking throughout all of the damage that that Vanguard had to offer. And the moment they caught this move right here, Nick Stain catching out 3 people with the onward Earth Shatter, that was insane from the side of Nick Stain. I mean, we always glaze over him, but this play was really big, and that led on to the next part of the fight, which was the fact that they managed to not just only kill JH, they then changed their focus into Bear, who was stuck on this side of the wall. And you can see there's a very clear line on the side of Asterisk. Nobody else was allowed to jump into the front lines and the back lines of Vanguard. So if you take a look at what's going to happen here, they're just going to focus onto Bear. They don't even touch the backliners of Asterisk. And that is what we're talking about when we're building foundations. You crumble them at the foot. And once Bear is dealt with, he can't do much. He cannot offer too much at this situation. Low health, doesn't have Viraga armor, doesn't have ultimates as well. This was the key marker for them to jump. Make sure that they got Bear into this box of death. And once that was done, it was just a clean finish from the side of Vanguard. Now, once he was not a problem anymore, new waves were coming in, all they had to do was to just focus on the turret. It was Vanguard's day today. And I mean, I have to say, Lakshan Stain, throughout the entire fight, nobody was touching him. He was having free hits all the way. And we talked about Lakshan Stain's Maniac and Savage last season. This time, he's having a very savage season just by giving out all of the hits. And with that, that is going to be the end of the last series of the day for the third match itself. And my goodness, what a birthday present your boys have done for you, Mr. Risden. That was a beautiful piece of art. It was a nail biter, right, from games to games, but each segment of the matches, Vanguard actually took very good notice of what their win condition was. So with that being said, of course, it is time for Cheryl to conduct the interview for the winners here at Vanguard. I want to see how it's going to be like for the boys and what kind of birthday present do they want to show Risden on stream as well. Cheryl, over to you.
Thank you, Teacher Kin, for that amazing analysis. And I must say, do you think that today's win is kind of like a birthday buff from Coach Winston?
I feel like whether he birthday or not, we supposed to 2-0 lah. Cause we threw the game 2. Like, we're not supposed to lose lah. It's supposed to be clean, so actually I'm not very happy about it.
Not very happy about it. But honestly, it was a beautiful draft right here from Winston. And what do you think was the downfall that cost you guys game 2?
I think we don't have discipline for the late game, so like we lose out and then like eventually the Digi, you know, like just scaled and then our comm is like team fight ma, so like Digi counters that, so like when they scale already then the fight becomes favor on their side lah.
Right, and of course you were the captain when Vanguard Esports made their debut in Season 6. So how come there is a shift in captaincy right here in Season 7?
The shift of captaincy is because MJ is our carry lah. So it's good that we give him the captain for like his ego boost or like his everything lah. Just boost, make you feel better, then he can continue carrying us ma.
Oh, like that one, you give the title as captain, then must carry. Well, very stressed that as captain. But definitely he delivered because he was MVP last week as well. So that was really amazing. Now, when it comes to players, you guys have an ace previously of Vanguard Esports, which really made you guys the dark horse. And he's shown being the regular season MVP last season, and that was Slowly. Do you think the departure of Slowly meant that Vanguard Esports have lost their ace?
As I mentioned before in the interview, I feel Slowly, like replacing Slowly with Salam was an upgrade. Yeah, it was an upgrade. Like, because Slowly cannot play tank jungle and Salam can play tank jungle. So it makes our gameplay much more easier. Yeah, because when we play Assassin, we always lose out on the first turtle. So now we can play tank jungle, we can always win the first turtle.
Right, but of course right now with the shift of the meta and the itemization, it of course opens up, you know, junglers. And with that being said, you guys are going to meet Slowly as well as Super Ryan tomorrow. So how are you guys feeling about that? No, next week, sorry.
I would say solid 2-0.
Solid 2-0 once more?
Yeah, one more time.
All right, now today, most of the odds are against you guys, especially for casters as well. And then you guys did a really nice win of a 2-1 against, you know, the budding team, the qualifying team of Asterisk. So what do you have to say to all of our wonderful naysayers out there?
You can continue supporting for the, like you can continue support the other team lah, no matter, because I feel like we are strong and we know it. We don't need other people to, you know, like predict that we are going to win. because it's better to be underdog with no like they don't have expectations. So we look better if we win.
Okay, so final question. You guys were the underdogs, as you mentioned, in MPL SG Season 6 playoffs. What was the key takeaway that you have learned from your debut season?
I feel like the key takeaway was like how to work together as a team. Because last time when I was still in Bleed, still in EVOS that time, I focused more on mechanics and didn't know how to like play the game properly. Like I just like fight my way through, like yeah. So like Youngin really helped me also. Then like now like this season I also feel like Youngin give me some input, then I feel better. Yeah.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, Nick, for this wonderful interview and congratulations on your win. Thank you. So yes, guys, that was Nick's Stain right here from Vanguard Esports. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a day full of upsets. You know, I think almost against every caster prediction, the results have, you know, been the exact opposite. So I wonder, how are your lucky guess coins doing? Now, if everything is in your favor for the lucky guess coins and you guys have been winning your predictions, perhaps you can put in the comment section, whichever platform you're at, you can put a me or, you know, you guys have predicted correctly. We would love to know from you guys. And of course, coming up next, match 4. Definitely something that you don't want to miss as well, because I don't know how that match will go. It is a battle of survival for match 4, where we will see the likes of Homeboys SG going up against none other than ex-Girl Esports. So, where's your lucky guess coins? Let us know in the comment section and we'll see you for match 4 at 6:30.
Fishing confirm import should be most likely 应该就是看在那个
I don't know who is this, bro. Huh? Oh, no way, bro. MPL champion look like that.
This one.
I know
Bro, holding fish who else can EV?
yeah.
You like fishing, bro?
Oh yeah, the face on the face there already.
Oh, I think I know this one. This one.
Okay, the answer is J.
Oh my goodness.
2-1. Correct. J is correct.
It's J? Oh my hell, man. No way. Oh my god. I'm so bad. And then at least same team.
Same.
Holding fish, bro. I know this one.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. GG. 2, 1.
RSG rồi. 肯定是 Singaporean.
Yeah.
Oh, Captain. I will say.
Okay. I think it is.
Who is that?
Oh.
We commit.
We commit.
But I don't know what's his IGM, bro.
Like this, bro.
Chicken. Say no jungler.
Okay, wait. Okay, jungler.
That time is something whose picture? We just guess. I think.
Yes.
It doesn't look like anyone.
I don't.
It's powerful.
Huh?
Who is that?
You've been friends for like years already, huh?
那里换很多人。
2, 1. Correct. Powerful is correct.
His face look the same, bro.
Correct.
Ah.
It's powerful. Oh. It's powerful.
Really?
2, 1. It's powerful.
I think.
Yes. Jay is going to kill us. He's gonna kill us.
You play familiar, you trick us.
Yeah. 2, 1.
I don't know.
Answer is powerful.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently right here, I'm joining this time round from Team Exco as well, Super Ryan and also Jet. So you want to do a quick introduction to the fans, Super Ryan?
Okay, so hi, my name is Ryan and I play EXP for the team and I've been playing for 4 seasons already.
Okay, Jet, come on. What about you?
My name is Jet, formerly known as Bitcoin. I've been playing, this is the 3rd season.
Yes, correct.
I played for Alchemy the past 2 seasons.
That's right. Okay, so I think we had a bit of an interesting talk during upstairs during the team room, right? So people are RSG back-to-back champions. You're back-to-back relegated and back-to-back 4 qualifiers. What do you feel about that?
Not the best title, but
I call that an achievement, bro.
no one in SG has ever done it.
It's not easy to qualify and re-qualify MPL for 3 seasons in a row. So how does it feel like coming back again?
Have another chance with a different team. Hopefully, we'll do better.
Is Alchemy your first team pro play or community play?
Yes, it's the only team I've been with before this. Yeah.
So how did the conversation start for you joining Alchemy? Joining Exco this time?
Oh, I was invited by Utah. Yeah, they needed a mage. So and then I was out of Alchemy because they disbanded at that point of time. So they just tried me, and it works. Yeah.
Okay, I'm grateful for you to being able to find another team. Hopefully you don't get relegated again. If not, then we'll be a back-to-back.
Hopefully, yeah.
I forgot how many times I count back-to-back. What about Ryan? Like, how's it like, right? You were from Revival for a few seasons in a row. Like, why do you leave, or what happened to Revival that you left?
Okay, so basically the 2nd season that I've played Revival, right? We didn't get like we got relegated lah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why then like, everybody didn't seem to want to continue. Yeah, so all of us just like left one by one. Yeah. Then after that period, actually I wasn't like, I didn't want to play anymore lah. And then I think maybe a few days before the qualifiers, that was back then lah, the previous qualifiers. Then Vanguard actually asked me if I want to play qualifiers, like just a few days before only. Then I agreed lah.
Then why do you leave Vanguard?
Again, actually, like after we finished the season, I didn't want to play anymore. And like, technically, I still got a few more months of school, so I wanted to complete that first. Then like, because, then I just left lah. Then, I just don't feel like playing anymore.
But why are you here?
I don't know, Jira asked me to play.
So somehow Jira can convince Utah that doesn't want to play, and you don't want to play. Jira, can you convince LFL and Sol to come back, please? Thank you. A very beneficial addition to Exco Esports. Now, what are you doing right now in your full time, like studying, right?
Yeah, but Now I'm still on holiday, but I'm starting school like next week.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about
Are
it.
you where are you studying right now?
I'm starting poly next week.
Oh,
Yeah.
first year poly.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're quite young. I thought you're older. I thought you were going to start in university soon.
No, cause yeah.
You look like you're about to go to NTU or NUS. Okay, so why are you planning to study in poly?
Related to IT. Yeah.
Then let's go back to Jet. I almost call you Bitcoin, mind you. Let's go back to Jet. You're CC, right?
Yeah, but I graduated already.
Oh, you graduated. Are you going to poly next?
I'm going to a cooking school called Shatek.
So you're
taking
gonna
up
be like
culinary. Oh really?
Yeah, Sela. You don't know Sela is going to
He never tell me.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna be a chef as well. You're gonna cook.
Yeah.
So
hopefully, yeah.
The joke I cracked with Sela just now is you're gonna cook the players first before you go. So, what makes you? Yeah, you mentioned that you joined because I think Gira asked you as well.
Utah.
Utah asked.
Recommended me. Yeah.
So you got someone who's reluctant to join to ask you, and you joined.
Yeah.
So how
More or
is it
less.
like? Okay, how is the team dynamics right now in Exco Esports? I know you guys just formed very shortly during MPLQ. How's the dynamics like? We'll start with Jet first.
How's the dynamic like?
Like, what's the team feeling? Like, are you guys a serious team? You guys a trolling team? You guys really want to win, or you guys really want to get out again?
Very goofy team. We joke around a lot, but we also play seriously when we have to. We don't take it too serious.
Okay, right?
I feel like maybe on a more serious note, we never really like try and plan things out. Like, for example, we don't have a coach, and you know it's difficult to like start also because we are new to each other, and it's like we never played before, so we need to start fresh, unlike other teams. So maybe it'll be a bit slower for us. That's what I feel.
Okay, then let me ask you a very serious question. All right. Among all of you guys, who is the most serious person in the team?
I don't know. Everybody is just like having fun, and I don't know. But it's also a good thing because like can get along easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Do you see yourself, Ryan, as more like the mentor of this team? Because you've been through more MPLs than the rest of them.
Maybe yeah, because like I've been through multiple seasons, and there are things that like we should really prepare before regular season. Yeah.
So what do you think is the first thing that you want to prepare for upcoming regular season?
I feel like we need proper coach, but if we can't seem to get one, then like we need to do like the drafts and gameplay and the reviews by ourselves, which we might not like have the views of another person. So I think it might be a bit difficult. But because when I was in Vanguard, we actually didn't have a coach also, but we still managed to pull through, and like we just discussed like the type of game plans that before we go in, and like how we're gonna approach the game and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you seem the more experienced one. Would you, during the transfer window that, I don't know, maybe between week 2 or something, would you decide to stop being a sub and be coach for Exco? That appeared in one of your plans?
Probably not. I don't think I'm fit to be a coach. I just feel like I don't know. I can't see myself like doing all the drafts and plan everything out. I think it's like too much for me. But I can give like maybe just some small experiences that I've faced out.
In MPL Singapore this season, who is your hardest matchup, Jen? Your hardest matchup?
Hardest, I'll probably say Team Flash. Okay. But I think the one that we need to win the most will be what's the thing called? Asteris.
Yes, Asteris.
Yeah. I feel like that's the most we need to prove ourselves.
Yeah, correct. You never met them in the qualifiers at all.
We did.
Oh wait, in the group stage.
Yes, but we lost. We need to prove ourselves.
And Ryan, what about you?
I think
The hardest matchup.
Hardest. probably Flash, because I feel like their roster is just many very experienced players, and I think like they can definitely get it like far lah, I feel, yeah.
Next, I would like to ask Jet, top 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Can no order or must
No
have an
order.
order?
Top 3, no order.
Sayla,
Wow. Okay.
LY4, and maybe FMM.
Sayla and FMM belongs to one of the new generations of MPL Singapore players. LY4 is one of the old gen.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan.
So personally, I feel JPL is one of them.
Mm.
Diablo, because he's a very good EXP laner, and I would say FMM also. Yeah.
Wow, both of you agree on FMM. Then that's interesting. So, do you think JPL in Team Flash still has what it takes to be his? We all know him as JPL. Do you think he is still as strong as before?
Yeah, personally, I think he's still very good. I mean, he probably has the most experience throughout all the seasons, more than like most of us.
Yeah,
and I feel like I think he should be able to fit well with the team lah. That's what I feel. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, I like both of you point out about FMM, but I'm gonna ask that question to Jen. Why do you put FMM on that top 3 team? Top 3 players.
I feel like in every role that he goes to, he performs very well. And especially his goal lane. I've seen his goal lane before. It's not very fun to fight against. He's very strong.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, now the other side. Worst 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Okay, I need time to think.
Jira and Yuta on the other side, like me. Go.
But I can't say it's my friends. I can't say it.
I'm gonna force you to say it. Okay. I mean, you guys can be enemies on the battlefield, but it's afterwards. It's okay. I'm good at bridges. I love it. Come, top 3.
I need time to think.
Top 3 worst player in MPL Singapore. Go.
Okay, I got 2.
Okay. Okay, 2 is fine. Let's go. 2 helps you.
Number 1 is me.
Okay.
Oh, I don't want to say it. I cannot
say it. Oh my god.
I'm friends with him. I can't. QI. Okay.
Huh?
QI.
KY.
QI. Stella. Is it Yoon?
Yoonski?
Yeah.
Oh, Yoonski.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you go by Yoon.
Yoon this season. And he's in Homeboys.
Yes.
And that's why you say Homeboys.
No.
I got it, guys. I got it.
Oh.
Okay, Ryan, let's go.
welcome right here to MPL SG Season 7. Right here at Week 2, Day 1 is a day of surprising upsets all the way from Match 1 to Match 3. Right now here at Match 4 itself, a survival match ensues between Homeboys SG as well as Exco Esports, as after Week 1, both teams have 0 points to their name. Now this matchup is extremely crucial for their playoff aspirations. Now which team will emerge victorious and show first signs of life and take their first win? Now this is up to the teams itself. And without further ado, we present to you the matchup for today. First up, Homeboys SG. So yes, the boys are looking absolutely dapper right here once more in their Homeboys merch. Now, with the outstanding performance of their Malaysian counterparts, can they rub off that similar buff off them right here to secure their very first win? Going up against Homeboys SG, presenting to you Exco Esports. Now, Exco Esports are getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, even though this qualifying team is filled with young blood, they are not to be discounted because look at that table right there. We have a brand new face, definitely on the main roster, Slowly. Now, to pick up your memory a little bit, Slowly is the regular season MVP of Season 6. So definitely things are going to shake up right here at the Land of Dawn. And without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to the casters. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Cheryl, for that great introduction. Guys, we are in the final match of the day. We've had so many upsets. Cheryl touched a little bit on that. All my
Where's
points,
my
all my
tissue
guest
paper?
points are gone.
Where's my tissue paper?
We're in it for another round.
It's a long day.
It's a long day.
I think it's going to be a very, very long series, too.
It's going to be another 2-1, I bet.
I bet, yeah.
2-1. I'm betting a 2-1 as well. But we'll hold on to our predictions for a little bit. We'll go a little bit into that later. Guys, tell me what you guys know about Homeboys. George, go ahead.
They're fighting to prove themselves. Last season, they didn't do as well or as expected. They've had a lot of fans coming down to Singapore from Malaysia, coming down to support them. They didn't perform well, especially in the playoffs. This time around, they really want to prove themselves.
All right, and on the other side of the match, we have Exco.
Yep, Exco finally this time around Slowly is back. Not Diggy, but Slowly is back. All right, and we're excited to see this. This feels like the true Exco Esports that we've been talking about since the qualifiers.
So do you reckon Exco was giving people a chance before, Slowly came back?
Nah, Slowly is just unable to come over. I'm just going to say it out loud.
To that point, though, mayhaps.
True, but on to focusing on Homeboys. Bring us through, Chirez.
We've got Bernacure, Sap, Bougie, Yun, and Nip. Well, I think one of the few mainstays of the Homeboys lineup was
Bernacure
from last season.
The only one.
The only one.
Yeah, the only one.
Homeboys. After that revamp, they had a very, very shaky start. But I want to sit here and remind you guys that it was still week 1. There's still a lot of things to prove, a lot of changes to be made. Their synergy has been shown to grow a little by little, and they have a coach in Seifel to just draft for them, pick for them, so they can focus on that gameplay. So I'm really looking forward to the execution within this game. Will be so paramount to their victory today.
Great summary for Homeboys. Now we're going to take a look on the other side. We're going to take a look at Exco Esports. Bring us through, Jays.
Yeah, now Exco Esports, you can see like slowly going in a different kind of dressing, but it's okay. It's not too late. Right now, we're still in week 2, day number 1. Still a long way to go in a sense. Right now, of course, based on the standings, they're literally bottom of the table, right? They need to claw, literally, not only just slowly, they have to really jet through as much as they can to really climb and not get eliminated before the playoffs.
I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Well, look, I think for both Exco Esports and Homeboys, they both have something to prove today, right? The winner of today's match is going to give them that slight edge that they want to be away, I guess, from the bottom 2 positions, right? We need to remind people that, the bottom 2 are going to be relegated.
That's
before playoffs.
Yeah, I think this is something that both teams, sitting at the bottom table, just to echo Jay's yet again, they have not had a good start last week. All were 2-0, all were team wipes over them. 2 at the bottom of the tables right now, and this time around, they really need to prove themselves. And to show that happen, we have Homeboys on the screen right now. I think Roger getting picked up, we talked a little bit about this in the previous seasons as well, whether or not it will be prioritized. And Anip is really going back to that Roger every single game, and it's sort of like being that captain, he wants to make that shot calls, but being that gold lane, he needs the time and space to farm, which gives Yoon and Bougie that time and space to really prove themselves within that early game before Anip comes online. Vernacure, as usual, he's always been showing up, always been playing to the best of his abilities.
Yeah, that's sure. I mean, not to discount as well, Bougie with the 87.88 pill participation rate. Yes, it's only for 1 week, but we're really excited to see what he can do in the middle lane. Moving on, we have Exco Esports. Bring us through, Jace.
All right, so for the side of Exco, we have to talk about, okay, it's not Super Ryan playing, it's actually Yuta will be playing this time around. Not a lot of stats for Yuta on a EXP lane because he was filling in for the side slowly during the jungle, but remember slowly last season where he fielded a lot of assassins, like for example his Joy was something that you really need to be terrified about. But apart from that, you also have to look at Jet, right? The mid laner from, the old Alchemy SG. He likes to play his Lilias, likes to play his Fireman, so these are the heroes that you should generally look out for the side of Jet.
Wait, I have a question though. Yuta's playing in the EXP lane, but Super Ryan is in as well.
It's Yuta. It's Yuta that's going to be playing in the EXP lane.
Interesting. So a lot of dynamics will shift as well because Super Ryan has been such a mainstay last season and has shown a lot of success with Super Ryan in the EXP lane. Now
but Super Ryan was from Vanguard back then.
Yeah.
So it's a very different team dynamic altogether in the sense.
Yeah, and I also want to add, like, this is a revamped Alchemy.
No, it's not a revamped Alchemy.
Little bit
if there is a revamped Alchemy, I want to see Icon there, but Icon is not there.
Well, you still have that Jet.
It's just one Jet, so that's not a revamped Alchemy, right? So I don't think it's fair to call them a revamped Alchemy. It's basically Exco Esports is slowly wants to play in MPL Singapore after being forfeited in Vanguard.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, enough from us. Let's hear what the teams have to say from each other in the head-to-head video.
Yeah, Jet. So yeah, I do watch Jet games last time when I was not in MPL yet, when he was still in MPL, and I think he's a good mage. And during qualifiers, I also did fight against Jet. And actually, in quite a lot of tournaments, I did fight against Jet. Yeah, like those school tournaments, I also got fight against Jet. And I think he's a good mid laner. But for the others, I'm not too sure because they have not played MPL before.
Like, it's same situation like Homeboys. Homeboy also got 3 players that play MPL, Veer, Anep, and Buji. But our jungle and Rome not play MPL before. So, it depends if the guide of the team not pressure. Sometimes when you first time play MPL, what you want to handle is not your mechanic or what. You need to handle your pressure. That's why or we can see all the MPL team is the same player because the experience, the pressure, the stage, like that. So if for the new player, the Jira and Yuta, right? If they can handle the pressure, they're gonna be good. If not, they're gonna flop down.
Based on what I know, like from the old Homeboys roster and the new Homeboys roster, I feel like they will have to train a lot in order to secure like first to fourth position during the regular season so that they can proceed to the upper brackets during playoff. Like the state that if like they do not train, I don't think like they'll be able to make it to the top 6 position.
I think they'll be able to do it because I think the coach will like bring out the best of the players. The drafting all will be different also because SG got your own meta, Indo got your own meta, such like.
Once again, I realized these head-to-head videos, right? Both being very, very respectful of each other, right? I think both of them are like, okay, look, we understand the strengths and weaknesses that our team has, but we also recognize the strengths from the other side as well.
And I like the fact, like, you know, Exco talked about the coach because they entered MPL Singapore, but they don't have a coach as of yet. Looking forward to the transfer week where I'm really hearing lots of rumors all across the board.
Yeah, well, I on one hand, I'm very excited to see what the audience has to say about today's match. 76% in favor of Homeboys, 24% for Exco.
Well, I mean, they have a big fan base.
Yeah.
They've been building that up season after season. Exco hasn't really proven themselves just as of yet, but maybe things will change after today.
Yeah, that's for sure. We're going to see whether Homeboys is able to prove themselves or not today. But moving on, let's see what we predicted, boys.
I already know what I predicted.
I can't remember what
I predicted. Of course I know what I predicted.
I can't remember what I predicted. Oh, there we go.
From the Malaysian himself, he's going back to his roots.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, okay, the reason why I put 2-0 for Homeboys is because I feel like the coach really plays a difference, right?
Yes.
Saifu, as a coach, he actually coached Homeboys Malaysia in the past few seasons, and during that season when he was coaching, Homeboys got 2nd place, which is actually quite high. And Anip as well, hopefully with Homeboys MY, when he was also part of that, he was able to also bring his learnings over to Singapore, but the culture shock is definitely still here.
So you see, I fully agree with what Jay said, which is why I put it as a 2-0. Right? I think having a coach plays such an important role, especially to fresher teams. Right? I wouldn't say Homeboys is a fresh team, don't get me wrong, but Homeboys has the coach diff, right?
Yeah. That's my joke.
Not only that, right? We also see just Saifu being able to provide words of wisdom and looking at things from a different angle, which is super, super important in these matches. Right now on the screen, we're showing head-to-head between Anip and Jira, right? These two goal laners have been highlighted, I think, throughout the games they've played so far. Anything to highlight?
For Anip, though, I remember him playing 2 games of Roger, and he played very, very well. He had been enabled by his team, giving a lot of time and space for him to just farm up, get those item power spikes. That's where he was able to get a lot of kills on the board. But for Jira, though, a lot of these teams that were facing against Exco identified him as one of the weaker players. And so when you have a weak player, you want to exploit that weakness. And the goal lane for Exco is one of those things that they want to just really tackle.
Yeah, right. So going to the draft, actually, I want to point out, right, Jira is actually known for his Irithel, right? I want to see Irithel being picked for Jira. I want to see how Jira looks on a comfort pick of his. All right, well, going straight into the picks and bans, we see on Homeboy's side, they prioritize banning away the Roamers. We see Minotaur banned out, we see Angela banned out as well. For the side of Exco, we see the Lori being banned out.
Yeah, you know, I've been doing my research, watching quite a bit of replays. Homeboys SG, they like to put Burnicure as sort of like that loose man. If you ever played rugby before, there's always one loose man just running around that map, havoc, just creating a nuisance and disruptions on other points of the map. But I'm struggling to find out how Exco will rotate and revolve around the identity of Homeboys, to say the least, right? I haven't seen how slowly he really performs in this season. We all know that he's an assassin hero, assassin player. But yeah, let's take a short moment to take a look at Jet's comments. This game is gonna be an easy 2-0. We've seen this before, deja vu.
Yeah, everybody is saying it's an easy 2-0. Turns out the curse is actually not from us.
Guys.
Well, on whose side? He didn't say.
You know, the teams keep making this mistake, right? They keep saying it's 2-0, but they could be the ones getting zeroed, right? I mean, look, not throwing any shade.
Well, definitely 2-0, but which side?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you gotta be explicit with your quotes here. But jumping in straight back into that draft, that's the first Nolan ban we've seen all day. Fredrin will be snap picked up right here. Sop will be going onto this Fredrin. We've seen quite a bit of success, able to tank through a lot of damage. So Homeboys gearing up to a very, very Clash comp heavy synergy that they have. But whether or not Yoon will be able to play a Enchanter or Enchantment type of support, giving a lot of heals to the rest of the team, engaging in team fights when they're all healed back up is really yet to be seen. But for Exco though, I think they might be able to try slowly on an Assassin. What do you think?
Yeah, I think slowly on the Assassin will be really, really good. We do see the Roger being picked, and we also see the Terizla being picked on the side of Exco.
I think that's a little bit too early for the Terizla.
Yeah, I think that's really,
it's a
really,
little bit
really
too early for the pick.
Fully agree with you on that side. Terizla can get countered super, super hard, right? Or either that can be matched up with the Khalid.
Yep. Utah actually plays the Terizla. That's why they're prioritizing on top of this. Something that Utah prefers to play. You gotta have to start. Don't forget, Utah has been playing the jungle for 2 days already, and now he's back to the XP role. He needs to be more comfortable.
Right. Okay. So I guess you can see it in this perspective. Like he just wants to get back onto it, but looking at Homeboy's side, Snap picking up, wasting no time at all with the Moskov and the Yuzhong. Yuzhong Terizla, a very, very evenly matched lane-to-lane matchup, but the Moskov though, we've seen this 3 times today. The Moskov versus Roger kind of 1v1 battle. So the gold lane, EXP lane is already picked up. For Exco though, they already snap picked up the Faramis for Jet. They might be able to ban out the Valentina over here, not giving any good engage ultimates like the penalty zone or the nether realm, but so yeah, definitely gonna be banned out, the Valentina. So Homeboys SG, they will respond with maybe just thinking about how slowly we'll be playing around. There is still the Barats open on the table, slowly could very well snap pick that up, or ban out a lot of his assassin hero pool.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm actually,
Now, there we go. And I think, I want to see Slowly on the Assassin, right? I mean, I've heard so much about Slowly. I've heard so much about how he plays the Assassin super well. We are, and I want to remind everyone, right? We are in the supposed Assassin meta, correct? But we're still seeing these tanks coming in.
Yeah, well, biting yourself in the foot if you're picking up an Assassin when a Fredrin is on board. Because you put yourself open to and susceptible to a lot of ganks, especially in the early game. For Exco though, they want to make sure that they excel in the early game because of that Roger. You want to get that snowball going as soon as and as fast as you can before anything happens. The Terizla though, I'm not too sure how it will play out because of the rotation speed. I'm not saying anything about like maybe he's comfortable with that hero, but the rotation speed that Terizla brings might not be enough to match the speed of Yuzhong with the Black Dragon.
For sure, but we see the Alpha? No, it's the Grok. We see the Grok being picked up for, should be KurTzy, picking the Grok. I think this is a really, really solid lineup, right? We see the Grok and the Terizla being able to frontline. Faramis not letting anyone die, and Roger has plenty of room to sneak in the back and to assassinate or to clean up for Exco.
Quite a lot of roams still pretty much open. If we're talking about enchanters, it's like the Florin is still widely available. If you want to counter the Faramis and Terizla, you could always go for an Arlot. But it will be the Novaria, so yeah, really psyching yourself up for that late game. Paired up the Florin, very, very easy to execute kind of draft coming from Homeboys. They want to play that long, drawn-out team fights with Moskov on that side lanes. We've seen this in the Flash game earlier today.
Not only the Flash game, but we also saw it in the earlier game.
Oh, with the Bleed and Evil. Bleed Evil. Basically, they use the same thing.
It's basically the same lineup with the addition of, I think, the Yuzhong being the slightly less tanky variant. I recall, I think, Bleed playing a more bulky frontline, but Yuzhong Fredrin definitely being able to fill in that space. We noticed Bougie's just saying that he's hoping that we will be able to win. No shade being thrown. Overall, nice guy, Bougie.
A lot of win cons right off the bat. We have that last pick going into that Dairoth. So just to shred that Fredrin and oh wait, no, it's gonna be Dairoth in the jungle. So debut pick in MPL Season 7.
The Dairoth pick is very, very smart, I feel. You talked about, yes, he's risking getting invaded by the Fredrin, but what happens if you just shred his armor? If you just shred right through the tankiness. Dairoth, I think, is an excellent pick here. I did mention I wanted to see Slowly pick an assassin. It's not really an assassin, but he's able to do a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, fighter is in between for a tank and assassins, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, this Dairoth, I don't know why, guys. It reminds me of LY4 Darov Tank back in Season 4. I don't know, just a gut feeling.
I don't want this tank build, man. None of the tank build. I want some damage. I want some action. But speaking of action, we are going straight into match 4 of Day 2 MPL SG Season 7 Game 1. Homeboys SG versus XCO.
Right off the bat, I'm looking at win conditions for both teams. Homeboys can win only if they can drag this out to that late game. They really need that 12 to 15 minute power spike. But for XCO, it's really the inverse. They have to make sure that the early game goes well for them, especially since they have the Dyrod, they have the Roger go in crazy on a lot of these team fights. You need to be able to get that snowball. But boasting taking a lot of damage, stuck between the wall and a hard place, but able to walk out alive.
Yeah, barely. I mean, look, Brayyy is taking so much damage. KurTzy there being a nuisance to Brayyy, trying to get the lane pushed out. Jet not letting Brayyy farm even a single minion. Brayyy is definitely caught in between a rock and a hard place. Even with the floor immune, it's too late. They can't heal up.
It's a very bad place for the side Brayyy, right? Brayyy is getting denied by a lot of these farms. Jet doing a wonderful job zoning away Brayyy, and now Brayyy definitely will be slower on the rotations, and that's going to be a problem.
Well, just as expected, you have KurTzy just opening up that map, giving a lot of intelligence to where Sop is, because you know if Sop is around, there's going to be a team fight. XCO slowly moving up towards the EXP lane, trying to psych themselves up and get that early lead for that turtle.
Yeah, look. Brayyy is still level 1, guys.
Huh?
Brayyy is still...
Wait, what?
She just turned level 2. Yoon is level 1. Dude, this turtle fight is going to be big on XCO's side, right? They denied so much EXP, so much gold on the side of Brayyy and Yoon. They've literally just hit level 2, and this is already 1 minute 40 seconds in the game.
A very, very fast lead. You have 700 gold straight from XCO. That's the power of the Dyroth in the jungle because of the physical penetration that you get from your skill 2, the Abysm Step. This gives quite a bit of damage coming in. The turtle coming in.
Yeah, look at Brayyy. Brayyy only stuck at level 2. Jet, on the other hand, inching towards to level 4. Yes, technically speaking, Brayyy level 4 is a small little power spike. But your second skill definitely needs to land very, very well.
Homeboys doesn't want to fight this.
Level 4.
Yeah, it's not even level 4. Nice penalty zone coming up from Utah. At the same time, it's going to be Vanix going to the back line. Vanix takes away the turtle right underneath XCO's noses. Sub picking up the kill onto slowly. And here comes Anif to try to rejoin the fight if they want to with the ultimate. And Jet, even though he does have the nether realm, but it's already used. And now it's a whole lot of trouble for the side of XCO. Homeboys SG finally have woken up the beast.
It went so wrong so quickly for the side of XCO. Everything was going right for them, but now they're...
And Brayyy hit level 4.
If we break down the team fight, I think it was slowly just alone in that turtle pit. Utah was a little bit too trigger happy with the penalty zone. That caused Homeboys to be able to just sweep their way through towards that turtle. We see how Sap was able to just tank up, absorb a lot of damage, moving towards that turtle pit. Just then, Yoon would have that heal just to give Sap a second lease of life, a little bit more sustainability coming into that turtle. So I think overall, very well played from Homeboys and getting that turtle from themselves as well.
How did the turtle get stolen? It was literally taken by Vanix. It wasn't even a retribution from Sup that stole the turtle.
Slowly jet lag.
Jet lag.
That's the only
1 hour
thing.
difference between Indonesia and Singapore.
Well, to be fair though, I think the focusing mark makes a lot of difference. It makes a world of difference because of the additional attack damage that you get from the entirety of the team fights.
I know, but I mean, still, Durov is supposed to be able to burst down these objectives, right?
But you can't defend, especially not level 4.
That is very, very, very true. Well, we see the game normalizing up a bit. XCO still have a slight lead of 400 gold, but in terms of just mental state, right? Can you imagine being XCO right now? You thought you secured the first turtle super easily, but then you get the turtle stolen from right under your nose. So, moving on, I think that the fight is starting to kick off.
Oh, nice penalty zone right there. Try to sidestep just a little bit, slowly joining into the fray right here, but unfortunately we had no kill. Coming with the Petrify, Jet touches with the red around, but slowly, not long for the wall. No kill picks him up with the Black Dragon form, goes in, trying looking for a secondary engage. Shara as it is spreading all across the board, but Jet drags Vinocure, but Vinocure feels dive, helping him to get out of dodge.
Excellent team fight from Homeboys SG. Finally, they're on the goal board though. We're slowly coming back into MPL SG Season 7. This is a warm welcome from Homeboys though. Like, he's taking slowly out every single time that there's a skirmish, there's a team fight. Next go. Honestly though, they're playing on the back foot. They really need to take control of the early game. Jira already starting that early game rotation, and with Moskov having the Spear of Destruction, you can always join this team fights. So Homeboys, don't count them out just yet. A little bit slow farm, yeah, but the team fights, Homeboys will always prevail.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love how Homeboys SG is playing as a team right now, right? We saw the fight happening at the top lane, but Sap is like, look, Sap had full confidence that his team was going to be able to secure the kill, and he just started the turtle, right? That was really, really good. I think a good read from the side of Homeboys SG, and I want to see more plays like this throughout the series.
All right, Gira stepping up right there. Homeboys SG knows what's up. X-Kill right here hiding. A little bit of a bait and switch right here. Astra Echo to review everybody. The Beyond goes in. BTZ goes in with the wild charge just to get out of dodge. Sub taking some damage, but Anip, look and see the damage starting to pour through onto X-Kill.
That was a good call by X-Kill. They know that Sop was just right there in that rush, so they sent Jira out. Oh, but hold on, Spear of Destruction on that bottom side. BTZ super low now.
Yeah. Poke.
Yeah, exactly. The spear. BTZ is definitely going down here. A free kill for Anip. Anip is going to be super happy with that. 2 kills, 0 deaths, and 0 assists.
It's so scrappy, Juros.
Yeah, it's like just queuing up for the imminent doom. The third turtle of the game is coming up in roughly around 30 seconds, and Jet was almost going into that fight, but they need to back off. And Homeboys, they have so much gold advantage right now. If they don't make a mistake, if they try to continue to push, Exco would not stand a chance in that late game just because of that floor and heal. But Sop already got that anti-Cuirass. This is a response to facing up against that Dyrov, trying to find a trade onto themselves as well.
Yeah, the damage. Now Buji getting caught right here by Jet. He's no way safe at all. 5-man decides to pounce onto Buji instead, but it gives a lot of time for Homeboys SG Sop to secure the turtle.
Gila is on the scoreboard, 1-1 right now, even though the turtle has just been taken by Sop. This game has gone back and forth. I mean, look, Homeboys SG had a slow start, but looking really good right now with a 1.5k gold lead in favor of Homeboys.
Look, playing that Moskov, you really need to be able to get to that offside, but we'll be able to look at the items really, really soon.
Oh, wow.
You get 2 out of the 3 Holy Trinities already built up by Moskov, almost 1k gold lead ahead. So most of the gold advantage that Homeboys got is going into a nip, and that is what you want. For Gira though, he only has that Windtalker building towards the Endless Battle, so slowly but surely he's going to get that coming online. But X-Scale, they really need some tankability, really need that front line that BTZ is not providing in this game. But hold on a second right here.
Oh, nice talent coming up from Sab at the same time. The ultimate coming up from Anip will miss for now, but that's your A-OK. Unit slowly walking over, will be able to heal up already. And also the Netherrealm coming up and Jet to provide some form of cover. Help boys right here, they're just rolling in money bags right here, just going to throw all of it at X-Co. And now with the gold lead, with the item lead, they burst down BTZ and Yuta down low.
Very smart move by Homeboy SG. You have a nip just knowing that BTZ is isolated, going for the isolated targets instead of joining in the team fights. X-Co though, very, very reactive. They went for Sop because Sop went in for the engage. You want to disengage with the penalty zone. That's a penalty zone wasted on the side of X-Co. You leave a nip open, that's not what you want to do.
Exactly. Look at the damage being dealt right now for GG. 32k. He is a whole 12k ahead of Jet right now. That is absolutely insane. This is from the guy, by the way.
Gira is
denied.
Gira has only 4k damage dealt. He's unable to join these fights.
He's doing less damage than the Florin from the Yun. Can you imagine that? He's doing less damage than the Florin right now.
X-Co really want to try to win early game, but they're unable to find it, right? Yoon has been really impeccable in terms of slowing down the tempo from the side of X-Co, allowing Homeboys to do whatever they want.
Oh my God.
And now Anip is just scaling out. You look at the attack speed. look at how Gira, they have no choice but to start looking for side lane pushes in order to trade for these objectives.
Well, that's a very, very far zone out from wonderkid over on the opposite side of the map.
But look at you don't have to build the play mill.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more of the answer towards the nip.
Yeah,
no,
sure.
before the match started, when they drafted this composition, I was thinking, hey, in the early game there's not a lot of damage, but the nip having that flower, the Florin Dew as well, getting all the Holy Trinity as well, he is going to be a huge threat for XGO coming in, seeping into that late game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely XGO's win condition right now. XGO really needs to hope that Gira is going to be able to pull through. He is on the scoreboard with the 1-1 right now. The hope is that all the goals can be funneled into this Roger and become a mid-game menace.
Fuji looking for the poke. Gira will be able to absorb the damage. Anip right here focusing on the turret, but luckily for the side of XGO, they're able to clear off the minions for now.
Anip is just shredding through everything. I'm pretty sure he's got his Holy Trinity finished up already. But Anip is just going through. Even Grok looks like a piece of paper in front of him.
Yeah, it's difficult for XGO to just go in all willy-nilly because of the fact that Anip is trying to bait out a lot of these ultimates. You got Black Dragon form.
Black Dragon form just zoning the rest of the members out. Yes, Grok wall will be built by KurTzy, but it doesn't stop Anip. Anip will be able to shred, creating a bit of a safety space for the side of Homeboys SG. What to slip all the way in? Anip picking up a mega kill, fighting onto Yota already. KurTzy, the wild charge is already gone, and the members of Homeboys SG is leaking in. Sub still inside the fight already, and wow, a lot of optimism coming out from our observer. But Sub, the praise was wrapped, the damage coming out from Homeboys SG.
They can't even believe their fountain. What an amazing play coming out from the side of Homeboys, just with one push, by the way, has gone straight into the inhibitor turrets.
They're putting macro aside.
They're brute forcing it.
Yeah, they're brute forcing it. Going in, just clash. XGO is gearing up for this. That's why they got that Paramis. But Homeboys SG, the way that they layered it in, and Utah finding the wrong targets, might I say, onto Sop instead of Anip, leaving him open 4-0-0 into this game, and Homeboys seeping into that late game.
Yeah.
The early game is no longer eminent for XGO. They're gonna have a tough time, especially in this defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jet is only one Paramis, right? You can only use another realm once every 30 seconds. But when's the right time for you to use it? You know, when you're trying to protect your whole team, but your whole team is scattered and you're taking multiple fights and multiple fronts, when is the right time for Jet to use his nether realm?
Who do you use it on? I think there's a lot of questions that XGO need to dig deep and ask themselves. Yes, Loli is back. We're expecting a lot more out of XGO in this actual roster, right? But now Homeboys SG, Sub is stepping up. He's actually improved.
Yeah, Sub is definitely stepping up, but not to mention we also have Anip here 4-0 on the Moscow. He is going through the Lord like...
Conceal play, very easy, coming backline.
Anip, oh, Utah finds a backline, unfortunately will miss. Utah right now taking a lot of punishment. Anip just free hitting for the side. Wall charge coming out from the side of KurTzy, but it doesn't really matter because Anip is just shredding him down. Now the Lord's gonna get forgotten. Anip picks up a double kill, and the rest of the members from the side of Homeboys SG chases down XGO like it's nobody's business.
Paper Grok, I never knew that existed until I saw this match. But
rock, paper, scissors.
Lord is being taken down, shredded down to absolutely nothing. Moskov showing why he's being a priority pick in the week 2.
XGO just doesn't have thickness. Like even Utah, even KurTzy, once they go in, they're immediately shut down just because of the fact that you have wonderkid burning everyone down, especially with his passive. You have Anip already in full build. That's 13 minutes into the game with a Wind of Nature. He might be looking to sell his warrior boots to convert it into maybe a Wind Talker or something else with a lot more attack damage. But you see, he's dashing everywhere. KurTzy cannot run. And the fact that he has Weakness Finder, this guy's going to be slowing you down and chasing you out.
That's a disgusting 3k gold lead on the Moskov.
Yeah.
He is way ahead. I'm needing to step up.
Nice penalty zone coming out from Utah though. Jet unfortunately goes in, pops the nether realm already popped, and now it's going to be the Baronel Cure just spreading out the damage, and now Homeboys SG is going to focus on the core instead, and Homeboys Singapore clean 1-0.
That was such a decisive match. Homeboys showing why they are the mainstays of MPL SG.
Homeboys really just speed running this game down. This is the fastest game we had all day, considering we had
A
9
long
games
day.
so far.
I can't believe we just said that. 9 games.
9 games
so
total.
far, and Homeboys taking game 1 in a very, very decisive manner.
Yeah.
All right.
But you know, it's just still a warm-up match. Still warm-up match. Exco's coming in.
You're
there,
warming up.
sitting in the
You're
seat.
warming up in week 2, eh?
Oh, we're warming up in week 2. We have to. Better early than how is that?
Than never.
go?
Better than early.
Better
than
late
never.
than never.
I know it's better late than never, but it's not really that late. It's week 2.
True. All right. So Homeboys are looking pretty darn good right now against XCO. Jace, I have a question for you. What does XCO need to do to come back from this? Right? They are behind and they look as if they don't know. They don't look like a team right now.
I feel like just a bit of disjointment coming out, right? Like, we don't see Gira really popping off as a Roger. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find the kills. We are starting to see that the way to counter the Roger, if you realize most of these teams, they started to feel like Moskov, so that you can either stun the Lycan, push the Roger away from the Lycan pounce, and not only just that, you also got, you know, a Darov slowly assassin.
Yep, definitely. Well, let's take a look at the MVP for this match. Speaking of the Moskov, Moskov Anip MVP 602, 72% kill participation.
It's actually one of the highest goal per minutes I've seen in the entirety of today.
Sure.
It's 859. It's usually hovering around 700, 750-ish.
820 is like, okay, you're not bad.
Yeah, and I was thinking, like, maybe what a Nip could do is always farm on that long lane. I think that's a graphic error. It's not the focusing
Yeah, I was
mark,
gonna
but
say
it's
the finder.
definitely the weakness finder. It's good. It's the weakness finder. Every time he joins in the team fights, people try to run away from him, but they can't because they are slow. And then because of the fact that he has that Holy Trinity, he keeps popping off all of these passives, all of these dashes. He keeps resetting the weakness finder just like that.
right.
So I think well played for a Nip. He's always there everywhere, landing Spirit of Destruction. So
maybe Team Lead needs to take notes, hey?
Oh man, that's throwing some shade.
No. No shade being thrown. I think, you know, Anip did a fantabulous job, I think, on the Moskov, showing why Moskov is being prioritized so far in week 2. Looking at the item build so far, Moskov did hit that 6-item power spike full build, I think at the 8-minute mark, and that's absolutely crazy.
Now, I just want to add that Sop, his itemization was really on point. He knows that slowly is a huge problem, a huge threat in the early game. So to defend against that physical penetration, he bought the Anticuras as well as the Brute Force Breastplate just to give himself a little bit more physical damage. Then Jet doesn't come physical defense. Then Jet not even able to build that damage as well. Oh,
Yeah.
Blade Armor.
Blade armor, that's right. I was like, Brute Force, am I blind?
Yeah.
No, but
it's just interesting to see how, like, you know, we oftentimes see, like, I want to down the jungle faster, so I buy the Molten Essence before going into the Garden Helm, and then the defense. But he read that like an open book. He's a lot of the adaptability coming in from Homeboys SG has really shown a lot of improvements.
For sure, I really like the way, you're right, you know, Sop itemized completely perfectly. I would, if I was playing the Brethren, I immediately tunnel vision into the Molten Core, right?
Yeah.
But moving on to the emblems, we do see the standard focus amount coming out from the floor in, and we see the weakness finders from both. Oh, actually, weakness finder on Gira. What do you think about that?
So this means that Gira wants to build his Roger in the sense that it's more on hit effects. Basically, just jump into somebody and just start scratching like no tomorrow. But unfortunately, he's unable to step forward because Anip keeps shoving him back. It's just how Homeboys SG is drafting this, right? And don't forget, Yoon can just set up this no-go zone. You go in there, you're going to get stunned out.
Just one last thing, since we're on this page. The focusing mark has been such a huge game changer for a lot of team fights, especially in the early game. You see a lot of damage that seemingly comes out from nowhere. It's due to the fact that focusing mark increases that percentage damage for team fights. And if you have Yoon constantly in those team fights, constantly healing up, you have constant heals, constant sustain, whilst dealing that damage back to the opponent.
Yeah, focusing mark is being increasingly important in these fights as we move on into the stats of the game. We have...
Actually, Buju dealing a lot of damage. In 13 minutes, you got 100,000.
I was going to say, that's a lot of damage. 100,000, 100k in 13 minutes of the game is absolutely insane. 10 assists as well, by the way, on the Yun.
Yeah, and don't forget, Buji was a little bit of a late bloomer in the early game, right? He was only at level 2 during the turtle fight, but somehow he manages to find a way. Don't forget, he also does AoE damage as well once you use the Astro Echo and Astro Meteor. It is just the nature of Navarra. You really have to land these shots.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's go and check out some of the MVP highlights, replays of the match earlier.
So Anip is not going to be joining in this team fight, but notice how wonderkid going straight to that backline, taking down slowly. In this case as well, one slowly jumps in. You see Jet coming in with the Nether Realm just on the right time, but they had their sights set on taking down slowly and then backing off so that they don't have free reign over the jungle. It's all about jungle dominance, and Homeboys identified that Exco wants to play the early game. I'm not going to give you that early game.
Yeah, early game. I mean, look, Exco did the early game very, very well, but the fight, I mean, the game went completely out of control once they lost that initial fight that we saw happen at the turtle, right?
Yeah,
so,
this is one of the quickest replays, I have to say. It's a 13-minute game. It's so fast.
Yeah, it's just Homeboys SG just blitz through Exco, right? And just Anip is like so ahead right there. It just shreds everything. There's not a lot of frontline. Exco try to O in another game. It doesn't work.
Yeah, well, let's see what Teacher Kin, I think, has to say about this game and break it down for us, man.
All right, welcome back. Homeboys, back to home. This was such a beautiful draft, and this is what happens when you bring a knife to a gunfight. They only had one option to catch from the side of Exco, and you can see very huge punishments coming out from our Malaysian counterparts being represented by Homeboys Singapore. So right off the bat, you have the Black Dragon form. Look at the positioning of this EXP laner. My goodness, this is a redemption game for Homeboys SG. wonderkid doing so much work on the backlines, pushing them right behind and forming one big circle. Not only that, look at where Anip is. He is free hitting. Once again, nobody's able to touch him, and this jump by wonderkid with the Petrify sets a big triangle of death, and whoever is caught in it will get their life hammered out of them straight away. So if you take a look at the positioning itself, Buji on the left right here, and you have Anit in the middle of this death triangle. This free hitting, nobody is touching the damage dealers as well. And more importantly, is the fact that so many members aren't able to survive this first Lord push. And you know, it's rare to see a first Lord push be so potent and so clinical, but Homeboys, they did so much work simply because of the one man who did so much to redeem himself today. Anip with the Moskov, crazy play today. Not only that, they have the full formula of what's to come as well. Buji doing so much work, leading up with a lot of damage, right? With the Echo, Astro Echo, showing off the vision, getting the Star Shatters as well as the Astro Meteors to make sure that the entirety of Expo couldn't survive the constant damage. And you know what's the icing on the cake? It is my boy here, Mr. Sub. Able to tank so much damage. I didn't catch the last part of the clip, but for those of you that are watching the game, he did an amazing Appraiser's Wrath that killed off most of the health for Slowly and Gira, and I mean that speaks volumes about the game that Homeboys brought to us in the first game of this best of 3 series. Now that's all from me for today. For now, this is just game 1. We'll see whether the result is going to be a clean 2-0. Nobody specified who was going to be winning 2-0. But, you know, I'll let the boys on the table make a guess on who's going to get the 2-0 win here.
You're right there, Ken. Zap was doing tons of damage on the other side of the map, right?
A sub-ton of damage right there.
I'm leaving you hanging. So, going straight into game 2, right? What are Exco's win cons? In my opinion, before I let you go, Jace, Exco did a wonderful early game. I just want to see them stretch it out for the rest of the game. Right? They managed to deny so much of the XP in the middle lane, right? So what else do they have to do?
I feel like the most important thing for Exco is that they need to give Slowly something that he can play. It feels like he's getting banned out, right? The things that he wants to play, like the Nolan, the Barats, the Baxia, it's all gone. Gotta secure his heroes quickly.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, so moving on. So from the 24th of April to the 31st of May, do join the MLBB X KOF 97 Bingo Draw event. You take a shot at winning 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock the exclusive ID tags. For those who manage to grab the skins before the end of April, you will also exclusively unlock the gold ID tag. For the rest, don't fret, as you'll still be able to stack the exclusive silver tag when acquiring the skins. During the event, enjoy a sweet 50% discount on the first 10 draw and daily first draw. So don't miss out on this awesome opportunity. I believe right now as well, I think there's a good event right now.
Yeah, there's the coupon redeems, but I'm laughing and Jace is looking at me because he wants to do like...
Yeah, so Churros, I know you're very good at pronouncing Japanese names.
Yes, I gotta channel my inner Japanese. So
That's
let's try it out.
So
okay.
yeah, there we go.
Valir kill fish.
Bro!
I almost said Kugisaki. But that's the Jujutsu Kaisen one.
Kusanagi.
Kusanagi. Kill
Wrong
Kusanagi.
anime.
Kill Kusanagi. I don't know how. My
Shiranui.
Shiranui.
Yes.
And
Okay,
this is easy. Okay.
That's
Then
easy.
Paquito has the Terry Bogard. I know, because I look like a Paquito myself, right?
Right. Right.
A more handsome Paquito.
More handsome Paquito with hair, of course. But anyways, yeah, going to your point, there is an exclusive sort of like this weekend additional tickets that you get when you recharge. So get that recharge, get that quick, because if you miss your chance to miss out on the KOF collab skin, you won't get the silver tag if you haven't already got that gold tag.
Definitely. Well, enough from us and KOF collaborations. We're going straight into the draft phase. Potential last game for XCO. If not, Homeboys looking to secure the spot above XCO.
You know, reflecting on the identity of Homeboys SG, I've spoken a little bit about this before the start of the first game. Homeboys SG kind of reminds me of having that kampong spirit. They like to play team fight, albeit a little bit unorthodox, but they do like a little 5-on-5 clash.
Yeah, no, that's true. 5-on-5 clashes are the name of the game for Homeboys SG. Just touching a little bit on the ban so far. So on the side of XCO, we see a lot of roamers being banned out. We see the Angela banned, we see the Matilda being banned out, and of course, we can't go a game without Harris being banned out. Right, and then on the side of Homeboys, we see Loi, Nolan, as well as the Minotaur being banned out.
So for XCO, picking up that Fredrin, no-brainer. They want to play something that is a little bit more easy to execute, especially with the Fredrin coming in. So you can just pair him up with an Enchanter or having a support roam just to heal that up. That would be very good for XCO's early game, but it could be flexed into the EXP lane as well. Homeboys SG will be picking up the Roger since they left it open. Whether or not XCO might be picking up the Moskov, yet to be seen, but it could be like a I trade here, I trade there kind of situation.
At this point, it's just handshaking, right? I mean, yes, Homeboys SG got the Yuzong again, but XCO taking the Fredrin away from Sub, and for Homeboys, they got Roger, right? They got Roger for Anip. Anip played so freaking well the first game, so I'm excited to see what he can do with Roger.
Yeah, Paquito Terry Bogard is coming back online. Hey, Jace, I already tried that. Terry Bogard, I can do it.
Okay. I'd be worried if you can't, mate.
You're trying to make me look like a fool, but Barat's no-brainer. I wanted to say that as well.
I just know that you have this unique selling point of butchering every single Japanese name that we were throwing at you.
I did. I almost said, what's his name again? Kusanagi?
I'm going to stop you there. So Paramis being snatched up from XCO's side, and Barat's being snatched up from the side of Homeboys. We do see the banner carry on the side of Homeboys. I think they're probably banning, preventing Gila from playing the carry because of the Barats, right? They want to prevent the shred from the Barats, shred on the Yuzong as well. We see a Valentina being banned on the side of XCO. This is extremely smart, of course, because they don't want them to steal the Netherrealm away from the Faramis.
I think that's very smart from XCO. They're gearing up for a 5v5 clash composition right off the bat, and Paquito with the nice little flank and also pushing that lane priority, especially on the long lane away from most of the objectives for Homeboys SG. I was gonna say, like, if they pick up Fredrin, if they don't pick up the Barats, Homeboys SG would definitely snap pick that up. It's a very, very no-brainer. So a very long game, if I could say so myself. The chip will be banned out by Homeboys SG because XCO, I realized how they like to play is mostly on the rotation side. They want to play their macro game, but the execution on the first game was just a little bit lacking.
Yeah, lacking for sure. We do see the final ban of this game being the Florin. Enchanters are finally being banned out.
Still got a Rafaela.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Rafaela being one of the premier picks, it seems, actually, for this week 2 lineup. We'll see what Homeboys has to pick. We do see the Grok once again being locked in for the side of the Homeboys.
Isn't it like a handshake that we talked about it just now? So the Grok now in the hands of Homeboys SG with the Rogers. So how they play this out really is all down to execution. Because that Grok was actually interesting because of the fact that like the turtle resets or the Lord resets.
Yeah, look at Homeboys lineup for a second, right? Look at Grok, Barat, Yuzong. What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Thick, beefy boys.
No wonder they banned out the carry.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense right now, right? I mean, but the question is, where is it damage? Yes, they have Roger for the early game. This is all eggs in one basket kind of situation, right? They're depending on an it.
Yeah, and not only just that. Technically speaking, Paras does a lot of damage, especially AoE damage when he's so big size, right? Don't forget his damage scales from HP. And Homeboys right here is just all these heroes that you're seeing as of now, be it the Grok, Baraz, and Yuzhong, they're all setting up for the Roger.
Roger for sure, but I'm also looking at the mid lane. I want to see what Brayyy has to pick up, right? Brayyy can now have the freedom to lose all the utility, right? Brayyy can go for damage. Brayyy can go for so much damage.
You know, an orthodox opinion, but I think maybe the Yves would be amazing right
Yves
here.
would be incredible
Yeah,
in this
you
lineup.
got the slow, you got the real manipulation. I can't believe there's like been a couple of seasons since I said that as well.
Wait. What about Vixana?
Oh,
what about Vixana's not banned out?
Open.
Vixana!
Yeah. I cannot believe that no one thought about this until the last second.
Vixana is
all off the tables.
Great round up for this lineup, right? I think Vixana, you were talking about what the team needs, right? The team needs someone who can dish out the damage, but you also have the Eternal Guard. The Eternal Guard makes it 4 thick boys, and Vixana can just stay in the back.
4 thick boys.
Yeah, and Vixana can literally just stay in the back and just chuck damage to the side of Exco.
It's gonna be very hard for Gira to enter any team fights at all.
Yeah,
at this rate.
And we didn't talk about Exco's last 2 picks, right? They picked the Edith as well as the Bruno for Gira.
They want to go back to basics because Bruno, easy to execute. You win on a 1v1 matchup anytime. It's sort of like a counter reaction to a nit picking up that Roger. But the Edith looking up for pickoffs going into the match.
But Gira can't deal with the thick boys on the other side though. Well, we'll have to see, I guess, as we go into round 2 of potentially the final game of today. We have Exco against Homeboys SG. Super exciting to see if Exco can claw back and come back from this. If not, Homeboys to secure this game.
Knowing the trend of today, I hope it's gonna be a 3 games and a 8-minute Lord
Charles,
dance.
can you not? Please, don't jinx it.
Man's already losing his voice, dude.
No, actually not. I can still talk. It's okay.
Yeah, so
I'm okay. I'm okay, Gwenchana.
No, you're okay, but I may not be.
What is Gwenchana?
Means I'm okay. Oh,
What
you don't
language is this?
Do you not know the meme?
I don't know this.
What? Both of you do not know the meme?
No. It's
Oh
okay.
my
Anyway, so
God.
going into the game,
You guys need to watch more TikToks.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't have TikTok. But anyways, going into the game, we see some pretty standard lineups, I think, going from both sides of the field. We do see a little bit of a roam trade happening in the middle of the jungle for absolutely no reason.
I like the fact that you say like absolutely no reason, but it's giving that intelligence, that information that Homeboys SG actually needs. This is the first time in the early game that they had such a, I wouldn't say sizable, but it's a significant lead building up towards this turtle, because moving in, you need to be able to get your level 4. That is where Brayyy really comes up online with the Eternal Guard.
I like the fact that you talk about sizable and then the camera focuses on Sub. He's a sizable boy.
Well, he's shrinking back down, but he's going to get those stacks up. Oh, wow. We see Yuta being chunked out by the Yuzong. But I mean, this is the powers of the Yuzong, right? In the early game.
Oh, she's just right. Yuta forced to get a recall right here before the turtle spawns up. And without that level 4, Yuta has no power spikes. They're trying to get Brayyy up to level 4. And this is where everything goes crazy, because Brayyy now has the Eternal Guard. And we talk about where damage comes from, this is how Vexana is played.
Alright, so we see level 4s on both sides with the middle, the jungle, as well as the EXP lane. Turtle is happening right now.
KurTzy looking for a knock-up right here, slowly getting chunked down, unable to do anything. He gets terrified by Muji. First blood given over the side of Sup already, and now the Turtle is basically free by Yuta coming for the flank, punching down Muji. Yeah, Homeboy Singapore secures a Turtle for themselves, but they were lost slowly. And not only just that, it's Jet. Nobody from Homeboys actually died.
Nobody from Homeboys died indeed, as right now a 1.2k gold lead on the side of Homeboys SG.
Homeboys are a bunch of big, beefy, thicky. I don't know where I'm going with this, but man, what a play! You see how Yuta was able to just kite all around to that back flank. Taking a look at the emblems.
Quantum charge.
Man, okay, quantum charge for that Grok, so a little bit more speed to get out of the jungle. So it does make sense right here. You have two wilderness blessings, but hold on.
Hey, Saab will be able to follow up. Unfortunately, that's going to be you're slowly just. I don't know. So all of a sudden, EXO just doesn't own their own jungle anymore.
Did they even own the jungle in the first place? Dude, Homeboys has been invading non-stop. Slowly can't even farm up. Yep. Orange is gonna be stolen right from his nose, and there's nothing that he can do about it.
You didn't even use the wild charge earlier just now to basically slow down slowly in order to allow Sup to basically just funnel everything into Sup. Sup is now one very thick boy, and yeah, he's already ahead in terms of levels, in terms of the Reggie damage as well.
Got 2 levels ahead.
2 levels ahead.
Homeboys, if they play their cards right, they're able to be extending their lead. And just as I say it, Bougie takes down another one for the books.
Yeah, this next turtle fight is going to be extremely decisive. But honestly speaking, I think XCO needs to just back off, right? They just need to get the turtle and find, like I said, I keep saying this, teams need to find objectives in other locations if they can't find it.
Oh, how many times has slowly seen the insights of Sup? And now he's going to get chunked down low. Luckily for Jet with the Faramis, but now Jet basically sacrificed himself for all of that. And now Sup this time around gets dragged. Gira outputting the damage. KurTzy takes down Sup.
That is actually a lot more damage than expected from the side of XCO.
That's the Primal Wrath coming into play.
Yep, it's a Primal Wrath, and it's also Bruno. Bruno's ultimate shreds armor.
I think he used the ultimate already just to keep Anip at bay, so he was just free hitting on that backside. No one was targeting him just because of the Nether Realm. Keeps him up alive just for a little bit. He's already got the Haas Claw, so inside that Nether Realm, if you have that second life, you heal up, back your full health.
Okay, Yoon goes big. But right now, even though Homeboys lost that fight, they still have a lot of turtle control. Look at where Cure just setting up this no-go zone. Yuta right here coming for the flank, finds Muji, Eternal Guard is summoned, and now Sup can just quickly rush down this turtle before, you know what, Homeboy Singapore is just buying so much time, and Sup managed to find the turtle.
Gira is getting big. He's now on the scoreboard. He is able to just keep kicking those balls into the face of Homeboys SG, and Homeboys SG can't do much to answer that right now.
Yeah, a lot of split push potential coming out from XCO. You have Yuta already sent over onto that long lane, trying to push down that turret. And it does look like XCO being a little bit more aggressive. They have that power spike coming in from slowly. I like the way that Yuta is just rotating around that map, trying to find Bougie, because he knows that that is the main target to take down. And Homeboys are just open. They diminish the lead down to around 1,000 gold lead. So XCO, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, look, XCO actually showing signs of life right now. You may be right when you say we're going for a 2-1 matchup, because if XCO keeps playing like this and keeps playing a little bit smart, you know, there is a very good chance that they'll be able to take this game right now.
I have to say though, Jet does a very good job with the Deathly Grasp.
Yes.
Every single time, just pulling random members of Homeboys into the turrets, into harm's way, and just clearing everyone out. So Jet, good job.
Yeah, Jet, good job indeed. We see him already just yoinking the Grok. But the Grok is by himself.
Well charged right there, but the other way. Your base is the other way, my friend, but hold on a second. Saab is already so big, he may finish the land and later on as welcome. Onto somebody from the side of EXO is KurTzy that we're going down for the count, slowly coming in. And also Jet outputting the Nether Realm, providing some form of cover, but it's a little bit too late for KurTzy.
KurTzy going down like that was unfortunate for the side of XCO. Homeboys SG growing the leads ever so slightly from 1k to 1.3k. But Homeboys SG should be looking pretty comfortable for me.
At the end of it, I think Gira was the one who took the purple buff, so he's got the buff on him. but all of the ultimates already used up by Exco. Does look like a very, very easy turtle. Third turtle of the game for Homeboys.
Oh my god, third turtle of the game for Homeboys indeed, and Exco should not be taking this fight. I keep saying this. In fact, actually, look at Paquito, look at Yuta. Yuta is pushing out the bot lane. This is actually really good for Exco. They may be just giving out the turtle to Homeboys, but look at Paquito. Paquito is split pushing.
Yep, wonderkid creating space right here, goes into Black Dragon form. Now is going to be slowly getting terrified once again. Sub secures the turtle for themselves. Unable to jumping in, trying to shred through the damage at the same time in the back line. Slowly, unfortunately, goes down. Gira now getting caught off guard by No Man's Land, but managed to dash back to safety.
Yeah, and during the whole time as I was beating Yuta, went to the mid lane, and I'm like, bruh, Asians cannot be praised. You see, first down!
Oh, Yuta finding that is actually quite massive. Managed to equalize just a little bit more goalie. Anything is good for Exco right now.
It's playing the map. I talked about the identity of Homeboys, having that kampong spirit, just coming together, fight a 5-on-5 clash. Exco is not letting that happen. Always having a split push kind of insurance that Homeboys cannot deal with. Who do you send to deal against Yuta? He's so painful. He's so dashy. He's able to get out of harm's way just like that. We'll take a look at items.
Yeah, looking at the items right now, we see Yuta just, whoa.
Okay, he's gonna be getting out safe. Yeah, who can catch him?
Yeah,
if not, the detonus welcome. But taking a look at items, it's 2 out of 3 of the critical items.
Okay, I don't know why slowly decided to do that, and now he's getting blocked by the wall by Yoon. And now Sabo will be able to pick up slowly for now. It's going to be Bear TC stepping forward just a little bit, looking for the onslaught. Kill goes into the back dragon form, trying to find the damage squishy all the way to the back line. Jet busting up around. Yuta coming in for the flag. It's 1 against the wall, 1 against the Homeboys, and Gira will be able to pick it up and a revenge kill. But that's a massive flag that Exco's looking for.
They're throwing! Homeboys is throwing! There's just so much damage coming up from Yuta. Yuta did go down, but he's able to just chunk the whole Homeboys lineup to literally a sliver of HP. Unfortunately, Exco was not able to clean up, but what they did do was even out the gold.
That's massive. Like I said, every pickup from the side of Exco hurts Homeboys even more.
What started to look like an absolute disaster for Slowly could have been a tactical int.
At the end of the day, it's 2 for 2. But Exco taking full control of that map, they have that macro plays down, sending Yuta onto the offside, just pushing like low tomorrow. And Homeboys needs to be able to find a way to respond towards that Yuta. If you leave him alone, he's going to be able to find that wraparound. The concealed play already coming up onward, will miss.
But okay, Yoon goes into wild charge as well. Kill following soon, but now this time around, Anip gets caught. Eternal got committed by Buji all the way in the back line. Anip is just trying to find the damage, trying to output the damage, while Sab is just working onto the Lord instead. Lord getting chunked all the way up. Remember to Exco trying to step forward. Yuta on the other hand was able to push through, but Jeb pushed down Anip, but Sab secures the Lord for themselves.
We're still not the worst just yet. Yuta with the wraparound though, he wants to go for Sab.
Oh, the swallow at the same time. Daytona's welcome. Gira picking up a killing spree. Sup? What's going on? What kind of trade is this?
This was even a 4v5 fight, by the way. Yuta was just shoving top. Exco was 4v5ing that and they came out 600 gold ahead. This should not be happening.
On an overall though, Homeboys just wanted to get that Lord and wanted to get out, but Exco leaving that top side open. Yuta has all free reign to wrap around that backside, find a nice flank, but hold on.
Charge, knocking up slowly getting out sky high, but luckily for Jet with the Nether Realm keeps slowly alive just a little bit more, but the Lord's still pushing out from Homeboys SG, and Exco needs to disengage.
Guys, eyes on Gira, right? This boy has been being able to position himself in really good position so far.
Not only just that, Kira now looking for Gira getting chunked down low, getting spin at the same time. Verify, unfortunately, not be able to do so. And I'm looking for an entry point, but I heard the flicker already being committed. Now it's just Exco just spreading out the damage. Does have the going for, but Edith getting swallowed out by Sun. Throw all the way at the wall, and it picks up that kill. While Lord is just rampaging up to Gira, and Gira gets petrified by Vernal Kill. But Gira walks away scot-free, and it will pay the revenge against Vernal Kill.
Once blood, they're not the worst just yet. Another Romori popped up underneath that turret.
They're quite... Oh boys, Exco stop fighting. Yuta's on the other side pushing down, and at the same time you also got the Lord that you have to defend.
Oh no, they missed out Yuta. Their base is wide open.
Yuta is doing such a good job, but this is what I meant, you know, taking objectives on the other side of the map. Look at what Utah is doing. Everyone pay attention to this man because he is doing the right calls at the right time.
Brother was a jungler last week.
He's playing his jungle role to the T.
And not only just, yeah, he did well. His matching is actually landing quite nice. And not just that, Utah as an EXP lane is creating so much space against Homeboy Singapore, even against the Watts.
At the end of the day, though, I mean, Bernacure had the right idea. Go for Gira,
Correct.
take him down. But there's no way that they were able to reach Gira. You got another realm to just protect him. KurTzy just pushing everyone away. Gira just free hitting from the back. You see a Bruno hitting a Barat and just chomping him down. That's not chips. No. It's really big chomps, big bites off of a tanky beefy boy.
So you either eat your rice very quickly in small bites per second, or you just take large scoops and just shove it in your mouth.
You would know, Jace. You would know.
Large chunks indeed. Bruno is dishing out so much
Speaking
damage.
of chunks, we have Chicken McCrispy on the screen as well.
Yeah, man, Daytona welcome that thing. I'm ready for it, McDonald's.
I think this is just production foreshadowing their ad-libs coming in.
Yeah, man, but look at, like I said earlier, look at Gira, right? Gira is doing so well on this Bruno. He's being supported so well by his teammates as well. You know, you brought up a good point. I think their Faramis Netherrealms have been timely, but Gira is also being able to position himself in great places.
It's shifting wing cons and target prioritization. Leave the lore aside. I know it's a lore dance, but go for the targets and go for everyone. And Black Drum Form comes in.
Bernacure does have the Petrify looking at Gira right here, just looking for the land. Gira now getting busted down, luckily, but unfortunately, KurTzy is there to support Bernacure in no man's land right here. And you try to follow through, but Gira will be taken down slowly, stealing the lord away. What a seesaw coming between these two teams.
Go Buji's left all alone. Utah cracked already inside. He has to retreat, but Exco 2 down. This 3 defending the base. The skirmish is not over yet. They're chomping it down.
Utah's villain arc happening right here, ladies and gents.
Yeah, look, Utah is playing incredibly this game. He is literally the reason why Exco is still in this game, right? He's being able to shove. Oh wow, Lord is also spawned in the bot side, you know, with the base wide open, may I add.
Yeah, you have Utah onto that top side. So all 3 lanes, once they push in, Homeboys really need to find a way to prioritize the target onto Gira. They did a very good job with Bernacure securing that kill onto this Bruno. But for Exco though, opening up wide the map, Homeboys, they're running around like headless chickens.
Yeah, look, Exco is playing this macro game very well, right? And this is all thanks to Utah. Yes, the rest of the team is acting as a distraction tool, but that's what they should be doing, distracting. We see a fight happening in the top lane, but Yudong is getting chunked out. We see the other members of Homeboy immediately trying to follow up and support getting Utah killed, but Utah's just too slippery.
So much time bought by Utah in this particular game, allowing Gira to pop off, allowing, you know, Dents being hit onto Homeboy's Singapore's armor, right? And now don't forget, because Homeboy Singapore is trying to finish off Utah right there, they kind of allow the minion to hit the turret just a little bit. That's permanent damage by Exco by Utah.
You got Ninja Utah always going for that backdoor plays, always going for that split push, and Homeboys cannot find a way to target him. I think the best play for Homeboys right now, hunker down on the base, let the Lord come. Let the Lord come, play a little bit more defensively. You have a huge bunch of thick boys that you're able to just go in with a front to back approach.
Thick boys, really, that's the best adjective you could think of.
I'm trying to, yeah.
I felt attacked. Teresa, you know, I felt attacked.
You got like maybe like 4 J's on the screen right here. But speaking of on the screen,
hold me back,
hold
me back.
Look
what do you say, Teresa? What do you say?
Look at the damage being dealt and chunked out right now. Jet and Gira having free just attacks all over the place, right? Just like 54k. Right now, and 16 minutes of the game. Actually, if you take a look at it, the graphic is pretty even across the board. Hey,
so how Homeboys is splitting themselves up. You know, you see Buji not on the top spot when he should be. He's piloting a Vexana. He should be getting a lot of damage down as well. But he's always that one sent to that backside or the back home just to defend. You will be able to get out of this one, but Exco very far away from that Lord. Homeboys will start zoning everyone out from there.
Look, I really like the way that Exco is playing, right? They are kind of getting actually into Homeboy SG's heads right now, right? They're like, oh, hey, look, if you want to group up for objectives, we're going to send Yuta on one side and shove them in, which is exactly what they're doing right now. They're contesting with the Lord, but I think this is completely fine for Exco's side. They just need to push the Lord away.
Yuta is still on that offside. The long lane is pushed in.
All right, look at this, right? So right now they can send Vineyard back and it's now an even 4v4. But by sending Vineyard back, there's no dive potential for Gira.
Diving Gira, getting chunked down a little bit low in the Lord Pit. And then the round coming in, Appraisal's Wrath. Gira will be able to take down Sub. Oh boy, Singapore is now walking around without the Retribution button. Slowly does have it right here. It's up to Vineyard to make something to happen, basically. But no, it's going to be Vineyard doubling it back.
Yuta!
And Yuta is just doing so much havoc in the backline, buying time for Exco to take the Lord.
The 30 seconds on the death timer, only on Nit left alive. They're pushing that bottom wave in. Exco wants to end this now.
No, Roger cannot defend against all of this. So much onslaught, so much damage, and now Gira has just got ahead onto the core itself. And Exco takes game number 2.
We're going into a game 3. Another game 3. The entirety of today.
Game 3.
We are nothing but just slaves today.
I love this. I love to see Jay suffer.
Oh my God, let's
with yet another game 3.
Let's go, game number 3.
It's hype ourselves up, man.
4 matches, 3 games in a row.
I asked how Exco was gonna come back and take this game.
How are you gonna come back and take this game?
But look, let's talk about this for a second, right? Exco played out of their minds. MVP for me is Yuta. Yuta was
without a doubt
in this game.
Yuta is the reason why Exco stayed in game number 2. Both these two teams, by the way, congratulations for picking up your first win.
You know, Jays looks like, hey, there's a target on Yuta's back now. Why do you need to make it a game 3? But hey, Exco really showed us that they are still in the game. It's their game to prove to all of us that the reason why they're in MPL SG Season 7.
Yep. Look, I am blown away. You know, I mentioned this in all the games I've casted so far, right? I said, look, if teams are behind, they need to take objectives on the other side of the map. This was literally the masterclass of doing that, right? And I'm so happy to see this live. And Yuta, thank you so much for showing that my theory works out.
Yeah.
All right, so going into the MVP, it is indeed my man Yuta. 4-2-2. He did have a 40% kill participation rate, but it did not matter because he was shoving lanes non-stop, right? He was knocking down turrets. He's ensuring that Exco was going to be in this game and take this game away.
I like the fact that they had the fighter emblem as well. Usually we see Paquito building on with the assassin emblem because you have the physical defense, but you have that late game push. You need to be able to run away, and they have their objectives set out straight. That last item was an immortality. So it was popped up just because of the fact that it was facing up against a Nit, but he bought so much time for Exco coming in.
And not only just the split push, right? We also have to talk about how Yuta somehow, somewhere managed to find the flanks that makes the most sense. Don't forget, it was Yuta's fight when he joined in the flank that suddenly tipped the gold lead over to side of Exco.
This is what makes it so interesting.
It is.
It's always...
I woke up.
We know it's going to happen. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when it will happen. And Yuta really showed us who's boss. A really good showcase of technical skill and macro prowess over here. But let's pause for a minute and take a look at the optimizations from all sides. For Slowly though, I just want to talk a little bit about him because of the fact that you have a huge spread of damage types coming in from Homeboy's SG. He got the Anticuras, building on towards that Garden Helm and then the Athena Shield, and he was pretty much ready. He's always facing the team fights head on. He's always the first one in and the last one out. 0-4-8, and even though he died 4 times, he never let that deter him. Even in the early game, and I know that Kwa wants to mention this yet again. He was like, yeah, Slowly doesn't have a strong goal, but hey, he's got the game.
Dude, you are reading my mind, right? Slowly not on the assassin does not matter. He's showcasing to us that he can play in this tank meta, that he can play for the objectives as well. 0-4, who cares? He's there to make the games, and I love Fredrin. Fredrin is one of my favorite heroes, and he's able to make the plays because of Slowly is just really, really good.
Is it not X-Board?
X-Board is my favorite, but Fredrin is one of my favorites, right? He's able to just create so much space, and Brayyy has the ability to create pockets of space, right? And if the enemy team decides to engage on him, it doesn't matter. He'll just use his Preresident's Wrath to dish out tons of damage.
I want to be a Fredrin. I want to be a Fredrin.
I want to be a Fredrin too.
Yeah, just good looking.
Yeah.
Really thick.
Abs.
Abs.
Confidence.
He's in the jungle.
Lots of value in me.
Lots of values in him. And that's why he's one of the top picks in MPL SG Season 7.
He's a bit top picks for all the regions because of how good Fredrin is, right? Not only just... Alright, so enough about how good he looks, guys. I'm not here to talk about Fredrin. I'm not here to fanboy over him.
Oh my gosh.
I'm here to talk about how Exco took this game. Damaged out 150k on Gira. 18 minutes, right? This is so much damage.
I want to point out that he's also got the DHS in his possession. So he knows that he's facing up with maybe 4 Js on the opponent's team. He needs a way to be able to chomp down huge chunks of damage, and DHS is a huge way to do that. He has the Warrior's Boots, but given enough time, he will definitely sell that off, get another attack speed item, maybe like a Sea Halberd, or maybe even the defensive items just to keep himself alive. And the fact of the matter is, I'm not discounting the what Yuta did with the overall macro of the map, but Gira was sidestepping all throughout AoE skills.
Look, like I said, right? Look at Gira. Gira was incredible, I think, in this side, and showcasing to us why he is here playing as the GOAT later. Now, let's check out more of the highlights from the previous game.
Yeah, I think it's just about Yuta buying time. You notice even from the get-go, Yuta already buying a lot of time for Gira to basically step up and become a monster, right? And not only just that, we also have to think about how Homeboy Singapore is basically handshaking all these fights. They thought they actually had the advantage, but turns out they don't really have the advantage because they're fighting into Jets, a NetherRealm constantly.
And the fact of the matter is, you have a huge target on your back, and Burning Cure is constantly on your backs, and Gira able to sidestep out the way from so much skills. And we see this, I think this was the fight that they want to go for Gira. I didn't finally got him, but he got out to safety. So this one, he takes Burning Cure down, able to survive, able to get that shutdown gold as well.
Alright, taking a look at this fight, right? I think it's super smart, because you see Burning Cure trying to come in with the Black Dragon form, but the fight is over.
This
the fight is
wraparound.
Absolutely over, and Yuta is there to say, hi guys!
Manhandling
Forgot about me?
Manhandling 3 homeboys all at once.
Yeah, Yuta comes back and he's like, yeah, look, I haven't been part of the past 5 fights, but it's fine. I'm here, guys. I'm here. 1, 2, and everyone dies, right? Incredible game.
Do you know, like, in Lord of the Rings, you have, like, everyone's going down, and, like, the battlefield is, like, all desolate, and then here comes like the old golden eagle or like the white Pegasus. That is what Yuta is.
That is.
But like to break down a little bit more, to break down a little bit more, here's Kin with Off the Desk.
All right, welcome back. This was a spicy one for sure. Today we are in for a treat because it is 3 games all together once again for Homeboys and Exco. This is one of the pivotal fights of the game that led them into the victory here. We have to take a look at so many things. So let's just kick it off here. This fight, it was great for the side of Homeboys. That was a huge Eternal Guardian dropped by Bougie here. That was a huge play by him. Catching almost all, he caught every single person in his Eternal Guardian. And that was a very painful one for them to deal with. But right next to that, Jet, with the fellow counterpart plays, taking up the mantle of strongest player. He's gonna use his NetherRealm to save the day. And that buys so much time for Slowly to gather the damage and make full use of that Appraiser's Wrath. My goodness, was that a painful one for the team? Take a look at the damage that he does across the board here. And not only that, you're going to see the rotations coming down of the MVP of the game, Mr. Yuta. He needs to change his name to U-Terminate because he's going to U-turn right here, catches Bougie out, and he's going to cause a hell of a lot of a confusion on the backlines of Homeboys SG. So right here, he's going to circle in, right? Chase the rest of Homeboys away from the Lord Pit. And look at that triangle for the side of Exco. They have all of the damage. Gira has already successfully lifestealed all the way almost to full health. So he's ready for a second round of fights as well. And what happens when Yuta comes in? He's going to focus his efforts onto boosting, who's forced to use the Winter Truncheon. That's the save gone. At the same time, they have to make a decision, right? Black Dragon form already committed, and Anik is there as well. Who do they go for? And it looks like mass miscommunication because they actually tried to go for Yuta, which was the bad call in this case. Right, so you see Yuta actually wasted, gets the kill on Yoon as well, buys so much time for the team to get the Lord and get the kill onto number 1 Bougie. He gets the kill onto Yoon as well as the rest of the team, especially Vernal Corel here. He's caught out in no man's land. No communication whatsoever, and X-Co just took full advantage of that call. And of course, the rest is history. X-Co gonna tie things up 1-1 now as we head into the final game of the series. Boys, I mean, I commend you. It is time to bring us all to the end of the day.
Surely there's no more games after this, right?
No, I wish like day 1 seeps into day 2, so that we have a continuation and we just stay here.
You gonna live here? I'm pretty sure we can arrange
Hey,
that.
it's a nice studio.
Production, can we
It's a
get
nice studio,
a bid
nice
for us
graphics.
tonight, guys?
We have the OSIM U-Throne 5 to keep us comfortable.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
how
true,
about that?
Yeah, true. Carrying my bags for this whole day, man. This whole day has been 3 game series over and over again. I don't know. It's just all the teams, all 8 teams today. It's only week 2. They know that there's this looming threat that bottom 2 gets eliminated. They're like, okay, you know what? We're gonna have to try even harder in week 2 onwards.
Yeah, that's for sure. So I think looking at the pick and ban recap for the day, I do want to highlight that the Florian ban from X-Co was incredibly smart, right? By you getting rid of the Florian, you don't have the sustain that the Thick Boys was able to get, and they weren't able to stay in the front as long as they should have with a Florian at the back. So incredibly smart for X-Co to pick that up and ban Florian as the last ban going back into Homeboys.
I want to just add, the Rock is very popular in MPL in a lot of the regions just because of the fact that his wall is able to displace the Lord, displace the turtle, displace a lot of the objectives, so you buy a lot of time for your team to come in. It's very vital in the Lord Den, so whenever you have that Lord, you always have that secondary sort of like dispersion factor coming in from that Rock. But I felt like maybe a better pick for Homeboys SG would have been the Rafaela. We've seen how well Evo pulled that out of their hat. And I think actually a lot of the games today, they put out the Rafaela so well, and you need that secondary heal, and that's coming back into the meta, especially in Singapore.
I actually feel, right, that the Roger pick was a bit questionable. In fact, when you look at it, the first pick Roger makes sense, right?
I think it's comfort.
Hear me out, right? I think if they had just gone back with either a Moskov or a carry, because the thing is, you have this thick front line in front of you. You have these guys who are going to be soaking up the damage. Even the Natan was actually open if you looked at it.
Yep.
Right? They're able to constantly dish out damage without worrying about positioning because you have these frontliners that are always going to be in the way of X-Co, right? So I would have rather seen someone who is able to dish out late game damage, someone like the Natan, someone like the carry instead of the Roger. The Roger felt out of place from this team composition. It'll be interesting to see how Homeboys SG is going to adapt to that.
I mean, right now the flavor of the month is definitely the Roger, right? Explosive gold lanes that we're seeing, especially in week 1. Harif was prominent, the Roger was prominent. I really want to snowball in the early game. I don't care about the late game. But yeah, you start to see a bit of a rise in terms of the Moskov. Yes, you also start to see a Claude today, where sometimes we may look back and see, I kind of miss this old meta marksman.
Do you? I don't.
You know, it might be valuable to go back to basics, go back to Beatrix. It might be.
Oh my god.
Because like, I remember in one season, Beatrix top pick. Everyone's just playing Beatrix. And now Beatrix sort of like slowly falling off the meta. Just because of the fact that like, maybe it's easy to read once you know the two equipments or the two weapons that Beatrix is wielding. But I think it makes for a very good teamfight synergy. You have the Bennett's Rage, you got the Nibiru's Passion.
You got high ground.
You got high ground. You got basically everything. And Beatrix is like that one-shot marksman.
You know, Terrell, somewhere on my wardrobe, you have this one picture as Beatrix. because I used
Is
to
it
play
because you got the M4 figurine?
Yeah,
I got that too.
No, I didn't get
Big
it.
on the
I
wall.
didn't get the figurine, but I
You
got
didn't get
the
the
skin.
figurine?
Yeah, I got the skin.
What a disgrace,
Okay, the reason
Chase.
why is because Beatrix was so good, like back in the good old days, right? She fulfills everything you need. You want big burst? Hey, you bring out a shotgun. Hey, you want a massive ultimate that could zone everybody? Hey, you got the Vanix Rage and also the Bruce Special. Why are you laughing at?
It's funny because you said Beatrix fulfills everything you need.
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
Anyways,
it's just
no,
my. It's
I
just
think,
me.
I think he's already gone. It's like we've casted 3 games.
4 games. All game 3 series. All 3 game series.
Guys, let me bring it back, all right?
Okay,
Beatrix,
okay.
I think Beatrix is a good pick. She is kind of like the jack of all trades.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? But the question is, will they, homeboys, be able to get that same lineup, right? You need, once again, that front line. Beatrix does well when you have a front line protecting them and you have an enchanter healing her up. All right, I think that's like the standard front to back
Correct.
lineup, and Beatrix will fit in perfectly for that. But the question is, does Anip play Beatrix?
Yes, but I would say not in this meta because right now the hardcores got nerfed, got switched a little bit. And now it's more of a crit item. Beatrix doesn't really thrive on crit item, thrives on more damage items. So now that's one critical item that got swapped, and that's why Beatrix fell out of meta.
Yeah, look, I think then in that case, let's go back into the Moskov then. You know, I want to see Anip back on the Moskov. I want to see him split pushing, either that or matching Yuta. Maybe a bit hard against if Yuta is going to be playing Paquito, but they could do and execute something similar to what we saw in Game 1.
Yep.
Jumping back into the draft, it does seem like Homeboys XGO, they're pretty much on par. That's why it's a 1-to-1. But for Homeboys SG, they really want to play a sustained roam. They really want to go for this. And the fact of the matter is, XGO is not going to be letting that happen. So, no more Angela, no more Loyi. XGO is going to be taking that out of the ball game. Homeboys SG, no more Minotaur, no more Nolan. Haven't seen Nolan in a hot minute though.
Yeah.
I think that this is sort of like a response to how well slowly performed last season.
We see the Faramis getting banned off. Faramis, I think that's a huge ban for Homeboys SG. We saw how good Jet was with using the Faramis to get in and out, you know, of roams, to get in and out of the battles, but more importantly, to keep Gira alive. We know Gira suffered a little bit because he kept getting caught out in the first game, and the Faramis was a good solution. Exco adapted properly to pick the Faramis to help Gira survive. By doing that, Gira became the monster that he did in Game 2. So now with the Faramis off the board, I want to see how Exco adapts.
So, first pick going to Homeboys, I think you'll see value in Frederick. Yeah.
You see value
in me.
I
we
see
see value in
in
Frederick.
you.
He's an all-rounder, good tank, clears the jungle rather fast, good looking. He's got a 6-pack ab.
Harif slipped through the pick. With the
Yo, it's huge for Gira.
Gira plays Harif decently.
Yeah, he should. I mean, they should. If you're a marksman in MPL,
yeah,
you should be able to play any kind of meta marksman.
That's true. And Harif is the definition of a meta marksman, right? 100% pick a ban rate. I'll be very surprised if Exco does not pick Harif, but the only reason I can think of not picking up the Harif is that Gira is not comfortable with it.
Yo, actually, they can go for the Barats, so the Harif will come out.
We can see it.
It might be the Barats coming out to set themselves up for the... No, it's a Paquito. Yeah, Yuta definitely comfortable with that. You want to just... If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe you can pull the same thing twice.
And now they have the additional movement of the Harith, right? The Harith is so strong. When we do see Harith being played, Harith is able to dash in and out with the Chrono Dash as well as the Xanon's Force, right? He's just able to place Xanon's Force, and the Xanon's Force is in such short cooldown as well. He's able to jump in and out of team fights and all around with that shield. I'm wondering if Esmeralda is going to be picked up from a Homeboy side.
It might be. The Florin coupled with the Esmeralda, that's a Esmeralda that cannot die. And it's back in the day, it used to be a counter pick for the Paquito. If you don't remember, it was Esmeralda taking the shields from the skill 1 of Paquito, but they want to go for the Roger again. I think they see value in that Roger and they want to play that Roger, so they need that secondary damage coming in from Homeboys. Vexana's still on the tables though, they could very well go back into it as well.
Yeah, but I think the key difference on Homeboy side is that they have Florin this time.
Florin comes out again.
Florin is pushed up in terms of priority on the side of Homeboys SG, and I think rightfully so. Florin's going to provide so much sustain for the Fredrin, right? Florin-Fredrin combination is busted. All right, and now you have Roger in there to clean up the mess that the fight is gonna be like. On the side of Mexico Esports, they did ban out the Matilda. They did not want to give Homeboys the utility for that, and we do see the Vixana getting locked in. Good culture, Rose.
Yeah, I think Exco really wants to play a lot of high mobility heroes. Now that Florian is picked up, there is no way that you can really stop this Paquito, really stop this Harris, because they're very high mobility, high dashy kind of heroes. And Homeboys SG really needs to find a way to lock them down. You can't not throw all your eggs into one Frederick. Because if you miss an energy eruption, it's just you. It's just you just getting caught in the midst of a lot of battles. And I did tease the Baxia just a little bit.
Baxia being banned out, Benedetta being banned out on Exco's side. They're respecting Vernicure. The Benedetta was definitely Vernicure's one of his signature picks, I think, going into week 1. He was able to cause so much damage with the Benedetta. So respect ban to Vernicure. They do not want the Benedetta to match the Paquito.
Yes.
That's actually really, really smart of Exco Esports to be doing that.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. And I was thinking like high mobility fighters will be the main priority for Vernicure, and Benedetta is one of those heroes. I'm thinking if you really want to go 5v5 clash, maybe an Esmeralda. That's the second best pick after Benedetta. If you want high mobility, high movement speed, especially Esmeralda with the skill 1, you're able to just counter Paquito in the early game as well. So you have everything if you're Esmeralda. Coupled with the Florin though, that's gonna be really, really good.
Valentina picked up. Yeah, Valentina I think is pretty decent. You're able to steal the Eternal Guard as well. So we saw Edith out being stolen quite a few times earlier today. But the question is...
I'm looking at Esmeralda, but no, it feels like it's going to go to the Terrorist because I like how Homeboys is not gambling this away, because if Homeboys go for the Esmeralda, Exco can still bring the Darov into the EXP lane, and then after that switch the Paquito into the jungle.
In the jungle.
Yeah,
I think they want to get the Dyroth in the jungle. I think that's a very, very smart call by Homeboys. But now they lose out a lot in this high mobility factor. So Exco is going to be out-rotating them, and I'm pretty sure that for Exco's case, it's more... Oh!
Whoa!
My gosh!
Slowly, welcome back. Oh my god, Hanzo.
Oh my gosh!
Hanzo fits so well in this team composition. Hanzo fits well in this team composition, right? So they're putting all your eggs into the Paquito basket, I feel, this time around. Yes, you have the Harif dealing a lot of damage, a lot of magic damage, but Hanzo is able to run rampant, right? He's able to induce such strong invades. If you see slowly's Hanzo for, I think, the first time so far in
But you don't really have frontline if you're Exco, right? You're putting all your eggs in one Eternal Guard as well as the Edith. And if both of them goes down, basically Gira unprotected, unable to dash out if you don't have that Zayman Force. But, you know, draft the set. I'm favoring Homeboys. I don't know about you guys. Easier to execute, easier layout, easier to rotate. Very, very interested to see how this Hanzo goes around this game.
That's true. Hanzo left unchecked is going to be extremely dangerous, but we're going to go straight into Game 3 of Match 4 for Day 1 of Week 2 of MPL SG Season 7. I nailed it this time, boys.
I feel like you're opening it up yourself with a lot more chance to go wrong of all these numbers crunching. But in the meantime, ladies and gents, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. Exco going up against Homeboys right now. The score is 1-1. Both these two teams are looking for their first win in the series.
Yeah, look, it's super, super exciting. I think these two teams have a lot on the line. They do not want to be the last member, this last team going out of this week. As remember, the last two teams do get eliminated. They do not come for playoffs, and it means that they're not securing the spot for MPL SG next season.
So I just want to say that this is really interesting for both sides, actually going a double lane, gold lane combo. So double gold lane combo. So you always have like this babysitter onto your gold lane, but this Roger to have match up pretty even Stevens, if I could say so myself. Now, does look like Homeboys want to capitalize on that top side.
Yeah, we see three members of Homeboys. They do not want to unlock Yuta. He's level 4.
Level 4 already. That's a taunt as well. Appraiser's Wrath lands. Vernicle finds first blood from Exco.
Very, very clean. The second sub hit level 4, they knew they could go in for the engage and the Appraiser's Wrath, doing tons of damage onto the Paquito. But hey, look, this is a very similar start to what we saw in the previous game, where Yuta was at a disadvantage in the early game, right? And we did see Yuta come back. So I don't think we should count Yuta out yet. But you know what everyone at home should be doing? Supporting MPL SG Season 7, right? So don't forget to follow MPL SG social media for everything MPL SG. Do scan the QR code or insert the code for, I believe, some free emblems. Or fragments.
Hopefully a skin.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I don't think it's a skin.
Hopefully a skin.
We delusional just a little bit more, but okay, we talk about the game right now. Level 4 in terms of slowly and also Sub, right? Sub did a wonderful job getting up top, but now what's slowly game plan on the Hanzo?
Pickoffs. It's picking off the loose members, especially Yoon in the early game. In the late game, they need to be able to try to take down Bougie. Those two are the sort of like the core players that stick Homeboys together. They're not starting up this sort of fight just yet because they want slowly to get ready. And I think they want to draw this Hanzo out so you have that backline
Oh my
opportunity.
god. Okay, Vernal kill, penalty zone, will be able to find Jet. However, it doesn't really matter. It's going to be Jet. Get taken down as a Vexana. And now Hanzo. Oh no, the real body is actually getting a lot of trouble. A lot of pressure. For the side, Vernal kill. Yoon and also Bougie stepping forward. KurTzy also limping back. Only level 3 and Sub has free turtle space right now to work with.
Well, just like that, they opened up so much space for them to take that turtle. And like I say again, without the Eternal Guard, without Edith in the picture, it's so difficult because you don't have a front line.
Yeah.
And what Slowly can do is just pickoffs, but you have to be able to play that early game well.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we did talk a little bit about the Hanzo, right? We know that Hanzo is not super early game, right? He can't take those fights that Fredrin can pick off. That Fredrin can start, sorry. So I don't know. It feels a bit disjointed coming from the side of Exco this time around. Some members wanted to contest the turtle, but the other members are happily farming. Like you see, Gare was not moving from the gold lane, and Hanzo was happily taking his golem. He was not going positioning himself for the turtle.
Well, if I know how Hanzo builds, it's usually like you get a corrosive scythe and then a DHS, and then the bottom line is try to get towards Sop and try to melt him down as much as you can with the DHS. So I guess that's the game plan. He doesn't need the what do you call that? The Season Hunter.
Yep.
Just because he has that chomp chomp munch munch down on that jungle. So he clears it up pretty fast. But whether or not he makes a play in the early game, especially with these early game pickoffs, yet to be seen. It's a little bit questionable how this Hanzo moves around, because usually you see like Hanzo rotates down to one side, let's target this side, and eventually maybe take down a turret. And Exo is foregoing a lot of these objectives.
Yeah, it feels like Hanzo and Gira being paired. So Hanzo and Harris being paired in the same team feels a bit counterintuitive, right? Because Gira wants to push out. Gira wants to farm up, push out, apply pressure onto the Roger. But by doing so, it narrows the windows of opportunities that Hanzo can take, right? Hanzo wants the lane to be pushed up in their favor so that he can come up with these sneaky ganks and secure kills. But it's completely counterintuitive. So Hanzo, once again, an interesting pick. And we really want to see how slowly can use this Hanzo in the later game, I guess. Because, I mean, Hanzo has the potential to do split pushes as well.
A little bit difficult because you need your body and there's a certain distance, but hold
Penalty
on.
zone committed by the side of Vernal as well. Bougie will be knocking Vernal sky high, but he bots a lot of time for Sub and also Anime to try to burst down the turtle. Instead, slowly gets pushed away. KurTzy stealing the turtle right underneath Homeboy's noses, but Anime will also pay it back over to KurTzy.
Free turtle for KurTzy? For KurTzy was able to just go, literally walk in and steal the turtle right under from Homeboy SG's noses. That was completely unexpected, and with that, the code has evened up.
At the end of the day, though, XGO is still playing the main objectives games. Yes, they lost the turtle, but they got 2 turrets up on that top side, down on that bottom side. It's pretty much open, wide open map, especially for Slowly to just come in for a lot of these jungle engages. Take a little atomizations, though.
Yeah, but apart from that, Homeboy's lost 2 side lanes already.
Yeah.
Huh.
Just with that turtle fight, they're looking for trades.
Yeah, so this time Homeboys SG playing the cross-map game right now, right? So, actually, no, correction, sorry. XCO playing the cross-map game. Oh, this is what we want to see the Hanzo do, right? We want to see how Hanzo dive.
Oh! A
Yo,
nice little
Bougie.
juke down and Slowly.
Man, Bougie thought he's underneath the turret. He's actually safe, but then all of a sudden Slowly just turns it around, using the basic attack onto the turret to basically reset the first kill.
Staying true to his name, slowly but surely showing the impact of this Hanzo. He's taking down Bougie. or even Yoon, and being safe while taking main objectives.
Okay, Vanix going in. Praises right will be used for his sub. Jet will be no longer for the world. Slowly also engaging all the way. And not only just that, he opens up a path for Exco to step in. But this time around, they actually went a little bit too much. Sub picking up a double kill already for the side of Homeboy Singapore.
You got Utah down on that top side, just split pushing, doing his thing.
Homeboy did not learn their lesson. Yes, they may have won the fight, but they are not winning the war. Utah pushed out the second turret whilst all that fight was happening in the middle lane.
7 minutes in, they've already cracked open the tier 2s. This is going to be so disastrously for Homeboys SG. Playing on that back foot and taking what they can. Exco taking down every single bit of farm that Homeboys can have.
Look at that sneaky Brayyy, right? Brayyy is like, yeah, I'm here. You have to deal with me. If not, I may risk getting in the second turtle again. The third turtle.
Slowly going second skill. Does go into the Demon 4. And not only just that, he steals away the turtle. Ifram is safe in spot. And now Brayyy will take the brunt of the damage coming up from Homeboys. Some fun by Utah coming in for the flag. Fighting Vanix, one down away, but enough threat against Homeboy Singapore.
Utah, once again, being that sneaky, the sneaky Paquito, the ninja Paquito, going in from the back. He's just split pushing all the way. Look, the second turret is left with 1/4 of his HP. That is absolutely insane.
Oh,
8 minutes into the game.
You know, it's this annoying mosquito at the specific spot on your back that you can't reach.
No, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Paquito is the mosquito, right? So annoying. You can't get rid of him. You can't deal with him. You can't smack him because he's just diving in and out of the map, of the lane.
Yeah, I would like to quote a very famous caster, bobbing and weaving right here. That's exactly what Utah is doing. Slowly just using the second skill to basically, actually slicing down, jumping in, just posing a lot of threat over side of Homeboy Singapore and from a safety. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, just holding up just a little more. Gira taking that Bougie right in the mid lane.
So much is going on in this game right now. Gira doing a fantastic job proving us wrong that he can play the Hadess as well. 2-1-0 and killing Bougie, all whilst Homeboys is trying to deal with Utah.
Well, Homeboys, as long as they fight S5, they will never lose. But they risk the threat of a split push attempt from Utah or even slowly coming in for a backdoor opportunity. And for slowly, though, I was questioning this pick because it's unorthodox. And the fact of the matter is you want to be able to fight team clashes with 5. And right now, you're always, if you lose your shadow, basically it's just Brayyy, Jet, and Gira all alone. And you're leaving everyone up to chance for their survival. So every man for themselves. But the fact of the matter is, Exco just pummeling waves after waves after waves.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Exco is playing this game super well. They're up 800 gold, so not a super large gold lead, but it does not matter. Look at the tower lead. Right, the tower lead is absolutely insane. And as we take a look at the items, it seems as if Gira has his 2-item power spike as well. Charlium Cypher as well as the Feather of Heaven. That's all Hadess needs.
Onward coming out, but the Brayyy gets haunted right here. Gira providing some sort of cover. Sap still around the Lord Pit. Will be able to dodge that skill for now, but hold on a second. Utah all the way down bottom lane will be able to deliver us a few punches over to Amne, and not only just that, it gives so much information over side of Exco, and slowly going in, trying to look for the hunt, trying to cut off any form of entry point penalty zone. Will be able to find onto Jet, but it doesn't really matter. Brayyy takes down Sap. No more jungler for the side of Homeboy Singapore for now.
Tons of damage everywhere. Look at this. Utah is being so annoying.
It's not over yet. Utah taking down that mid side, looking for a flank. He might be able to rotate downwards or join in, finding a nice angle onto that back foot.
Yep, Utah this time around. Okay, gets cut off by Vanix, will be faced. Anif joining in fight like a pounds, but he buys enough time for slowly to take down the Lord for Exco Esports.
Look, I love what Utah is doing. Utah is being so annoying. We've said this, we've beaten this like a dead horse already, but Utah's impact on this game is bonkers. It doesn't matter that he's the second lowest damage dealer in this entire game. The damage dealt, yes, a lot of it is being dealt by Gira, a lot of the damage is being dealt by Jet, but Utah is putting in the legwork. Because if they send one member on to deal with the Paquito, in fact, no member can solo deal with Utah, right? They have to send 2 people.
Slowly, okay, that's a massive, just basically just buying time, trying to poke, trying to get some form of ultimate, some form of flicker coming out from slowly.
All 3 lanes are being pushed in right now from the side of Exco.
A very big brain move, picking up this Hanzo, just drawing out a lot of these ultimates that Bougie might have. Bougie might steal. Lord coming down.
Slice and
Here we
dice
go.
right there. Sub will be buying some time just a little bit, but not only just that, the main focus right here is XCO using all the damage that they can pour to try to take down the turret, but the turret still stands strong. Even if Homeboy Singapore burns away their Praise's Wrath just to try to wave clear.
I mean, you have to burn whatever you can burn to clear the waves at this point, right? You can't lose an inhibitor turret at 11 minutes and 52 seconds in the game. If you do, it's just spelling doom for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah, for XCO though, the game plan is let's just split the kampong up. As long as homeboys are not fighting together, they are at risk of just losing every single team fight that they have. They're already fighting a 3v5 fight, and they're losing every single one because of the fact that Utah is just controlling the side waves, controlling and winning the lane priorities on either sides. And this is so hard for homeboys. Who do you send? Buji? Then you don't have secondary damage. You send Anip. You're risking a lot of damage within this team fight.
And not just that, Zama Force will be led now by Gira Bertizzi, forced him to go away. Anip looking for the main damage dealer right here. Jan will be able to dodge on the way. Anip picks him up, but slowly comes and also try to assassinate. Gira will be able to dash across the wall. Anip needs to land down onto the Lycan Powers, but will not be able to find anything. But what is Utah doing?
Oh, Utah's down that bottom side, already cracked open that T3.
Utah, stop. No, you don't need to be sorry. Don't be sorry.
Oh my god, this is so toxic, right? Utah
Oh my
showing
god.
us why it's so good to play the map
It's
instead
buying
of
so
play
much
the
time.
game.
Oh
He
man.
doesn't care that he's going to die. The lanes are being pushed in.
Oh, here comes slowly with another T3.
Oh my god. I'm losing my mind out of this game. What's going on for the side of XCO?
Homeboys doesn't want to split. They can't split up. They can't split up. Who do you send?
You can't send anyone. XCO is going crazy.
It's just one by one. This is a big brain move by XCO.
XCO playing.
Now I dropped 2 split pushes. Fight me.
Oh my goodness, though. And where was Slowly? Over on his side of the jungle with the shadow already in the base.
Yeah, it's so non-committal by the side of XCO, but they made it work. But now this time around, homeboys will have a lot of solid control. They need to take down this floor. If not, it's going to be over for the side of homeboys. Singapore is slowly sneaking around, but unfortunately, they will not be able to find it. But slowly, will be repaying it, and they will be able to get on the way. But that's just a shadow. And Bertizzi just zoning around. Homeboys Singapore, they take something at the very least. They take down the Lord.
Hey, look, I mean, XCO is like, look, you can take the scraps, man. We don't care about the scraps. I'm taking the meat, right? I'm taking the buffet. We got 2 inhibitor turrets. What's 1 Lord, 2 yes? Take the Lord. Have it. Free. Go.
Man, we said these two teams were the bottom of the tables, but they're playing like they're on top. Again, Utah starting it off.
Utah is putting in the legwork. I keep saying it. I'm not repeating myself. He is literally making this game work. He made this first game work, and we're like, hey, look, maybe potentially it could be a fluke. But no, he's proving to us that this is how he plays. Incredible map awareness. Incredible macro plays.
Okay, at least that's some form of turret damage, but no! XCO's mid lane still stands!
What? What was that?
There was a big challenge for XCO because they need to be able to defend from that lore. Because if you have that lore going in, Homeboys SG very well could easily fight a 5v5 match. But XCO though, losing their turrets still one after another. All tier 1s are down low, but they still have the upper hand at this point.
They have to send 4 people for Utah. That's how much pressure they're feeling from one Paquito.
That's just one Paquito, guys. It's just one Paquito.
Yeah, we see. Okay, so this is exactly what I think XCO wants, right? Yeah, they want the 1-1-3-1 push, right? And they're executing this so well. I do want to see Paquito do on the upper side of the map, right? I want to see him chasing down the inhibitor turret. Right now, he's just applying additional pressure, and Homeboys SG is actually counter-strategizing a little bit. We can see them adapting, right? They're focusing themselves in the middle of the lane, so they're able to go to the top, they're able to go to the bottom. But as we see, as I speak, Utah is pushing the top lane in.
Yeah, slowly but surely, it's just getting that wave priority, taking a lot of optimizations. A Nip already full build. He's top of the tables of the charts of all these the golds earned, and he's even got the Rose Gold Meteor and the Sea Halberd. So a team fight clash is definitely going to be imminent for XCO. Though seeping into the late game mark, this is Homeboys' territory. They drafted for this, and this is how the composition is coming to life. But slowly though.
Okay, Reggie landed onto Bucci. Bucci cannot die right here. Man, that was so close. But Flicker and also one ultimate by the Yoon will be able to save him.
That is so much resources used, though. Slowly is playing this game and showing to us why his Hanzo pick is not just, you know, for flex, for a random flex, right? Hanzo is able to get in, he's able to get out, he's able to burn
so
resources.
non-committal.
Exactly, he's able to burn so much resources for so little.
And
right?
another 10 seconds, slowly ultimates is up.
That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. And in 5 seconds, we see the Lord spawning, so we're definitely going to be seeing a fight there. All eyes, I think, on Utah to see whether he's going to join up or split push. But of course, he sees Anip and he's like,
Oh! Massive buzz coming out from Utah, but this time around, Utah make it outplay. Luckily, ultimate coming out from Yoon will be able to heal him out. Slowly, we'll go in for the chase. Anip right now, a little bit down low. Force to burn the liquor pounds. But then again, the base is actually getting calm a little bit. But that, like I said, it's just a ghost. Slowly is not there. Slowly's main body is in the middle of the map.
Vinyakura burned his penalty zone.
So much ultimates
on a ghost. That is 2 ultimates which are not available for this Lord fight. This Lord fight is going to be in such favor to XCO. And guess what? Utah's just going to be pushing. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, go ahead. Now they're 2 outs down. You guys can definitely deal with them. I'm going to leave it to you guys.
Yeah,
I'm just going to do my game.
And there's a potential backdoor coming up from XCO on Utah.
We all know where Utah's going to go. He's going to be definitely down the bottom lane. But who do you send? If you send a Nip, he might have to run the risk of getting burned down. He's already sold his boots. He's already got the Athena shield because he wants to defend himself against Gira. Slowly's Ghost just dealing so much damage on the top. He might be able to take him down.
Nah.
Super low right there. But it buys a lot of time for Homeboy. Singapore now Sub has to go back and refresh. Right here, it's just XCO busting down that lore as quickly as possible. Homeboy Singapore a little bit late for the bus.
This is a very, very interesting Lord fight. Lord dance. If I could say so myself, the zone goes all the way to the base.
The dance floor is in the middle.
The dance floor is in the,
Not
the
the
dance
Lord
floor
pit.
is in the base for the Lord. And XCO's pushing every one of Homeboy's back.
Hey guys, do you guys hear that? Do you guys hear that? Free Lord.
Free Lord.
I thought you said free skins or free McCrispies.
No.
My Shiranui.
Oh, no, finally.
Nice.
Hey, not bad.
Nice.
Finally. It took you 2 whole days, 3 whole days, man, but it's fine. We got there. All right. So we see the Lord shoving down the mid lane, and we see once again Utah shoving the bot. He really likes the bot lane.
Wait, I really want to see the itemizations coming up from Anip right now because he's got the immortality. He just got the Athena shield as well, but slowly with the ghost form.
Okay, Flicker already committed by Yoon. Yoon immediately get deleted. Luckily, no. The ultimate will be able to save him. Barbarian TC all the way in the back line. Give her just blending down the Zama Force. With the help of the Lord, there's a lot of damage going to the side of XCO. Kid, Vanix jumping in the back line. Utah only also joining the fight this time round. But the Lord rampages all across Homeboy Singapore side on the base. Slowly, we'll be able to finish it off. And ladies and gentlemen, there is no defiance on the side of Homeboys. And XCO will take 1 match.
They're making a statement, taking everyone down before setting their sights up for the throne. Everyone counted them out. But, you know, as Nick Stain says, caster predictions are nothing.
I mean, look, guys, at this rate, I'm going to be 100%.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% wrong today.
We're 100% wrong today.
I need Bear's emotional support. I need emotional support.
Here's your emotional support.
You guys can continue to be each other's emotional support, or Jay's. Actually, you can be your own emotional support.
What the heck? 100% wrong. I have never been 100% wrong. But this
you haven't spoke to your wife before, right?
Day 1 is bonkers. I love upsets like this, but even this is too much for me to handle, man.
I need to see a doctor after this.
Man, it's comebacks.
I need to see an analyst after this.
Comebacks after comebacks after comebacks. Every single game of today, especially this game, throwing us wild cards, throwing us new things. And like Jay said in the previous week, we always take meta strategy from our sisters abroad, from other countries.
Yeah.
But this time around, everything's all new. It's all fresh.
Oh, sorry.
And that's what we like to see. Yeah, it's all crazy. It's all havoc on the desk as well as the battlefield, though. It's a very interesting game. I hope there's a game 4.
I guess,
I wish there was a game 4.
I guess I know why Vertigo's not around anymore. His heart couldn't take it. My heart can't take it. I probably won't be around next season anymore. But anyways, so moving on. MVP, what do you guys think? I think it's still going to be Utah.
Yuta.
Man, I think
And
it's very
slowly.
difficult. I would say slowly.
Ooh.
Slowly.
Slowly
Knows the
did-
right targets, protecting you. Like I said, always getting the right targets, but it will be Yuta.
Back-to-back MVP with 22% kill participation. That doesn't matter. He creates so much space for all boys. From
One,
Exco.
2 and 1.
2 and 1 KD. I don't think I've ever seen MVP being given to someone with such low kill participation, such low KD.
He
such
created
low
so much
GPM.
space.
No, hey,
that's what I was getting to, right? MVP is given to Yuta not because of his game score, but because of the way that he played the map.
He's an enabler.
Yes.
He enabled his entire team to be able to get that Lord, the zone potential. The Lord dance wasn't at the Lord pit, was at the base of Homeboys.
Look, I'm actually surprised that Homeboys did not adapt. You know, they saw how useful
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Paquito was for Game 2, and they still let the Paquito go in Game 3, right? They
I
also
cannot believe they prioritized the Terizla. I said this again and
Yeah.
again. The rotation speed for the Terizla, way too slow. You cannot keep up with a Paquito. I mean, you cannot really. You might be able to train to go against the Boxia, the Barats, and all these other tanky junglers. You would never thunk in a million years going up against a Hanzo.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? You can't prepare for the Hanzo, you can't prepare for Paquito, or at least a split pushing Paquito. But let's take a look at the items real quick. Anit, you mentioned just now that he bought the Immortality. I think that was definitely a smart move. As well as the Rogue's Gold Meteor. We saw how he was trying to adapt and trying to survive the long team fights, or at least the burst damage coming out from Yuta, as well as Jet. But that was too little too late.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, when we go home today, we'll see a lot of Hanzos
I need to see a
in
doctor.
rank.
Wait.
I didn't see a heart specialist after
was
this.
I was gonna say we're gonna instantly buy like Paquito, right, and just try to split push and solo keep.
You get
win
Paquito
solo
as
games,
well.
right?
Everyone's gonna be using Paquito as well.
Yeah,
But
man.
the fact of the matter is, I think the entirety of that draft of Exco, we were all questioning it. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, Exco pulled this off perfectly.
Yeah, because even if, okay, let's entertain that parallel world where Vanix goes for his Vendetta, right?
Yeah.
Now you have to deal with 2 split pushes.
Yep. How
Not
do
only
you do
just not only just Yuta can do it. Slowly now, on the Hanzo can also do it as well, and it's very flexible for the side slowly because not only just he can split push without any consequences, he can dive to your backline without any consequences.
Yeah, that's really, really true. You know, Hanzo was such a smart pick. They identified Homeboy's weaknesses in not being able to deal with these split pushes, and they were like, let's add one more to the mix and see how you're gonna suffer with this, right? Oh wow, we see the weakness from Hanzo, right? We see the
Weakness finder.
Weakness
Weakness
finder,
finder for Hanzo.
For
Yeah.
Hanzo, and that makes so much sense, right? You go in, you smash some damage, you slow the enemy down, and they can't get out of your PO. You're just dealing so much damage in such an enclosed space. No one can deal with that.
Actually, in hindsight, though, slowly using a shadow form, going into the back lines and getting Yoon or Buji out wasn't to actually kill them. Just want to proc that the ultimates, proc the bloom, so that they have the upper hand in terms of objective take. So I think very, very well played for slowly. And the fact of the matter is, having the Wilderness Blessing, having the Weakness Finder, slowing them down before actually just popping their ultimate or forcing the ultimate out was a very, very smart move by Exco. Overall, they lost in the terms of kills, but the objective wins games. 9 turret takes, all turrets gone. You got the 2 lords out of 3. You've got 2 turtles out of 3 as well. So many buffs into your hands.
That's the reason why they're called objectives. Objectives should always be the key objective of the game. You play to the objectives, you play to win the game. You may lose your fights, you may lose your battles, but you're gonna win the war because you stole all the objectives, or took all the objectives. As we see, this is actually a very, very strange, the first time I think that we see the losing team being the rich guy, the losing team being the best wingman, the losing team being Sandbag. Well, the carry is still going to be on the Hanzo. 170k damage, actually, is a massive amount of damage. And look at the turret damage.
Ooh, it's just everything. Actually, Homeboys never took any turrets.
They did it 750.
They did one on
They
the other
did,
side,
like,
the
maybe
top
one,
side.
but the minions, it was the minions.
Yeah, it was
who
the minions.
took down
Because
the turrets.
I feel like Homeboy Singapore has all their hands full, right? Like I said, Roger looks to go for kills, not for objectives. It's through the kills he gains these objectives. And Homeboy Singapore is doing everything the win con requires, but how do you deal with Yuta? How do you deal with slowly that can just split your whole team apart?
Yeah, look, I think once again, I think the Roger, right, was actually this time a decent pick, right, against Gira. They're betting on getting to actually getting Roger to snowball and Gira, right? Because you can see Roger versus Harith. I think Roger is slightly favored, especially in the early game. Once he hits level 3, before Harith gets his Zaman Force, right? So they're counting on, I think, Anit trying to snowball that lane.
That's right.
But the thing is, even if they are able to, snowball that lane, it's too late. It's too late, it's too little. Anyways, let's check what the teams are gonna say in the mic check coming right up.
Can Q.
Roger! Roger,
Chinese, don't chase. Tower.
Try, guys.
They all in me. Come.
Look.
Lost 11k, guys.
Hero first, guys.
Anip! Continue.
Continue, guys. Barrets. Nice! Mid. Lord ke?
Yeah, wait. Lord.
Nice! Mantap! Let's go! Let Giga play.
Bro, this Teresa got a crush on me.
Ngapain, boy?
Bro,
Balance, guys. Target, Ken. One zing. He go first.
Hero.
Let's go! Nice! Yuta's name resounding downstairs.
That wasn't from the comms. That
That's
was
not comms.
actually from the audience.
That's the fans. And like when Utah came in,
Utah has fans?
I love that. And the fact that I think it was Jet who said like, wow, this Darisla has a crush on me. That was just the icing on the cake, man. It's like, yeah, okay. We'll get him off. The boys are here.
The boys are here indeed. And speaking of the boys, right? I believe that our boy has prepped something special for us. And he's going to break down the game. So throwing it over to Kid.
All right, what a game. Chasing Shadows, that's the team of XCO today. And I mean, what an introduction for Slowly to come back into the league. What a performance they have today. Right off the bat, with all 5 members having their ultimates, you see the kind of damage that XCO is able to put out against the lovely homeboys here. Take a look at where Slowly is going to proceed with the Pinnacle Ninja, going to the back lines, chasing Yoon hard as well. If you can't get healed, how are you going to last a fight against a jungler who is able to dish out so much damage to his Devastator, right? And take a look at what happens next. Not only do they chase them back into the base, they create a beautiful triangle of death here. There's no one else on the side of Homeboys that can save them because Yoon is being chased all the way back into the fountain. And I want to just mention the usage of the timings on the skill. KurTzy doing so well to make sure he's in the front line, soaking up all the damage and allowing his backliners, Gira as well as Jet, to lay down the damage onto Homeboys SG. Now that is a lot of damage, but not only that, they have the macro plays as well. Look at where Slowly is at as this gameplay goes in. Gira drops that Zaman Force down, gets a lot of damage in, and at the same time, because they have to deal with the base defense, Slowly takes up that tier 3 on the top as well, and he's gonna join in the fight, make the life of the side of Homeboys SG so difficult. Look at the damage they're able to deal in, and there is no way for them to come back at this point because Anip has died. And even, just to make sure for good measure, Utah actually buys a Winter Truncheon just to buy a little bit more time for Slowly and Gira to just get the damage in as well. And with the deaths on the side of Homeboys SG, all that's left is to take the treasure and the gold at the end of the rainbow here. And well done to the XCO boys. I mean, this has been a spectacular game. 4 games of 3 sets. Cheryl, it's time for you to break it down.
Thank you so much, Teacher Kin. Now, for the first time in MPL SG history for 7 seasons, this is the first time that we have seen a best of 3 for all 4 matches. And closing off the show right here, I have Gira right beside me. Hi, Gira.
Hi.
Hi. Super super cute. I really love the community that X-Go has built here. In the mic check, you don't just hear 5 players, you hear the audience as well. One more time. Amazing. But of course, Gira, congratulations on this win.
Thank you.
Okay, so Gira, tell me about nervous.
A bit.
A bit. Okay. All's good. So I believe for week 1, things have been looking very rough for you guys. Was it nerves coming into the game?
I think firstly we have 2 rookies, which today Yuta performed very well. But I feel me and Yuta sort of a bit nervous, and we also had our missing piece, is Slowly, which he appeared today. So very happy.
Right. So is it with the appearance of Slowly today playing, it gives you guys the confidence that, you know, your main roster is here, you guys warmed up last week and you're here to slay?
I think that played a very huge part also, but mostly it's because we spent most of our training with Slowly. So last week it was kind of rushed to have Yuta as the jungler. So maybe we didn't produce the results that we wanted last week.
Yeah, Yuta in the EXP lane, a menace, so annoying. Amazing. 5 stars. So really good MVP of 2 games. Now coming into this match, it is against Homeboys SG. Now, I mean, even though they are at the bottom of the table, almost a similar position as you are, but of course, with their Malaysian counterparts, they had amazing results for Homeboys and why. So, given so, was it nervous for you guys approaching Homeboys SG?
I think from X-Go, we treat everything the same, be it the strongest or the not so good one. But yeah, we just prepare and play accordingly.
Jira, I just got latest news coming in. Apparently, hearsay, you say you will sing when you win this series.
Oh no, the producer lie.
Producer lie?
Yeah.
Wait, you turn here. He's sweating. Nervous, Jira?
A bit.
A bit.
A bit.
Okay, so...
Getting a bit hot here, you know.
A bit hot. We got aircon. Okay, anyway, so when it comes to Slowly as well as KurTzy, how did you guys meet?
Actually, it was Yang Yin, the coach. So apparently Slowly and Bear wanted to come to Singapore to try for qualifiers. So just nice, I didn't have a team. So I approached Yang Yin, then Yang Yin sort of recommended me to Slowly and Bear. Yeah.
Oh wow, like carousel. Just ask and then just send over. Amazing. Thanks, Yang Yin. So it was a really wonderful performance. How was your headspace coming into the match? Were you guys very hungry for a win, given that you guys have no points at all coming into today's game?
I think today's points that we got is definitely very important for us. Like it's a start, hopefully not the end. So like when we went in, we didn't think we were gonna lose, or we didn't think we were gonna win. We just want to win. Yeah, we just want to win actually.
Right. And then also, just before this game, we have seen the likes of Vanguard Esports, where we had the pleasure of actually interviewing Nick Stain. Now, Nick Stain actually mentioned that, Slowly can only play Assassin Jungler, and that's why they went with their current jungler instead. And then today, Slowly showed them who is boss by whipping out two tank junglers. So what do you have to say to Nick Stain about that?
I think maybe Nick thinks that Slowly can only assassin jungle because he was restricted in Vanguard. But in X-Go, we will help Slowly explore his options.
Wow, and definitely you guys did. So thank you so much, Jira, for this wonderful interview. So really no singing?
No.
A bit.
No, I'm not a singer.
He is Yeah, people say you are.
Oh, not today. No. Focus MPL first. Sing later.
Okay, so if you take the championship, sing on stage?
Won't win but if I go playoff, I sing.
You go playoff? Like that more attainable, actually. Okay, we will take that, okay? Okay, video record already, Record already. We got the receipts, alright? So thank you so much, Jira. Thank you. Yay! Amazing stuff. And that was Jira, ladies and gentlemen. And as mentioned, for the first time in MPL SG, history is made. First time ever, all 4 matches, best of 3 full series. Absolutely amazing. Now, with this whirlwind of emotions, almost every single match went against audiences and even casters' prediction. So let's take a look. I don't know how it's gonna go at the overall standings. Now, this is interesting, even though there hasn't been significant movement, but definitely the points are closer than ever before. Right now, with Bleed Esports as well as Team Flash with 7 points. Now, this is putting a little bit of a taint to their perfect score record. And we have Asterisk following right hot behind them at 6 points, RSG SG and Vanguard Esports with 5 points, Evil with 3 points to the name, and Exco Esports and Homeboys SG with 2 points and 1 point respectively. Wow, so definitely this is a very interesting day. Why so? Because right here at MPL SG, everyone and all of our teams here wants to have the dream of attaining championship to represent Singapore on the international stage. And today, our boys showed us why they deserve to be here. And with that being said, more exciting shows are coming on tomorrow. So let's take a look at tomorrow's match schedule. So starting off the show, we see Bleed Esports going up against Asterisk. And this is happening at 10 a.m. tomorrow, opening the show with an absolute banger. And then for match 2, we see the likes of Exco Esports going up against our defending champions, Team Flash, happening at 12:30. For match 3, we see our wonderful community heroes, Evil, going up against Homeboys SG at 3 p.m. and closing off the show, RSG SG going up against Vanguard, closing up the show at 5:30 p.m. Now this is exciting, and based on today's performance, it is evident that our boys are all warmed up and ready to grab some points and head on over to the playoffs. So now, just a very gentle reminder, remember to follow us on our social media pages of mpl.sg.official to make sure that you're not missing out on any of the action. So join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. and we can't wait to see you then.
MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.